Description: he doesn't know why his mind has been transferred into that of a petty thief named Saran within the VMO. The new Saran though possesses both the body's previous occupant's memories and his own. Using his experience as a legendary rogue who had reached the apex known as the realm of legends, he will now have to survive in this world which had once been a game to him. Saran will have to grow stronger while avoiding the upcoming dangers and protect his younger sister, Vivian, from the chaotic times which will soon devastate the world. He shall eliminate everything and everyone that threatens them, but perhaps Vivian might not need his protection? When the demons of the abyss rise and the gods fall, a massacre will take place across the world. Divinity has fallen, and evil is surging from beneath. The time of troubles has begun. Chapter 1 Rainy Night Part 1 The pitter-patter of rain could be heard inside the house. Vivian carefully placed a short stool in front of the stove, then bent over and grabbed 2 handfuls of coarse rice from the rice sack nearby. There was not much rice left inside the sack. Last month, Vivian's big brother exchanged a silver ornament he had stolen at the pier for the sack of rice. Even though she had been carefully conserving the precious food, the ever-decreasing amount of rice was still very worrying. There was no more food. The siblings would only last several days at most before they starved. Vivian glanced at the small bed in the shabby house. An unconscious teenager laid on the moldy and smelly sheets. Her big brother had yet to wake up from his coma, and even the priestess who had once helped them had given up on him as she lacked the ability to heal him. Bishop Phil should be able to do so, but he would not waste time helping a thief, after all. Vivian steeled herself, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and climbed down from the stool. Although she was 8 years old, due to malnutrition, she was especially short and petite. It was rather difficult for her to do things like lighting a fire and preparing meals, but she had to do them nonetheless. Vivian held several pieces of split firewood in her hands, then snapped the branches she had collected during the day into smaller pieces and tossed them into the stove. The firewood was moist from the continuous rain and ignited slowly. Ignoring the pain in her eyes caused by the choking smoke, she blew at the fire with all her might. Only when the fire was blazing did she finally stop and rub her eyes. Big brother, you must wake up. Vivian misses you a lot. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. Please don't leave me. Drops of crystal clear tears glided down from her eyes as she sobbed beside the stove. After a while, Vivian wiped her cheeks with her small hands, and 2 streaks of white could be seen on her sooty face. There was originally some salt in the house, but it had been used up last week. She had tried to steal from shops like her brother, but she was caught red-handed and hit by the shop owner's wife on the back with a broom. The bruise on her back was still dark purple, and she felt scorching pain from even the slightest bumps. Woof! A dark-eyed yellowish dog came over. Even if it looked old and sluggish, one could vaguely tell that it had been an outstanding hunting hound back in its prime. Vivian held out her tiny hands as the old dog walked over to her side. It peeked at the stove and began whimpering in a low voice. Heath. Understanding its desire, Vivian embraced the old dog in her bosom and gently stroked its back as she sobbed once again. There's not much food left, Vivian murmured. Vivian is also very hungry, but this must be reserved for brother. When the rain stops, try and find some food outside. I'm sorry. Don't you think I'm useless? I can neither steal nor save big brother, and I cry a lot. The old dog turned its gaze away from the stove as if understanding Vivian's words. It licked her palms and laid down beside her legs, closed its eyes, and took a nap. Footsteps came from outside the house, and a conversation could be vaguely heard as people seemed to have stopped at the door. The elderly Heath immediately opened his eyes. Like a ferocious wolf, he barked viciously at the door and howled loudly. Damn! I'll kill that old dog someday and cook soup with it. The irritated voice of a man could be heard, and the sound of footsteps gradually faded into the distance. Vivian's frightened look eased a bit after hearing the man leave. She patted the old dog's head with her small palm and murmured, Heath, if he dares to come in, bite him. Big brother's unconscious, and you're the only one who can protect me now." The old dog snuggled against her chest as she patted it. Even though it was now old, its eyes still gave off a sharp and fierce look. Heath was a glasshound. In the Agate River region's folklore, it was said that glasshounds were the hybrid descendants of the three-headed hellhound. Back in the day, Heath could even kill a leopard. But he was now old. Sniffing in the sweet fragrance of congee coming from the stove, Heath stood up as he twitched his nose but soon laid back down. Even though Vivian's stomach was grumbling, she still carefully climbed up the stool and scooped out a small bowl of congee with a chipped porcelain bowl. She gently blew at the bowl to cool it down and fed the congee, bit by bit, to the unconscious teenager on the bed with a wooden spoon. She was simply too young and lacked the strength to lift her brother up. Thus, she could only slowly feed him like this. "Big brother, eat this, and you'll get better. I'm sure everything will be fine." Tears flowed from her eyes as the little girl muttered. She wiped her tears, placed the bowl on the table, and climbed down off the bed to shut the door. This was the slums of Amber City, a place filled with thieves, robbers, and slave dealers. It was very difficult for a young girl like Vivian to survive in the slums without anyone to rely on. If not for her cautiousness and old Heath, who was always beside her, she would have been kidnapped by others already. All that was needed was a towel soaked in chloroform. Anyone would be strong enough to strangle her and cover her mouth and nose with the towel, and it would only be a matter of seconds before she would lose consciousness. Obviously, kidnapped people would be tossed into a rough sack and sold to slave dealers. As a matter of fact, a lot of young girls disappeared from the slums this way. Even considerably beautiful women would be kidnapped in the same manner. Vivian returned to the bed and continued feeding the unconscious teen bit by bit. She only stopped after he had eaten half of the bowl of congee. She hurriedly ate the rest and washed her hands and face with fresh water before snuggling into the stinking blanket. As she bumped into her bruise during the process, the little girl could not stand the pain and wept. She then held onto her brother's arm and spoke to the old dog. "If anyone comes, bark at them. I know what they are thinking. Knowing that Big Brother is unconscious, they're trying to sell me to Sophia so they can earn some money for themselves." Vivian naturally knew more things than others of her age as she grew up in the slums. Sophia was the largest slave dealer in the slums. She would often pick out beautiful little girls and train them to do certain things, then sell them to the brothels in Amber City. A girl who had just reached the age of 8 stood no chance of surviving in the slums. Vivian's eyes showed a trace of resolution and determination. She lowered her head, kissed the young man on the forehead, and whispered, "If I'm going to be sold, I will do so myself. With the money, I could seek help from a genuine priest, and perhaps they could finally wake you up, Big Brother." She clearly knew what sort of life awaited her if she were to sell herself. Sophia would first raise her for several years before teaching her how to serve men. If Vivian grew up to become a beauty, she would be sold to the nobles in the city. If not, she would only end up in the dirty and poor brothels. But for her big brother, she was willing to do anything. He was her only living family member. Outside, the sound of fighting and killing could be heard. Vivian could not help but hide herself under the blankets, while the old dog near the door glared at it with a menacing gaze. Two of the slum's self-proclaimed leaders, Sawi and Cologne, were fighting over territory. A lot of the slum's thief gangs had died since her brother was badly hurt by a powerful wizard. All the original heads had died on the streets, and the rest of them began fighting over control of the slums. The guards never came. This was a forgotten corner of the city. They were not only fighting for territory, but also the kids in the slums. It didn't matter which gang or faction one thought about. They all needed children so they could train them into thieves and let them steal things for the faction. This was also how Vivian's big brother became a thief in the first place. Vivian's memory of her parents was rather hazy. She only remembered that her mother once had a husband who was a godly thief. Unfortunately, on one of his missions, he died at the hands of a wizard inside a wizard's tower. That man was her brother's father. She had yet to be born at that time, so she only heard about it from her brother. From that day onward, wizards became the most feared entity in Vivian's immature and weak mind. After her husband died, Vivian's mother led a wandering and drifting lifestyle while taking care of the young Saran. In order to survive, her mother even served as a waitress in a tavern that provided additional services. Vivian understood. She knew a lot more than other 8-year-old kids. The broken family led such a life until they came across a mysterious adventurer. Soon, the mother was pregnant once again. The adventurer did not marry her and only treated her as a mistress. That was Vivian's father, a mysterious adventurer who was said to have had a fearsome occupation. For strange reasons, he vanished all of a sudden and only left Heath, his pet dog, behind. Her mother began experiencing mental problems after losing 2 men consecutively. She suffered from panic disorder and depression before she finally passed away. At that time, Vivian was only 3 years old, while her big brother was 12. 2 kids who had lost their parents had no choice but to roam the streets. Her brother often got into fights just for a tiny amount of food. Afterwards, her brother joined a gang and became a qualified thief. Only then did they finally settle down in the slums, finding a shelter in the chaotic area. A miserable shriek resounded through the streets. Vivian shuddered in fear and cuddled against her big brother. Heath, who was lying on the ground near the door, also stood up vigilantly and glared toward a distant alley. Someone had just been killed. It was something natural. Even the priests of the Dawnlight Shrine did not care about the people in the slums. Everyone in the neighborhood slammed their doors and windows shut immediately. Some even locked their doors with a simple yet sturdy bolt, and Vivian was one of them. With her petite body, she lifted the heavy bolt with great effort. According to the common sense she had acquired after living in the slums for years, the situation would only become worse once someone died. The following fight would only be on a larger scale and would sometimes even affect the innocents in the surroundings. Fear. The scared young lady hugged the old dog tightly and brought it to the side of the bed. Heath, glancing out in fright, Vivian could see the shadows of armed people engaging in an intense fight under the rain. Blood spluttered everywhere in the alley, only to be washed away by the rain as if nothing ever happened. She could smell the stench of blood even from within the house. Vivian patted the old dog's head as she subconsciously shivered out of fear. "You will protect me, right, Woof?" Heath barked all of a sudden. The little girl jumped back as she was startled, but she soon realized that Heath was barking at the young man on the bed rather than toward the outside. "Big brother?" Surprised, Vivian saw that the once unconscious teen had opened his eyes, and his lips were twitching. Vivian could no longer hold in the pressure and fear she had accumulated during the past month. The young girl threw herself into the arms of her dear brother, with big drops of crystal-clear tears rolling down her childish cheeks. Advantage: by having their erection in contact with her. Cent bills. China has cents in bills called Jiao, Guosiu. Go here means country and Xiu means technique. 190 centimeters, over 6 feet tall. Lake Kui, Kuihu, also means green lake. 100 yuan bills, 100 yuan is their biggest bill. Daist Fierce Tiger, the author of this novel. Noodles, made of wheat. Rice noodles, made of rice. Jiang Tantan, tan means sweet. Bajikan, also known as 8 extremities fist, but Bajikan sounds nicer to me. Long toes, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Chapter 2 Rainy Night Part 2 Saran opened his eyes slowly. For the past month or so, torrents of zeros and ones would flash through his mind whenever he tried to lift his eyelids and cause intense pain as if his brain had exploded. His senses of feeling and consciousness were hazy, and his body was numb, like he was being constantly electrocuted. Saran could vaguely hear and sense his surroundings, but there was nothing he could do when even something as simple as lifting a finger was beyond his reach. I have to wake up. No, I must wake up soon! Even though he had no idea why he was suddenly reincarnated into this mysterious world, Saran knew the little girl near him was in danger. The little girl, who had been taking good care of him, was in grave danger. Her name was Vivian, an 8-year-old girl with long, blonde hair. She had two cute dimples on her cheeks whenever she smiled. She was also Saran's half-sister. A lot of slave dealers were aiming for her, as they were sure that the young girl would grow up to become a splendid beauty. They only had to keep her alive for a few years before she could be sold for a good price. An orphan who relied on her unconscious brother, that could not have been an easier target. This was an evil world. Saran could tell that the dealers had repeatedly tried to break into the house during the past month. Even though his senses were fuzzy, they were wary of the dog named Heath, thus their attempts all ended in failure. But Vivian was in danger nonetheless. She would be kidnapped the moment Heath was no longer by her side. This can't go on. I must get up now! ! Saran howled with rage in his mind. His memories of his previous life began to fade, and the memories of the entity named Saran in his mind were gradually dwindling as well. The only thing on his mind was waking up from his coma. Waking up to protect the poor little girl beside him. She could not last forever like this. The slums were not a place for a beautiful young girl like her. As far as he could tell, two of the evildoers were discussing a plan in which they would poison the dog named Heath and sell Vivian to Sophia the slave dealer. It would happen very soon. It was only a matter of time. If he could not wake up in time, the young girl would face an unbearable fate. Darkness. A void of endless darkness. Saran's head was still filled with countless zeros and ones, while weak electric currents surged through every part of his body. He could vaguely remember things about his previous life, and a muddy memory was forcefully implanted into his mind soon after. It was a painful process. Enduring the pain that seemed to have torn his soul apart, Saran gradually remembered the incident in the revitalization pod. His consciousness was in the virtual world at that time, and the silhouette of a wizard in a black cloak flashed through his mind. Bolts of lightning. The wizard released bolts of lightning from his fingertips, and the attack was so powerful that it might just have broken his soul. Inside his fuzzy consciousness, a teenager with black eyes and ashy blonde hair appeared. With a slightly immature look on his face, the teenager held out his arms and reached out to Saran. Please protect her. Don't let anything harm her. Saran's mind turned cloudy once again, as if he just had a lengthy dream. A dream in which a lot of things had happened. A dream which was actually the memories of another person named Saran. He was completely gone. The entity had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only the name Saran, because the current Saran felt that he should at least keep the name of the body's previous owner. After all, it seemed that the teenager had willingly let go of his ego, as it was the only way the current Saran could take control of the body and bring an end to the lengthy coma. His name was Saran. Thus he was also named Saran. The past no longer mattered. The only thing that mattered right now was waking up from his dreams and protecting the child named Vivian before she ended up being captured. Countless electric currents passed through his body, shocking him. The seemingly infinite zeros and ones finally came to an end. And it was at that very moment that Saran felt that his soul was once again full of vigor. He forcefully suppressed the rampaging currents and numbers in his mind with the extra spiritual energy. Great pain racked his brain like a bolt of lightning, cracking his brain to bits. All of a sudden, Saran opened his eyes, and a nostalgic view appeared in front of him. Name, Saran. Race, half-elf. Attributes, Strength 12, Dexterity 19+1. Constitution 15, Intelligence 18+1, Wisdom 15, Charisma 16. Alignment, Lawful Evil. Profession, Level 5 Commoner, Level 1 Rogue, Grade 1. Health points HP, 1212. Experience points EXP, 150. Unassigned skill points, none. Attribute points, none. Status, Weak Soul Rebirth. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. Profession skills, Sneak 20, Steal 35, Picklock 45, Snare 15. Legendary skills, Omnipotent Hands, Sealed Weakened Soul. Personal abilities, Nimble Left Hand, Eidetic Memory. This is Saran slowly regained his consciousness and stared at the screen floating in the air. He finally recalled the important details. He was in a virtual game world when the revitalization pod accident occurred. The zeros and ones that filled his mind for the past month were most likely from the backflow of data from the game that ended up in his mind. During that period, all he could see were numbers, and it was only now that the data had finally integrated into his brain. He was startled. Soon, Saran regained his composure and focused his mind. Did the data really integrate completely? If so, does that mean my brain is now a biological computer? Let's try this. Assign 150 AXP to the profession commoner ! A torrent of warmth flowed through his torso. Saran was shocked that he could now feel his forelimbs. The numbness had finally faded, and he could now feel the energy and strength in his body. Profession Commoner is now level 10. Base class has reached its maximum level. Obtained 25 skill points. The list of familiar text appeared in front of his eyes. Saran was overwhelmed with joy, as everything was just the same as the virtual game he was playing before. Before the incident occurred, he was inside a virtual world playing the game Clash of the Titans. It was an extremely popular game at the time, as the company that had released it announced that they had made a technological breakthrough, granting the game a fidelity rate of 100% while other games were still at around 75%. The news caused a massive uproar in the Earth Federation as everyone swarmed to obtain a copy of the game for themselves. The new feature attracted numerous players from other games, Saran included. Not only was the game amazing, the game pods the company sold were also first-rate goods with incredible design. The fantasy-themed pods were decorated with delicate glowing magic formations Saran couldn't help but be impressed by. The virtual world was a crucial realm in the world Saran came from. The age of interstellar travel required a lot of talented people who could learn and pass on the complicated knowledge necessary to develop various new technologies. These all required people to have extraordinary memory and calculation skills. The beginning of the virtual world was nothing too fancy. It originated from a study that proved that by stimulating the right half of the brain with weak electric currents, people could enhance their memorization and calculation skills, unleashing 3 to 10% of the true potential of the right half of the brain. In a sense, it was a study that aimed at achieving a biological computer. Some people even had computer chips implanted into their heads. The downside of this method was that the effects would only appear after a long period of time, and the process was rather costly. In order to tackle the disadvantages of the original method, people came up with the idea of virtual gaming worlds, and it soon became a sector and industry of paramount importance. Games are virtual activities simulating the real world created for the sake of the growth of children, humans and animals alike. Summary of Plato's definition of playing and games. Games were important before beginning systematic learning even in ancient times. The boring feeling people got from systematic learning mostly stimulated the left brain only, and those memories would fade over time, which was why the knowledge people learned during secondary schooling was often forgotten after a few years. Stimulation of the right brain required strong emotions. Studies and research showed that the right brain had much more processing power than the left brain, and people could even remember everything they had seen before if they could utilize the memory space of the right brain. This was a revolutionary discovery, as the right half of the brain was said to have more than 1,000,000 times the latent potential of the left half of the brain. Even though the abilities of the right half of the brain were yet to be completely utilized, the difference could still easily reach 100,000 times. As people had to memorize complicated equations and technological details for their work, a lot of jobs required their employees to have awakened a minimum of 12% of their brain potential. This allowed people to quickly absorb the professional knowledge and confidential information they would be granted after officially becoming an employee. The use of machinery and robots had rendered a lot of people jobless, as physical jobs were basically non-existent. At the same time, the need for talented people in technological research and machinery skyrocketed, As machinery required maintenance and further development, the lower class of society had nothing to do, thus they turned to the realm of gaming, as it was cheap. The humongous number of players further propelled the development of the gaming industry. A research study stated that people could effectively stimulate their brain power to up to 300% of their current level when situated in disastrous environments in virtual worlds. This had a significant impact on the development of utilizing the potential of the human brain. Even though people would subconsciously remind themselves that it was not real, the intense stimulation to the right brain was still several times more than in conventional methods. The higher the fidelity of the game, the more effective the game would be in stimulating brain development, which would, in turn, raise the chances of awakening one's potential. It was only increasing the odds from 1 to 3%, but it was already groundbreaking at the time, as the highest stimulation rate in the real world was 1.5%. This was the reason a lot of people indulged in the virtual world for lengthy periods of time before they could be employed. It was a seemingly endless process which was also sort of unfair, because the only thing that mattered was your brain power and nothing else. Before the accident, Saran was controlling his avatar, which had the profession of legendary rogue, and was about to enter the Shadow Temple to obtain a piece of epic-grade equipment, which would make him semi-divine. He had already noticed the limitations of the rogue profession and knew that he would be at a disadvantage during the Battle of the Gods in the future if he did not have the status of semi-divine. Saran had already reached level 20 in his advanced profession. The special skill he had chosen was Omnipotent _Hands. Omnipotent Hands legendary skill. Legendary rogues have skillful and agile hands, granting them a +5 rating when using a profession-related skill. Furthermore, the user will automatically have a rating of Master User when using any type of weapon in combat. Theoretically speaking, Omnipotent Hands granted Saran the ability to use all sorts of tools and weapons. It didn't matter whether it was the treasure of the gods or weapons and armor with peculiar restrictions, he could equip them all without any problems. It was the most well-known skill of the rogue class, and it was also a shamelessly overpowered skill, which made a lot of players jealous. If not for the lack of combat prowess after entering the realm of legends, most players would have revolted already. After all, rogues could use a wide variety of equipment after obtaining the skill, let alone advanced wizard spell scrolls. They could even equip divine equipment, which tended to have harsh requirements, with almost no drawbacks. Clash of the Titans. It was a game with a strict profession system that made further advancement in a profession ridiculously difficult. Raising the level of commoner did not grant any attribute points and did not even raise the base HP of the player. The only thing players would get from leveling up commoner was 25 skill points. Players would only earn 1 attribute point for every 2 levels when they leveled up an advanced profession. By now, his senses had mostly recovered. When Saran opened his eyes again, it was already morning. Vivian's petite body was lying next to him. Ever since he showed signs of waking up, the little girl was so glad that she did not sleep at all. She busily took care of various things before she finally gave in to fatigue and fell asleep. A sense of numbness and pain. Saran felt like he had been electrocuted by a lightning bolt when he tried to lift his fingers. There were still remnants of the electric currents in his body, and numbers still flashed through his mind even though he was conscious. Saran could not help but wonder if he had become a living biological computer. In his previous world, a first-rate scientist who once made countless breakthroughs contributed his own brain to biological computer development. After his death, human brains were then proven to be powerful components for constructing supercomputers. Brain chips were also developed based on that very research. Saran regained control over his body when the shocking pain subsided. Sluggishly, he sat up and looked at Vivian. "Bro, big brother." Vivian's eyes snapped open as she tightly held his arms while crying. "You're finally awake." Vivian was so worried. There were a lot of bad guys. They wanted to sell me to the slave dealers. Thankfully Heath was there to protect me. If not, I would have been sold already. "Here, Heath." Vivian glanced at the door and suddenly trembled. She freed her arms, tottered to the dog's side, and held him in her arms. "Heath, what's wrong?" she anxiously shouted. "Don't scare me. Please don't scare Vivian like this. Heath, wake up please. Please bark. I beg you." Drops of tears dripped to the floor. Vivian held the dark-eyed yellowish dog in her arms as she wailed bitterly. The body of the old dog was already icy. He lay quietly near the door and slept peacefully. His name was Heath, a glasshound, a ferocious yet kind dog which could kill a leopard during his prime. But he was already old. He had been closely following the little lady named Vivian around, protecting her ever since her brother Saran fell into a coma. He had not properly rested in half a month, as only he could fend off the bad guys and protect Vivian. He was exhausted, tired, and starving. Even Vivian was starving herself as there was no food left. Heath could only turn toward mice, which he had once labeled cheap and unworthy food. Unfortunately, he was weak due to the irreversible and unstoppable process of aging. Heath was hungry and lacked energy, but due to his instinct to protect his master, the elderly dog was able to make it through the difficult times. Saran had finally awakened from his sleep. Heath had completed his final mission. He was too old to endure a harsh life any longer, thus, he lay quietly near the door and slept peacefully. He slept peacefully for all eternity, never to awake again. Advantage: by having their erection in contact with her. Sent bills. China has sent in bills called Jiao, Guosiu. Go here means country and Xiu means technique. 190 centimeters, over 6 feet tall. Lake Kui, Kuihu, also means green lake. 100 yuan bills. 100 yuan is their biggest bill. Daoist fierce tiger, the author of this novel. Noodles, made of wheat. Rice noodles, made of rice. Jiang Tantan, tan means sweet. Bajikan, also known as 8 extremities fist, but Bajikan sounds nicer to me. Long toes, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Chapter 3 The Graveyard. The road was slimy and muddy after the rain. The roads through the slums were always in poor condition since no one could be bothered to maintain them. Dirt and mud would splatter everywhere while walking, a pungent smell enshrouded the slums as excrement in the alleys would sometimes be flushed into the main streets by the rain. Inside the closely packed wooden houses, many people with staid expressions were busy fixing their houses before rushing to the docks to find jobs. A lot of houses suffered from leakage during the rainy seasons, and tragedies where houses collapsed occurred from time to time. Saran held the deceased dog in his arms as he walked through the stinking streets. Vivian held his arm, quietly following him. Heath was dead. The dog who had accompanied her since her birth had finally reached the end of its lifespan and left the cruel world. The siblings were going to properly bury it just as one would bury their beloved relatives. The reason was simple. Heath was, in their minds, their relative. Saran. Oi, that's Saran. He finally woke up. Something good is bound to happen soon. The residents in the slums all whispered among themselves as they peeked at Saran with both respect and fear in their eyes. Saran had been a reputable thief before he was defeated by a wizard. He could easily knock down 3 to 5 adults, and it was rumored that he was so talented in using daggers that he could nail a fly onto the wall with just a simple dagger toss. Blaze and Cannibal were 2 active grunts who controlled the nearby streets. They targeted Vivian the moment they learned that Saran was unconscious, and rumor had it that Sophia had already given them a considerable deposit for the deal. The 2 also warned the nearby residents that she was their prey and told them to stay out of the way. The slums were an evil place. No one was willing to stand up for the little girl. They were afraid of the grunts, not to mention that they lacked the ability to do so. Big brother, where are we going? Vivian was wearing a tattered shirt woven with cheap linen. Only residents of the slums would wear this type of clothing, as it was poorly made and the material was uncomfortable. Even though Saran was an outstanding thief, he was only a subordinate to an even more powerful thief in the gang. He had to hand over a large portion of his loot to the gang leader, leaving him with only the bare minimum for the siblings to maintain a simple life. This was the rule set by the gangs and factions. A newbie thief, albeit talented, could not go up against such regulations. To the graveyard. Heath deserves a place in there. Saran looked around as he walked, subconsciously comparing the scenes from his memory to his actual surroundings. He was familiar with the name Amber City as he had heard about it in the game, but that was when the epic main quest had already begun. A terrible crack in space-time stripped the gods of their divine powers, and they were forced to descend into the mortal world as saints. From time to time, some gods would ascend back to the heavenly realm, while others were slain by the mortals. To be honest, players were only part of the story, an insignificant part. Players only had 3 lives in Clash of the Titans. Every time a player died, they would respawn with a penalty of 3 in Constitution. The penalty was permanent and could not be removed. After dying 3 times with a single avatar, the avatar would be deleted from the game, and the player would have to start over from scratch. In that chaotic period, many players rose to great heights, only to fall into the deep void soon after. It was a stage which belonged to everyone. The epic main quest ended when the gods finally returned to their own realm, but not before a third of them had already died. Even powerful deities like the Goddess of Magic, Master Order, the Night Baroness, the Shadow Monarch, and the Dreadlord fell during the crisis. That was not the end. An even more shocking event came afterwards. The thrones of the gods and goddesses fell from the heavenly realm and crashed into the mortal realm, creating special realms that players could explore. Together, those were named the Realm of Gods. Only players who had endured hardships and survived the crisis were qualified to explore these special realms. As for the players who had died during the period of turbulence, they had to start over from the beginning. They could only qualify for the weakest realm of the Kobold King Gaknilak even after raising their profession to an advanced grade. A torrent of confusing memories suddenly appeared in his mind. The scenes only visible to Saran showed him how lawless and disordered the world was in the future. The saints who were originally deities cracked the continent apart and completely changed the nature of over a dozen continental shelves, with 3 of them even ending up as an inferno of everlasting flames, an iced continent frozen till all eternity, and a land of undeads. Demons surged from the depths of hell and tricked people into slaughtering one another by implanting suspicion and fear into their hearts. Numerous NPCs were affected by the demons, and a considerable number of players succumbed to the temptations of the demons as well. Abyss demons tore the skies apart, enshrouding the world in a dome of blood. More than 12 fortresses with over 100,000 soldiers and citizens were trampled on and annihilated just on the first day the Abyss awoke. The players called that period the Dawn. It was the dawn of the gods, the dawn of the players, and, finally, the dawn of the entire world. In this crisis which affected the entire universe, everyone died at least once. Even Saran was utterly defeated and had to reincarnate. No one could escape from the wrath of the crisis. Some of the players with the hero build, which was thought to be the best build against demons, were crushed like ants. This was the age of the saints. Most importantly, the grand finale for the heavenly titans. When everything was finally over, the age of mortals began. Countless special realms awaited them, and the treasure vaults inside these dangerous yet rewarding realms contained equipment none could imagine. Power, wealth, even immortality. People could obtain them within the ruins of the fallen realms. The graveyard was not in the slums. There was only a mass pit for the deceased there. The corpses would be tossed into the pit and eaten by wild dogs. Some of the corpses would disappear into thin air as well. Those were obviously taken away by necromancers or evil spellcasters. No one knew what the corpses would become, and no one cared either. Heath must not be thrown into the mass burial pit. Saran could already sense the greed coming from the starving people. All they could see was a tasty dog stew. Even if he buried Heath deep down, people would still dig him up at night and cook a large pot of stew with his corpse. This was the slums, a place where everyone was always on the brink of starving to death. They craved for meat. They would even eat the corpses of dead humans if not for the punishment of endless torture in hell after death for cannibalism. Saran, like a lot of other players, could not believe how poor the starting condition was when he first logged into the game. There was no glittering equipment, no wonderful scenery, and no casual PvP arenas for players to sharpen their skills in. Only a dirty slum where life and death were decided in a simple brawl. A place filled with dirt and dung, a place where light could not reach, a place of complete evil. A lot of players had to risk their lives just for something to eat or trash tier equipment. A handful of players were completely disgusted by the terrible situation in the game world and set out to be paladins. They swore to change the world into a better place, despite it being a virtual one. In the end, the ones who were changed were the paladins themselves. They lacked the power to challenge the rules of the world. One could not simply change the way things worked in an entire world easily after all. In a period darker than the Dark Ages, all players had to witness things that challenged their moral standards and had to make heartbreaking decisions. Some would be cruel for the sake of evil, others would be generous for their own beliefs. In this virtual world, everyone had to choose their own path, be it willingly or not. For this very reason, Clash of the Titans was almost like an alternate world for most of the players. The graveyard. It was a silent and peaceful place. It was a place where the souls of the deceased could rest in peace, as the shrine of the underworld princess was located here. Priests and shrine guards protected the place from intruders and prevented the souls from being disturbed. Not everyone had the right to enter the graveyard. People had to pay a fee in order to enjoy eternal peace. The goddess of riches once said, "Everything in the world can be exchanged with money, given that you have enough of it." It was a dark age in which people were brainwashed with desires and would go to great lengths to obtain what they wanted. Saran held Heath's body and stood silently in front of the shrine. He lowered his head to show humility and respect when an old priest came out to greet him. Though at first, Saran still wasn't sure if he was only controlling his avatar. After witnessing the vivid movements and intelligence of the people, he knew he was no longer in a virtual world. Everything was real. After speaking with Vivian about a few things, Saran was told that there was no such thing as attributes. The game pod he once used flashed through his mind for some reason. There was a magic formation under the game pod, but most people found the decoration creepy and sold their device not long after. Saran was not too concerned about the decoration, so he kept his, but even the game publisher acknowledged the players' negative comments and removed the decoration from all its subsequent products. Are you sure you want to bury it in the graveyard? Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. The old priest had met a lot of nobles who buried their pets that died of old age in the graveyard, but it was his first time meeting a poor thief from the slums who wanted to do the same. With their tattered clothes and muddy shoes, everyone could tell that Saran and Vivian were from the slums. Saran bowed slightly and said, "Yes, please accept this offering for burying him." Saran took a silver D-roll from his pocket and humbly handed it over to the priest. As a talented thief, he had already found his first prey and succeeded during their walk to the graveyard. It was fine as long as no one knew what he had done. The glittering silver D-roll was a currency created and crafted by the followers of the goddess of riches. It was so widely accepted that it could even be used in hell. The old priest looked deeply into Saran's eyes, then nodded and pointed toward the offering box nearby. "Perhaps it was a loyal dog, or else you would not go so far for it. Children, follow me. It will be granted a place where it can rest in peace." Saran placed the coin in the box next to the entrance of the shrine and followed the priest into the graveyard with Heath's body in his hands. In an obscure corner of the graveyard, after the two siblings had finished digging a pit for Heath's burial, Vivian, who had been silent all along, could no longer hold back her tears. "Heath." The little girl muttered something in front of the small grave, then stood up with a serious look on her face as she held her brother's hands. Heath was simply an old dog who died of old age. He was not qualified for a tombstone, thus, he only had a tiny grave. A tiny grave in an obscure corner of the graveyard. Advantage: by having their erection in contact with her. Sent bills. China has sent in bills called Jiao, Guosiu. Go here means country and Xiu means technique. 190 centimeters. Over 6 feet tall. Lake Kui, Hu, also means green lake. 100 yuan bills, 100 yuan is their biggest bill. Diced Fierce Tiger, the author of this novel. Noodles, made of wheat. Rice noodles, made of rice. Jang Tantan, tan means sweet. Bajikan, also known as eight extremities fist, but Bajikan sounds nicer to me. Long toes, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Chapter 4. Everything will be fine. Saran bought a loaf of black bread as thick as his arm as he returned to the slums with Vivian. It was the type of dark and tough bread that was so hard it could be used to fend off lousy thieves. A type of bread with an attack power of 1d3. People from the slums would directly grind black wheat into powder without removing the chaff and bake bread with the roughly made dough. Impurities, such as bits of wood, would get mixed into the dough during the process, but the starving people could not care less as long as it was edible. As a result, the bread was so tough that it could only be eaten after soaking slices in water. Plenty of players could not stand the poorly made food and went down the path of joining the evil alignment. Saran was one of them, and that was why he became a rogue. Perhaps because he was now in a real world instead of a virtual one, or perhaps due to the young lady walking beside him. Saran was acting much more cautiously and patiently now. He slowly cut the bread with a knife and soaked it in warm water, then handed over a slice to Vivian as he began eating. Bearing the disgusting texture and impurities, Saran ate silently. It was not like there was no way to obtain money. On the contrary, he clearly knew the way. However, this was no longer a game, and he was no longer a mere player controlling an avatar. This was the real world, the world he was now forced to live in. Saran had to take responsibility for his own actions in this strange yet familiar world. Furthermore, he had to take care of Vivian. There were a lot of strong professionals in this city. Even the guards of the city were all level 10 militia, level 3 warriors at the very least. Unless he raised his steel skill to 75, it was still possible for the guards to catch him red-handed. One would be thrown into jail for stealing. If the target was a noble, the guards might even break one of the thief's arms as a warning. Although the bread was tasteless without adding salt, Vivian was still happily devouring the unappetizing bread in her hands. She was a simple girl who could be satisfied easily. Most importantly, she was hungry. As long as her big brother was around, she felt that everything would gradually get better. The past few weeks had been taxing on the little girl. She was weary and worn out, and all she wanted right now was to stay beside her brother and be a good little girl. "I'll get something good for you tomorrow, I promise." Saran stroked Vivian's tiny head, lightly kissed her on the forehead, and said, "Everything will be fine soon." Vivian nodded. If someone asked her who she completely trusted with all her faith, she would answer my big brother without any hesitation. He had been shielding her from all the dangers and evil in this cruel world since she was 3 years old. He had been supporting the family without whining at all for so many years. Vivian still remembered the days when she was a small child. At that time, her reliable brother always came home with injuries. She could do nothing but cry loudly at her age. Yet the injured Saran would still hold her in his arms and comfort her while muttering, "Everything will become better in the future." Soon after, they no longer had to wander around in the streets and settle down in the lawless slums. Everything will be fine. The 80-year-old was still oblivious to a lot of things in the world, but there was one thing she was certain of. Her big brother would always shield her from harm and danger. "That's great." Saran looked at the little girl sound asleep on the bed and smiled. She was really worn out. Maintaining a living for weeks in the slums was a really challenging and burdensome task for a young child like Vivian. It had been a while since she had slept without worrying about the future. Saran removed one of the wooden planks on the floor and revealed a hidden compartment. He took a gleaming dagger out from the compartment while revealing a merciless grin. It was time for the worthless trash who targeted his dear sister to go to hell. Darkness enshrouded the slums as the sun descended and night took over. Only a few places were still giving off light in the dark streets. The fireplace was a bar in the slums, one of the few places where the residents could enjoy themselves. People could get themselves a jug of low-quality ale with just a single copperdirel there. Although the ale gave off a bad smell, the poor residents still found it rather tasty and enjoyable. Next to the bar were short wooden huts. With just 5 additional direls, people could enjoy a sweaty and tiring night with a prostitute. The quality of the prostitutes was rather poor, but that much was expected given the low price. They were mediocre at best, and the majority of them simply looked bad, to be honest. The only thing they could offer were their bodies, but that alone was more than enough. In a spooky alley next to the bar, except for urgent matters, people mostly stayed in their own place for the night, as all the streets in the slums were just as spooky. The night was also the time when gangs and factions gathered for meetings, thus the residents did not dare to leave their houses in fear of getting caught up in something troublesome. Loud chattering could be heard inside the fireplace. Inside the bar were laborers who worked in the docks and people from gangs who had dark expressions on their faces, as well as some shady people of unknown origins. They were mostly gossiping about the war between the two triad factions, others laughing as they discussed what would befall the unfortunate fellows who targeted Vivian. The laughing men all glanced toward a certain corner in the bar for certain reasons. There were 2 men sitting at the table in the corner. Those 2 were Blaze and Cannibal, the ones who had planned to kidnap Vivian and sell her to Sophia. When had they tried to forcefully barge into the house, one of them was bitten by Heath and could only limp about even now. "Let's go." Blaze glared at the others in the bar with a serious expression and said, "We'll head back for now. We'll take care of Saran somehow." Cannibal was a stingy person. He hurriedly gulped the rest of the ale down before leaving. The 2 had received the deposit from Sophia long ago. If they failed to deliver Vivian before the deadline, someone would soon knock at their doors and have a friendly talk with them. It was already past the point of no return. They could not give up even if they wanted to. They also knew that Saran treasured his sister and would not let them off the hook for threatening Vivian. A chilly breeze entered the tavern. Some of the customers swore, while others turned in time to see Blaze and Cannibal leaving the bar. A layer of thin, great clouds covered the moon. The 2 uncontrollably shivered as they exited the warm tavern. Perhaps because they had been drinking quite a bit, Blaze entered a dark alley and was about to pee. This was the slums. People would handle all their physical needs in the alleys, and peeing in the corner was nothing new. Blaze loosened his belt as he cursed in a language from the northern regions after hearing the moans from the wooden huts nearby. He was deep in thought about Saran, thus his expression was not good. All of a sudden, he had goosebumps all over his body as he noticed the flickering shadow in the distance. Unable to hold his bladder any longer, Blaze reached for his waist as he relieved himself. He was reaching for his dagger, but it was far too late. Saran's silhouette appeared out of the blue, his shadow flickering in the dark alley. He had been waiting for this moment for a while now. The gleaming dagger embedded itself into Blaze's back, puncturing his heart. A hand covered his mouth and muffled his final shriek. _splat !_. Saran retrieved his dagger expressionlessly and cleaned the weapon with the clothes of the dead person lying on the ground. A data log floated in front of Saran's eyes. Successfully hidden in the shadows. Backstab activated. Successfully activated backstab 2. Dealing 12 damage to the target. Target killed. Extracting soul energy from target. Received 30 slaughter experience points. Even though he was a level 1 rogue, Backstab still dealt double damage during assassinations. A typical person in the slums only had around 5 horsepower. Even Saran, who had a constitution of 15 and a profession of level 1 rogue, had only 12 horsepower. One strike was all that was needed to end the life of a weak grunt in the slums. Unless he was up against others who had leveled their professions, Saran could easily assassinate the target. Cannibal was alarmed by the noises from the alley. He shuddered as he shouted, "Blaze?" There was no reply. After hesitating for a bit, he carefully approached the alley to see what Blaze was up to. If there was even the slightest sign of trouble, he would turn and run immediately. The figure of a certain person kicked a nearby wall and launched himself upward. With 19 dexterity, Saran could easily leap onto the roof of the short house without requiring footholds in between. Saran jumped at the approaching cannibal like a leopard and squeezed his neck, silencing his scream of terror. His momentum from the jump knocked Cannibal down, and a sliver of light flashed through the air right before a dagger sliced the pinned man's throat, then rested in his heart. Saran tightly choked his target until the body began convulsing. He stood up, covered in blood. Saran frowned as he looked at his clothes soaked in blood. He took the purse from the corpse, cleaned the dagger, and sheathed it. The two thugs carried little money on them, having only a meager amount of 5 silver dirhams and 20 copper dirhams. Saran also found a small bag of poison, which was most likely what they had intended to use to kill Heath. They were about the same as level 1 adventurers. Saran looked at his palms before fading into the shadows and walking back toward his house. This was the effect of the rogue skill Sneak. The user would hide himself by borrowing the power of the shadows. Saran had assigned all the skill points he had to Sneak before he went to assassinate the two men. With 45 points in Sneak, he would not make any sounds while walking, and his figure would be hazy in the dark, sufficient to fool most people without any combat professions. Saran could disappear into the darkness with only the faintest traces with 100 points, and he would be able to stand in front of a person without the target noticing with 150 points as long as the environment was dark. From 200 points onward, a rogue could completely vanish from people's view, even in broad daylight. The fireplace was as lively as usual. The two freezing corpses were discovered accidentally when one of the drunkards tottered into the wrong alley. No one cared, and no one would bother investigating what happened to the two men. These were the lawless slums. Having corpses on the streets was a common scene. Someone would take care of the bodies the next day anyway. Advantage: by having their erection in contact with her. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. Sent bills. China has sent in bills called Jiao, Guosiu. Go here means country and Xiu means technique. 190 centimeters, over 6 feet tall. Lake Kui, Kuihu, also means green lake. 100 yuan bills. 100 yuan is their biggest bill. Daized Fierce Tiger, the author of this novel. Noodles, made of wheat. Rice noodles, made of rice. Jiang Tantan, tan means sweet. Bajikan, also known as 8 extremities fist, but Bajikan sounds nicer to me. Long toes, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Chapter 5. Daybreak. Saran quietly returned home. Vivian was still sleeping tranquilly on the bed with a smile on her face, but her cute white face suddenly cramped and showed signs of fear as she seemed to dream of something bad. Big brother, don't go. Don't leave me alone. Don't take me away. You're all bad guys. Heath. What's wrong? Don't scare me. Vivian swung her arms frenziedly as if trying to hold on to something even though her eyes were still closed. Saran, who was about to change into a clean set of clothes, hurried over and gently patted her back to soothe the struggling girl. Contrary to his expectations, Vivian made a pained expression. Saran quickly pulled up her shirt on her back to reveal the greenish-purplish bruise. It was the bruise she got after she was hit by the store owner, and it was getting dark in color as blood could not disperse from it. In the blink of an eye, Saran's expression was just as dark as the bruise, and his eyes gave off an intense killing intent. He caressed Vivian's cheek and tidied her clothes while whispering, "Silly girl. Why didn't you tell me about the bruise?" It was a serious injury for a young child. She must have been worried about Saran, thus she decided to hide it from him and endure pain. Judging from the looks of the bruise, it seemed that she had gotten the injury quite a while ago. Tears of gratitude swelled in the corners of Saran's eyes as he thought about the days when he was unconscious. Vivian, bearing the immense pain on her back, took care of him day and night for several weeks. It was a feeling he had never experienced, familial love. The welfare in his previous world was good enough for parents to live on their own, needing neither to care for children while young nor depend on said children in their old age. Thus Saran had never experienced the feeling of affection from his parents. He felt warmth in his heart after knowing what his little sister had done for him. Saran was a person who went with the flow and was content with what he had. He had formed a strong emotional bond with the little girl lying asleep on the bed in the past month. Recalling the lonely lifestyle in his previous life, Saran did not miss his life in the technologically advanced world. Instead, he thought living in this world was not that bad. It's fine. Everything will be fine tomorrow. Saran lightly patted Vivian's head in an attempt to comfort the little girl who was having nightmares. I'll find some medicinal lotion for you tomorrow. A wound of such degree would disappear without leaving a trace in no time. Vivian gradually calmed down. Saran took off his shirt, revealing the lean yet ripped muscles on his body. He tossed the bloody clothes into the fireplace and looked at his body covered in scars. The previous Saran must have lived a hard life. It was impossible for a 12-year-old to make a living for the family through normal means. He fought, and he killed. With so many scars on his body at just the age of 18, he must have escaped from death's grasp countless times. Some were from street fights while others were left behind after being whipped for getting caught stealing. Despite being a seemingly normal teenager, Saran had experienced things a lot worse than what most professional adventurers would face in their entire lives. The fireplace spewed sparks as it burned. Saran reached for a clean set of clothes nearby. Vivian was a hard-working girl despite her young age, and she would always do anything within her power to keep the house tidy. She would always sweep the floor, as well as folding the clothes neatly. He touched his face with his hands. Saran could feel that the outline of his head was that of a handsome young man, and the most important feature was his slightly pointy ears. Since his father was a quarter elf, Saran had theoretically inherited an eighth of the elven blood passed on by his ancestors. This explained why he was much more agile than most people. Nimbleness was basically an innate talent for the elves. Additionally, darkness could not block Saran's vision. Almost every half-elf had night vision abilities, making them the best assassins in the dark. He's got the basics. Saran twisted his wrists as he slashed with a dagger in hand, drawing invisible lines in the air. The attributes could not be redistributed, and he didn't have a good professional build, but the overall quality is still certainly above average. The only weak point would be strength, I guess. The average person has about 10 strength, so 12 is about the same as the laborers working on the docks. He must have been handling everything with skill instead of brute force, and he doesn't seem to have paid much attention to training his body either. His dexterity is certainly high, but having high strength is much better for people who haven't received combat training. At least they could overpower their opponents with brute force. Saran switched the dagger from his right hand to his left. The dancing dagger moved about quickly, leaving afterimages behind. His left hand was abnormally nimble. It was even better than his preferred right hand. This must be an inborn talent. Saran could even dual wield if he trained both his arms, and it could certainly increase his combat prowess. Leveling up requires experience points. Saran muttered as his figure flickered in the shadows and became cloudy. There are probably no quests in a real world. The means of earning experience have decreased significantly. Well, I gained experience points from killing the 2 thugs. So killing creatures is one way to do so. I'm not sure if disarming traps and picking locks would grant experience points though. Slaughter experience points. It was top tier EXP which could be distributed to all professions, sub-professions, and profession change builds. As for the EXP gained from picking locks and disarming traps, those were of the lower tier and could only be freely distributed within the rogue build. Similarly, wizards could also gain experience points from scribing arcane scrolls but could only distribute them within the wizard build. Gaining EXP in Clash of the Titans was no easy task, as killing monsters only gave a little experience. In some of the legendary quests, players were required to kill bosses like adult dragons or liches, only to receive several tens of thousands of EXP as their reward. It was barely enough to level up a profession once or twice. It took several years for Saran to gain enough EXP to level up and become a legendary rogue. He slew 3 giant dragons and 6 slashes in the process. He joined various different groups during his journey, and only a third of the players he had parted with were still alive. Others all ended up restarting from scratch after losing their lives thrice. Omnipotent hands. With a sharp look in his eyes, Saran murmured to himself, I wonder when the status soul rebirth will be removed. I'm sure I would be a lot stronger in battle if I could use omnipotent hands. The night had grown late. Saran hid his dagger in an easily reachable place and carefully climbed onto the bed. Vivian's little body squirmed toward his chest as she held onto his arms and mumbled something in her dreams. Night was over and morning came. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates. Better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. Saran was awoken by a slight movement. Vivian looked at her brother as her head still lay sideways on the pillow and revealed a sweet smile. She slowly climbed off the bed. As she bumped into the bruise on her back, Vivian showed a pained expression on her face. The little girl then wore her tattered shoes made out of cloth and began wiping the furniture with a towel. Noticing the stains of blood on the floor as she was holding a broom in her hands, Vivian could not help but panic. She hurriedly ran over to the bed and lifted up the blankets. Vivian sighed in relief after confirming that Saran was not injured and proceeded to remove the stains from the floor. Vivian could not care less as long as it was not Saran's blood. When she was just a small kid, Saran got caught up in a brawl with some older kids as they fought over a single silver D-roll. He was surrounded by the older kids, getting punched and kicked like he was a sandbag. The young Vivian did not have the physical strength to resist and could only cry in the corner. In the end, she mustered her courage and threw a rock at the leader. The enraged leader slapped her in the face, knocking out a tooth and making her cheek swollen. Even though she was small at that time, she could still remember the scene vividly in her mind. Saran, who was being overpowered the whole time, suddenly went into a frenzy as if a fuse had blown in his mind after seeing his sister lying on the ground. He jumped at the leader like a beast and bit his ear. The bloody ear was brutally torn off. With bloodshot eyes, Saran picked up a rock and slammed it repeatedly into the kid's skull. He did not stop until blood spluttered everywhere and Vivian, who was frightened by the scene, went to stop him. She stopped her brother from killing the kid right on the spot. Yet the kid still died in the end. Some time had passed since the incident when the corpse was found floating in a water drain in the slums. The corpse was already unrecognizable at that time. The siblings were leading a harsh life, and they had nothing else to rely on except one another. Vivian did not care at all whether or not Saran was a thief, criminal, and a murderer. Whatever sins Saran had to bear, she was willing to receive half of the burden. Vivian cleaned the house attentively. She was slightly worried when she saw the empty rice sack, but soon changed her mind and murmured, Big Brother is now back. Soon, the sack will be full of rice. She had faith in Saran, and she trusted him completely. It was almost like blind faith. There was a time when she was always starving, but her brother had never let her down. The food would sometimes be smothered in Saran's own blood, and Vivian would feel uneasy deep down, but it was food nonetheless. Even so, she believed that everything would be fine as long as her big brother was there for her. Yes, everything would be fine. Vivian was no longer anxious after recalling her memories. She hummed a crude tune as she cleaned everything in the room thoroughly. Saran slowly got up from the bed. Saran lightly patted Vivian's little head and said, Stay home today like a good girl. We'll move into the city after a day or two. Vivian nodded as she hung a beaming smile on her cute face. She never knew that moving from the slums to the city was no simple task. Naturally, it required a large sum of money. They also needed the identification of free citizens in order to settle down in the city. She was confident that Saran would keep his promise. He always had. Even if Saran failed, it was not his fault in Vivian's eyes. It simply meant that there were way too many bad people in the world. Warm sunlight showered over the inconspicuous and tattered hut. Saran sliced the black bread, which was stone hard due to being left out overnight, into roughly equal slices. Meanwhile, Vivian climbed onto a stool and reached for the pot of kanji on the stove. Her body shook as she lacked strength. Saran went over to support her and took the pot with his hands. The young lady looked up at her brother. Under the bright sun, she showed a charming smile to Saran, and two cute dimples appeared on her cheeks. Everything was simply wonderful. Advantage: by having their erection in contact with her. Sent bills. China has sent in bills called Jiao, Guosiu. Go here means country and Xiu means technique. 190 centimeters, over 6 feet tall. Lake Kui, Kuihu, also means green lake. 100 yuan bills, 100 yuan is their biggest bill. Daist Fierce Tiger, the author of this novel. Noodles, made of wheat. Rice noodles, made of rice. Jiang Tantan, tan means sweet. Bajikan, also known as eight extremities fist, but Bajikan sounds nicer to me. Long toes, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Chapter 6. The Doc's a simple yet heartwarming breakfast. When Saran was about to head out, Vivian stopped him and fixed his sleeves, then climbed up onto the stool to tidy his collar. They did not converse a lot as they fully understood one another. Saran gently caressed her hair before leaving the house. Brother. When Saran's figure disappeared into the distance, Vivian locked the door and huddled on the bed. Saran had often gone out in a similar fashion before. She would not feel afraid, as Heath was beside her at that time and would faithfully scare off anyone who dared to set their eyes on the little girl. Burglars breaking into houses was a common occurrence in the slums. Vivian was now alone at home, as Heath was now eternally at rest, and it was inevitable for her to feel a little scared. She was just an 80-year-old after all. She had always been scared of the dark and loneliness, as it gave her a sense of insecurity. But she could not tell that to Saran. She knew Saran had something important to do. The siblings needed money, and only a little foodstuff remained. Vivian did not want to become a burden to her big brother. Even though there was a limit to her current capabilities, she still felt that she should not drag her brother down. Vivian. The girl held the broom tightly in her hands and said to herself, "You must become stronger. You have to learn to take care of yourself. Big brother is now awake. No one would disturb us anymore because they're afraid of brother." The docks. It was the most densely populated area in Amber City. The entire economy of the city was supported by the Agate River which flowed by. Most of the males in the slums worked as laborers here. An endless stream of cargo ships coming from a myriad of places would stop by and unload their cargo, thus a lot of laborers were needed to move the cargo around. It was also the most intense battlefield for the factions and gangs, ranging from stealing or taking a portion of the goods by force to demanding protection fees. The Triad gangs could always find ways to earn money at the docks. "Is that Saran?" A rangy man glared at Saran who was walking in the distance. He immediately left some orders to the nearby men and walked toward Saran. "Saran, the head wants to see you." Saran lifted his head to look at the person standing in front of him. It took him mere seconds to remember who the guy was. Gillas, a rather decent warrior. He was once an adventurer and tagged along with different groups. Unfortunately, he ran into a group of goblins and gnolls just as he left Amber City some time ago. Gnolls were dangerous creatures which moved in groups and often attacked adventurers stealthily at night. The adventurer group was almost annihilated, but luckily he was able to escape just in time. Glaz was left with a serious injury on his arm and could not continue his career as an adventurer. He soon joined a local gang and gave up his dreams of getting famous and discovering treasures from adventuring. Judging from his looks and experience, Saran estimated that Glaz was a level 10 common, a level 3 warrior, just slightly weaker than the city guards. The head? Saran looked straight into Glaz's eyes and shook his head. "The head's dead. He was killed by the damn wizard." It was a mission they should never have accepted. Not only did Saran fall into a coma, most of the core members of his gang also died. Were wizards really that powerful? All wizards who acted solo were past grade 1. In terms of professions, They were all at least level 10 sage level 5 wizards. Even a squadron of professional soldiers might lose in a battle with a wizard who was above grade 1, let alone a triad gang of thieves. Saran had personally witnessed the might of those solo wizards. If not for their physical weakness, it would undoubtedly be the most overpowered profession. In a world which was about to be thrown into a period of chaos, even people with legendary professions might be crushed like ants. Saran could not be bothered with such a puny local gang when the world was about to turn into a living hell. Saran. Glaz looked back and slowly said, Gale became the new head. Decide for yourself if you want to meet him or not. Gale's not an easygoing person. Saran was a splendid thief, and all the gangs would not easily give up on getting their hands on such a great source of income. No one cared before as he was unconscious, and people thought he was probably going to die sooner or later. Now that he had recovered from his injuries, the gangs were all fighting over the famous thief. Saran could understand the threat behind Glaz's words. He squinted his eyes and gave off a slight killing intent in return. He was a rogue. Rogues were the assassins of the shadows. They were much more dangerous than any other person. It is my decision to make. Saran ignored Glaz and continued walking toward the docks. He still had things to do. Saran acted weak in his previous gang, as he had to keep the members from targeting Vivian. A large portion of his loot would be forcefully confiscated, and the siblings would only be left with barely enough money to live a simple life in the slums. The main reason was that the original Saran did not undergo proper combat training. Even with extraordinary dexterity, he was still weaker than most warriors who had been properly trained. However, that was already in the past. Saran was now a different person, and could easily defeat the brawny men in the gangs with less than 3 moves. It was an inconspicuous warehouse where cargo and goods would be stored temporarily. A shadow silently approached the warehouse. Saran sneaked past the lookouts standing guard. They were just ordinary men with a bit of strength and muscles, so it was rather simple. He found a box inside the warehouse. It was locked, which probably meant that there were valuables in it. Saran took out a hooked wire from his pocket. The crude and simple tool was the only thing he had to pick locks with right now. He slowly inserted the wire into the keyhole and started working wonders with his hands. _cling exclamation mark _ click exclamation mark _ He successfully opened the lock after a short while. Rows of words floated in front of Saran's eyes. Successfully picked a lock. Your rogue skills have improved, earning 15 profession XP. He let out a sigh of relief after noticing the announcement. It seemed that the method of obtaining profession XP remained even in the real world. Rogues were weak in combat during the early stages. They lacked the physical strength of warriors, and they did not have special skills like paladins. Even hunting in the wild was a dangerous operation for them, as low-level monsters like kobolds and goblins all moved in groups. Most of them had a great sense of smell as well and could easily discover low-level rogues who were sneaking around. This was why picking locks and disarming traps were the only reliable ways for rogues to level up and earn EXP in the early stages. It was the safest method. Rogues could gain experience points from picking locks before reaching level 5. Disarming traps still gave a considerable amount of experience points before reaching level 10 as well. Only special magic locks and high-ranked traps would give experience afterwards. Common locks and traps would no longer be viable options. _creak exclamation mark _ Saran lightly opened the box and found blocks of tea leaves. He moved on to other locked chests without taking the tea leaves. With a _thud he leapt and landed on a wooden bucket. He held the hair-thin wire beside him between his fingers and tied it tightly onto a nail. Saran sliced the trip wire with his dagger and simultaneously disarmed an alarm with his other hand. It was a simple trap which would trigger an alarm when the thread snapped. Clash of the Titans had a cruel and merciless world. Numerous rogues were done in by such traps and had their arms crippled as punishment. The players could not afford the expensive treatment costs at the start of the game, and no one was willing to help them unconditionally. The disabled rogues had no choice but to suicide and respawn or create a new avatar. The path of rising from basic professions to legendary ones was a treacherous one. Countless had fallen during their journey. Strength and power were not the only things which mattered. Luck was also a crucial factor. Saran crouched soundlessly in the corner as he searched for other traps in the room. It was highly probable that the alarm was not the only trap. In order to keep the valuables safe, warehouses were usually armed with multiple anti-theft devices. There, Saran spotted an irregular wooden plank on the floor. With a dagger in one hand, he slowly pried up the plank and held it in place with his free hand, holding the plank in midair. This hidden trap was even more dangerous than the previous one. Knives would fly from both sides when triggered and would most likely kill the intruder right on the spot. Click exclamation mark _. Saran stuck the tip of his dagger into the trigger and twisted it. Two knives cut through the air above his head and embedded into the nearby walls with a _thunk_. A data log appeared in front of his eyes once again. Successfully disarmed a trap. You have improved your rogue skills, earning 50 profession XP. Successfully disarmed a trap. You have improved your rogue skills, earning 120 profession XP. Saran sighed in relief. As expected, disarming traps gave the most experience points. But honestly, this is quite dangerous too. After gaining the experience points for disarming the two traps and the previous locks, Saran finally saved up 200 EXP. He chose to level up Rogue without any hesitation. The profession Rogue is now level 2. Obtained 23 skill points, Dex 19 plus and 18102. Health points increased by 9, profession health 6 plus con 15102. Obtained 1 free attribute point. In comparison to skill points, which would be granted for every level up, obtaining free attribute points was way more difficult, as only one would be granted for every 2 levels. This meant that Saran would not be getting any more free attribute points until he reached level 4 with Rogue. It could be said that this one free attribute point was of significant importance to Saran. After looking at his own attributes, Saran unhesitatingly assigned the point to dexterity. Reaching 20 points was a benchmark for all attributes. Having less than 20 in an attribute meant that the person was still within the range of common people, while 20 or above meant that the person was now extraordinary in a certain aspect. The sound of footsteps and hustling gradually approached the warehouse. Saran agilely leapt and grabbed onto a wooden beam and sneaked out. That one single point allowed him to display inhuman movements, and he could now move around freely as never before. His agility and reflexes were already beyond the realm of normal humans. A man entered the warehouse, glaring at the disarmed traps and picked locks. The man had a displeased expression as he called for the guards. Armed men came rushing into the warehouse immediately. It seemed that the warehouse could no longer be used for EXP farming. They would certainly tighten up their security after the incident. Advantage: by having their erection in contact with her. Sent bills. China has sent in bills called Jiao, Guoxiu. Go here means country and Xiu means technique. 190 centimeters, over 6 feet tall. Lake Qihu, also means green lake. 100 yuan bills. 100 yuan is their biggest bill. Daist Fierce Tiger, the author of this novel. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. Noodles, made of wheat. Rice noodles, made of rice. Jiangtantan, tan means sweet. Bajikan, also known as 8 extremities fist, but Bajikan sounds nicer to me. Long toes, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Chapter 7, Crossing Paths. It was as expected. After Saran sneaked away, he intentionally returned to the warehouse while pretending to be a random passerby. 2 fully equipped men were standing guard at the entrance. There should have been something really valuable inside. Saran could only search for another target, as the previous warehouse was now heavily guarded. There were tons of locks for him to pick in the docks, and it should be enough for him to raise his rogue level to 3. However, normal locks would no longer grant experience points after reaching level 3. he had to sneak into Amber City and pick the more well-made locks afterwards. The abilities of a level 3 rogue were sufficient for Saran for now. There would be at least one treasure cave near every large or major city. Inside these caves were traps, monsters, and most importantly, a treasure chest. It was the only way for players to get rare grade equipment, which was extremely valuable in the early stages. Normally, only level 5 teams could conquer the caves safely, but it was a different story for rogue players. A level 3 rogue could solo the cave if the player was good at the game. Caves were treated as special terrain and would grant rogues a +5 bonus to their sneak skill, making it even easier for the rogues to sneak their way to the treasure chest without fighting hordes of monsters in the dark caves. Assign all skill points to sneak. Saran distributed all his remaining skill points to sneak, raising it to 68. There was no need to upgrade steal for now, as 35 points was sufficient for him to steal from people who had slow reflexes. For the ex-legendary rogue player, he could easily spot the chubby merchants who would not stand a chance against his masterful stealing skills. As for picklock, 45 points was more than enough for him to handle the locks in the docks, but he might need to assign more points if he wanted to pick the ones in the city in the future. His least proficient skill was snare. It was on a level at which Saran could disarm simple alarms, but the lethal traps in the treasure caves were beyond him right now. He would have to raise snare to 30 points after his next level up. It seems that I will get an extra profession ability after reaching level 3 with rogue. Saran casually walked through the crowds. When he finally left the crowd, there were several silver D-rolls in his hand. His 20 points in dexterity allowed him to steal whatever he wanted from his targets before they could react, even without the two handy personal abilities he had. Nimble left-hand personal ability. After undergoing lengthy training, skill user is now proficient with his left hand and is granted a permanent +1 in dexterity. An extra +3 bonus is also granted when picking locks, sneaking, and disarming traps. Legend has it that a certain tissue paper consuming activity can also increase one's dexterity. Alternating between both hands can grant a +2 bonus to dexterity, but it might have a side effect of lowering one's constitution by 3 points. Eidetic memory personal ability. Skill user is granted eidetic memory and can easily remember the details of his targets. Intelligence is permanently increased by 1 and has a +3 bonus during rolls involving memory. Legend also has it that memorizing the names of over 100 actors in a certain industry can grant a permanent bonus of +3 to intelligence. However, charisma will be lowered by 5, and there is a certain possibility of giving off a dirty and disgusting aura. Author's note: please ignore the content in the brackets. The former was a rare personal ability, while the latter could be acquired through hard work and training, but obtaining the ability was not easy nonetheless. A lot of players who were spellcasters would spend massive efforts on acquiring eidetic memory, as it was very useful. A day had passed. Saran picked dozens of locks in the docks and also got his hands on some valuables. In the past, someone from his gang would have asked him to hand over a large portion of his loot. There were several level 5 warriors in the gang, and the previous Saran did not stand a chance against them. An average warrior had at least 15 points in strength and a high degree of proficiency in certain weapons, as well as profession skills. Level 5 warriors might even have up to 18 strength considering their personal abilities. Without undergoing any combat training, the previous Saran would lose 10 out of 10 battles with the warriors. Things were different now. Now that Saran was no longer in a gang, the loot was all his. 12 silver D-rolls. It was a substantial income for a thief. The siblings could live for a month or two with the money Saran earned in just a single day. He also gained around 200 profession experience points, but leveling up to level 3 rogue required 500. At the current rate, Saran would need at most one more day before he could level up. Level 10 commoner, level 5 rogue. This was the benchmark for grade 2 professions. When reaching level 5, Saran would obtain the skill Shadow Strike. Among all others who had reached grade 2, Rogues who specialized in sneaking and had shadow strike were the most dangerous and presented the most threat. The ability to kill others in one hit was fearsome after all. Back in the slums, when Saran returned to his home, he heard a conversation going on. He opened the door and saw a graceful teenage priestess sitting on the chair. The girl's cheerful expression turned cold the moment she saw Saran, and she only greeted him with a light HMPH. "He's back, so I'll be taking my leave," the young priestess said while smiling at Vivian. "Take care when you're alone at home. You can always find me at the Dawnlight Shrine if something comes up and you need help." Vivian nodded her head and replied, "Thank you, Big Sis Anali." The young lady was a priestess in training at the Dawnlight Shrine. The most famous deity of their religion was Kalsaras, the god of Dawnlight, who also belonged to the faction of the Lord of Glory. That faction was the first one attacked by the evil abyss demons, and Kalsaras soon fell after the chaotic period began. Unfortunately, the teenage priestess would lose a portion of her divine powers soon. Anali took a liking to Vivian after meeting her by coincidence a while ago. She tried to heal Saran's injuries when he was still in a coma, as per Vivian's pleas, but she failed as her divine skill level was too low. As a priestess who worshipped a god of righteousness, Anali actually hated Saran, who was a thief, which explained why she was so cold to him. Perhaps she thought that crimes were prevalent in Amber City solely due to the thieves roaming around the place. "What's wrong?" Saran crouched down as he caressed his sister's head after the priestess left. "Why was she here?" "Someone was lurking around our home today," Vivian answered in a low voice. "They looked like Gale's men. Thankfully, Big Sis Anali came and scared them away. Look, she even healed the bruise on my back." Vivian slightly lifted her shirt to show Saran the now recovered bruise. The purplish blood clot was nowhere to be seen, and the medicinal lotion he bought through certain connections was now unnecessary. There were neither blacksmiths nor pharmacies in the slums, and the poor had to purchase these items through the black market. Most of the weapons used by the gangs in the slums were bought through the black market as well. Gale. Saran's gentle gaze turned murderous in an instant. He never thought Gale would dare send men after Vivian just because he did not attend the meeting. "Do you think I'm an easy target, Gale?" Saran thought. "I'll bring you to the city tomorrow. We'll stay at an inn for now." He handed the candy he had stolen unintentionally to Vivian and said, "There are guards patrolling in the city, so it should be a lot safer." Vivian nodded her little head and received the candy. She removed the packaging and plopped the candy into her mouth with a beaming smile. "Big brother, it tastes great." "Here, have one too." She was a sincere and unassuming girl who could be easily satisfied. Even a cheap, poorly made candy made her so glad. Saran smiled back as Vivian fed him the candy. It tasted astringent yet sweet. The only candy available in the slums was the low-quality malt candy. The nobles in the city treated the candy as trash though. Vivian stood up from the stool and patted Saran's clothes to knock off the dust. "Big Sis Anali's a good person. She was the only one willing to help when you were unconscious." Saran replied while lightly pinching her nose. "I know that. She's a good person, so we will repay the favor someday." Even though the priestess hated him, Saran owed her a great favor nonetheless. He was a person who would clearly remember those who had helped them, as well as those who had intended to harm them. Someday, he would return the favor. The sun slowly descended beyond the horizon. The siblings busily made dinner with the smoked meat, salt, and flavorings Saran brought home. The corpses near the fireplace had already been found, and the people could roughly guess who the killer was. The sweet aroma of meat drifted through the street as the others looked at the siblings with both fear and respect while their stomachs grumbled in hunger. Vivian ate quite a bit, as it had been a while since she had meat. She blushed and waved her thin arms bashfully after noticing Saran's gaze on her bulging stomach. Nevertheless, it was a satisfying meal. Saran patted her head to calm her down while laughing, and the two casually chatted about random things before finally going to sleep. Late at night, Saran, who had been pretending to be asleep, cautiously slipped out of Vivian's embrace and climbed off the bed. He changed his clothes and equipped the dagger behind his waist. Some problems should be solved as soon as possible. Dragging things out would only make things worse. He looked back at Vivian, who was sound asleep, and left the house silently. The dark night was the perfect time for some killing. He could not be bothered with trifling matters like the relationships between triad gangs in the slums. If they dared to target Vivian and tried to harm her, there was no reason to hold back. He would personally send them to hell. He moved in shadows with a face void of any expression. The figure of the teenage assassin faded into the darkness as he revealed a glint of killing intent. The crossed alley was as lively as ever, as it was the most prosperous area in the slums. Gale, who became the new head, gathered a bunch of thugs and claimed the profitable territory for himself. The number of prostitutes reached the double digits, with some of them actually having decent bodies and appearances, unlike those at the fireplace. As people from the docks would sometimes come to the area to have some fun, the crossed alley was a major source of income. Just a few days ago, fights broke out as different gangs tried to take over the area. Most of the people present were equipped with weapons, and the number of customers was less than usual due to the recent fights. The ladies in revealing outfits could only stand in groups while feeling bored as there were no customers, with only a few of Gale's grunts having a tiring night in the wooden huts. A shadow silently appeared from the walls and approached the men. It was the night Saran and Gale's gang crossed paths. The massacre had yet to begin. Advantage: by having their erection in contact with her. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. Sent bills. China has sent in bills called Jiao, Guosiu. Go here means country and Xiu means technique. 190 centimeters, over 6 feet tall. Lake Quihu, also means green lake. 100 yuan bills. 100 yuan is their biggest bill. Daoist Fierce Tiger, the author of this novel. Noodles, made of wheat. Rice noodles, made of rice. Jiang Tantan, Tan means sweet. Bajikan, also known as 8 extremities fist, but Bajikan sounds nicer to me. Long toes, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Chapter 8. Night of Massacre. The door creaked as a grunt left a wooden hut while shouting, "You bitch! Not using your mouth, huh? You should feel thankful that I'm not punishing you since you can earn our boss a bit of money with your body." The grunt turned into an alley and was about to pee in the corner. Toilets were basically non-existent in the slums, and human excrement was all over the alleys. The hygiene was even worse than London in the 19th century. Thus nobles or other rich people would never step into the slums. Even the guards could not be bothered with patrolling there. The people in the slums were left to fend for themselves. Damn. I'll make you regret it someday. He felt a chilling breeze behind his neck just after venting his anger verbally. Before the grunt could reach for his weapon, a hand covered his mouth, and a dagger sliced his throat. Blood gushed out like a fountain and sprayed all over the place. The shadow held the bleeding man in place until the grunt stopped convulsing and stopped resisting. Saran appeared from the shadows like a reaper. He would not show the faintest trace of mercy to his enemies once he had decided to fight. If not for his merciless personality, he would not have been able to become a legendary rogue. He dragged the corpse into another alley while leaving a bloody trail, but it was unnoticeable as darkness covered everything up. "Where's Cabal?" another one of Gale's thugs said angrily. "He's taking half a day just to pee, for God's sake." The head's looking for him. The thug looked around and sensed that something was off. He participated in the fight several days ago, and he could tell that Cabal might have been killed. He warily unsheathed his short sword and approached the alley. The stench of blood drifted in the air. The thug's expression darkened immediately, and he was about to shout for reinforcements. But the shadows seemingly distorted before he could. A dagger pierced his heart from the back while a strong arm choked his neck. His screams were silenced, and the thug was soon dead. Successfully hidden in the shadows. Backstab activated. Successfully activated Backstab 2. dealing 16 damage to the target. Target killed. Extracting soul energy from target, received 30 slaughter experience points. Saran dragged the second corpse of the night into the alley. The stench of blood in the air was strong after killing 2 of Gale's men. The nearby residents knew that it was going to be a rough night and slammed their doors and windows shut. Saran pulled out another dagger and was now dual-wielding. He reeked of blood. Hiding was pointless. His enemies would soon discover his location. There were only a handful of skilled fighters in the gangs, and those who had leveled up their professions were even less. Preemptively killing 2 of them was good enough already. Using the nearby walls as footholds, Saran leapt onto the roof of the building next to him. Having 20 points in dexterity allowed him to move around without making any noise. He plucked a tile off the roof and tossed it to the ground, alerting the men inside the building. 3 men exited the building with weapons in their hands. The leader of the 3 was Gilles, whom he'd met earlier. Gilles briefly scanned the area and ordered the men to head toward the alley Saran dumped the bodies in. Ugh! A mournful shriek resounded through the streets. Saran launched himself at one of the men like an eagle, slicing the unfortunate man all the way from his neck to his waist from behind. The assassin swiftly stuck the other dagger into his skull from under his chin. Saran showed absolutely no remorse. He plucked his dagger from the dead body and sent the corpse flying with a kick, then threw the dagger straight at the second man. It landed in his chest and pierced his heart. "You bastard!" Their warrior pulled out his long sword and slashed at Saran from above. "Are you mad?" Clang exclamation mark. Saran drew ghostly lines in the air as he parried the incoming attacks. "You guys should never have tried laying your hands on Vivian. This is why I will be sending you all on a new way trip to hell." Saran understood that rogues were not supposed to fight warriors head-on, thus he would be at a disadvantage if the fight dragged on. He sidestepped as he sliced Gilles' torso with his dagger after their warrior's 3-hit move ended. Gilles was a careful person. Ever since his life as an adventurer ended, he would wear leather armor even while sleeping. The tough leather was not something a mere dagger could cut through, but that only meant that Saran had to attack the unprotected areas. Blood oozed out of Gilles' waist. The injured warrior covered the wound with his hand, but he soon felt a sense of numbness. Crap. Poison. Gilles was sure that Saran had not received any formal combat training, but he somehow managed to spot the weakness in his sword play, which was taught by the military. Perhaps the previous Saran did not know anything about military sword play, but the current Saran was extremely familiar with Gilles' sword style, including the advanced styles like the cross sword style, white raven sword style, and reverse/sword style. Saran knew almost every single move taught in the military. He would not have been able to become a legendary rogue who had once fought in hundreds of battles if he was not knowledgeable about his opponent's moves. Gilles, who was just a random grunt in the slums, would only be able to learn the basic military styles unless he could somehow afford to pay the expensive learning fees or met someone who would willingly teach him. The sword style Gilles knew allowed him to use the skill heavy hack and increased his basic accuracy by 3 points. Clunk exclamation mark. Sparks spewed as the weapons clashed. Saran sidestepped once again, this time in an unusual manner. He was behind Gilles the next moment, and he sent the dagger into the warrior's neck, severing the cervical vertebrae. The Gilles' lifeless body dropped to the ground with a _thud. Saran gasped for fresh air before muttering, "It is a befitting end for a warrior like you to be able to die from my shadow step." This was the ability of a legendary rogue. However, the current Saran could not control the shadows. The true shadow step was a skill with which a rogue would traverse through the plane of shadows and appear behind the enemy. What he did a while ago was just a mimic. Using his dexterity and ability to hide in the shadows, Saran played tricks on Gilles' vision and went around to the former adventurer's back without the target noticing. After becoming a legendary rogue, Saran could fully grasp the working principles of shadows, allowing him to use the power of shadows to cast spells or make unexpected moves against his enemies. If not for his 20 points in dexterity, he would not have been able to kill the grunts so easily. 3 more men dropped dead on the ground in less than 2 minutes. All the residents were hiding in their houses. while the prostitutes were shivering in fear with their doors shut. Saran picked up a corpse on the ground and slammed through the front door of the target building. There were plenty of people who belonged to factions, but the only ones who mattered were the co-members and leaders. The weaklings who were simply used to beef up the number of members were so weak that Saran could easily massacre them like chopping up vegetables. Most people who had leveled up their combat professions could easily fight against 10 commoners at the same time and still win. _whoosh! A crossbow bolt went flying toward Saran, but the meat shield in his hands blocked it. The dead body shuddered as the bolt struck, and Saran immediately released the shield, which had served its purpose. He ran sideways on the wall for 3 steps before jumping at the startled opponents. The thugs were awestruck by the inhuman display of skill, and it cost them their lives. Before they could react, 2 of them were holding their throats in pain as blood gushed out from wide wounds. Saran's reflexes were almost cheat-like as he dodged an incoming slash by mere millimeters, then counter-attacked by sending a chair flying straight at the attacker. He locked the arms of the enemy in front of him and cut his tendons and muscles in a series of slashes. The dancing dagger sliced a half-inch wound on the man's throat as he yelled in pain. More blood. Saran lightly kicked the crossbow lying on the ground into the air and swiftly reloaded it. He then slammed open the nearby door with a powerful kick and sent the bolt flying. A low groan could be heard before the person in the room began screaming in great pain. Saran, please don't kill me. I'll let you be the head. Okay, you're the head from now on. Gale was a silent middle-aged man who did not talk much, but he was now holding his arm in terror while begging the intruder to spare his life. Please don't kill me. I'll obey you from now on. Please. The gleaming dagger drew a silver line in the air. With a deadpan expression, Saran opened Gale's throat with a clean cut, but then frowned as he noticed his clothes were now soaked in blood. He then proceeded to search for valuables in the room. A total of 11 men were killed that night. Almost all of them were core members of the gang, with 3 of them having had combat professions. Unfortunately, they were all level 1 with their professions. Apart from Gillas, who managed to trade a few blows with Saran, the others were beaten and killed in a one-sided fight. As expected, the number of talented people in the slums was limited. The people that lacked food and money, as well as energy to train themselves. Those who managed to obtain a combat profession were mostly people who frequently participated in street fights. A level 1 warrior who was properly trained could easily take on 3 of them at the same time. Saran stuffed all the valuables into a makeshift sack made with a bedsheet and shouldered it as he left the building in style. People were peeking, but no one dared to stand in his way. After Saran left, several men sneaked into the alley and looted the corpses. They glared at the prostitutes who were about to do the same and proceeded to move away everything that could be sold for a bit of money from the lifeless building. The gang was completely annihilated at the hands of a single assassin. Another faction or gang would take over the area the next day. It was the only chance for the nearby residents to earn some quick money. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. This was the place called the slums. It was not much of a surprise for something like this to happen in such a lawless place. Advantage: by having their erection in contact with her. Sent bills: China has sent in bills called Jiao, Guosiu. Go here means country and Xiu means technique. 190 centimeters, over 6 feet tall. Lake Qihu, also means green lake. 100 yuan bills, 100 yuan is their biggest bill. Daoist fierce tiger, the author of this novel. Noodles, made of wheat. Rice noodles, made of rice. Jiang Tantan, tan means sweet. Bajikan, also known as 8 extremities fist, but Bajikan sounds nicer to me. Long toes, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07, Don't ask me about the tree sap. Chapter 9. Saran the throat slitter. The following day, Vivian sluggishly opened and rubbed her eyes. She was about to get up and prepare breakfast, But then the girl noticed the bowl of porridge on the table as the tempting aroma entered her nostrils. When she looked toward the stove, Saran was there frying an egg with a serious expression. It was an amusing scene, as he was wearing an apron and preparing breakfast like a housewife. Big brother, isn't this a bit too wasteful? Vivian took in a deep breath of the oily fragrance in the room and circled her sleek arms around Saran's neck. She secretly sniffed his body, and as expected, there was a faint scent of blood. For some reason, she was sensitive to the smell of blood since she was a small child, and she could easily tell if Saran had gotten into a fight or not from the smell. The smart girl did not ask her brother about what happened last night. Big brother, that's way too much oil, she said while thinking that it was a pity. You only need a little bit of oil for frying eggs. Next time, let me do it instead. Ah, look at all the wasted oil. Vivian sniffed her nose like a puppy as if she was satisfied by the smell. All right, little housewife. Saran placed the poorly fried eggs into the bowl of porridge and patted Vivian's head. Sigh, I'll just leave that to you then, he said while feeling slightly annoyed. A bowl of warm porridge topped with fried eggs and slices of smoked meat. Vivian was drooling just from the looks of her breakfast. The seemingly simple breakfast was something luxurious to most people and was only affordable for the rich nobles and merchants in the city. It had been a while since Vivian last had such a lavish meal. After finishing the rich breakfast, the little girl began tidying up the room. Oh, I have to wash Big Brother's clothes too! She thought. Some hustling could be barely heard from outside. It seemed that several men had been loitering around the siblings' house for a while now. Saran was sitting near the door with a dagger in his hand and was sculpting something with a serious expression. The Honorable Saran, a man who looked like a thug, fearfully walked toward Saran and said, Saw expresses his thanks to you for solving one of his problems. He sent me to deliver gifts as a token of gratitude. The man waved his hands at the two men behind him, and they nervously walked over with a large box in their hands. Saran looked up and told Vivian to accept the gifts before slowly saying, I'll take these. However, I have no interest in the slums. Whether or not your gang can take over the area is Saw's problem, not mine. Is that fine? Saran's voice turned cold as he fiddled with the dagger in his hands. Beads of cold sweat formed on the representative's forehead as he answered while stuttering, No problem at all. Saw agrees as well. Saw was overjoyed when he heard the core members of the gang which had been getting in his way were all killed overnight, but his face cramped after learning that Saran was the killer. Boss. A ruffian who had quick wits entered the room while panting. The reasons for his actions are now clear. It seems that Gale threatened Saran and sent men to kidnap his little sister as a hostage. Everyone who lives near East Drain Street knows that Saran cares more about his sister than his own life. Gale angered Saran by targeting his sister and ended up getting killed. Also, who knew that Saran was so good at fighting? He was rather docile before. Everyone from the Cross Tally calls him the Throat Slitter now. You know, even the guys from the docks heard of his insane actions. 11 elites all had their throats slit, and blood drenched the entire floor. Boss, should we send someone to take care of him? A man who had one of his eyes patched thought for a while and said hesitatingly, even though he's strong, he's just a single person after all. If we let him go, I'm afraid we can't take over the Cross Tally. _bam! Saw grabbed the nearest thing and threw it at the ruffian who suggested killing Saran. The ruffian was hit and had blood all over his face, but Saw ignored him and went on. Kill him? Do you even have a damn brain? Is your head full of shit? He stormed straight into their headquarters and killed all of Gale's elites. He could easily kill us all if he launched a sneak attack on us. Let's not act rashly. Send King over to Saran's place and give him a gift. We'll soon discover his intentions. If Saran's such a powerful man, he'll manage to leave the slums sooner or later. No one would willingly stay in this hellish place if he could afford to move away after all. Right? Send some men over to the Cross Tally and see if Saran wants to take the place for himself or not. If he doesn't intend to do so, make sure you defend the place from other gangs properly. His subordinates all ran around busily, but Soi remained seated with a cramped look. He called over one of his men and ordered him, "Bring King over here. I'll personally prepare the gift." If Saran could kill all of Gale's elites in a single night, he could probably do the same with Soi's men as well. This man is way too dangerous! Soi thought it would be best if he could get on good terms with Saran. Thinking back, the reason why he, who was once a random thug, was now the boss of the gang was that he was a flexible person. He knew that trying to act strong was pointless, and only doing things within his abilities was the best option. All of Gale's close men were killed without exception. Even the merciless gang leaders in the slums were taken aback by such brutal and barbaric actions. Brawls often broke out in the streets, but the mortality rate was low, as both sides would try to keep their own men alive as much as possible. Who would run errands and work for the leaders if their subordinates all died? The thugs seemed as though they were dumb and stupid, but they were all smart enough to avoid joining gangs which often had their men killed. It was a peaceful morning. That was only for Saran and Vivian though. Soi was extremely delighted after hearing Saran's reply. He immediately ordered his men to gather in order to take over the streets near the crossed alley. As Saran clearly expressed his disinterest in the area, the territory was now free for all. Whoever had the most power could gain control over the area. Soi gathered several hundred of his men near the crossed alley. Although most of them were just there to beef up their numbers, around 100 of them were capable of fighting. Among the 100 or so men who could fight, only a handful of them had actually undergone professional combat training and learned how to kill. Others were just brawny men who only knew how to win fights through brute force. Fights in the slums were a common occurrence, as long as it did not cause problems for the normal citizens and nobles of Amber City. Having 10 or so thugs killed was not a big deal. When all of his men answered his call and gathered, Soi soon took over the crossed alley in the nearby area without going through fights on a large scale. However, this territory was nowhere near as profitable as the docks, as half of the city's money circulated through the docks. Up to 100 men could die overnight if a fight for control of the docks broke out. This was something which would shock the entire populace of Amber City. In comparison, the crossed alley territory was just an insignificant area for most people. The slums? Who the hell would care about such a filthy place? The people who were powerful could not care less about the events in the slums, but they all heard about a strong young man appearing in that hellish place in the past few days. His name was Saran the Throat Slitter. According to the rumors, he killed all his enemies by slicing their throats and was a reputable man in the slums. He was a well-feared person even though he was unaffiliated with any gangs, and the gang leaders all did not dare make a move on the young man. Another 2 days had passed when Vivian finally noticed something was strange. People showed signs of fear when they conversed, and they often peeked at her with uneasy eyes. As for Saran, no one even dared to look at him straight in the eyes. Big Brother is way more incredible now. Vivian swept the fallen leaves in front of their house with a broom while murmuring, "The men who brought the gift were Soi's men. Why would he send such an extravagant gift to Brother? Ah, I heard Gale's elites were killed by someone called the Throat Slitter. Big Brother must be that Throat Slitter. Hee. Even the name alone sounds powerful. Big Brother is a lot stronger than before." When Vivian walked past the grocery store at the corner of the street, the shop owner's wife who hit her back with a broom a while ago turned pale. She prostrated herself on the ground after confirming Vivian was Saran's little sister and began slapping herself in the face until it was all swollen. The old lady was relieved and grateful when Vivian promised not to hold a grudge against her. The shop owner handed a box with a dozen silver D-rolls in it over to Vivian, saying it was a gift to show their sincerity. They were obviously shuddering in fear. Although they were afraid of Saran the Throat Slitter, not Vivian, she still enjoyed the situation since everyone was treating her favorably. La la la, the little girl hummed as she cheerily tidied up the room. Hee, we're the bad guys. Everyone's scared of us. No one's going to bully us again. Advantage. By having their erection in contact with her. Sent bills. China has sent in bills called Jiao, Guosiu. Go here means country and Xiu means technique. 190 centimeters, over 6 feet tall. Lake Kui, Qihu also means Green Lake. 100 yuan bills. 100 yuan is their biggest bill. Daist Fierce Tiger, the author of this novel. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. Noodles, made of wheat. Rice noodles, made of rice. Jangtantan, tan means sweet. Bajikan, also known as eight extremities fist, but Bajikan sounds nicer to me. Long toes, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Chapter 10 Extraordinary Awakening. In just 2 days' time, the killing incident at the crossed alley was already settled. Saran originally thought that the guards would at least be alerted and prepared ways of escaping, but it was rather unnecessary as the guards did not care much about the slums anyway. He had been lurking around the docks for the past 2 days and raised his rogue level to 3. That was when he heard of certain rumors and understood why the guards did not bother to stop the escalating fights between gangs in the slums. The reason was simple. Something of greater importance happened in Amber City. The guards tried their best in suppressing the flow of information, but it still leaked bit by bit and was eventually out of the bag. Someone was killed and skinned. The rumor that a watchman was skinned had been passed around the docks. When the guards found his body, all that was left was a bloody corpse void of skin. It was no ordinary incident, as the skin removed was perfectly intact and was left at a clearly visible location as if mocking the guards for their powerlessness. There were only 2 groups of people who could skin a body so skillfully. The culprits responsible for the incident were either followers of abyss demons or the fallen disciples of the evil underlord. Those who knew the details of the incident were terrified, especially the nobles, as the skinned corpse was found in the noble district. The nobles put pressure on the guards, urging them to catch the offenders as soon as possible as they feared for their lives. The guards were busy searching all over the city for clues and did not have the time or energy to care about things going on in the slums. The powers both within and outside the city, especially those who controlled the grey areas in the docks, restrained themselves after the information was leaked to the public. From their knowledge of the fanatics, they knew that the skinning incident was just the start, and the crazed people would not stop their actions just like that. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. More bloody incidents would most likely happen in the near future. Saran's heart tightened as he heard the details and realized the truth behind the incident. This was one of the signs which indicated that the chaotic period would soon begin. Before the Battle of the Gods broke out, the Abyss demons were the first to take action. Their evil followers incited killings and massacres all over the world, and their most common course of action was skinning people. It was an ancient evil ceremony which implied both that a new soul had joined the chaotic evil camp and that a certain ritual which would affect the entire southern principality had begun. So the serial skinning incidents finally began. Saran stood in an inconspicuous corner of the docks and muttered with a grave look on his face, "Amber City. If I remember correctly, it belongs to the Southern Principality. Even though it sounds unfamiliar, I'm sure something major must have happened here. I wouldn't have remembered the city when there were so many of them in the game. What in the world happened here?" Saran knitted his brows as he tried his best to recall the cloudy memories. But in the end he could not remember anything of significant importance, as a lot happened before the start of the chaotic period. Even an ancient red dragon appeared out of the blue. Everyone was so busy fighting the dragon that no one cared about what happened in a random city in the Southern Principality. At that time, Saran was busy hunting a mountain giant in the fields in the north. Dragon slaying? He was not so naive as to do something so reckless. However, soloing a mountain giant was quite the reckless move as well. Back then, Saran was just a level 5 rogue without any sub-professions. As a matter of fact, a mountain giant was rated as level 10, which meant that a group of level 10 adventurers had a 50% chance of defeating it. Looking at the laborers who were moving cargo around the docks, Saran murmured as if he could foresee the turbulent future. "Looks like it's time to head to the treasure cave." Strength, This was all that mattered in a world in turmoil. Only with strength could one survive the age of chaos. And only with strength could one protect the things precious to him. The age of the saints had formally begun. Mortals were unworthy and incapable of changing the course of history. No one could stop the crisis from happening either. A crisis which tens of millions of players failed to stop was not something Saran could change single-handedly. The only thing he could do now was become stronger so that he could at least defend himself and Vivian. It took Saran 2 days to grasp the general location of the cave. Almost every city had such a hidden cave in its surroundings. According to legends and folktales, the treasure caves were created by a powerful witch who had an evil scheme in mind but never managed to implement it. Many had explored the caves in the game and managed to find a wide assortment of random items, including parts for constructing an artificial wizard. What attracted Saran's attention, however, was the rare grade equipment. As the name suggested, that kind of equipment was very difficult to obtain and rarely appeared in the game. Treasure caves were the only source of obtaining rare equipment in the early stages of the game, and there was an extremely low chance of acquiring a legendary item as well. As it was a place created by a witch, the clues must be somewhat related to necromancy and dead souls. Saran had been probing into the spooky incidents in the city and managed to pinpoint the location of the cave through logical deduction. If it was in his previous life, the cave would have been looted by others already, but that did not seem to be the case this time. The issue, though, was that Saran did not have complete trust in anyone right now. So he had to dive in alone. He could only pray that the difficulty rating was level 5 or below, as some of the caves had ratings of level 8 or above. 6 out of 7 groups of adventurers died during the exploration of such a cave, and the remaining group only managed to get their hands on a damaged phylactery. After a few days of lockpicking and disarming traps in the docks, Saran raised his rogue profession to level 3 and got raise in his attributes. Name, Saran. Race, half-elf. Attributes, Strength 12, Dexterity 20+1, Constitution 15, Intelligence 18+1, Wisdom 15, Charisma 16. Alignment, Lawful Evil. Profession, Level 10 Common. Max Level 3 Rogue 125,750 Grade 1. Health points HP, 3030. Experience points EXP, 360. Slaughter EXP, 120. Profession EXP. Unassigned. Skill points, none. Attribute points, none. Status, normal. Profession skills, Sneak 78, Steal 35, Picklock 45, Snare 30. Legendary skills, Omnipotent Hands, Sealed Weakened Soul. Personal abilities, Nimble Left Hand, Eidetic Memory. Profession ability, Grasp of Shadows. After reaching level 3, the profession experience points gained from picking locks would greatly decrease. Disarming the simple alarms would no longer raise his skill level, and only the more complicated locks would give experience points. As an example, the locks which used to give several tens of experience points would only give a few now. It was difficult for rogues to gain any experience points from picking locks beyond level 5 anyway, so Saran thought that it was unnecessary to waste time on the simple locks anymore. Anyway, all adventurer professions would gain a significant power-up for every 3 levels. For example, wizards could gain a spellcasting-related ability which would strengthen their abilities and allow them to learn level 2 arcane magic. Similarly, paladins would gain the ability Evil Judgment, while druids would gain animal senses. The most significant power-up would be for the warrior class, as they would obtain the ability Toughen Up, which would reduce the physical damage they received by 5% and increase their HP permanently by 10 points. It was the prerequisite for legendary skills like Absolute Toughness and Unyielding. Rogues, on the other hand, had a rather average ability when compared to other professions, Grasp of Shadows. In this special world, various different aspects had to be taken into consideration when determining one's strength. Among those were abilities related to their professions as well as personal abilities, which were learned through hard work, training, or even innate talent. Most people of the same profession would have similar profession abilities, while personal abilities, as the name suggested, belonged to a limited few and could only be obtained through training. Taking rogues as an example, almost every single one of them had the ability Grasp of Shadows. Unless their inborn attributes were too low, there was no reason for them not to obtain the ability. In short, basically every rogue had the skill Grasp of Shadows, but unlike Saran, they might not have learned the personal abilities Nimble Left Hand or Eidetic Memory. Grasp of Shadows profession ability. After receiving combat training, rogues can gradually feel the power of shadows slowly seeping into their blood. This allows rogues to conceal themselves better in darkness, providing a buff of +5 to sneak when activated in a dim location. The first attack after revealing themselves from the shadows will deal 1 additional damage. One would be considered a grade 2 adventurer after reaching level 5 in their combat profession. At that time, rogues would obtain a new combat skill, Shadow Strike, and Grasp of Shadows was the prerequisite for learning that skill. Most, if not all, professions would receive a significant boost in strength when reaching the benchmark, which was why Saran liked to call it the Extraordinary Awakening. Toughen up profession ability. After undergoing training and experiencing actual combat, the blood flowing in the warrior's body is gradually deviating from that of typical humans. Thus, simple injuries are no longer life-threatening for them. This grants warriors a permanent buff of +10 horsepower, 5% physical damage reduction, and a +2 rating when resisting special conditions. Evil Judgment profession ability. Paladins have developed strong faith after being tested by God multiple times. Paladins can easily identify the target's true nature when encountering evil enemies and will not be tempted or tricked by them. They can also pray for a divine blessing when battling enemies of the evil alignment. Their divine blessing will seep into their bloodstream and deal 1 additional damage to targets of the evil alignment. This was the prerequisite for learning the skill Smite Evil, as well as the reason why most paladins were still alive. Their instincts against evil were extremely sharp, or else those retards would have been tricked and killed by others already. The nature of profession abilities was basically the same regardless of one's profession. A special ability would be granted when reaching certain levels of the combat professions, and these abilities would grow stronger along with the person's level. Furthermore, many profession abilities were the prerequisites for learning legendary skills. For example, rogues would need to have the profession ability Shadow Lord before they could learn the combat skill Shadow Step. Advantage: by having their erection in contact with her. Scent bills. China has scents in bills called Jiao, Guosiu. Go here means country and Xiu means technique. 190 centimeters, over 6 feet tall. Lake Kui, Kuihu, also means green lake. 100 yuan bills. 100 yuan is their biggest bill. Daist Fierce Tiger, the author of this novel. Noodles, made of wheat. Rice noodles, made of rice. Jiang Tantan, Tan means sweet. Bajikan, also known as 8 extremities fist, but Bajikan sounds nicer to me. Long toes, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Chapter 11 Treasure Cave. The number of spooky incidents in Amber City was less than expected, thus Saran only took a little while to learn the general location of the treasure cave. There was a mass burial pit around 1 kilometer north of the Agat River, and there had been multiple reports of ghost sightings around the region. As the witch had a tendency of placing the treasure caves near locations related to death, it was a rather obvious sign for Saran. Ghosts. Huh? I might need some holy water. Although Saran was quite confident in his own abilities, the exploration might still take a while. In order to keep Vivian safe, he planned to send her to the Dawnlight Shrine and let her stay with the Nala for a while. The young priestess was cold to him, but she was always willing to help Vivian and even tried to heal Saran when he was unconscious. Saran felt that there should be no problems if Vivian stayed in the shrine with her. Of course, he prepared a considerable sum as a donation to the shrine, as the priests would not shelter a girl without any proper reasons. At the entrance of the Dawnlight Shrine, Saran greeted Bishop Phil, who was in charge of the shrine, and handed over a pouch of coins as he slightly bowed. The bishop received the pouch and gladly accepted his request after hearing the pleasant sound of coins jingling. No problem at all. The god of dawnlight protects all his followers. This little lady will certainly be allowed to stay in the shrine for a while. We'll assign priestess in training Anal as her guardian for the time being. This was a world where money talked. Even the powerful bishops and priests in the world were bound by such rules, as they needed money to expand their religion by taking in believers from the lower class. Maintenance of the shrines, baptisms, and holding holy rituals, these all required money. In fact, for a while now most priests around the world had been blatantly providing divine healing services, such as curing illnesses and healing wounds, in exchange for funds in order to expand their religion. When compared to those shrines and priests, letting a little girl stay for a few days and selling a few gallons of holy water was nothing but a trivial matter. The Dawnlight Shrine was only a second-rate shrine in Amber City. As the nobles had better options, they would rarely donate to the weaker shrines in the city. This further raised the value of Saran's generous donation of 60 silver dirals. It was equivalent to the total amount of donations the shrine received in the past 2 to 3 weeks, and the unexpected income would allow Bishop Phil to exchange 1 or 2 of the ritual tools for high-grade silver ones. Silver dirals were coins made by the believers of the goddess of riches and had great quality. Every 20 silver dirals was basically 1 pound of pure silver. "Thank you, Bishop Phil." Saran thanked the bishop in a respectful tone, then turned round and greeted Anali. "I'll be troubling you with taking care of Vivian for the next few days then. HMPH. The young priestess only snorted in response, but she did not deny his request either. Anali liked Vivian a lot even though she despised Saran, and she was more than happy to have Vivian staying in the shrine. Certainly, the priestess in training knew that the money came from shady sources, such as stealing or fighting in the slums. However, Bishop Phil had been trying his best to collect money in order to perform the ceremony of promoting her into a qualified priestess, and there was no reason not to take the money Saran donated. If there were 2 qualified members of the clergy, Dawnlight Shrine should be able to raise their ranking to the upper quartile among second-rate shrines in the city. "Vivian, be a good girl and stay with Anal in the shrine." Saran patted her head and continued, "I'll pick you up in 2 or 3 days." He had already told her once on their way to the shrine, but it did not hurt to say it once more. Vivian was also satisfied with her brother's arrangements and readily agreed. "Don't worry about me. Vivian's a good girl and won't run away." Saran lowered himself to kiss Vivian on the forehead, took the bottles of holy water, and left the shrine. Now that the skinning incident had occurred, he would have to speed his plans up. During the period in which gods and goddesses were forced to descend into the mortal world as saints, shrines were some of the safest places in Amber City, as the divine power generated from people's prayers gathered at the shrine, not to mention the powerful shrine guards, who were as strong as people with grade 2 professions. Even for a second-rate shrine like Dawnlight Shrine, there were 6 shrine guards, as well as a qualified member of the clergy who could defend the place. The evil forces would not invade such a tightly defended place lightly. One of the shrine guards looked particularly strong, and his strength was probably on par with those with grade 3 professions. A conservative guess of his professions would be level 10 squire, level 10 knight, level 5 shrine guard, or level 10 squire, level 10 warrior, level 5 shrine guard. Most, if not all, of the wizards who were original inhabitants of the world had the basic profession sage and had leveled it to level 10, as they had to learn how to read and write and have basic knowledge before studying arcane magic. Similarly, the majority of warriors had level 10 militia as their basic profession, which meant that they received training in a militia before formally becoming a soldier. Saran's basic profession, commoner, was one of the worst basic professions. It did not provide boosts in weapon proficiency like militia, nor did it give buffs in learning new knowledge like sage. The only advantages of the commoner profession were the 25 skill points given after reaching level 10, and the freedom to choose any advanced profession. Generally speaking, basic professions did not give additional attribute points, but the difference between the professions could still be seen as they all focused on different aspects. For example, the best basic profession for those who preferred melee combat was squire, as it granted an additional point in proficiency for weapons. This, however, was only limited to those who could access the stats screen. The original inhabitants of this world, who had no access to the screen, could not assign skill points, attribute points, or experience points like Saran could. Typical commoners would receive basic education, and the development of their attributes and skills depended greatly on their personal growth. It was hard to tell whether they had talent or not until they gained an advanced profession on their own. Shrine guards, on the other hand, would receive training as squires starting at a young age. As children, they would receive combat training and learn how to use various different weapons, thus their attributes in certain areas, such as strength and constitution, would be notably higher than commoners. The gap would only widen when those who had the profession squire advanced to become warriors or knights and continued their training. Based on such differences, the players of Clash of the Titans would determine the base attributes of a non-player character by looking at their basic profession. They came to the conclusion that commoners were average, militias had slightly better attributes than commoners, and squires were well-rounded, while sages specialized in intelligence and learning things. The first profession was the basic profession a person had before choosing more advanced ones. The people of this world did not know about the game system, meaning they could not manually assign points to different professions. Using the Shrine Guard as an example, he once trained as a squire. When he was considered good enough as a squire by his mentors, he started training as a warrior instead, and the subsequent EXP was automatically assigned to the profession warrior, leaving his profession squire at level 10. Similarly, after he was strong enough to become a Shrine Guard, the profession warrior no longer leveled up, and instead the profession Shrine Guard did. Since the skills and attributes earned were transferred, he was significantly stronger than grade 2 warriors. Despite Shrine Guard and Warrior both being grade 2 professions, typical warriors would have lower attributes and could only use basic sword skills, whereas Shrine Guards would have higher attributes and could use over 3 advanced abilities. Saran could still remember the power of the sword skill Crossed Slash, which could only be learned after mastering the cross-sword style. When Saran finally arrived at the mass burial pit and found the entrance to the cave, it was already late afternoon. The entrance was concealed by a simple device that was rather similar to traps. A pitch-black cave entrance appeared in the nearby hill after Saran pushed a certain rock at the mass burial pit by 10 centimeters. After he entered the cave, the rock moved back to its original place, and the entrance was concealed once again. As expected of a well-known witch, the mechanics used for the device even amazed the ex-legendary rogue player. There were 2 damaged torches on the walls near the entrance. Normal adventurers would not be able to move inside the cave without a torch, but as Saran was a half-elf, he inherited the night vision ability from his elven ancestors. This was also one of the reasons he dared to challenge the treasure cave alone. He could move around silently without alerting the swarm of monsters residing in the cave, as he had the skill Sneak and would not give away his presence by holding a torch. The expedition was a lot safer, as it could be done without battling waves of monsters. Saran's figure gradually faded into the darkness. Now that he had awakened to the profession ability Grasp of Shadows, he could feel that his senses were rather different than before. He seemed to have completely vanished into the shadows and could only barely be spotted when he moved vigorously. His breath, heartbeat, and smell were all concealed by the power of shadows. Some footsteps could be heard from the front. The rogue silently reached for his dagger and lurked at a corner. The treasure cave was by no means small. After all, the legendary witch did not just dig a hole in the ground, but instead laid a wide range of traps in the various underground tunnels. There were also monsters to act as guardians. A skeleton appeared in front of Saran. As the eyes of the skeleton lacked soul fire, it was just a skeleton of the lowest grade. Perhaps it was subconsciously defending the cave, as the energy of death gathered in such a spooky place. This type of skeleton was relatively weak, and even an average adventurer could single-handedly defeat 2 or 3, but fighting them in large swarms was still impossible without a decent group composition. Skeletons were undeads and had no physical weak points that adventurers could take advantage of, not to mention that their strength was about the same as a trained militia. A swarm of them was so hard to defeat even though the skeletons were just of the lowest grade. Saran sneakily approached without the insentient skeleton noticing. It was holding a rusty iron sword in its hands that seemed to belong to the adventurers who died in the cave. In the original storyline, the number of NPC adventurers was comparable to the number of players. There were plenty who cooperated with the players, as well as those who joined the evil alignment and backstabbed the innocent players. Everyone who underestimated the game had to pay a price. Successfully hidden in the shadows. Backstab activated. Successfully activated Backstab 2, dealing 18+1 damage to the target. Target severely injured. This was the first time Saran failed to kill an enemy in a single strike with Backstab, but he was not surprised at all, as the dagger he was using was just a normal dagger that had no special effects and was not enchanted. It should also be noted that undeads had resistance against physical attacks as they lacked flesh and blood, which made them hard to defeat even though they were just rated as level 1. This skeleton alone had 30 horsepower, _clang exclamation mark _. Even though it was insentient, the skeleton still retained the battle instincts from its previous life. It immediately slashed at Saran after receiving the attack and produced _W__hoosh exclamation mark _ sound as the rusty sword swiftly cut through the air. Saran blocked the attack with his dagger and shuddered a bit. It has at least 16 strength. He dodged the second attack while moving his slightly numbed arms to regain his senses. It was surely an advanced warrior in its previous life. It's impossible to have so much strength after turning into an undead. Generally speaking, normal human beings had around 10 strength, while laborers at the docks had around 12. People who had 14 strength were considered to be strong, while professional weightlifters in Saran's previous world would have around 16. With 18, one could use a weapon weighing over 100 kilograms with a single hand without breaking a sweat. Only players who specialized in melee combat would raise their strength to 16 or above. Attribute points were hard to obtain, as players would only receive one every 2 levels, which meant that they only had 10 free attribute points even after reaching level 20, the benchmark for becoming a legendary player. Saran was especially lacking in strength, considering that he only had 12 points in the attribute. The previous Saran did not train his body, nor was he a blessed child who had blessings that granted buffs to his strength. Thus, he was only on par with laborers in this certain aspect. A great example of having 20 strength or above was mountain giants. 5 meters in height and half a ton in weight. These monstrous giants wielded a waist-thick spiked mace and could smash everything within their sights if they wanted to. This was the standard of having 20 points in strength. Except those who had blessings since birth, most warriors would not have such tremendous strength even after reaching grade 2. Advantage: by having their erection in contact with her. Scent bills. China has scents in bills called Jiao, Guosiu. Go here means country and Xiu means technique. 190 centimeters, over 6 feet tall. Lake Kui, Kuihu, also means green lake. 100 yuan bills. 100 yuan is their biggest bill. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. Daist Fierce Tiger, the author of this novel. Noodles, made of wheat. Rice noodles, made of rice. Jang Tantan, tan means sweet. Bajikan, also known as 8 extremities fist, but Bajikan sounds nicer to me. Long toes, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Chapter 12 Acid Trap _clang clang exclamation mark _ Saran's dagger was chipped and cracked after blocking and parrying multiple attacks from the skeleton. It was only natural, as the dagger was just a common dagger that could be bought anywhere. Before reaching grade 2, he used to carry at least 3 spare weapons as replacements in case the main weapon broke in combat. Common weapons could be bought from basically every blacksmith, but enchanted weapons were quite rare. Saran first got his hands on one of those after exploring an ancient ruin, but that did not matter right now. There was one point which should be made clear: his preferred weapon was not a dagger, but a curved sword. Well-made curved swords could rarely be found in southern cities, thus they were sold at a relatively high price. Even a common-grade curved sword that had been forged by professional blacksmiths with a steel alloy cost around 5 gold emeralds. For this very reason, there was a period when the players who had just started playing Clash of the Titans would feel overjoyed just for getting a good common-grade item. Saran's dagger was just a poor-grade weapon in terms of quality, as common-grade daggers were all forged with a special technique using steel. I should get my hands on a curved sword after all. Saran sidestepped and twisted at his waist almost 180 degrees, sending the dagger straight at the skeleton's cervical vertebrae. The final traces of energy were shattered in an instant, and the skeleton turned into a pile of bones the next moment. Defeating the skeleton was worth 45 slaughter EXP. But it cost him one of his daggers. There aren't a lot of curved swords in the southern regions. I guess I'll have to go to the plains to get a good one. Of course, what Saran used previously was no ordinary curved sword. According to his standards in his previous life as a legendary rogue, even the swords in the northern plains could not satisfy his needs. Only the top blacksmiths from the Underdark could forge a curved sword suited for him. The crescent moon swords originating from the Philosopher Desert were too light for Saran's tastes, while the eviscerating swords from the Great Northern Plains would snap relatively easily. Saran's favorite was the type of heavy curved swords that integrated the features of Tang swords and Damascus swords together. As the name implied, this type of sword was heavy and could probably kill an ogre while only using the blunt side. Saran once cut through a 3-foot-thick block of marble in a single slash using such a sword. The attack was so powerful that even an adult dragon would not be able to withstand the strike. There were even rumors about a brutal legendary rogue player who dual-wielded curved swords and would cut everything in his path, with some believing that Saran could solo an ancient red dragon if he chose Berserker, Sword Saint, or Weapon Master as his advanced profession instead of Lurker. The minimum requirement for using a curved sword was having 14 points in strength. In the game, Saran went especially to the Underdark to have the master blacksmiths forge him a pair of legendary curved swords. One weighed 18 kilograms, while the other weighed 16 kilograms. And the strength requirement for dual-wielding the pair of monsters was 18. Back inside the cave, Saran faded into the darkness once again. He did not have wild hopes like acquiring a legendary weapon from the beginning, but instead aimed for a more realistic goal of getting a high-quality military-grade weapon. On average, such weapons cost around 15 gold emeralds. Currently, the Southern Principality was still using the silver standard, with silver emeralds as the official currency. Even though gold emeralds were forged by the followers of the Goddess of Riches, they were officially considered as valuable metals instead of currency and were mainly used by nobles only. A gold emerald could be exchanged for 10 silver emeralds, and every 20 emeralds, regardless of the type, weighed exactly 1 pound. There were also copper emeralds, but those coins were forged by the commoners and triads in secret and varied in quality. Countless players had been tricked into thinking that copper emeralds had a standard exchange rate with silver emeralds, but that was not the case, and it resulted in monetary loss during currency exchange. The players cursed the developer for creating such a realistic medieval world where a standard currency was absent, unlike normal games, which used currency like gold or G. If the Goddess of Riches did not establish a leveraged foreign exchange system, a lot of players would have suffered from mental breakdowns just from managing all the different currencies used by various races and tribes in different regions. There were those who found the realistic game world attractive though, and Saran was one of them. To him, The world of Clash of the Titans was an alternate world and was an inseparable part of his life. It was almost like an extension pack to his life. This was one of the reasons why he quickly accepted the fact that he was now in the game world. As he moved further into the cave, the eerie feeling grew stronger and stronger. He soon encountered the first fork, as well as 3 decomposed corpses with only white bones remaining. It's definitely a trap. Saran picked up and inspected one of the dead bodies, then muttered, "Looks like this fellow got killed by a crossbow bolt. There should be a powerful crossbow trap nearby." He could tell that the unlucky explorer was shot at least 10 times, as the skeleton even had 3 broken ribs. However, it was hard for a trap to fire off so many shots in a single attack. Saran shrugged his shoulders as he searched the clothes of the corpses and retrieved a few silver dirals, some scribbled on paper, and a bronze medal. After slotting the coins into his purse, he tried to read the scribbles on the paper, but it was already illegible. The bronze medal was an identification for adventurers issued by the Adventurer Guild. The dead explorer was a rank E adventurer. Such a poor guy. It seems that his partners used his corpse as a shield after he died. There was a saying that becoming an adventurer was the quickest way to gain fame and riches, and Saran totally agreed. Just from looting the annihilated group of adventurers, he obtained a dozen silver dirals and 2 gold dirals. It was just slightly less than the money he gained by killing the entire gang back in the slums. 1, 2, 3. Saran tossed the bones aside without feeling any strong emotions. He had experienced way too much in the game to feel uneasy or terrified when handling dead bodies and corpses, including the dead guy used as a shield. That's a total of 4 adventurers. Since they were all warriors equipped with leather armor, they probably didn't have any wizards in their low-rank squad. There should be a rogue though. Wizard, priest, druid, and sorcerer were professions for rich people. Even a single arcane missile scroll cost over 30 gold dirals. Considering the costs, it was impossible for low-rank adventurer squads to hire spellcasters, as they were so powerful in combat. Players with spellcasting professions were all treated with respect. However, leveling up a spellcasting profession was no simple matter. With over 30 level 1 spells that were commonly used, just learning all of them through scribing arcane scrolls would take around 1,500 gold dirals. It would cost half the price if learned from an NPC, but they were hard to find, and it would still cost 700 to 800 gold dirals, which was certainly not a small sum. This was just for level 1 arcane magic as well. Higher levels would cost even more. Unlike wizards, druids used divine magic instead of arcane magic, but the ceremony of divine blessing and the ritual for nature's gift still required over 500 gold dirals to buy the necessary items. Though the shrines would bear part of the cost if the player was a follower of their faith, it would still cost around 300 gold dirals. Although sorcerers had the advantage of automatically learning new magic spells through bloodline awakening, the awakening ritual itself was expensive nonetheless. If Saran remembered correctly, the first bloodline awakening ritual required materials that cost around 1,000 gold dirals. He could roughly remember the price since his sorcerer friend once borrowed a large portion of his savings for that purpose. On the other hand, melee classes did not have such complicated issues. The player could hack and slash as long as he had a weapon. Due to the differences in leveling costs, most players with melee professions would have reached level 8 or 10 by the time the spellcasters reached level 5. The difficulty of earning money in this world could be reflected in Saran's life in the slums. 9 out of 10 spellcasters led a harsh and poor life in order to gather the money required to level up. There was once a saying in the taverns, it was impossible to hire a spellcaster if the reward for them was less than 100 gold dirals. Spellcasters with low profession levels were relatively weak, and they would need to reach at least level 5 before they could start displaying their overwhelming power. For this very reason, most low-rank adventurer squads did not bother hiring them, as the skill detect trap, which had a success rate of over 90%, was exclusive to spellcasters. The squad would have to rely on rogues to spot and disarm traps. This was also why Saran determined that the annihilated squad of adventurers must have had a rogue with them. To be completely honest, Low-level rogue players had limited ability when it came to spotting traps. With their levels being so low, they could only focus on picking locks and had limited skill points assigned to snare. It was not surprising for the rogues to die when attempting to disarm the traps, as failing the procedure meant triggering the trap. The career of an adventurer could be concluded in 4 words: high risk, high reward. It was common practice for adventurers to treat everyone at the bar to a drink after returning from an expedition without suffering any casualties. As a matter of fact, Saran had only done so several times even though he had gone on countless expeditions. It did not take long before Saran spotted the corpse of the rogue up ahead. Without the patience to investigate his death like a detective, Saran held up the dead body, which was missing half of its head, with a cramped look on his face and muttered, "Acid trap, acid trap." One of the most troublesome and deadliest traps for rogues in the early stages of the game. Judging from the missing half of the head and the little concave spots on the ground, it was almost certain that the trap which killed the rogue was an acid trap. Half of the person's head was probably corroded by the strong acid, and the little spots on the ground were created by the splashes of acid that sprayed on it. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. This looks really troublesome. Saran took out a small wooden hammer and began hitting the ground with it. In order to avoid the traps being triggered by mice, most traps had a mechanic that allowed them to be triggered only when the weight on the pressure plate was around a human adult's weight, which was why halfling rogues were especially popular among adventurers. There were 2 types of acid traps: magical and physical. The former was a magic circle connected to a trigger device, while the latter was a device filled with strong acid that would spray the contents out when triggered. Before reaching an advanced stage in professions, acid traps were still very deadly. Even level 5 warriors might be killed immediately when hit by an acid trap. If they somehow managed to survive, they would still lose a limb or 2 and become a cripple. After reaching the advanced stages, there were a lot of enhancement rituals, which could grant defense buffs. Warriors with insanely high constitution and buffs could still fight without any problems after tanking acid traps, explosive traps, or even magma traps. But the current Saran could not afford to get hit by the acid trap. He would definitely die if he did. Advantage: by having their erection in contact with her. Scent bills. China has scents in bills called Jiao, Guosiu. Go here means country and Xiu means technique. 190 centimeters, over 6 feet tall. Lake Kui, Kuihu, also means green lake. 100 yuan bills, 100 yuan is their biggest bill. Daist Fierce Tiger, the author of this novel. Noodles, made of wheat. Rice noodles, made of rice. Jiang Tantan, Tan means sweet. Bajikan, also known as 8 extremities fist, but Bajikan sounds nicer to me. Long toes, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Chapter 13. Deck of Many Things. It took Saran over half an hour just to advance 10 meters. The problem with traps was not disarming them, but finding where they were hidden. Especially with lethal traps like the acid trap, one might accidentally trigger it when trying to find out its hidden location. Due to the dangers, most people with advanced professions would prefer stable and safe jobs rather than risking their lives in unexplored caves and ruins. Found it. With 15 wisdom and his past experiences, Saran was quite attuned to danger. He carefully removed an irregular rock on the wall, revealing a complicated device. There should also be a trigger device nearby, which would trigger the trap when a person stepped on it, shooting multiple crossbow bolts at the intruder. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Saran wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. It was a multi-shot crossbow trap, which could turn him into a hedgehog in no time. Thankfully, he was playing safe the entire time, but the powerful trap still startled him a bit. This type of crossbow bolt could deal roughly 12 damage each, and Saran would stand no chance even if the bolts struck non-vital areas. People wearing heavy armor could probably withstand the shots, but a rogue player had no reason to wear such protection gear, as the focus of the profession was on agility. Click exclamation mark. Saran held the trigger in place with his finger, then laid prone on the ground and struck the lever with his dagger. The traps were made with a special type of steel that had been enchanted by simple magic during the production process and would only start rusting after several decades. Some underground ruins had traps that were completely enchanted by advanced magic, and these could function for up to a century or two. Thud, thud, thud exclamation mark. 6 crossbow bolts simultaneously shot out from the trap and embedded themselves into the opposite wall. Without caring about his face full of dust, Saran pried the firing device out from the wall and went on to remove the other components of the trap. A trigger device and a firing device, as well as a modified crossbow. All right. Good stuff. Saran smiled as he disassembled the devices. No matter how skilled a rogue he was, even he could not make traps if the materials and components were unavailable. Materials for making such a powerful crossbow trap would cost at least 40 gold derrolls if bought from the black market. This was a device which could instantly kill a warrior who was level 4 or below after all. Familiar rows of data appeared in front of Saran. Successfully disarmed a trap. Your rogue skills have improved, earning 210 profession EXP. As the requirements for disarming an advanced trap were high, it also gave a lot of experience points when successfully disarmed. He made a makeshift sack out of the dead adventurer's clothing, then stowed all the parts except for the components for the modified crossbow. Instead, Saran reassembled the crossbow, which was in the shape of a box. He pulled out the bolts from the wall and reloaded the weapon. He now had a 6-shot crossbow at his disposal. The downside of this device was that it could only fire when it was loaded with all 6 bolts, and it could only fire all 6 shots at once. It could not be helped. It was originally a trap, not a handheld weapon. After removing the trap, Saran continued his exploration. It seemed that the only other trap present was the acid trap. But it was no longer a threat, as someone had already triggered it before. Just as a reference, acid traps cost around 100 or so gold derrolls, as they might use magic trigger devices. The tunnel was rough and twisted here and there, yet Saran felt relieved as setting traps in such terrain was quite difficult, and swarms of mice residing there might accidentally trigger the traps. Considering such, the possibility of traps being laid in the tunnel was low, but he still remained vigilant nonetheless. He carefully continued his way in until an inconspicuous stone door could be seen. Creak exclamation mark. After confirming there were no traps, Saran slowly pushed open the stone door. An eerie breeze blew past Saran as he suddenly felt a creeping chill over his back. Without hesitating, he turned backwards and slashed at the enemy. But all that was present was a shady mist floating in midair. The ghost showed a creepy smile and screeched as it disappeared into thin air. A ghost? Saran leaned against the wall as he swiftly pulled out a bottle of holy water. Ghosts were spiritual beings without a physical body, thus unenchanted weapons could not deal any damage to them. No matter how many times Saran slashed at them with his dagger, he would not be able to harm them. For this very reason, he brought bottles of holy water into the treasure cave. Keek, along with its blood-curdling laughs. The ghost reappeared. The loud shrieks were the effects of one of its innate skills, the low-ranked skill Death Growl, which was similar to the spell Fear. People who lacked courage would be stunned and could only shiver in fear. But Saran was obviously not one of them. His eardrums hurt a little, but that was all. Saran tossed the bottle of holy water at the floating ghost, and it was extremely effective. The bottle broke, and holy water splattered all over the ghost. As it shouted its last cries, the ghost's body dissolved into dark mist and disappeared one last time. Fortunately, I was prepared. Saran proceeded to pick up the small piece of black spirit shard on the ground while wiping off the cold sweat. Spirit shards may be formed when spiritual beings lost their lives and scattered into oblivion, and these shards were popular power sources for necromancers. Due to their high demand, even a small shard could be sold for 15 gold derrolls. The ghost was rated as level 5, But that did not really matter if the challengers did not possess holy water or enchanted swords, as ghosts were immune to physical damage. However, this trait was a double-edged sword. Everyone who had holy water could easily defeat ghosts. In a sense, ghosts were both easy and hard to defeat. Successfully hit the ghost with holy water, dealing 60 damage. Target killed. Extracting soul energy from target. Received 120 slaughter experience points. Saran had enough experience points to level up his rogue profession, but he chose not to for now because slaughter XP was hard to obtain. Due to its rarity, this type of experience point was mostly used on leveling up advanced and sub-professions. There was no need to use it to level up his rogue profession, as he would level up after disarming a trap or two anyway, and it might be better to save up some experience points for his future sub-professions. Creek. Saran opened the stone door again, revealing the chamber behind it, and set down his makeshift sack as he looked around. Various things were scattered around and covered in dust, with spider webs dangling everywhere. The corners of the room all had holes that seemed to be mice lairs as well. On the bookshelves, some completely damaged books could be seen. It was obvious that the place had been deserted for a long time already. There was a stone desk in the front section of the chamber, and on it were miscellaneous items, such as unknown skulls, cracked finger bones, and a dried bat corpse, as well as a black wooden box. No rare weapons, no magic items. Saran could not help but feel slightly disappointed. Except for the wooden box, everything else seemed rather worthless. He lightly knocked on the box and, after confirming there were no traps, carefully picked it up. It's made out of Japanese hawthorn beam. Saran looked around to make sure he was alone in the chamber, then held the box as far away as possible and opened the lid with his dagger. A low-level treasure cave like this one would not have so many traps, but it did not hurt to be more vigilant anyway. Clank! Saran pried open the box, revealing 3 cards inside. Contrary to the surroundings, the 3 cards looked delicate and had exquisite designs. There were mithril laces on the sides, along with tiny pieces of diamond embedded into the card, and there was a magical pattern in the center that was like a whirlpool, drawing attention from everyone who placed their eyes on the card. The cards were something that could not be produced by the people of the current era. Even the divine badges of the shrines were lacking in details when compared to the cards. Saran showed both surprise and anxiety on his face, as he felt rather complicated right now. He recognized the cards in his hands, legend-grade magic tools, cards from the deck of many things. The deck of cards was something left behind from the age of the Arcane Empire. According to rumors and legends, it was something created by a great sorcerer on a whim. There was a total of 108 cards, each containing a special magic which could either grant you unimaginably good things or bring about catastrophic disaster. There was once a man who almost drowned from the 10,000 arcane gold coins that appeared out of nowhere, while there were also those who were struck by a bolt of lightning and died immediately after activating the card. In short, no one knew what would happen. Item appraisal. Saran tried something he had not attempted in a while, but it seemed to have worked, as floating words appeared in his vision shortly afterwards. Card of the deck of many things. Legendary item X3, a plaything left behind from the age of the Arcane Empire. But it is also a product made with the most advanced alchemy skills of the previous age. When activated, something unimaginable will happen. It is said that the ace cards can grant unparalleled power. Should I activate the cards? After considering for a while, Saran clenched his teeth and picked up a card, then pricked his finger to activate the card with a drop of blood. The cards were identical on both sides and could only be activated with fresh blood. Before the cards were activated, even a legendary wizard could not foresee what the effects would be. A faint glow of light radiated from the card after absorbing Saran's blood. Like a ripple on the water's surface, the pattern expanded and began to show an animated picture in the center. A treasure vault filled with countless gold coins, jewels, and equipment appeared, which made Saran quite excited as he might have activated the treasure card. However, a sneaky shadow holding a sack appeared in front of the vault and was busy filling the sack with the treasure inside the vault. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. Saran's face paled as he finally knew what he got. Godly theft. The activated card gave off a burst of light as the sneaky shadow turned around to reveal a greedy smile. The animated thief clapped his hands together, and ancient alchemy runes went flying out of his hands. In the blink of an eye, everything on Saran was snatched away. Except for the 3 cards in his hands, nothing remained. Not even his clothes. A chilling breeze blew out of nowhere. Saran shuddered as he held 3 cards in his hands while being completely naked. Weapons, clothes, money, holy water, tools, everything. Everything on him was gone. The black box holding the 3 cards disappeared as well. Saran was now stuck in the treasure cave holding nothing but 3 cards from the deck of many things. Another breeze blew into the chamber. His butt was freezing. Advantage. By having their erection in contact with her. Sent bills. China has sent in bills called Jiao, Guosiu. Go here means country and Xiu means technique. 190 centimeters, over 6 feet tall. Lake Quihu, also means green lake. 100 yuan bills. 100 yuan is their biggest bill. Daist fierce tiger, the author of this novel. Noodles, made of wheat. Rice noodles, made of rice. Jiang Tantan, tan means sweet. Bajikan, also known as 8 extremities fist, but Bajikan sounds nicer to me. Long toes, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Chapter 14 Abyss Demons FCK. Saran swore as he dumped everything in his makeshift sack on the ground and wore the tattered clothing. As he could not hold all the parts on his body after disarming the traps, he randomly took a set of clothes from the dead adventurers and used it as a makeshift sack. This was a real world, and Saran did not automatically have convenient things like the storage space and multi-dimensional bags in games. Moving while holding a sack was somewhat inconvenient, but it turned out to have saved him from certain death. At least he still had the 6-shot crossbow and a set of clothes. The loot he got from the dead adventurers and ghost was naturally gone. Damn. It just had to be godly theft. Saran was familiar with the effects of the card, as he once witnessed someone activating a godly theft card in public. And the results were just as expected. Wonderful. Refusing to admit defeat, he immediately activated the second card right after he was done donning the moldy set of clothes. After the cards were activated, the magic power in them would disappear, turning the cards into mere artwork. Some rich men collected the cards as a hobby, yet none had managed to get their hands on a complete collection. At that time, there were 3 sets of cards that were especially popular among the players, namely the Deck of Many Things, the Deck of Arcane Magic, and the Deck of Destiny. Although they were similar in that they were all relics of the past, the decks had different numbers of cards. The first deck had 108, the second had 72, and the third had 36. Cards from the Deck of Many Things were the easiest to obtain among the 3 decks, while cards from the Deck of Arcane Magic appeared only in underground ruins. The cards from the Deck of Destiny only began appearing after the deities descended into the mortal realms as saints, and as far as Saran could remember, only 3 of the 36 had been discovered. A faint glow appeared from the activated card in his hands after absorbing the drop of blood. The center of the card began to swirl, and a barren land void of any living beings appeared soon after. A man with a crooked back steadily walked through the seemingly endless desert with determination in his footsteps, ignoring the tempest of the sandstorm raging through the area. The man pressed on slowly as he constantly looked into the distance. The ascetic. A torrent of power surged into Saran's body, as if his body was being torn apart bit by bit. He writhed on the ground in great pain. After the pain subsided, he was hit by intense fatigue and tiredness, like he had just walked tens of thousands of miles without resting. It felt like his body was about to break down, but somehow managed to push on thanks to his will to live. Deck of many things. The ascetic activated, awakening the personal ability Perseverance. Constitution has been raised to 18. Transformation complete. The fatigue in his body did not fade, but Saran could feel that his body had been strengthened drastically. It was as if he had gradually toughened up his body while walking through endless deserts and experiencing terrible blizzards. An unknown power seemed to be supporting him from behind, allowing him to continue his journey without a destination. As long as he could still walk, he would march onward with unwavering determination until the final moments of his life. Perseverance. Personal ability. You have made it through countless tests and trials in your life, turning the mental strength in your mind into physical strength. You will receive a +5 rating of resisting abnormal mental conditions when hit by mind magic. Totally worth it. Saran was pleased and laughed as if the fact that the first card had stripped him of all his belongings was a lie. There were only a dozen or so cards in the deck that could increase one's attributes. Apart from the 2 mysterious ace cards, the best one which had ever appeared was Champion Knight, which raised the user's strength to 20 and constitution to 18. Ironically, the player who activated that card was a wizard. He went on to become a wizard who was known for close quarters combat and had quite the reputation in the Great Northern Plains for a long while, but in the end he died in the chaotic period and had to start over from scratch. The fact that attribute points were hard to obtain made a lot of players search for alternatives apart from leveling up. Typical training could not raise the attributes of players who had reached the stage of legendary heroes, thus they had to carefully plan how to use their 90 attribute points. The reason why Saran managed to leave a legend of his own, the brutal dual-wielding rogue, was because he gave up charisma and raised the other 5 attributes to above 15. Apart from his mediocre appearance, his other abilities were all excellent. Basically, all items that could raise one's attributes were legendary grade items and were extremely rare. The items could only increase an attribute to a maximum of 20 though. Constitution increased by 3 points. That's 6 levels worth of attribute points. Saran thumped his chest with 70% of his strength. The fact that his organs did not feel uncomfortable at all meant that his body almost had superhuman toughness, and normal humans who had around 10 strength could not hurt him even if they punched him with all their might. All attributes would grant extraordinary talents when reaching the benchmark of 25 points. But Constitution was slightly different and would grant the talent Rebirth when reaching 20 points. As a matter of fact, having 25 points in an attribute was almost like reaching a mythical level. The personal ability Perseverance was a pretty common one though, with lots of players awakening the ability as they stayed alive in tough terrains. Saran first obtained the ability in the elemental plane of fire, where he almost got roasted alive. Apart from Perseverance, he also got the ability Fire Resistance Weak as he almost fell into lava. Saran was so badly injured that he was almost unrecognizable and had no choice but to spend a large sum and hire a legendary priest to cast advanced recovery on him. Alright. Last one. After receiving something good from the second card, Saran had expectations for the final one as well. It would be great if he could get another card which raised his attributes, making his stats better than he once had in the game. Well, those cards were rare, so it might be hard to get one. At least his current charisma was 16, unlike his previous avatar, which had a disgusting look due to having low charisma. It was so low that even goblins did not bother themselves with him, and he was denied access to the land of elves every time he applied through official channels. Those goddamn elves valued looks and appearances highly just because they looked good themselves. Anyway, there was no reason to hold back when he had already activated 2 cards. With a bit of unrest and anxiety in his mind, Saran activated the final card with a drop of his blood. The card instantly gave off a blood-red glow. Saran's expression crumbled as he tossed the card away as though it was burning his hands. It was a summon card. The deck of many things always produced unpredictable results. Some might receive strength and power, while others might get treasures and riches, but that was not all. There were summon cards which, as implied by the name, summoned creatures and may even harm the summoner. The color of the glow reflected the origin of the summoned creature. A white, holy glow meant it was from the heavenly realm, and a rainbow hue meant it was from one of the elemental planes, while blood red meant it was either from hell or the abyss. Saran's card was summoning a creature from hell. A mysterious whirlpool appeared in the center of the card. The animated scenery showed bursts of sulphurous lava and icy blizzards before it finally ended as it focused on an evil and hideous face. A snake demon. The card morphed into a dark red portal. When Saran saw the hideous face on the card, he already knew his next enemy was a snake demon and tried to recall his memories for information about the monster. Snake Demon Abyss Demon Grade 3. Challenge Rating, Level 6 Monster Level, 12, has spell-like abilities. Highest and lowest attributes, 21 and 10 total attribute points, 8,595. Specialty, Dual Wielding, Multi-strike. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. Difficulty, A+. Snake demons would grow extra pairs of arms as they grew stronger, and every extra pair raised the challenge rating by 5 and monster level by 6. This meant that a 4-armed snake demon had a challenge rating of 11 and monster level of 18, while a 6-armed snake demon was rated as 16 with the level of 24. There were snake demons with 8 arms as well, but those were already legendary creatures, and their appearance often implied that a demon lord was about to show up. There's no way I can win if I fight it head on! Saran thought. He was a level 3 rogue, while the snake demon was level 12, a large difference of 9 levels. The challenge rating of level 6 meant that a group of at least 5 well-equipped adventurers would have a 50% chance of defeating the demon. Even though it was the weakest type among all snake demons, it was not something Saran could handle alone at this stage. Snake demons were rare grade creatures as well. After taking the difference in levels into consideration, the snake demon's HP was most likely 3 times more than Saran's. It was simply impossible to defeat it in a head-on battle. Several ideas flashed through Saran's mind. Without wasting a single second, Saran dived toward the ground and picked up the 6-shot crossbow just as the portal stabilized and began teleporting the demon into the chamber. He aimed the weapon at the portal and pulled the trigger. The snake demon materialized from the portal the next instant. Whoosh 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 ! A painful shriek resounded throughout the chamber. The snake demon that appeared was over 2.4 meters tall and weighed over 600 pounds. Just as it appeared from the portal, 6 crossbow bolts punctured through its scales and embedded themselves into the demon's chest. The sudden attack enraged the multi-handed demon as it swung its arms crazily without even locating the enemy. The 20-centimeter thick stone desk was cleanly sliced into 2 halves. Realizing that staying any longer was a bad idea, Saran quickly dropped the modified crossbow and dashed for the exit. He was out of options. He could not fight without any weapons, and he would not be able to come out victorious even if he had any, as the demon had managed to withstand the 6 powerful bolts. Judging from its strength, he would definitely be sliced into 2 halves if hit. The snake demon immediately gave chase to the escaping rogue. Most abyss demons were chaotic and evil creatures that thirsted for blood, violence, and slaughtering. They could not be bothered with peaceful negotiations with humans. Once they were summoned, the summoner had only 2 options: enslave them or prepare for death. Advantage: by having their erection in contact with her. Scent bills: China has scents in bills called Jiao, Guosiu. Go here means country and Xiu means technique. 190 centimeters, over 6 feet tall. Lake Qihu, also means green lake. 100 yuan bills, 100 yuan is their biggest bill. Daoist fierce tiger, the author of this novel. Noodles, made of wheat. Rice noodles, made of rice. Jiang Tantan, tan means sweet. Bajikan, also known as 8 extremities fist, but Bajikan sounds nicer to me. Long toes, Side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Chapter 15 Lucky Escape Difficulty A+. This meant that the snake demon was the strongest among all monsters with a team challenge rating of level 6. It had the advantage in terms of body height, and its 600-pound body also increased the power of its attacks, making them even more deadly. With close to 20 strength, the power of the snake demon's attacks could still greatly damage Saran's internal organs even if he managed to block them. The reason snake demons were one of the most dangerous creatures in close quarters combat was their dual-wielding ability. Those with high dexterity and wisdom could easily take on multiple enemies while dealing explosive damage with their powerful arms. Meanwhile, multi-strike allowed snake demons to perform bursts of attacks within a short time frame. When paired with high strength, it was almost impossible to parry or block at all. Normally, snake demons resided in the middle to lower layers of the endless abyss. Like all other demons, their skin was as tough as enchanted leather armor, and on top of it were scales with comparable toughness to normal chainmail armor. Theoretically speaking, only 3 out of 10 of Saran's slashes could damage the demon due to its scales and tough skin. On the other hand, Saran would undoubtedly be killed in one strike as he was not wearing any armor. Yeah, I'm definitely going to lose if I fight it head on. With 20 dexterity, Saran could perform all sorts of acrobatic stunts. He twisted his body as he used the wall as a foothold and launched himself into the tunnel outside the chamber. Although he was mentally exhausted, the increase in constitution to 18 also increased his stamina and allowed him to run continuously without resting. The snake demon roared furiously as it pursued Saran. It had a humanoid upper body with abnormally thick arms and a face which resembled that of a lizard or snake. Its sides were covered in scales, and the lower half of its body belonged to a 5-meter-long snake. This meant that the snake demon was a male fighter which had considerable strength. Yet this was also good news for Saran. Snake demons had a matriarchal society. Females were stronger in combat and could even use spell-like abilities. Snake demons could move around at remarkable speeds, especially when they were in burst mode. They could pounce at their enemies over long distances like snakes as well, which was also a reason they were rated A+ in difficulty. They could casually break through the line of defense with their humongous bodies and attack the spellcasters and supports in an adventurer squad. Using their multi-strike ability while dual-wielding, the snake demons could turn spellcasters who were level 8 or below into minced meat in the blink of an eye. The magic spell web could not restrain a demon with 18 or 19 strength, nor could mind magic influence or control the demon as it was of the evil chaotic alignment. In short, this was a monster which could only be dealt with in a head-on fight. Oh crap, escaping's not an option. Saran ran at full speed and managed to create some distance within the complicated tunnels, but he finally realized something important. He would have to open the cave entrance if he wanted to escape, but that alone would take over 3 minutes. In 3 minutes' time, the snake demon would have caught up with him, chopped him into pieces, and picked out the tasty parts. I must fight. When he ran past the dead adventurers' corpses, Saran quickly picked up a long sword before moving on. It had been a while since the adventurers died, thus the sword was rusty and a bit soft, meaning it would most likely snap or break when clashing with the snake demon's weapons. Saran did not mind much as he would not stand a chance against the demon anyway, and all he could do now was test his luck. Without decelerating, he ran toward an unexplored tunnel. Demons typically had around 100 horsepower, which was way more than humans. This meant that they were still great threats even when in critical condition. Saran was cornered. The only plan he could think of now was to try and eliminate the snake demon with the traps in the tunnel. The only thing in his arsenal right now was his inhuman dexterity. His footsteps were a lot lighter than normal people. His reflexes were way sharper, and his body had unimaginable flexibility. This was a dangerous gamble, but he had no other options. He could only hope that there were lethal traps in the tunnel, and that he would not accidentally trigger them himself. It was not something undoable considering the fact that he was a human who had 20 dexterity. His feet were small, and his footsteps were light, not to mention his agility. The snake demon, on the other hand, was the complete opposite of Saran. As it weighed over 600 pounds and moved by crawling on the ground with the snake-like part of its body, the snake demon would set off and get hit by pretty much every single trap in the tunnel. Its heavy weight would certainly activate the devices set for human weight, and its massive body made it hard for it to dodge traps. A wide tunnel appeared in front of him. Without wasting any time, he proceeded into the tunnel without looking for signs of traps. Using his extraordinary flexibility and sense of balance, he ran sideways on the wall for 3 steps before holding onto a stalactite hanging from the ceiling. Saran continued walking sideways on the wall for 5 meters while using the stalactites as handholds. From his experience, there was a high possibility that there were traps at that section of the tunnel as it was wide. Setting up traps required space, and the more hidden the trap was, the more space was needed. Saran slowed down a bit and continued his way through the tunnel while staying on guard. The snake demon soon appeared at the tunnel entrance. The creature was completely enraged by Saran's initial attack with the modified crossbow, and it immediately dived toward him when it finally caught up. Its massive body by no means slowed it down. In fact, snake demons could travel twice as fast as a normal person running at full speed thanks to innate buffs. Right before it reached Saran, the ground suddenly shook as its tail triggered the buried traps. Torrents of crossbow bolts flew from both walls simultaneously. Arg! The snake demon cried in agony. 6 bolts were stuck on both sides of its torso, and blood gushed out from the wounds. As if engulfed by flames of fury and killing intent, the snake demon's pupils were blood red, and it roared as it glared at Saran. 12 crossbow bolts, that could deal over 120 damage to humans, which was enough to kill most warriors who were below level 10, yet the snake demon did not seem to be in critical condition even after receiving the full brunt of the attack. The demon had toughness comparable to lesser drakes, having probably 150 horsepower or more. That was 5 to 6 times more than Saran's HP. There should be one more trap. Saran's pupils contracted slightly as he increased his speed once again, even if it meant that his chances of triggering traps rose as well. The layout of the tunnel seemed strangely familiar. He now remembered. The place where he found the adventurers had a similar layout, meaning there was a high possibility that there was an acid trap ahead as well. It was a lethal trap for Saran, and it should also be life-threatening for the snake demon. Saran took a deep breath and began accelerating after seeing the familiar twisted path ahead. As acid traps were mostly installed near walls, he could not run sideways on the wall like he did before and could only try and jump across the entire area. The safe zone was over 10 meters away. Having only extraordinary dexterity and no buffs, it was really pushing his limits. I can do it. This much is nothing to me. The world record for long jump was 10.6 meters. Considering his attributes, Saran should have a physique comparable to top athletes. Even though he was lacking in strength, the heightened body coordination brought by dexterity should be able to make up for it. By coordinating all his muscles perfectly, he could utilize every ounce of his strength and perform a jump with explosive power. Saran took a deep breath. _bam! With a heavy step, Saran launched himself forward. Leaping across over 10 meters, Saran landed awkwardly on the other side. Taking in another breath, he ran further into the tunnel as it was unsure if there was actually an acid trap or not. _shook! Saran stiffened up in an instant. Just as he was taking the corner, a metal spear suddenly shot out from the floor near his foot. If not for his reflexes, the spear would not only have punctured his thigh but continued all the way to his intestines. A torrent of blood gushed out from the wound. Saran clenched his teeth as he removed his shirt and used it as a gag. He held his thigh with his hand and began pulling the spear out. Blood splashed everywhere. The barb on the spearhead tore out a large chunk of his muscles, further damaging his leg. Saran trembled and stiffened as he removed the spear. In mere seconds, He was already soaked in cold sweat. He almost fainted when his leg was finally freed from the spear. Hastily patching up the massive wound, Saran tied a dead knot in the cloth to hold it in place and reduce blood loss, then slowly walked toward the stone wall. He could no longer escape. If he ran in this condition, he would soon die from blood loss instead. His physical condition was rapidly deteriorating as blood continued to flow out of his body. The only way for him to survive right now was to hope that there really was an acid trap at the previous location. If it was a crossbow trap, it most likely lacked the power to finish off the snake demon. Time seemed to pass by slowly. When the snake demon eventually appeared, Saran felt as though he was making a last stand against fate. Fate was on his side. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. Saran's judgment was partially correct. There was a trap there, but it was not an acid trap as he had expected. An explosion occurred as the snake demon made its way through the area. An explosive trap. There were either explosives underground or magic devices which launched fireballs when triggered. The sound of the demon emerging from the rubble could be heard. The relieved look on Saran's face turned into an irritated and pale one as he yelled, "This freaking bastard just won't die." Saran tightly gripped the long sword and gave off a glint of killing intent in his eyes. It was time to fight for his life. Advantage. By having their erection in contact with her. Sent bills. China has sent in bills called Jiao, Guosiu. Go here means country and Xiu means technique. 190 centimeters, over 6 feet tall. Lake Kui, Kuihu, also means green lake. 100 yuan bills. 100 yuan is their biggest bill. Daist fierce tiger, the author of this novel. Noodles, made of wheat. Rice noodles, made of rice. Jiang Tantan, tan means sweet. Bajikan, also known as eight extremities fist, but Bajikan sounds nicer to me. Long toes, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Chapter 16 Battle of Life and Death. Activate Shadow Veil. Saran's figure became barely visible in the darkness. He tore a piece of cloth from his tattered shirt and tied another knot above the wound on his thigh in order to further suppress the bleeding, reducing the pain he felt when moving. However, this was only a temporary measure, and it could worsen the wound if he did not untie the strap in time. Assign all experience points to Rogue. Saran calmly held on to the long sword while assigning experience points to his profession. Slaughter EXP was a type of soul energy as well as the highest tier of experience point. It could be used for most profession-related things, including leveling up all professions and sub-professions, paying the cost for changing professions, and advancing to the next profession grade. Furthermore, Slaughter EXP could be used as a material to perform sacrificial rituals, monster summonings, and even alchemy. Under normal circumstances, no one would use such a precious type of experience at low levels as it simply had too many uses in the future. However, there was no such thing as the future if Saran did not use the points now. The profession Rogue is now level 4. Received 24 Dex 20 plus INT 18 10 times 0.5 skill points. HP increased by 10. Profession HP 6 plus Con 18 10 times 0.5. Received 1 free attribute point. Saran's pale face gradually regained its color as the 10 horsepower he gained from the level up changed his status from seriously injured to moderately injured. His reflexes were no longer hindered by the injury, and his rate of stamina consumption had returned to normal instead of the double consumption rate he'd had due to his injured status. He assigned all skill points to sneak in one go, raising it to 102. When having 100 or more points in sneak, activating Shadow Veil had a similar effect as casting the spell-like ability Blur. Unless someone was intentionally searching for his traces, Saran could easily hide himself without others noticing his presence. As for the free attribute point, Saran clenched his teeth as he unwillingly assigned it to Constitution, since the difference between 20 and 21 points in dexterity was insignificant. Unless he could raise his dexterity all the way to 25 right now to obtain the legendary skill Shadow Realm. Assigning the point to Constitution was the better option in this situation. With his Constitution close to inhuman levels, his wounds would not get infected by germs and further worsen, and he could get the ability Rebirth with one more point. That was an essential skill for advanced adventurers as well. Saran's physical condition improved notably after assigning the additional point to Constitution. He sneakily crouched and walked toward the bend in the tunnel not far ahead. There could be more traps, and he could not afford to get hit again. The option of further exploring the cave was now unviable, at least before getting the skill Trap Sense. Saran must somehow kill the snake demon, and he had to act fast. Considering the demon's recovery abilities, the danger was increasing exponentially over time. He could rest all he wanted afterwards, so it wasn't using gunpowder. Saran slowly headed toward the snake demon while analyzing the situation with his past experience. The explosive trap should be powered by a magic device, probably one with a magic formation for fireball. Saran could not sense the elements in the air as he did not have the skill Spellcraft, but his past experiences were very useful in this case. In a place not far ahead, the figure of the battered snake demon could be seen writhing in pain on a ground covered with burnt and cracked scales and lumps of flesh. The tall and heavy demon could not make evasive maneuvers in the tunnel due to its size and weight, and received the full brunt of the explosion. If not for its innate defense buffs, the snake demon would have become a chunk of dead meat already. It was still alive, but it was by no means in good condition. Its intestines were dangling from its stomach, and bones were poking out from its sides, not to mention its completely crushed spine. It could not have survived in such a condition if it was not a demon, which were known for having high HP. PSSSSSSSSSSS. The snake demon glared at Saran with hatred in its eyes and began hissing the moment he entered its field of vision. Low-ranked snake demons with 4 arms or less were mostly illiterate and could only speak in broken demonic language. As per the species traits, only females had relatively higher intelligence, and only spellcasters in the tribe could speak other languages like the human's common language. The snake demon was so obsessed with killing the youngster who summoned and injured it that it ignored its grave wounds and slithered toward Saran. It could no longer hold back its hatred, bloodlust, and desire to slaughter everything, not that it ever did in the first place. Clung exclamation mark underscore. The snake demon was worsening its physical condition by forcing itself, but it managed to swing the sword in its hands even though it was growling in pain. Saran easily dodged the incoming attack and stabbed his rusty sword into the enemy's chest while holding it in a reverse grip, easily puncturing through the crushed and cracked scales. Hot blood squirted out of the wound. Most snake-like creatures were cold-blooded, but plenty of snake demons lived in volcanic regions. Fizz exclamation mark underscore. Some of the blood landed on Saran's body, and he soon felt a scorching feeling where it landed. He immediately pulled away from the snake demon with a slight agitated yet serious look. Acidic blood? Similar to touching diluted sulfuric acid, small wounds were gradually forming at the places covered in demon blood. This snake demon was probably a descendant of some high-ranked demon, as acidic blood was a trait exclusive to dragons and high-ranked demons. The stab dealt serious damage to the already severely injured snake demon, as if forcing out the last ounce of its remaining life force. The snake demon frenziedly attacked with its swords but failed to land a single hit on the target. The snake demon could only display 30% of its true strength, with its strikes weakened due to low stamina and slowed greatly by its injuries. It's over. After dodging another one of its slashes, Saran took in a deep breath and yelled as he leapt into the air. With both hands holding onto the long sword, he dived toward the snake demon, aiming at its heart. Die! Saran screamed with bloodshot eyes. Unless he had rare-grade weapons, Attacking its head was futile as snake demons had abnormally hard skulls. The snake demon shuddered and straightened its body. When Saran pulled out the sword from its chest, the 600-pound demon dropped dead onto the ground with a thump as blood gushed out from the wounds all over its body. Saran awkwardly sat on the ground as well, as his thigh injury had worsened due to the battle. Battling in burst mode was very taxing on one's stamina. Most creatures with less than 20 constitution could not fight intense battles for over 30 minutes while in burst mode, after reaching the inhuman realm by having 20 points in constitution. The person or monster could fight continuously in burst mode thanks to their buffed stamina and recovery speed. Author's note: having intense battles in bed is an exception. Saran carefully cut the cloth on his thigh with the sword, and sliced off the dead tissue at the edge of the wound. It was a painful process, but it was necessary in order to recover as soon as possible. A list of day 2 appeared in his vision suddenly. Successfully landed a leaping strike. Damage increased by 2 STR 1210, dealing 13 physical damage to target. Target killed. Extracting soul energy from target. Received 1800 slaughter experience points. A mysterious force of energy flowed into Saran's body. It was the soul energy of the snake demon. There was once a theory that all the players had the hidden title Son of Slaughtering, granting them a tiny portion of the divine powers of a god of war. The divine power supposedly allowed players to level up a lot faster than NPCs in the game, but it was just an unconfirmed theory in the forums. Saran was not really concerned about the theory when he was playing the game, but he could still roughly remember that players would receive a good 10 to 20% more experience when killing monsters after they had learned skills related to souls, necromancy, and slaughtering. After resting for a while, Saran's body had already recovered quite a bit, and he was now checking his spoils. Abyss demons rarely carried money around, but their equipment was mostly rare grade or above. He immediately picked up one of the 2 long swords lying on the ground. Item appraisal. Saran inspected the sword as he held it in his arms. It was around 1.5 meters in length, while the blade was 10 centimeters wide, with weird runes inscribed onto the hilt, which had a twirling pattern like a snake. The blade also had a pale crimson glow to it as if it was scorching hot, and it was exceptionally sharp as well. The sword was much sharper than typical steel military-grade weapons, but there was also a downside to it: it was a lot heavier. The appraisal results were as follows. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates. Better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. Item type: Snake Demon Longsword +1. Weapon grade: Rare grade 1. Item description: forged with the volcanic rocks from the abyss, this sword provides exceptional slashing and piercing abilities, as well as +1 fire damage for every attack. Requirements: 14 or above in strength. Special effects: this weapon is considered a great sword for small and medium-sized beings, raising the strength requirement for them by 2. Insufficient strength. It was Saran's first thought after picking the sword up. The size and weight of the swords were naturally not suited for humans as they were made for snake demons. Although Saran could hold the great sword in his hands, his slashes were slowed down due to its weight, and he could not bring out his full combat potential while wielding it. To put it simply, an average man could probably lift up an object weighing 100 kilograms, but he obviously could not use it as a weapon in a fight. The person would get punched or sliced many times before even lifting it up. If a player wielded a weapon while not fulfilling its requirements, it would consume more stamina while dealing reduced damage and slowing down the attacks. Saran could create after images while wielding a dagger, but he could not even cut half as fast while using the heavy sword. Damn. There's a penalty as well. After swinging the snake demon longsword a dozen or so times, his arms hurt, and he felt tired. Some of the game mechanics in Clash of the Titans were a real pain in the ass. A normal player could walk 20 kilometers continuously, and of course the distance would decrease significantly faster as they traveled faster. However, players could only jog 10 kilometers or sprint for a full kilometer or 2 at best. Even things like fatigue were perfectly recreated in the game. and a lot of players who did not expect the game to be so realistic complained about the feature as it hindered their progress. For this reason, Saran knew that he was receiving a strength penalty when wielding the weapon as his arms gradually became sore. The penalty notice no longer showed up like it did in the game, but he could still roughly work out the details on his own. Accuracy 4, damage 4, attack speed 4, and stamina consumption plus 200%. He could normally engage in an intense battle for 10 minutes. But with this weapon the time was greatly reduced to 2 minutes. Saran smiled wryly as he placed the sword on the ground. It was a sword made for a 600-pound enemy after all, and it was basically a great sword for humans. His constitution and physique were decent, but since he lacked the strength to properly wield it, he might as well use a dagger instead. Normal long swords weighed around 2 to 3 kilograms. This one weighed at least 15. The sword came as part of a pair as well, meaning together they were well over 30 kilograms. The swords would almost weigh as much as a slim, young lady after further reinforcing them with stainless steel. Without the legendary profession build he once had, Saran did not have enough spare points to raise his strength from 12 to 18. With only 12 strength, he could only use weapons commonly used among human fighters. Looks like I can only sell them. He could not display even half of his battle prowess when using the swords after all. Saran shuddered as he strapped the 2 humongous swords onto his back. It was only then that he realized that 12 strength was insufficient, but he must carry the swords back to the city nonetheless. Grade 1 rare weapons were worth at least 100 gold dirals, and the price for great swords generally was 20 to 50% more, meaning that the pair of swords could be sold for around 300 gold dirals. The siblings could lead a much better lifestyle after selling the swords. Advantage: by having their erection in contact with her. Sent bills: China has sent Sin bills called Jiao, Guosiu. Go here means country and Xiu means technique. 190 centimeters, over 6 feet tall. Lake Kui, Quihu, also means green lake. 100 yuan bills, 100 yuan is their biggest bill. Daist fierce tiger, the author of this novel. Noodles, made of wheat. Rice noodles, made of rice. Jiang Tantan, tan means sweet. Bajikan, also known as 8 extremities fist, but Bajikan sounds nicer to me. Long toes, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07, Don't ask me about the tree sap. Chapter 17 Advanced Drug. The corpse of a snake demon could actually be sold for a considerable amount, as their body parts could be used for various things. Their skin could be used as a raw material for producing enchanted leather armor, while their hearts were popular among spellcasters. Even their blood could be used for alchemy. However, there were few in the southern cities who would buy demonic items and materials, making it difficult to convert them into gold or silver dirals. In this regard, weapons could be sold relatively easily. Saran could not bring too many items with him anyway, and he also had to be aware of the church. Once information regarding a snake demon leaked out, the church would very likely investigate the case and might perform an inquisition on him. Summoning a demon into the mortal realm was a serious offense for which the offender must be judged. Level up the profession rogue. After treating his wound briefly, Saran once again leveled up his rogue profession. Without any health potions, he could only recover through leveling up. At the very least, the additional health points changed his status to lightly injured. The profession rogue is now level 5, received 24 dex 20 plus int 18 10 times, 0.5 skill points, HP increased by 11 profession HP 6 plus con 19 10 times, 0.5. Acquired combat skill Shadow Strike. The profession rogue has advanced to grade 2. You can now perform a bloodline purification ritual once. You may now choose a new profession ability. Saran glanced through the row of words without paying much heed. The difference in strength between grade 1 and grade 2 professions was more apparent when compared to previous level ups. The former were mostly grunts and thugs who fought in the cities, while the latter were qualified to leave the city and become adventurers. Furthermore, people could acquire a new profession ability when promoting from grade 1 to grade 2. Anyway, he assigned all the skill points to Snare. Saran had to improve his trap detection skills, as the treasure cave had yet to be completely explored, and he did not want to get hit by those dangerous traps again. Grade 2 rogues could pick 1 out of 3 available profession abilities when they were promoted from grade 1. They were blind fight proficiency. Rogues have adapted to fighting in darkness after lurking in the shadows for years. They are no longer limited by vision in combat and can utilize the senses of hearing and smell and even instincts while making judgments, allowing them to display considerable strength even in complete darkness. Evasion +1, accuracy +1. Martial weapon proficiency. After prolonged training, the user can now freely use all martial weapons, including but not limited to long swords, giant swords, curved swords, crossbows, double-handed swords, spears, and flails. Furthermore, the user is now proficient with all martial weapons and can bring out the full potential of them, increasing their accuracy and damage. Accuracy +1, damage +1. Illusion proficiency. After frequent battles, rogues can now fully utilize their agility and dodge incoming attacks with unique movements irreplicable by normal people. Evasion +1, reflex +1. Saran decisively chose martial weapon proficiency out of the 3 as he once did in the game. It was a crucial profession ability not only to rogues, but basically every melee profession, as it meant that the player could use almost every weapon available in case of emergencies. Additionally, it was the prerequisite for learning various basic combat skills, such as the combat skill sword form, heavy hack, which required basic swordsmanship and martial weapon proficiency. Martial weapon proficiency was a profession ability which could be obtained automatically by warriors, but it could also be acquired through training. Despite that, Saran still chose to pick it as his promotion reward, as he could not spare so much time learning a single ability. Obtaining the ability through typical training could take up to 2 years, as the player had to thoroughly understand the strengths, weaknesses, and usages of various weapons. In that period of time, Saran could have done many more meaningful things. Regarding the bloodline purification ritual, that was something only available to rich people. The ritual would awaken the latent potential of the person's bloodline and cleanse the body of any impurities. In simple terms, the ritual would recalculate the person's HP with a special formula, increasing it without the need to level up. Take Saran as an example. His current maximum HP was 52. If he performed the bloodline purification ritual, his new HP would be profession HP 6 plus 19, 10 times 5 plus con 19 plus base HP 10 equals 84 horsepower. It would normally take 3 more level ups for Saran to have that amount of HP. The ritual was simply that powerful. Of course, it came with a price. The ritual would cost over 1,000 gold dirals. This type of ritual could be held once after every promotion, and the one held after promoting to a legendary profession was the most powerful of them. The reason was that the person would receive the special talent A Legendary Life, an ability which was the key to how melee fighters were able to solo an adult dragon. Saran did not want to think about the bloodline purification ritual right now, as it could be held any time and only increased his HP, which was something he did not really care too much about. Furthermore, the ritual required rare materials and 2 basic skills, spellcraft and knowledge. It was not something which could be easily acquired at this stage. Saran once had a teammate who wanted to promote from sorcerer to dragon mage, and it almost took the entire team's personal savings. Not to mention 1,000 gold dirals was just a conservative estimation. With that amount of money, Saran could fully equip himself with decent equipment and double his combat strength. At that moment, Saran's attributes had changed. Name, Saran. Race, half-elf. Attributes, Strength 12, Dexterity 20 plus 1, Constitution 19, Intelligence 18 plus 1, Wisdom 15, Charisma 16. Alignment, Lawful Evil. Profession, Level 10 Commoner, Max Level 5 Rogo 3000 Grade 2. Find authorized novels in Web Novel, faster updates. better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. Health points HP 5252. Experience points EXP 950. Slaughter EXP 0. Profession EXP unassigned. Skill points none. Attribute points none. Status normal. Profession skills: Sneak 102, Steal 35, Picklock 45, Snare 54. Legendary skills: Omnipotent hands, Sealed weakened state. Personal abilities: Nimble left hand, Eidetic memory, Perseverance. Profession abilities: Grasp of shadows, Martial weapon proficiency. Combat skills: Shadow strike. After reaching grade 2, the experience points required for leveling up rose drastically, but he also got the combat skill he had been waiting for, Shadow Strike. Shadow Strike combat skill: rogues gradually come in touch with the powers from the realm of shadows, allowing them to initiate a spell-like attack by borrowing the power of shadows. Shadow Strike can also be activated along with Backstab and Assassinate, dealing 5 extra shadow damage, which ignores the target's physical defense rating. The damage dealt and the number of uses increases by 1 for every level up of the rogue profession. Prerequisite: Profession ability Grasp of Shadows. It was a powerful skill. Saran could now use Shadow Strike 5 times a day as he was level 5. As long as the enemy did not have any shadow resistance, he could deal 5 extra damage that penetrated all physical defenses. It was life-threatening for people with low levels as they had relatively low HP. Grade 2 was a watershed for all professions. Wizards were no longer considered weak in combat after reaching grade 2, as they could start learning level 3 arcane magic, while warriors could start learning the combat skill Kai in preparation for a future profession promotion to Knight, Sword Saint, or Weapon Master. Monks could start learning Kai-empowered skills starting from grade 2 as well. It was essential for them to learn the fundamentals regarding those skills, because they were crucial to them in the future regardless of their choice to become either a pugilist or an ascetic monk. In short, all professions would receive a huge buff in strength when promoted to grade 2. Similarly, rogues would begin to specialize in different aspects starting from grade 2 depending on the person's choice. Be it the godly thieves who could bypass any security measure and steal anything, the lurkers who specialized in concealed movements, or the assassins who focused on assassinating others. They all had to start carefully considering points spent to best match their playstyle. Saran did not plan to promote into any of the 3 classes in the near future though. Apart from the harsh requirements, the promotion cost of 5,000 Slaughter EXP was not something he could currently afford. Originally, NPCs had to go through lengthy training before they could be promoted to the more advanced professions. While Saran could bypass this procedure, he had to compensate with Slaughter EXP soul energy. In fact, promoting was not always a good thing. Godly thieves had low combat prowess, lurkers lacked abilities which could deal high damage in a short period of time, and assassins excelled at damage dealing but were lacking in other aspects. In terms of survivability, rogue was still the best option for Saran right now. At the very least, the basic profession was still better before he could get his hands on a dozen or so personal abilities. Of course, one would be powerful regardless of his profession if he had tens of personal abilities, profession abilities, or gifted abilities. For example, a person with abilities such as hand-to-hand combat Grandmaster, 1-inch punch legendary, blind fight legendary, extreme sixth sense, and danger sense legendary could wipe out an entire army while running around naked like a madman. Profession level was just one of the aspects which contributed to true strength after all. What mattered the most during a battle of life and death was your overall strength, not just your level, but also your attributes, skills, and abilities. As stated in the Kanakin law, the capacity of a wooden bucket was determined by the length of the shortest plank. That was what determined if one could reach the apex or not. Advantage: by having their erection in contact with her. Cent bills. China has cents in bills called Jiao, Guosiu. Go here means country and Xiu means technique. 190 centimeters, over 6 feet tall. Lake Kui, Qihu also means Green Lake. 100 yuan bills. 100 yuan is their biggest bill. Diced Fierce Tiger, the author of this novel. Noodles, made of wheat. Rice noodles, made of rice. Jiang Tantan, tan means sweet. Bajikan, also known as Eight Extremities Fist, but Bajikan sounds nicer to me. Long toes, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Chapter 18 rewards Saran's physical condition gradually recovered as time passed. The wound on his thigh was numb and itchy, but that was a good sign as it meant that his 19 constitution was playing its part. The wound was slowly closing up due to his high constitution, but this method was still inferior when compared to the effects of the ability Rebirth. The wound would take a day or two at most to heal completely. But Saran obviously could not spend so much time idling in the cave. He continued to explore the cave without minding the risk of opening up the wound again, as the swords were so heavy that Saran felt like he was wearing full plate armor when carrying them around. He left them at the entrance before diving into the cave again. They simply hindered his speed way too much. Anyway, he picked up all 3 of the used cards from the deck of many things as they might be somewhat useful in the future. He also pulled out the 6 bolts from the snake demon's corpse and reloaded them into the modified crossbow. It would save him a lot of trouble if he had to fight during the exploration. There was a fork in the tunnel, splitting it into 2 paths. Saran had explored one of the 2, and he expected to reach another secret chamber of some sort through the other. Most of the traps had been triggered during the battle with the snake demon, but Saran remained vigilant nonetheless. Inch by inch, he slowly walked while keeping an eye out for signs of unactivated traps. As expected, there was a spike trap which had not been activated yet. When triggered, a row of poisoned blades would spike out from the ground. A chilly breeze blew through the tunnel. Since weak rays of light could be seen, it seemed that the tunnel was connected to the surface. The pungent smell of preservatives filled the tunnel. It somewhat resembled the smell of formalin, but it was much stronger and had the smell of blood. A mummy? The scene triggered a part of his memory, providing him information about the monster which he had encountered countless times during his adventuring days. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. Mummy Undead Grade 2. Challenge rating, Level 3 Monster Level 6. Has spell-like abilities. Highest and lowest attributes, 18 and 5 total attribute points, 6,575. Specialty, Undead, Death Corrosion. Difficulty, D+. Just as Saran had anticipated, the corpses ahead stood up one by one when he gradually approached them. Their movements were not only slow, but also very rigid. Even kids could run faster than the mummies. They were typical mummies without any sort of extraordinary abilities or buffs, and all they had was the innate characteristics of being undeads. Their mobility was extremely poor, but they could compensate for their weakness with strength and constitution. Their strength was on par with typical adults, while also having at least 15 constitution made them top-tier tanks among low-ranked undeads. Inferior only to zombies. _whoosh! A storm of crossbow bolts flew toward the mummies. The 6 bolts shot straight through the first mummy. It stumbled and dropped dead onto the floor. Undeads were powered by clusters of death energy, and they would be killed the moment the energy was forcefully dissipated. However, one should always pay attention not to come into physical contact with undeads, as most of them had varied death corrosion effects. When injured by an undead, it could spread diseases or deal extra death energy corrosion damage to the person. It would be great if a priest was here right now. An idea flashed through Saran's mind, and he immediately drew his sword while approaching the enemy. _clang! Saran circled around the remaining 2 mummies while constantly evading their attacks. Even though his thigh was injured, the mummies still could not land a single attack on him. As low-ranked mummies had less than 10 dexterity, Saran could eventually take them out if he continued evading their attacks and whittled them down one by one. Of course, That tactic was limited to low-ranked mummies. It would be a tragedy if he tried that against ancient mummies. Ancient mummies had a challenge rating of level 12 and a monster level of 18. Not to mention them having at least 21 in dexterity. They were nightmares for adventurers exploring an ancient ruin. Anyway, the battle with the mummies quickly ended. With his guerrilla tactics, Saran swiftly took down the mummies and gained 300 slaughtery XP. Saran was about to retrieve the bolts, but then gave up when he saw the rotten bodies. The corpses were simply too disgusting. Just like all other undeads, there was a door behind the dead mummies. Saran saw numerous corpses in the room, as well as some containers with organs which belonged to humanoid monsters immersed in unknown liquids. There was a can filled with dark crimson liquid on the workbench, and inside the can was a fist-sized eyeball. Unknown optic pedicel. Saran did not plan to bring the can with him as he could not determine what it was. Death energy gathered wherever witches performed evil rituals or cast evil spells, and it was something harmful to living beings. They would be affected by the radiation if they stayed in a contaminated area for too long. Since death energy could only be scattered by priests, the area would remain contaminated until one of them came and cast a spell. After checking for traps, Saran searched every inch of the room for valuables. He managed to find a few books, some pieces of paper with weird symbols on them, a dozen gold dirals, and an eerie-looking gauntlet. The books were all informative in nature, and Saran packed them up after glancing through them. With his eidetic memory, he could probably gain some literacy skill points after thoroughly reading them. He did not receive the literacy skill along with the promotion because the previous Saran did not receive proper education. The skill would only be granted when the person could roughly read common language at the very least. Those who had the profession sage had an edge in this aspect as they had 25 literacy skill points as a profession bonus. The papers with weird symbols seemed to be experimental logs. They were encoded with an unknown protocol, and Saran had no means of reading the papers without literacy skills or spellcraft. The experimental logs were most likely about undead creation, which was of no use to him, not to mention that it would be hard to sell them. Hence, he simply placed the papers back in their original places. The last item was the eerie gauntlet. It looked fairly familiar to Saran, and the gauntlet's item information was revealed after he appraised it. Item type: Ogre Strength Gauntlet. Item grade: Rare grade 1. Description: a special item created with ogre skin. It can improve the user's strength when equipped, giving them comparable strength to ogres at most. Requirements: none. Effects: strength +2. To a maximum of 18. Ogre Strength Gauntlet. Saran smirked as he equipped the gauntlet onto his wrist. The gauntlet was the most popular item amongst spellcasters in the early stages of the game. It was part of a set of 3 items, namely the Ogre Strength Gauntlet, Ogre Strength Gloves, and Ogre Strength Waistband. Such items were useless to Saran in the game as all players inherited hero profession templates and had 90 attribute points at their disposal from the start. Most players with melee professions would have assigned at least 18 points to strength, rendering the special effects of the items useless. Only spellcasters would use such equipment. The set of equipment was meant for spellcasters, but it was a godsend for Saran right now as he could just barely equip the Snake Demon Longsword after wearing the gauntlet. There was still a strength penalty of 2 points, but at least he could fight with the sword now. If a necromancer was here, he would be overjoyed as there was a handful valuables. Only necromancers could find value in such items though. Saran was completely disinterested in corpses and body parts. Apart from the books and coins, which he tossed into his sack, he placed everything back where he found it and was about to leave. He had spent over half a day in the cave already, and it should be night outside right now, not to mention that he was rather hungry as HS lost all his food to the Godly Thief card. 2 Snake Demon Longswords, 3 books, 3 cards from the deck of many things, and an Ogre Strength Gauntlet. Saran was satisfied with the loot he got even though accidents happened and he almost lost his life. If he managed to sell the items, he and Vivian could surely become free citizens. There were also necessary items for traveling which had to be bought, such as a small dimensional storage bag with a cubic meter of storage space. There were magic shops that would sell those in every single city. As adventurers could not carry everything on their bodies, they would store miscellaneous items in the dimensional storage bags. The smaller ones had a capacity of around 1 cubic meter, and they could be used to store loot from adventuring. Considering the fact that 20 gold derals weighed 1 pound, sometimes adventurers would need to carry 100 or 200 pounds worth of gold coins back from the wilderness. It was impossible for them to even walk unless they had dimensional storage bags. Creek ! The heavy doors which concealed the cave entrance slowly opened. Carrying a pair of swords and a sack made with moldy clothes from the dead adventurers on his back, Saran left the cave. He cautiously looked at his surroundings, then headed toward Amber City. As he passed the mass burial pit, Saran could vaguely hear some moaning sounds in the distance, the lewd moans of a woman. As the surroundings were rather silent, the sounds could be heard from far away. Saran silently gripped one of the swords and drew it out from its place on his back. With his body tensing up as he vigilantly looked around, he was prepared for battle. After all, for God's sake, this was a mass burial pit. Who the hell would come to such a place in the middle of the night to have sex? There had to be a limit to people's fetishes. It was most likely some filthy creature instead. Advantage: by having their erection in contact with her. Cent bills. China has cents in bills called jiao, guosiu. Go here means country and xiu means technique. 190 centimeters, over 6 feet tall. Lake Quihu, also means green lake. 100 yuan bills. 100 yuan is their biggest bill. Daist Fierce Tiger, the author of this novel. Noodles, made of wheat. Rice noodles, made of rice. Jiang Tantan, tan means sweet. Bajikan, also known as 8 extremities fist, but Bajikan sounds nicer to me. Long toes, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Chapter 19 Blood Descendants. Saran saw a woman. To be accurate, a bewitching woman with revealing attire. She had light blonde hair and extraordinarily pale skin, and she was leaning back against a tree. A young man buried his head in her bosom, kissing and pinching the exposed snowy mounds. Her blue veins were visible under the icy moonlight. Saran's sight was strong. He could clearly see that the young man was sucking a dark red grape, licking and nibbling it, while his hand rampantly ran over her voluptuous body, making its way toward Eden. Saran's footsteps were light, but the bewitching lady still easily discovered the lurker, looking straight at him with her jade eyes. Her tongue ran over her dark red lips, and she said teasingly, "This must be my lucky day." The young man at her chest was completely unaware of Saran. He was totally absorbed in the pair of busty peaks. Saran stopped and looked at the woman. She remained unmoving, and so did Saran. She was a blood descendant. Blood descendants were servants of vampires, and they were much stronger than ghouls. Although talk and rumor beautified these creatures, they remained dangerous and evil to adventurers. True vampires were of the silver race and had powerful spell-like abilities. Thus they had a challenge rating of level 8 and a monster level of 16. Blood descendants, on the other hand, were only rated as level 6 and level 12 respectively, and they only had a portion of true vampires' abilities. Vampires were masters at controlling negative energies. They had strict rules when it came to breeding, and most of the vampires discovered by mankind were actually blood descendants, which were of a lower rank. Even though the vampires had been controlling countless poets and scholars, making them beautify the process of having their blood sucked out, it was still insufficient to hide the fact that the victims of vampiric creatures would be gradually corroded by the toxins released from their fangs after experiencing temporary pleasure. Their toxins would change humans into half-undeads and gradually corrupt their minds, finally turning them into brainless ghouls whose sole purpose was to supply blood. In short, they were extremely dangerous and lethal monsters. It was not the first time Saran came across vampiric creatures. He had met them countless times as they were one of the most active types of monsters. They could be found in basically every single city, with the high-ranked ones disguising themselves as human nobles while the low-ranked ones hid in underground chambers, sewers, and graveyards. A short silence followed after Saran's eyes met the erotic woman's. The young man who had his mind dominated by his sexual desires failed to notice the heavy atmosphere. He had fallen victim to the spell charm person, and his consciousness had long been swept away by his raging desires. Willpower was also a type of strength. People with strong willpower could even disturb the elemental energies in the realm of nature. Saran couldn't care less about the poor victim. He was calculating his chances of winning against the blood descendant. The enemy most likely had higher dexterity and strength than he did, not to mention their innate sixth sense for dodging incoming attacks. Blood descendants were by no means weaker than the snake demon he fought recently, and Saran could only come to the conclusion that he would lose no matter what because his thigh was still recovering. There was only one way out of this situation now. Saran bowed toward a blood descendant, clenched his left fist, and placed it on his right collarbone as he slowly said, "May the shadows enshroud the world. The faceless envoys are watching us. Glory belongs to the formless Lord." The woman knitted her brows as she removed the teasing smile from her face, glared at Saran, and said in a low voice, "Our fates lie with the Dark Knight. The ancestors' will shall lead us forward." Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. The Night Baroness protects her believers. It worked. Saran felt relieved as he somehow managed to avoid a fight, but his expression remained unchanged as he stepped backward and lowered his head. "Respectable lady, may the Dark Knight watch over you. Please enjoy your dinner. No one will disturb you." The blood descendant looked at Saran as he turned and left the place, showing hesitation on her delicate face. In the end, she gave up the thought and focused on the young man who was rubbing all over her body right now. Her sharp fangs could be seen as she widened her jaws, and she could not hide her greed while puncturing her fangs into the man's subclavian artery. The victim, who was still overwhelmed by sexual pleasure, was oblivious to the blood descendant's actions, and he continued caressing the voluptuous body in front of him without realizing he was at death's doorstep. A hungry blood descendant rarely allowed its prey to survive the night. Throughout the entire negotiation with the woman, Saran did not look at the young man at all. He breathed a sigh of relief after leaving the mass burial site, as if all the pressure was finally off his shoulders. What he said just now was a code used by the Faceless Envoys, an organization which controlled the Grey Realm and had countless dealings in the Dark Realm. As a rogue player, Saran often came across and made deals with evil beings back in the game. If the enemy failed to respond to the code, battle was inevitable. On the other hand, it was highly likely that he could avoid battle if the enemy responded, as it meant that the opponent knew of the existence of the Faceless Envoys. Saran's code consisted of two parts. The former, along with his gesture, indicated that he was a member of the Faceless Envoys, while the latter showed that he was a believer of the Shadow Lord. Only the core members of the organization knew that the Shadow Lord was a formless being, and the blood descendant could understand the implied meaning from Saran's speech. She was about to prey on Saran as well, but in the end decided to let him go because of his status. From the woman's code, Saran understood that she was a blood descendant under a high-ranked vampire who had the blood of the great ancestor, and that she was a believer of the Night Baroness, who was an ally of the Shadow Lord. The believers of the two deities rarely clashed with each other as the two had a good relationship, and the woman was concerned about Saran's fake status as a member of the Faceless Envoys. Considering such, she could only let him off the hook. More importantly, Saran clearly indicated that he was not going to interfere with her actions by telling her to enjoy her dinner. By taking a step back, he showed that he was not a hostile force and did not want to fight. His actions also implied that she should be satisfied with her current meal, and trying to kill a member of the Faceless Envoys, moreover a believer of the Shadow Lord, was not a good idea. Of course, Saran was not a member of the Faceless Envoys, nor was he a believer of the Shadow Lord. He was lying the whole time. However, that was the best solution he could come up with. Violence was not the only solution, and those who only knew how to fight their way out of problems undoubtedly could not survive long enough to become legendary players. In this world with both saints roaming around the continents and numerous evil witches, there was always someone stronger than the players. They might even run into deities from time to time. Defeating strong opponents despite being weak was basically the last resort for smart players, and they would only do that when all other options were infeasible. For example, the demons of the chaotic evil alignment lacked reasoning and could not be negotiated with, leaving the players with no choice but to fight their way out. At the very least, players had to learn to avoid opponents that were impossible to defeat. Saran only truly felt relieved after confirming he was far enough away and out of reach of the Blood Descendant. At the same time, he noticed there was something new on his attribute screen. It first appeared when he left the cave, but he had ignored the notification due to the encounter with the Blood Descendant. Exploration successful. After a tough underground exploration, you have improved your skills. Sneak +1, Snare +1. It was the first notification that appeared after Saran left the cave, and the next one appeared when he managed to avoid the battle with the Blood Descendant back at the mass burial pit. Negotiations successful. You have successfully deceived a powerful Blood Descendant and avoided combat. Diplomacy +1, Deception +3, Perform +1. Looking at his skill list, Sran realized that he had obtained some new skills. Basic skills: Sneak 103, Steal 35, Picklock 45, Snare 55, Diplomacy 1, Deception 3, Perform 1. For real. Saran was awestruck by the unexpected turn of events. Hope you like the chapter. Next chapter will be on Friday, 9th March. Chapters are out at 1 AM UTC. If you like the novel so far, be sure to vote here for the series for potentially more releases. Comment down below and let me know what you think about the chapter as well. Advantage: by having their erection in contact with her. Sent bills: China has sent in bills called Jiao, Guosiu. Go here means country and Xiu means technique. 190 centimeters, over 6 feet tall. Lake Kui, Quihu, also means green lake. 100 yuan bills. 100 yuan is their biggest bill. Daist Fierce Tiger, the author of this novel. Noodles, made of wheat. Rice noodles, made of rice. Jiang Tantan, Tan means sweet. Bajikan, also known as 8 extremities fist, but Bajikan sounds nicer to me. Long toes, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Chapter 20. Descendants of God. The night was eerily silent in Amber City. Ever since the skinning incident, no one dared to leave their homes at night. Even the grunts of the Grey Realm were hiding in their own territories. Those who belonged to the Dark Realm were all evil maniacs, and even though those of the Grey Realm often had dealings with them, both sides still kept their distance. The Amber City guards were unsuccessful in their search and investigation. Not only were the nobles pressing them for results, the church was also starting to put pressure on them. It did not take long before the church decided to take action. As the whole city was in a state of fear and terror, the church sent out its own shrine knights and paladins to investigate. Contrary to their expectations, they failed to find any clues and even lost a member. His skinless body was hung at the city gates the next day, with a perfect sheet of human skin next to the corpse. Terror dominated the Dark Knights. The believers of the evil gods angered the church by killing one of their shrine knights. The shrines of the 3 lawful deities in Amber City began dispatching high-ranked shrine guards for investigation, and even the bishops who usually only held rituals joined the operation. At the same time, a group of fanatics wearing black robes were gathering in a hidden underground chamber, kneeling and praying in front of an altar with their arms crossed. There was someone wearing a red robe on the altar, but his face was concealed by his clothing. The walls in the chamber were decorated with uncanny runes and pictures depicting skeletons, lava, demons, altars, and the shadow of an evil god. The dim flames made the atmosphere even spookier. The man wearing the red robe held a crystal ball in his pale white hand while chanting something in archaic demon language. Great priest, according to the prophecy left behind by thee, my lord, the first descendant of fear should soon awaken due to despair and fear. However, we have yet to feel the aura of the descendant of gods. The skinning ritual has begun. Fear and terror are rapidly spreading through the city. But the shrine guards dispatched will find us sooner or later. We have already lost some men. Now, should we continue the ritual and wait for the descendant of fear to awaken? A ghastly lilac flame appeared out of thin air, with a neutral voice which sounded androgynous and of undeterminable age. The flame seemingly spoke. Something has interfered with the prophecy. The gods and goddesses might have noticed thy lord's arrangements. Continue the sacred skinning ritual and spread the power of fear within the southern principality. The second descendant of fear will awaken someday in the future. The priest devotedly knelt down and looked firmly at the flame. The ritual shall continue. Let my lord's will enshroud the abyss. Beneath the altar, the kneeling fanatics began praying in synchrony, gathering evil energy within the chamber. No one could enter Amber City at night under normal circumstances, and the rule was even more strictly enforced ever since the skinning incidents began. More guards were stationed at the entrances, and those who were coming in and out had to be questioned and bodily searched first. For this reason, Saran had to camp outside the city and find a way to enter the shrine district. The next day, the Dawnlight Shrine gave off a dim aura, giving people hope, relief, and peace of mind. It was a stationary blessing spell powered by the divine power gathered through the shrine and could grant the followers spiritual satisfaction. The tiny figure of a child was kneeling in front of the tall and majestic statue of the Dawnlight God. Anale, the priestess in training, slowly opened the door and saw the little girl. Vivian, are you praying to the god of Dawnlight? The little girl lifted her head, glanced at the young lady behind her, and said, yes, am praying for brother's safety. Even though Saran did not tell her what he was going to do, Vivian knew it must be something dangerous. She did not try and stop him as she trusted him, but she still prayed for Saran and hoped that the gods would bless him with luck. Any one of the deities was fine with her. The young priestess walked to her side, patted her head, and slowly said, then you should come and pray at dawn. The god of Dawnlight will surely listen to his believers' prayers at that time. Unable to fully comprehend her words, Vivian still nodded her head and replied, big sis, please pray with me together at dawn then. Anala looked at the cute girl in front of her and smiled as she said, Vivian, are you willing to believe in the god of Dawnlight? I can feel it. You have extraordinary talent, and perhaps you could become a priestess. If you are willing to serve the god of Dawnlight, the shrine will also take care of your family. With his reflexes and abilities, Saran could surely find a proper job. Vivian was deep in thought and did not reply. She looked as if a part of her wanted to immediately accept the offer, but she eventually replied, I want to consult my brother first. If he agrees, I don't mind trying. Vivian felt rather complicated when she said she was willing to try. She had had sharp perception ever since she was a child, but for some reason she was strongly against the idea of deities. She and Saran were both atheists, and they did not fake their beliefs even on the surface. Vivian always felt awkward when she tried to worship any of the deities. The Demora was supposed to soothe people, but instead she felt uncomfortable and did not like it. If not for praying for her brother, she did not even want to take a single step into the worshipping chamber. Okay. The young priestess smiled as she helped Vivian to her feet. Perhaps you should try and understand some basic divine spells. Just like this, you Anale pronounced a single syllable which sounded weird, and a ball of light appeared on her fingertip. Like a candle, the ball of light lit up the surroundings. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. This is the spell light. The young priestess smiled at the little girl, who widened her eyes in surprise, and said, this is a very simple divine spell. If you have the talent to become a priestess, you should be able to cast it soon after practice. However, you will first have to be baptized. The holy ritual will grant you the ability to sense and utilize the god's powers. Baptism was a key process to becoming a priest or priestess. It was a process which enhanced one's perceptions, allowing those with talent to perceive the deity's powers. Paladins, shrine knights, rangers, and those of some other professions could cast basic divine spells after being baptized. This was only the first ritual though, and priests had to undergo other rituals before they could be promoted. The priestess' speech was interrupted by a loud voice from outside the shrine. A fully armed shrine guard entered the shrine, producing _clang_s as he walked. The guard, who had blood on his face, spoke in a grave voice, "Marcus is injured. We found the lair of the fanatics, and Marcus was pierced in the chest during battle." Annale kept a neutral look on her face as she faced Vivian and said, "Go back to the room yourself later, okay? Larcus, please lead the way." Annale said to the shrine guard, and the two of them left immediately. Recently, the evil fanatics had been running rampant in the city. A lot of shrines were concerned about the skinning rituals and dispatched their own troops to join the search, and Dawnlight Shrine was no different. Marcus was a grade 3 shrine guard with profession levels above 10. The evil fanatics must be really strong if they could severely injure such a strong shrine guard. Vivian looked at the two shrine officials until they were out of her sight. Making sure they were no longer around, she lifted her tiny fingers and muttered, "I wonder if I can cast the spell as long as I can pronounce the weird sound." Her question was soon answered when a bright ball of light appeared on her fingertips. The little girl's jaw dropped as she looked at the floating light in disbelief, as if she was afraid of it. She shook her hands in an attempt to dissipate the light. After a short while, Vivian calmed down and began looking at her fingertips curiously. Is it really that simple? You can use divine spells with just that? Hope you like the chapter. Next chapter will be on Sunday, 11th March. Chapters are out at 1 AM UTC. If you like the novel so far, be sure to vote here for the series for potentially more releases. Comment down below and let me know what you think about the chapter as well. Advantage: by having their erection in contact with her. Sent bills. China has sent in bills called Jiao, Guosiu. Go here means country and Xiu means technique. 190 centimeters, over 6 feet tall. Lake Kui, Kuihu, also means green lake. 100 yuan bills. 100 yuan is their biggest bill. Daist Fierce Tiger, the author of this novel. Noodles, made of wheat. Rice noodles, made of rice. Jiang Tantan, tan means sweet. Bajikan, also known as 8 extremities fist, but Bajikan sounds nicer to me. Long toes, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Chapter 21. Multi-Saran's wound was recovering steadily. After staying the night outside the city, he could already walk like a normal person. Only during vigorous activities did he feel slightly inconvenienced, but it was healing well all in all. If he did not carelessly reopen up the wound, it would completely recover in at most 2 days. It would only take a day to completely recover from this degree of injury if he had the ability Rebirth, which could be obtained by reaching 20 in Constitution. This was one of the main reasons why Saran had been distributing points into Constitution. In the end, treasure caves were low-level places for beginners. For some higher-ranked adventuring spots or underground ruins, the expedition might last over a month. Not only did adventurers have to spend time exploring the ruins, they also had to prepare themselves for accidents in the wilderness and even sabotage by thieves or other adventurers, which was why Constitution was a vital attribute. For example, Saran once had a retarded wizard in his team who cast Blast Fireball in a narrow tunnel, causing the entire passageway to collapse. Even though all of them survived, as they all had advanced professions, it took them a whole week just to dig a path out from the rubble with their bare hands. That was why people should stay away from brainless spellcasters. Sometimes they were even more dangerous than monsters. However, that was not the worst case. A retarded priest once cast earthquake in an underground ruin. A large portion of the underground ruin collapsed, burying not only their precious loot but also the entire team hundreds of meters underground. The only survivor of the expedition was a dwarf warrior who had over 25 constitution. After that incident, the priest was labeled the mother of all traps and became the nightmare of all players. Thankfully, this sort of retarded behavior was limited to players only. NPC spellcasters were all masters who could even turn the tide of battle with a simple low-ranked spell. But they rarely joined hands with the players, let alone joining a player's squad. Before Saran went to pick Vivian up, he first had to visit a magic store in the city. The city entrances were heavily guarded, and outsiders had to be thoroughly inspected and searched before they could enter. The skinning incident had been gradually turning into a much more serious issue as time passed. But Saran knew it was just the beginning. He remembered that the skinning incidents were just one part of an evil ritual which ended up affecting the entire southern region, including 6 kingdoms, 18 principalities, 13 city-states, and over 300 cities. It was the period when players learned the true meaning of helplessness. Over 200,000 players were involved in the main storyline of the game, but only 20 of them made it through the chaotic period and became legendary players. Saran tried to recall his memories in detail in an attempt to deduce the current time period. The skinning incidents had just begun, and the ancient red dragon had yet to appear, meaning there was still over a year before the deities were forced to descend into the mortal realm as saints. Taking other special incidents into account, there should still be roughly 2 years for him to train himself. In 2 years' time, a major incident should occur. The goddess of magic had fallen then in the game, causing the entire magic network to collapse. All wizards temporarily lost their ability to cast spells due to the incident. The goddess of magic was a powerful deity who controlled numerous magic networks across various planes, and she was the one who allowed wizards to utilize the networks for casting arcane spells. Unfortunately, she was also one of the first deities to fall during the period of disturbance. Currently, there were a lot of wizards in the world, thus, there were magic shops in basically every city. It was not until the fall of the goddess of magic that the number of wizards dropped drastically. The magic network began to collapse as the goddess of magic could no longer maintain the network, causing wizards to lose their spellcasting ability. All wizards with an intelligence of below 18 completely lost their spellcasting ability, while those with 18 to 20 intelligence could only cast basic level 0 spells. Only those who had over 20 intelligence managed to discover the laws of magic on their own, gradually recovering their spellcasting ability as they learned more about the world. However, they would no longer be casting spells with the help of the magic network, but rather with their own knowledge of magic and the world. The magic network was convenient, but it also constrained the wizard's potential. It was a double-edged sword. The network allowed wizards who lacked talent below 18 INT to cast spells easily, but also prevented powerful wizards above 18 INT from promoting to archmages. From that day onward, the profession began to diverge into 2 extremes, extremely powerful and utter garbage, but that was something in the future. The magic network was still functioning properly right now, and all wizards could still transfer their mana to the network and borrow the powers of the goddess to cast spells. However, they had to refresh their memories of various spells frequently. Saran was organizing the information regarding the incident in his mind, as the fall of the goddess of magic had a significant impact on the world, affecting numerous other planes as a side effect. Only the strong ones who had reached over 20 points in the related attributes would be able to awaken to the laws of the world on their own and recover their spellcasting abilities. The day that the goddess of magic would fall was not far away. She was one of the first deities to fall, and all wizards would soon lose their spellcasting powers. Most magic shops were actually quite inconspicuous, as wizards, like most spellcasters, did not like to communicate with average citizens or even people from other professions. Among the spellcasting professions, Only priests were less arrogant and were willing to cooperate with others. Saran gently opened the wooden door and entered the empty store. Only several enchanted equipment were placed on the counter. With no customers in sight, the items sold in the shop were simply too expensive for commoners. "Are you selling or buying?" A man of considerable age sluggishly glanced at Saran. The man was wearing a pair of glasses while holding a thick book in his hands as he lifted his head. "If you're selling enchanted gear, I'll appraise it for you. If you're looking to buy something, feel free to look around." The man spoke in a cold voice. Magic stores were set up by the Wizards Alliance and were present in most major cities. A wizard of at least grade 2 was stationed in each shop, with them being transferred to different cities from time to time. Currently, the Wizards Alliance was still quite powerful and influential, but that was about to end as they would lose their influence along with the Goddess of Magic's fall. The magic stores were frequently robbed during the period when the wizards lost their spellcasting abilities, but that was still a suicidal act right now. Seemingly knowing Saran's profession, the old man warned him, "Don't try anything fishy here. All the items are enchanted with magic traps." Everyone knew rogues had dishonest hands, but Saran did not intend to try stealing anything in front of a grade 3 wizard who had level 10 sage level 10 wizard as his profession. Saran pulled out the pair of snake demon swords from behind his back and placed them in front of the old man. The old man glanced at the pair of long swords and showed an odd expression. "Igneous rock?" He lifted a sword up with much effort and touched the blade with his fingers. Wizards had relatively low strength when compared to other professions, and only those who had reached the realm of legends could enhance their own strength with special rituals. The old man retracted his fingers as he finished his inspection of the weapon. Who would forge swords with such material? Such a waste. Without asking the origins of the pair of swords, the man glanced at Saran and named his price. 80 gold emeralds each. Magic stores had their own channels through which they could sell items regardless of their origins. As long as it was rare equipment, the stores would buy it even if it was stolen goods. Wizards would never reject the opportunity to earn more money. 120 gold emeralds. Saran knitted his eyebrows after hearing the old man's offer. "This weapon is forged with igneous rock. According to the rules of weapon pricing, the prices for giant swords can fluctuate by up to 50%. I don't care if you resell the swords as weapons or materials, but they could net you 200 gold emeralds at the very least. They could even be sold for up to 300 gold emeralds if transported to the northern regions or the plains. That's many times higher than the price you're offering. 80 gold emeralds is simply too little. I might as well sell them to the Rogue Association. You know the industry well." "Fine. 120 gold emeralds it is." A 2.2-meter tall stone golem tottered from behind the counter after the old man lightly rung a bell. The golem, which was created through alchemy, lifted the snake demon longswords and exited the store through a back door, but soon returned with an inconspicuous pouch in its hands. The old man opened the multi-dimensional bag and poured a pile of shiny gold coins onto the counter. The pile of coins split into two uneven portions as he drew a line in the air with his finger, the smaller pile returning into the multi-dimensional bag while the larger pile stopped in front of Saran. Mage hand. It was a rather convenient skill. Just like every other wizard who had great power and wealth, the store owner was also rather arrogant, as he continued reading without paying Saran heed after saying, "Feel free to look around, and let me know if you would like to buy something." The 240 gold emeralds he just earned weighed around 12 pounds, approximately 5 kilograms, and carrying them around was inconvenient and could even hinder Saran in battle. "I'll buy a low-grade multi-dimensional bag," Saran said as he pushed 100 gold coins from his pile on the counter toward the store owner. The wizard nodded as he took the 100 gold coins and removed a small bag from a drawer behind the counter. "Make sure not to break it. It's enchanted with protection magic of the lowest tier. It won't break under normal circumstances, but the items will all spill out if damaged. Saran nodded and transferred the 140 gold rubles on the counter into the bag. Low-grade multi-dimensional bags had a capacity of 1 cubic meter and an opening of half a foot, meaning they could only store small items. The bags might be damaged in battle, losing their storage ability as a result. The internal space would then collapse, and the stored items would be forced out of the bag, with some even becoming lost in dimensional gaps. It wasn't just multi-dimensional bags though. Non-legendary equipment had a considerable chance of getting damaged. Even Saran's ogre strength gauntlet might be damaged in battle and lose its effects. It might even be damaged beyond repair if overused. With the deal done, Saran quickly left the store and walked toward the smithery near the main plaza. He needed a curved sword, but rare ones were pretty much non-existent in southern regions. Saran had to make do with a standard military-grade used curved sword for now. Negotiations successful. You have successfully raised the price of your equipment through negotiations. Diplomacy +1, appraise +1. Advantage: by having their erection in contact with her. Sent bills. China has sent in bills called Jiao, Guosiu. Go here means country and Xiu means technique. 190 centimeters, over 6 feet tall. Lake Kui, Kuihu, also means green lake. 100 yuan bills, 100 yuan is their biggest bill. Daoist fierce tiger, the author of this novel. Noodles, made of wheat. Rice noodles, made of rice. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates. Better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. Jiang Tantan, Tan means sweet. Bajikan, also known as 8 extremities fist, but Bajikan sounds nicer to me. Long toes, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Chapter 22 Adventurer Guild Amber City, a 6-century-old city which began its development along with the change of course of the Agat River. Due to the large-scale desertification of the upper regions of the river and the epic-ranked event Rage of the Viper, the relationship between the human kingdoms and the Druids further deteriorated. As a result, the Agat River had its course changed by 60 kilometers. Even now, the Druids were limiting the damage humans dealt to the environment, and they would even act violently when necessary. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. The change in the Agat River's course caused Amber City to prosper at the cost of the downfall of another city. Unlike the slums, the central part of Amber City boasted clean and wide stone roads which could allow up to 10 carts to travel together. The area where nobles lived was almost like a garden, with trees and flowers planted on the sides of the roads. Tall, gorgeous buildings decorated with delicate artwork could be seen everywhere in the area. It was not a place where even Saran could enter easily, as there were elite guards guarding the nobles. The extravagant city was built at the expense of lower-class people. The entrance fee to the city was 1 kopediral. The lower class and the homeless simply could not afford to pay the fee if they left its walls, and if they entered the city proper, they would be thrown out by the guards patrolling at night. This was rather common in the southern cities, where the inside and outside of the cities were two completely different worlds. The Grand Plaza was also the marketplace of Amber City, with tons of goods and products from other cities sent there for trading. A substantial amount of taxes were collected from the traders, and it was the major source of income for the nobles. Saran could see plenty of vigilant soldiers patrolling the city as he walked down the street. The skinning incidents dampened the mood of Amber City, and plenty of merchants sold their products hastily before leaving the city in a hurry. Intuition from the merchants' past experiences rang alarm bells in their minds as they knew the activity of the Dark Realm brought nothing but trouble and danger. The Adventurer Guild was right across the street from the Grand Plaza. It was a massive and loose organization which reached the borders of the world, yet it was managed by people of various other sectors. Kings, nobles, the church, and other organizations that held power simply could not allow the Adventurer Guild to stand as their own organization, which was why these parties intervened in the operation of the Adventurer Guild with their power. The Adventurer Guild consisted of various branches which operated independently, and every branch had a council that had members from the nobles, the church, and local powers. As every branch was independent, there was no such thing as a headquarters or head branch of the guild. To be precise, they were all local organizations that just shared the same name and had signed agreements which benefited everyone. For example, Amber City's Adventurer Guild branch was responsible for jobs within a 500-kilometer radius, covering 3 other cities, 20 towns, and over 100 villages. Saran intended to become an adventurer. There were no such things as requirements or ability tests. Anyone could become an adventurer as long as they could pay 10 gold dirals, a considerable sum that could feed a family of 3 for 3 years. All adventurers started at F rank, and they were given a magical brand which could be authenticated by any other guild branch. Of course, one could also create a fake one if they had the guts and technology to do so. The best thing about being an adventurer was that the occupation in itself was a entry permit. There were a lot of places where one could not freely enter, as people in this world were rather territorial and population migration was extremely slow, with dangerous monsters and wild animals in the wilderness. Most commoners never traveled more than 50 miles or so from their homes. There were 2 crucial things one must prepare before heading out to other places. First was the identification of a free citizen, and second was the identification of an adventurer. Saran planned to become an adventurer, then get the identifications of free citizens for both himself and Vivian. These 2 items granted freedom of movement in the southern cities and could eliminate countless troubles and hostility from the locals as one traveled. Most towns and villages would refuse to let people without either enter. Some exclusive villages would even send foreigners to the guard post for a lengthy lecture on how to behave, then warn them not to cause trouble before letting them in. There were plenty of adventurers who just became one on a whim and then got interrogated and warned everywhere they went, eventually making their way onto the list of suspicious people for no apparent reason. Even a single move which seemed off to the villagers would send a whole squadron of fully armored soldiers to their place for a friendly talk. If one had not experienced it themselves, it was rather hard to imagine how bothersome and tiring adventuring was. Getting or faking the identification of nobles was another option. It granted a higher degree of freedom, but things would get troublesome if exposed. The number of full-time adventurers was actually quite low. It was a dangerous occupation, and forced retirement from injury was a common occurrence. Even a slight mistake in battle could result in a gruesome wound that was hard to recover from naturally, lowering the injured adventurer's combat prowess. If they could not afford to undergo divine magic therapy, then they could pretty much retire at that point already. There were plenty of franked adventurers, but only 10% of the lot made it to E rank, and less than 1% made it to D rank. An E-ranked adventurer whose family members had no criminal records could easily get employed as a guard in nearby towns or cities. Even though the income was not as high as being an adventurer, it was a stable source of income and enough to feed a family. After all, not everyone desired the risky life of being an adventurer, placing their life on the line every time they took on a job. Anyway, Saran was now at the Adventurer Guild. The requests pinned to the requests board were relatively formal ones, as low-ranked missions or jobs were mostly commissioned without going through the Adventurer Guild. The lowest-ranked requests on the board were F rank with a challenge rating of 5 or above. In the territory of Lord Tarold, a group of goblins and gnolls were spotted near the village Snate. The militia in the village are unable to defend the village against these monsters, thus they have issued a request for adventurers to exterminate the goblins and gnolls for a reward of 50 gold dirals. Mission rank, F+. This was the basic description of one of the requests pinned to the board. Before taking on the request, one should first consider if he could take out over 20 goblins and up to 5 gnolls. Afterwards, the adventurer would need to travel to the destination and scout out the area in order to determine the accuracy of the number of monsters stated on the request. If the numbers were within a reasonable range, the adventurer could proceed to making battle plans and finally take on the request. However, things would be different if the actual number of monsters was way higher than reported. The adventurer could choose to give up on the mission and request compensation for travel fees, or they could demand a higher reward for exterminating more monsters than stated in the request. Of course, there were also those who did not care at all and simply killed every single monster before leaving with the reward. Saran could still remember the time when he accepted his first request ever. It was a request similar to the above-mentioned one, but in the end an ogre appeared and almost killed him. If not for the 50% increase in reward, Saran would have attacked the client out of rage. That was not a joke. In fact, Saran had committed the deed once. He tied the client who deliberately lied about the difficulty of the request onto a pole and whipped the client to death before hanging him for 3 days and nights. Back then, Saran had teamed up with a native NPC for the first time. The boy he teamed up with was a cheerful lad who had 2 younger brothers and a younger sister. The lad was the only person in the village who had a combat profession and was a decent level 6 warrior. He saved Saran's life once by blocking 3 arrows with his body and covered for Saran as they both charged out of the enemy's encirclement. Before leaving the remote village, Saran promised the NPC's mother that the two would return safely after earning enough money for the family to reconstruct their village. They got separated during a request though, and by the time Saran finally found his teammate, only a half-eaten corpse remained. The gnolls were devouring the dead lad. That day, he killed a handful of people, but vengeance served nothing in the end as grief and guilt stained his heart. Saran lacked the courage to face the mother of his friend and could only send the boy's ashes back to the village along with 1,000 gold dirals. He'd promised to bring the boy back alive, but all he brought back were ashes. It was at that moment that Saran finally understood that the world was cruel and unforgiving. As a rogue, he would never lower his guard and would never trust others easily. He had already made a mistake once, and he made sure not to make a similar one in the future. Perhaps this was the incident which distinguished Saran from the other rogue players. His attitude changed greatly due to the loss of a great friend and teammate, and it was this attitude which allowed him to finally become a legendary rogue, which few had managed to reach. Hope you like the chapter. Next chapter will be on Friday, 16th March. Chapters are out at 1 AM UTC. If you like the novel so far, be sure to vote here for the series for potentially more releases. Comment down below and let me know what you think about the chapter as well. Advantage: by having their erection in contact with her. Sent bills: China has sent in bills called Jiao, Guosiu. Go here means country and Xiu means technique. 190 centimeters, over 6 feet tall. Lake Kui, Kuihu, also means green lake. 100 yuan bills. 100 yuan is their biggest bill. Daist Fierce Tiger, the author of this novel. Noodles, made of wheat. Rice noodles, made of rice. Jiang Tantan, tan means sweet. Bajikan, also known as 8 extremities fist, but Bajikan sounds nicer to me. Long toes, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Chapter 23 Funeral. There weren't any simple requests in the Adventurer Guild. It was a place where people risked their very lives for riches, not a place for kids searching for pets. Even the easiest requests offered over 10 gold dirals as the reward, a sum which could feed a family of 3 for 3 years. Saran left the guild with his adventurer's badge without taking any requests and headed toward the town hall. There he would have to pay 15 or so gold dirals to obtain certificates identifying them as free citizens for both himself and Vivian, which would change their social standing from that of poor lower-class citizens to that of normal citizens who enjoyed a high degree of freedom within the southern regions. They could then move freely in most places in the region as long as they were not afraid of the dangers of traveling. It was not the time to take on requests yet. There was no such thing as grinding or farming in Clash of the Titans, as monsters had a similar spawning algorithm to human NPCs. This meant that if one exterminated all gnolls in an area, they would not appear in that location again until gnolls from other locations migrated there. There was a saying in the taverns: your adventuring life is incomplete without getting surrounded by goblins, stuck in kobold traps, and raided vinyls at midnight. It was a saying which had a bloody origin and history. Monsters here were not your ordinary brainless creatures. They used tactics such as setting traps and launching sneak attacks, not to mention their ability to set up bases and even flee and regroup when necessary. Countless hot-headed rookies lost their lives to these low-grade monsters as they became overconfident after reaching grade 2 in their professions. Could you imagine a bunch of mere monsters having such intelligence, ganging up on single or stranded adventurers, fleeing when at a disadvantage, utilizing the terrain to set up various types of traps, scouting incoming adventurers, and even faking surrender to lower an adventurer's guard? This just goes to show how smart these creatures were. If one was unlucky, he might even encounter powerful dragon disciples hidden among the kobolds. Normal kobolds merely had a challenge rating of level 1, while kobold dragon disciples, which had reached level 5, had enough power to decimate average adventurers. Even spellcasters, who were known for their arrogance, did not boast that they could easily handle anything in the wilderness. Anyway, there were plenty of things which could be solved with money in this world. Saran managed to get 2 identifications of free citizens without much trouble after handing over the right amount of gold emeralds. The officials at the town hall confirmed that Saran had no criminal record and swiftly handed over the documents stamped with a magical brand proving their authenticity. They couldn't care less about Saran being a thief previously, as they only cared about the shiny gold coins placed on the desk. Petty crimes such as theft were not a big deal and were removed from the criminal records when one became a free citizen. To put it simply, free citizen was a class bought with money. With enough gold emeralds, one could further become an honorary citizen through donations to the government. It really was a terrible system. The gang leaders in the city were mostly bigwigs, being either nobles or honorary citizens. In any event, as an adventurer, Saran could directly purchase military-grade weapons from blacksmiths. Military-grade weapons were several times better than common weapons in terms of quality, and it was legal to sell them directly to anyone. The reason was simple: commoners could not afford to buy these expensive weapons, nor would they bother to. A standard unenchanted military-grade curved sword forged with both steel and a small amount of black steel weighed around 6 pounds and cost 15 gold emeralds. Similarly, a standard unenchanted military-grade chainmail armor weighed around 15 pounds and cost 80 gold emeralds, which was equivalent to the value of all the property of an entire family of commoners. As a comparison, the price of a house in the outskirts of Amber City was around 30 to 50 gold emeralds. For equipment of higher grades or full plate armor, the cost ranged from 1,500 to 2,000 gold emeralds. Countless warriors had fought hard just to save money to purchase these items, as they were better, though more expensive, than rare item drops. Only nobles who were feudal lords could afford to fully equip themselves with such gear. Even high-ranked adventurers did not have that much money to spare. It was only natural, considering that a set of such equipment could be exchanged for 150 acres of land. It took Saran half a day to finish everything he had in mind. With around 100 gold emeralds in his pocket, he could live leisurely in the city with Vivian for a decade without any worries about their finances. But he had other thoughts. As he walked down the street, Saran looked for shops where he could purchase supplies for traveling. That's right, he planned to leave the city. From what he could remember, the skinning incidents were just the beginning, and the entire southern region would soon be caught up in the flames of war. The safest location for now was Elfenland, as they could even defend against red dragons, but there would be no such thing as guaranteed safety when the Avatar crisis hit the world. If one wished to avoid being crushed like an ant, the best thing to do right now was to leave the places in turmoil and strengthen themselves in relatively safer locations. In the past, roughly 3 million players took part in the Avatar Crisis event. The strongest players at that time were level 18 in their professions and were right at the doorstep of the realm of legends, but they were still easily wiped out by the descended deities. Hundreds of thousands of players were inevitably slaughtered like livestock. Leaving was the best choice right now. Saran could still remember the powerlessness he felt back when he fought against a descendant of a deity. It could not even be called a fight. Players could obtain power to challenge deities and gods only after they reached the realm of legends. Entering Elfenland through the phantasmal forest, then heading toward the Frost Kingdom to avoid the first 3 most chaotic years was a good plan. In that time, fragments of divinity also fell upon the world and were absorbed by mortals who could not utilize the powers of the fragments. They were easy targets for those who yearned for power like Saran. The opportunity slipped through his hands in the game, but the same would not happen again now that he had time to make preparations. As Saran headed back to the Dawnlight Shrine to pick Vivian up, he fiddled with the newly obtained weapon in his hands. He had to familiarize himself with the length, weight, and feel of the weapon in order to fully utilize its power in combat. He had martial weapon proficiency, a decent profession ability, but every weapon was unique after all. Even mass-produced military-grade weapons of the same model had slight differences in weight and feel. These may seem like trivial matters, but they were matters of life and death in battle. A data log floated in front of Saran's eyes. Weapon type, military curved sword. Weapon grade, refined weapon. Item description: a refined weapon forged with steel possessing extraordinary hardness and flexibility when compared to ordinary weapons. Only blacksmiths with 150 points or more in weapon forging can forge such a weapon. Weapon requirement: 10 plus strength. Weapon effect: properties of black steel, sharpness +1. Strictly speaking, the curved sword could be considered an enchanted weapon as it had the effect property of black steel. This meant that the weapon had increased hardness, making it less likely to break in combat and allowing it to withstand stronger slashing attacks. As for the effects of sharpness +1, it allowed the sword to cut through leather armor more easily. As Saran entered the Dawnlight Shrine, he could sense the dread atmosphere within. Bishop Phil was performing a burial ceremony for a shrine guard. 5 fully armored warriors were standing at the sides with solemn faces while holding the hilts of their swords, which were stabbed into the ground, with both hands, their tattered cloaks showing traces of dried blood. The 5 knelt on the ground on one knee when the bishop finished his final prayer, making clattering noises with their armor. With grave yet determined looks, they earnestly chanted a verse together: to protect the weak and uphold justice, to serve with honesty and modesty, to love with faithfulness for all eternity. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. To fight with unwavering courage and integrity, to be unyielding even when facing death. In the name of God, we give our lives to the path of truth. The striking and powerful voices resounded within the shrine as Bishop Phil gently closed the eyes of the deceased shrine guard who had earnestly served the god of Dawnlight. The shrine guard would rest for eternity in the crude coffin while wearing his full set of armor and holding his sword with both hands in front of his chest. The bloodstains had been cleaned from his armor, but the scratches and dents from the intense battles remained. There was nothing extravagant. The only ornaments in the coffin were his armor and weapon. His armor and weapon were a warrior's second soul. These treasured items were companions with whom the dead shrine guard had fought countless battles, and they would be following him into the dirt as a sign of respect. May his soul enter the kingdom of Dawnlight and find peace. Bishop Phil sprinkled holy water on the ground. As the bishop prayed, a holy light appeared in the shrine. This indicated that the god of Dawnlight had acknowledged the death of his faithful servant, and the soul of the deceased was being led to his domain. The soul would be reborn in his domain. The purer one's soul was, the greater their power as they were reborn in the god of Dawnlight's kingdom. Holy light. It seems that he had strong faith when he was still alive. He will surely become more than a petitioner in the domain of God. Sran looked around the shrine and found Vivian's tiny silhouette behind the young priestess. His sister was silently watching the simple yet solemn funeral attentively. Warriors were bound to fight on the front lines due to the nature of their occupation. They were the ones who had the highest chance of perishing in a battle. Regardless of their ability, one should still pay utmost respect to the faithful warriors who protected others with their bodies and lives on the line. The man lying inside the coffin was a proud warrior. his worn-out armor signifying his pride and glory. Saran bowed slightly at the coffin out of respect. Hope you like the chapter. Next chapter will be on Sunday, 18th March. Chapters are out at 1 AM UTC. If you like the novel so far, be sure to vote here for the series for potentially more releases. Comment down below and let me know what you think about the chapter as well. Advantage: by having their erection in contact with her sent bills, China has sent in bills called Jiao, Guosiu. Go here means country and Xiu means technique. 190 centimeters, over 6 feet tall. Lake Kui, Kuihu, also means green lake. 100 yuan bills. 100 yuan is their biggest bill. Daist Fierce Tiger, the author of this novel. Noodles, made of wheat. Rice noodles, made of rice. Jiang Tantan, Tan means sweet. Bajikan, also known as 8 extremities fist, but Bajikan sounds nicer to me. Long toes, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Chapter 24. Traveling afar. Saran quietly waited for the funeral to end before walking toward Vivian. He lightly nodded at the young priestess and said, "Thank you for taking care of her. I'm here to pick her up." Vivian's face lit up when she saw Saran. She held Saran's finger with her tiny hand and gladly said, "Brother, you're finally back." Meanwhile, the young priestess could not hide the sorrow on her face, as she was still mourning for the shrine guard who lost his life. She glanced at Saran while knitting her eyebrows. Priests had high wisdom, which granted them strong perception, and the priestess could feel the change within Saran instinctively. Previously, she felt that Saran was simply a thug with extraordinary abilities, but now he was a warrior who had fought countless battles. The calm yet deadly atmosphere he radiated was on par with that of the shrine guards. The shrine guards were either retired soldiers or people who had fought many battles, but Saran was nothing of the sort. Just what did Saran experience in these past 2 days for him to undergo such a change? She could not understand. Saran slightly bowed his head toward Bishop Phil, who was across the room, and was about to leave the shrine with Vivian when the priestess stopped them in their tracks. "Wait. Vivian has exceptional talent," Anal exclaimed. "She has the potential to become a great priestess. Perhaps you should let her stay and train here. It would be great for her in the future if she could become a priestess. It'd at least be better than." The priestess did not finish her sentence, but the implied meaning was clearly delivered. High-rank priests had high social status and power, which was obviously better than living aimlessly on the streets as a thug in some third-rate gang. What the priestess did not know was that Saran had mercilessly slain various gang members in the slums. Since he woke up, Vivian would not reveal such things, thus Annalise still regarded Saran as a boy who was abused by gang leaders. No matter how skillful a thief was, it was impossible for him to reach the top and gain power. That was what the priestess thought. HMPH. Surprisingly, the first to react was not Saran, but Vivian. Puffing her cheeks with a displeased expression, she glared at Anal and rejected the priestess' suggestion. "I don't want to become a priestess. Staying by brother's side is the best." The young child could not tolerate people who looked down on her beloved brother. He was a thief, so what? If not for his skills and courage, Vivian would have died in the slums already. People who were living safely in a shrine had no idea how difficult it was for a 12-year-old to make a living in the slums, not only for himself but also his 3-year-old sister. Saran once worked as a laborer at the docks, but the money he earned was not enough to feed the both of them no matter how hard he worked. Getting bruises on his back and body aches from carrying heavy cargo repeatedly did not help either. From Vivian's perspective, her brother was her entire world. She simply could not allow others to speak badly of Saran, even if the person was someone she was close to. The young priestess was stunned as Vivian glared at her with a murderous look. This was Annalyn's first time seeing Vivian lose her temper. She wanted to apologize, but the stubbornness within her still thought that Saran could not bring a bright future to his sister. A mere thief in the slums, even if he somehow managed to become a gang leader, life would still be filthy and unstable. Vivian deserved a better life. Annales still believed that her suggestion was for the best for Vivian, thus she put up a strong front while staring at Saran, as if trying to let him know this was the better option. Yet she was disappointed by his reaction, as Saran simply patted Vivian's head like an owner petting his little kitten. He then lifted the little girl up and gave her a piggyback ride, with Vivian snuggling against the back of his head merrily. Vivian was easily satisfied by the simple things in life. If no one intruded upon her peaceful day, she could happily eat busily doing chores like cleaning and tidying the rooms and doing the laundry. Even if the clothes were still slightly dirty after washing, as Vivian lacked the strength to thoroughly clean them, Saran did not seem to mind. In other words, becoming a priestess wasn't necessary. Their current life suited her just fine. Sorry. Saran steadied Vivian with his hand on her waist as she sat on his shoulders, her malnutritioned and light body swaying side to side. Vivian will not become a priestess of the god of Dawnlight. There was no way in hell Saran would let that happen. The chaotic years were about to begin, and the god of Dawnlight was one of the first deities to lose their divinity. Priests would lose their ability to cast divine spells when that happened. Those with over 20 wisdom could gain new understanding of divine spells on their own, granting them the ability to use their onslaught powers if they transferred their faith from their respective gods to the origins of order, a new faith created based on polytheism. Otherwise, priests would become ordinary people who simply knew the combat tactics of spellcasters. Saran planned to leave the city to stay away from the chaos which began the moment the skinning incident occurred. How could he let Vivian become a priestess of a soon-to-fall god? Let's go. Saran bowed his head at the young priestess to show his gratitude and left the shrine with Vivian on his shoulders. Despite her ignorant words, she made the suggestion out of goodwill nonetheless. For Saran, however, the best course of action right now was to strengthen himself in a safe place. The young priestess could only look at the backs of the siblings as they left the shrine. She wanted to say something to the two, but nothing came out of her mouth in the end as signs of disappointment and envy showed on her face. The two siblings depended on one another, and perhaps that was for the best for Vivian. Staying by her brother's side was enough for her to endure all sorts of hardships. Annale recalled the radiant smile on Vivian's face and looked back at the silent and desolate shrine while muttering, "Please take good care of her." She sighed as she headed toward the basilica. The skinning incidents were getting out of hand, and 3 of the shrines in Amber City were prepared to go on a joint mission to eradicate the evildoers. A large-scale battle was bound to occur, and leaving Vivian with Saran was probably for the best as Annale had to take part in the battle as well. Leaving Amber City and traveling to other places was easier said than done, let alone getting lost and stranded in the wilderness. The chances of dying in accidents were not low. Traveling alone without any preparations only meant that the person was looking for death. That was the only likely outcome. Thus, Saran had plenty of preparations to make before the two could leave the city. He first had to find a team of merchants and seek permission to travel together by paying them money. He also had to refamiliarize himself with the battle skills in his memory and tried to train his swordsmanship as quickly as possible. From there, he could then proceed to learn the skill sword form, heavy hack. He also needed to stock up on food, potions, medicine, camping tools, and a saddle for Vivian. Monsters were not the only dangers when traveling in the wild. Wild beasts, poisonous insects, thieves, and bandits also posed a great threat to travelers. If not for the skinning incidents, Saran would not wish to travel afar with Vivian, but he had no choice right now. According to his estimations, the skinning incidents would escalate into something more severe in less than half a month. The first descendant of God, Lillian, the Witch of Terror, would appear. The Dreadlord, who had strong divine powers and resided in the abyss, had foreseen his fall, which was why he left descendants in the world and gave them each a fraction of his divinity and power. A handful of demon lords had attempted the same before. They left their seeds of divinity within their descendants and planned to devour their descendants' souls to regain power after they had fallen. Some succeeded, But there were also those who failed. Those who succeeded were reborn from the bodies of their descendants, regaining their divinity. The demon lords did not take over the bodies, but instead brutally destroyed their descendants and created new bodies with their regained divinity. Those who failed, however, could only succumb and remain stuck in the mortal realm forever. If Saran remembered correctly, the number of descendants of God reached 2 digits, with each of them having significant powers. Furthermore, they were responsible for the first of the many turmoils to come to the world. The descendants of the Dreadlord fought one another, spreading fear across the world. The skinning incidents also played a major role in their fights, as it was an ancient evil summoning ritual. As they fought, Lillian, the Witch of Terror, became one of the strongest descendants and was eventually killed by the High Lady of Silvery Moon, the Lunar Goddess. Find authorized novels in webnovel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. Hope you like the chapter. Next chapter will be on Wednesday, 21st March. Chapters are out at 1 AM UTC. In case you missed the announcement, I will now be posting additional chapters based on the number of votes we get. For every 300 votes, I will be posting _1_ extra chapter. Also, I will be posting extra chapters based on our final ranking at the end of March. Top 20, _1_ extra chapter, top 15, _2_ extra chapters. Vote now to motivate me and get more chapters. Comment down below and let me know what you think about the chapter as well. Advantage: by having their erection in contact with her. Sent bills: China has sent in bills called Jiao, Guosiu. Go here means country and Xiu means technique. 190 centimeters, over 6 feet tall. Lake Qihu, also means green lake. 100 yuan bills, 100 yuan is their biggest bill. Daist Fierce Tiger, the author of this novel. Noodles, made of wheat. Rice noodles, made of rice. Jiang Tantan, Tan means sweet. Bajikan, also known as 8 extremities fist, but Bajikan sounds nicer to me. Long toes, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07, Don't ask me about the tree sap. Chapter 25. A joyful day under the dim light of a candle. Saran and Vivian faced each other as they sat in front of a table full of white bread, smoked meat, lettuce, and a pot of fish soup. People of this time period were mostly poor and did not have access to a wide variety of food. As a matter of fact, people in this world, which was similar to the Middle Ages in Western countries, did not place their focus on the quality of food in the first place, as there were more important concerns. True cuisine could only be found in Elfenland and places where halflings lived, especially the latter, as halflings were pretty much master chefs. However, the dishes in front of Vivian were already a luxury to her brother. Vivian gulped and continued, "Isn't this a bit too wasteful?" Meat, bread, and soup, these were luxurious foods which they only ate once a year on New Year's Eve. Saran did not reply and gently reached his hand out to pat Vivian's head. He flicked his fingers with his other hand, and a shiny gold D-roll appeared on the back of his hand. The gold coin shone brightly under the candlelight, and Vivian could not help but become awestruck at the sight. She then smiled brightly, showing her tiny white teeth, and asked with a small voice, "Brother, did we just get rich?" She couldn't care less about how Saran got the money. It was theirs the moment the coins ended up in Saran's pocket. Saran laughed as his sister spoke in a meek voice. He pinched her cheeks and took out a small wallet decorated with embroidery, producing clinking sounds as he shook it. "This is Vivian's share of the bonus." The young girl could not understand what Saran meant, but she still knew that it was a gift from her brother. She received the decorated wallet which only noble ladies could afford to use with glee. A pair of strings protruded from the opening of the wallet and were used to close it when pulled tightly. Vivian loosened the strings and was immediately blinded by the shiny coins inside. There were plenty of silver D-rolls along with a few gold D-rolls. "We're rich," Vivian exclaimed as she happily placed the wallet in her pocket. "Thank you, big brother." Those were gold D-rolls Vivian had never seen, let alone been given. So much money, it was enough for her to buy pretty clothes and have plenty of delicious food. "Let's eat now," Saran said as he placed pieces of meat into Vivian's bowl. It bothered Saran a lot when he first realized there were no chopsticks in this world, but it was not a big deal now that he had been living here for a while. He might have to use his hands to eat in the wild, as adventurers usually do, in the future, so being stubborn about chopsticks was pointless. Vivian happily ate the meat and showed a satisfied look on her cute face. She scooped up a spoonful of soup and placed it in front of Saran's mouth while saying, "Hee hee, open your mouth." Saran, with a tired smile, opened his mouth, but Vivian retracted her hand and drank the soup instead. With a smug look, she looked at Saran and said, "The soup is really tasty." "Such a bad girl," Saran replied with an annoyed yet happy look. It had been a while since he could relax and be a caring brother instead of a thief and cold-blooded murderer. It was a peaceful day for him, and the turmoil in the city did not seem to affect the siblings' merry mood at all. Saran got up early in the morning to train his swordsmanship. The fundamentals of the sword consisted of hacking, slashing, and thrusting, and the techniques could be used with other weapons as well. Saran could still remember his past battles, and he swung the sword according to the sword forms in his memory. He was familiarizing himself with the new weapon as well as his own body. Sword form, heavy hack. It was an extremely practical combat skill as it focused on gathering all the power in one's body into a single hacking attack. Using punches as an example, a punch would lack power if the attacker only used the strength in his arms. A punch using merely arm strength was a weak attack which used less than 1/3 of one's full strength. Utilizing the hips was the next step to mastering punches, but it was still only at the level of delivering a strong blow, not a fatal one. To deliver a fatal punch, one must use the strength of his entire body, not just the hips and arms. Sword form, heavy hack was such a skill. One must be able to use every ounce of his strength to deliver the strongest and fastest hack in order to master the skill. It could be used with all sorts of other weapons as well. Commoners had around 10 strength, and even they could easily cut through a 20-centimeter thick wooden block when using sword form, heavy hack. As the strike was multiple times stronger than attacks their strength could usually produce. Numerically speaking, the skill could boost your damage output by several times when using it. It was somewhat similar to the more advanced warrior skill Kai, with the difference between the two being the duration of the buff. Kai could grant the user a 30-second buff by enhancing the body of the user, while sword form, heavy hack only strengthened a single strike. Sword saints could even double their attacking power after using Kai at the expense of their own HP. This was a skill many were wary of, the innate kill which did not require a critical hit. Sword saints had powerful attacks, but that was not without its drawbacks. They could only equip light armor, or else their agility and damage output would decrease significantly. Similarly, Saran only equipped leather armor and never wore metal armor as it would lower his mobility, making him open to attacks as he could not dodge freely. It was a deadly drawback considering that rogues relied on their mobility to dodge incoming attacks with their nimble bodies during combat. On the rare occasion where they chose to wear heavier armor, they would equip full plate armor, gaining high defense by forsaking mobility. Time passed bit by bit as Saran trained his swordsmanship. After swinging his sword the entire morning, he read the books he had retrieved from the treasure cave. He could read the words in the books, but it still took time to read through and memorize the contents. Perhaps due to his personal ability eidetic memory, things were proceeding rather smoothly and quickly. As he finished reading a book about the fundamentals of magic and wizardry, a data log appeared in his view. Finished reading a book. You have successfully read and memorized a book. Literacy +1, spellcraft +1. Without the basic profession sage, Saran could only increase his literacy through reading books. As these books contained knowledge regarding spells and magic, his spellcraft also increased. Spellcraft reflected how familiar one was with spells and magic. For example, one could judge what spell the enemy was casting through observing his hand and mouth movements. allowing the person to take corresponding measures against the spell. It could also be used to identify rare or special magic devices and enchanted items. There was no way an enemy would shout the spell they were casting in battle. Whether or not one could predict the spell the enemy was casting depended on his level of spellcraft. Obviously, having many points in spellcraft was useless when facing melee combat professions, but it was a lifesaver when facing spellcasters. It had saved Saran several times before. He managed to avoid large-scale area of effect spells by predicting what spell the caster was chanting. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. For example, say you were up against a wizard who was casting Fireball. By predicting that the enemy would cast Fireball, you could dodge the incoming attack and receive at most 50% of the full damage of the spell from its area of effect damage, while taking it head-on would end up with you becoming a splatter of roasted meat paste. Anyway, it was now noon, and Saran entered Amber City together with Vivian. They were heading to the commerce district to purchase daily necessities such as camping tools and other handy items. Of course, the cute girl needed some new clothes as well now that they had the money to buy them. As they would be traveling long distances, fancy, impractical dresses were out of the question. Saran wanted to buy sturdy and durable clothes which could at the very least protect them from scratches and cuts from twigs and thorns. Next came shoes. They were one of the most crucial items for adventuring. They had to be tough and durable, but most importantly, warm. Saran unhesitatingly bought a pair of top-class boots made out of deer skin for 3 gold dirhams, causing Vivian to complain about the price, but she was glad nonetheless. Even though she kept saying they were way too expensive and a pair of thick cloth shoes would do, her face said otherwise as she showed a joyous smile. Just like her newly acquired wallet, the pair of new shoes was also something only nobles could afford. As none of the sizes suited her tiny feet, Vivian ended up buying a pair which was slightly larger. It's okay, it'll grow up quickly. It would fit me soon enough, so I can just stuff something in to fill the space for now, Vivian thought to herself. New clothes, new boots, and a new pink ribbon for my hair. I'm really happy! It was a joyful day for Vivian. She did not mind leaving Amber City as she had no lingering feelings for it. Her sense of home and belonging was vague. More importantly, everywhere could be considered home as long as her brother was with her. Her concept of home was simple. Wherever Saran went, she would follow him as he was her home. Hope you like the chapter. Next chapter will be on Thursday, 22nd March. Chapters are out at 1 AM UTC. In case you missed the announcement, I will now be posting additional chapters based on the number of votes we get. For every 300 votes, I will be posting _1_ extra chapter. Also, I will be posting extra chapters based on our final ranking at the end of March. Top 20, _1_ extra chapter, top 15, _2_ extra chapters. Vote now to motivate me and get more chapters. Comment down below and let me know what you think about the chapter as well. Advantage: by having their erection in contact with her. Sent bills: China has sent in bills called Jiao, Guosiu. Go here means country and Xiu means technique. 190 centimeters, over 6 feet tall. Lake Qihu, also means green lake. 100 yuan bills, 100 yuan is their biggest bill. Daist fierce tiger, the author of this novel. Noodles, made of wheat. Rice noodles, made of rice. Jiang Tantan, tan means sweet. Bajikan, also known as 8 extremities fist, but Bajikan sounds nicer to me. Long toes, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Chapter 26. It was already dawn when the siblings returned to their home in the slums. Considering their journey might take over a month, Saran bought plenty of stuff. They first had to travel to the city of White to Run, then take a roundabout route toward the city of Autumn and Fall, where many half-elves gathered. to avoid the territory of gnolls in the area. It would take 5 more days for them to reach the phantasmal forest from there. Traveling was a troublesome matter in this period of time, and it took Saran half a day before he could find a band of merchants heading toward Whiterun. He had to pay them 5 gold dirals to travel alongside them. The Agate River reached both the northern and southern regions, which was why Ember City could develop as a trade city. However, only a limited amount of goods could be transported through the river, thus there was a need for merchants to travel on land as well. It was quite common for travelers to travel alongside merchants as it was a safer option. Rich merchants hired personal guards, while others split the cost of hiring guards and traveled together. For those who wished to travel together with the merchants, they had to pay a fee depending on the distance to their destination. As service for the payment, the merchants and their guards would ensure your safety and provide some support when necessary. Merchant guards were warriors who came from law-abiding families, with some even forming guard groups which served directly under the Adventurer Guild. Similar to establishments that provided escorts, it was an industry which was heavily dependent on reputation. After all, traveling was a high-risk maneuver in which one might lose everything to just a small accident. This was why normal adventurers could not become merchant guards. Trust was extremely important in this case. Under the dim candlelight, Vivian was packing up her own backpack. There were plenty of odds and ends in her backpack, such as sewing kits. Unless one could afford to equip himself entirely with rare or higher-grade equipment, sewing kits would come in handy sometime in the future for repairing items. Saran was arranging his own stuff at the same time. The multi-dimensional bag had a capacity of 1 cubic meter, which seemed like a lot, but it was lacking when put to actual use. Almost half of the bag was occupied after storing some food, camping equipment, and several sets of clothing for the two of them. Currently, larger multi-dimensional bags were something even Saran couldn't dream of. The capacity was increased by at least 3 times, but they cost over 30 times the price of his current one. They were mostly used by the rich as portable warehouses. Vivian could not help but smile whenever she glanced at the pair of deerskin boots on the side of her bed while packing up. Even though Saran allowed her to wear them, she held back her desire and insisted that she would only wear them when they began their journey. The slums were muddy and filthy, and she did not want to tarnish her wonderful boots. The young girl did not have much to bring with her and soon finished her preparations. Saran, on the other hand, was still making sure he had all the necessary items. Vivian sat on the bed as she happily looked at her busy brother and thought about their upcoming journey. It was her first time seeing a multi-dimensional bag, and she believed that there were plenty of other wonderful things that she had yet to see. Saran said they were heading to the nation of elves. Were they really as pretty as described in myths and legends? She could not wait to meet them. Vivian had no idea how dangerous and tiring it was to travel long distances. Her mind was occupied purely with curiosity. After all, she was just 8 years old, and that was only her nominal age, basically meaning she was only 7 years old physically. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. Saran tried out his military leggings and waist strap before loading sharp throwing knives into the pouches. It was essential to be fully prepared for all situations before adventuring into the wild. Considering that his main weapon was a curved sword, equipping bows and crossbows would only hinder his movement, which was why he brought throwing knives as his backup weapon. Even if it was only 1d3, it was still damage nonetheless, and that tiny bit of damage may save his life. Saran also modified the crossbow trap he got from the cave. By removing the outer shell and rapid-fire mechanism, he turned it into a small single-shot crossbow which could be hidden in his sleeves. The firepower was greatly lowered, but it could be used for sneak attacks. Rogues specialized in stealth and mobility, and facing the enemy up front like a warrior was simply not their style. _thud _. Saran tossed a throwing knife and hit the door frame. Taking his accuracy and strength into consideration, he murmured, "In my current condition, the effective range is 10 meters at best. That's just barely useful in combat. I guess there were actually quite a lot of things to bring when traveling, and Saran had to prepare an additional backpack after filling his multi-dimensional bag to the brim. He also had to buy a horse with Vivian tomorrow as the merchants would be leaving the day after. War horses were out of the question, even if they could afford it. Keeping one would be extremely costly. With their budget, Saran could only get a pack horse, which cost around 10 gold emeralds. Many naively thought that horses could simply eat grass, but that was not the case. Even low-class pack horses had to feed on bean bran mixed with hay regularly, or else they would not have sufficient energy to carry out their work. As for first-class war horses, they consumed beans and wheat as their staple food, with eggs and other nutritious foods mixed in from time to time. How else were they supposed to carry a fully armored warrior while charging at enemies? Other special horses might even feed on meat, costing the owner a dozen silver emeralds per day just for food expenses. Wild horses ate all day though. Author. Time to sleep, Saran said as he pulled out the knife from the door frame and removed the equipment on his body. We'll buy some more tomorrow, and we'll be traveling for a long time starting the day after. It will be tough, so you should rest more while you can, okay? Vivian nodded and buried herself further into the blankets. Big brother, there's something I didn't tell you. Saran smiled as he caressed her forehead and laid on the bed. What's the matter? It's this. Vivian sat up with a cute yet serious look and said, look. Pronouncing a weird syllable, a burst of light appeared on her fingertips. At that very moment, Saran was blinded by the strong light. He was turning his head to look at his sister when light suddenly burst in front of his eyes, robbing his vision with plain whiteness. It was almost like he got hit by a flashbang flare. Saran rubbed his eyes and rested for a while before recovering. No, that was not it. The spell cast was light, not flare. As a flare was an advanced version of light, casting it would require more than one syllable. Saran was knowledgeable about low-ranked spells. Thus, he quickly deduced that the spell was light, instead of flare as he initially thought. That was unimportant right now though. The most important thing was, why could Vivian cast spells? Spellcasters had to spend considerable time learning and understanding even the lowest ranked spells. How did Vivian manage to learn magic in just 2 days? With a look of disbelief, he asked Vivian, when did you learn how to cast spells? Vivian seemed rather dumbfounded as well. I'm not sure myself. Sister Anala used it once that day, so I copied her and managed to cast the spell. Divine skills. Extraordinary wisdom. Saran could not help but feel shocked. With unprecedented seriousness, he looked at Vivian and asked, did you really just see it once? Vivian nodded with an uncertain look. Is it really difficult to learn a spell? Difficult would be a severe understatement. Without talent, many could not even dream of casting the lowest ranked spells in their entire lives. Perhaps Vivian had 20 wisdom from birth. It was the only logical explanation based on the fact that she could cast a level 0 divine spell without undergoing baptism and not having any faith. Sit still. Saran sat up along with Vivian. He held out one hand and shook it in front of Vivian. He flicked his fingers quickly, causing a gold emerald to seemingly flicker in and out of existence in his hand rapidly. He added in and took away a few gold coins from time to time, and after a while, he finally stopped and held his closed fist in front of Vivian. How many gold emeralds are there in my hand? As the bearer of extraordinary dexterity, Saran's nervous reflexes and flexibility exceeded the limits of visual perception. It was not hard to guess what he did, but being able to clearly see it was rather difficult. Even normal people could create slight afterimages just by flicking their fingers. If they bent and extended their finger once during the motion, others might not notice, as their visual perception could not follow the movement. It was especially true for Saran, a top rogue who had 20 dexterity. Brother, I couldn't see clearly, Vivian replied with a bitter look. Do you need some tips? Saran sighed. Just guess with your intuition. I guess too? Vivian tilted her head and answered after thinking briefly. Saran furrowed his eyebrows as he slowly opened his hand, showing 3 shiny gold coins in his palm. I got it wrong, Vivian said disappointedly. People with 20 wisdom would automatically gain the gifted ability Sixth Sense. which was a powerful and first-rate ability. They could easily see through simple tricks like the one Saran just did, and could even tell that an enemy was about to attack just from intuition. Since Vivian got her answer wrong, it was clear that she did not have the gifted ability to see through Saran's trick. In that case, there was only one explanation: Detective Conan mode intensifies. Hope you like the chapter. Next chapter will be on Friday, 23rd March. Chapters are out at 1 AM UTC. In case you missed the announcement, I will now be posting additional chapters based on the number of votes we get. For every 300 votes, I will be posting _1 extra chapter. Also, I will be posting extra chapters based on our final ranking at the end of March. Top 20, _1 extra chapter, top 15, _2 extra chapters. Vote here now to motivate me and get more chapters. Comment down below and let me know what you think about the chapter as well. Longtoes, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Chapter 27 Affinity Extraordinary Charisma was the only other possible explanation. Saran blankly stared at Vivian and murmured in disbelief. Could it be that she's an innate sorcerer? Sorcerers were considered the best class among spellcasters. They did not need to put in effort to learn how to cast spells, as they would naturally learn to do so as time passed. They did not require the help of the magic network to cast spells. Due to their innate talent, casting spells was as simple as drinking a cup of water for them. As long as they had the talent, they could cast a wide range of spells using their own power even without fully understanding them. Wizard, priest, and sorcerer were the three most representative professions among spellcasters. Intelligence determined the spellcasting abilities of a wizard, while wisdom was the deciding factor for priests. For sorcerers, their charisma determined the rate of awakening to new spells. Explaining these three attributes in detail would be rather difficult, so it would be easy to explain through analogies. First would be intelligence, which reflected one's memorization and comprehension capabilities. For wizards, spellcasting required the brain to create complex structures from memory. These structures were akin to modern circuit boards, each having spell nodes, semiconductors, and a spell circuit structure. In order to cast spells, a wizard would need to have a great memory and be able to understand the spells. In short, wizards were turning their brains into biocomputers which could generate spell structures in the blink of an eye. This placed a huge burden on the right brain, which was why wizards could awaken the dormant potential within their right brains and have decent memory, comprehension skills, and emotional control. They were akin to the elites among curve breakers in university who could tell you the principles and details of an atomic bomb with a straight face. Also, like those elites, they were not good at interacting with people. Second would be wisdom, which reflected one's willpower, judgment, perception, and intuition. Generally speaking, those who had high wisdom had a hidden sixth sense which granted them the ability to somewhat predict upcoming events. They were highly perceptive to their surroundings as well, being able to notice even the slightest of changes and even detect mysterious presences or energies. Lastly, charisma. It could be divided into three main factors: appearance, personality, and affinity. Regarding appearance, those who had decent looks usually had at least 12 charisma, as pursuing beauty was the primal instinct of highly intelligent animals, meaning that people cared greatly about one's appearance. Personality could be described as one's inner beauty. For example, some people who did not have exceptional looks had decent and charming personalities, which was especially true for leaders of influential organizations and nations. Those types of people usually had 18 or above charisma. The following excerpt could best demonstrate the power of one's charming personality. On the 26th of February, 1815, Napoleon Bonaparte sneaked back from Elba to France. The Bons, who were recently restored, sent out their army. In response, Napoleon, bringing none but himself, met the army which was about to kill him and waved while shouting, "Im back!" with just a single line. The entire army replied, "Welcome back, Your Majesty," and revolted against the Bons. Finally, Affinity was the most important factor among the three. People with exceptional charisma were often easily accepted and liked by others, but there were other types of affinity which could affect one's profession as well. Bards, for instance, were affected by their affinity with people, while druids and sorcerers were affected by their affinities toward animals and the elements respectively. Advanced professions like divine sorcerers and fate sorcerers were not only good with the elements, but also the laws of the universe. All spellcasters required the power of the elements to cast their spells, but the way they utilized it varied from profession to profession. Wizards relied on their intelligence to search for elemental energies and understood their natures through complex calculations. The conditions for the energies to be active or inert, the reactions when the energies of different elements collided with one another, and the changes that occurred when energies of the same element were gathered. This was all necessary knowledge for wizards to determine the design of a spell circuit and the number of spell nodes needed to control the elements and generate explosive power. This was the core reason why wizards had to have high intelligence. Priests and druids, on the other hand, relied on their wisdom to discover elements in their surroundings and affect them through the power of their faith and spiritual energies. Afterwards, they would control them with the power of the gods, nature, or laws of the world, depending on their profession, to complete their spells. Priests believed in gods, druids believed in the power of nature, and other special professions placed their faith in the laws of the world. Note, the core power for priests was divine power, and the elements only assisted in certain parts of their spells, which was why they were called divine spells. Sorcerers did not have to go through something so troublesome. All they had to do was to wait for the elemental energies to gather on their bodies and then awaken to new spells. To further simplify, wizards sought out and controlled the elements internally. Priests and druids discovered surrounding elements and affected them with external powers, and sorcerers simply waited for the elements to gather on their bodies. Wizards, priests, and druids actively engaged with the elements, while sorcerers passively attracted them, which was why sorcerer were regarded as the best among spellcasters. Though it may seem that sorcerer was exceedingly better than other spellcasting professions, it was not without its disadvantages. Though they would awaken to some new spells naturally as they leveled up, the number of spells in a sorcerer's repertoire if they relied solely on those would be way less than that of wizards. They could learn new spells through studying as well, like wizards, but the rate they learned new spells was significantly slower, as most sorcerers only had average intelligence. With the mental capabilities of a normal person, sorcerers might even take years just to learn a few new low-level spells. On the other hand, wizards would only need a few months to learn the principles of the spells and cast them. Kobold sorcerers were the best example. They had an innate charisma of 16 or above, but their intelligence was only 10 or so. They would gain new spells every time they leveled up their profession, but that was it. Their intelligence was too low to learn or awaken to new spells on their own. Only sorcerers with 18 intelligence or above, who potentially could have been wizards instead, had the ability to learn spells just like wizards. After the fall of the goddess of magic, the threshold would be raised to 20 instead of 18. Without sufficient intelligence, sorcerers were better off improving their available spells rather than trying to learn new ones. Regardless of the effort they put in, they would not be able to memorize the complex spell circuits and spell nodes, nor would they be able to create spell circuits in their minds. This was especially true for higher level spells, as the complexity increased along with the level. Is she really a sorcerer? Saran thought. The more he thought about it, the more he believed that Vivian was indeed a sorcerer. She seemed to have high innate affinity and had cute looks. Thus Saran determined that Vivian had at least 16 charisma. If she was indeed a sorcerer, there was no need to teach her the concepts of magic. She only had to follow her intuition and cast spells with her innate talent, which was why she could learn the level 0 spell like just from seeing it cast once. As a side note, level 0 spells were universal spells among spellcasters. Vivian. Saran closed his eyes in deep thought and said, "Repeat after me." Recalling a spell from his memory, Saran spoke a series of weird half-syllables. Normal people could hardly pronounce these half-syllables, but he seemed to do it with ease. Of course, nothing happened. When Vivian followed suit and pronounced those half-syllables though, a weak arc of electricity appeared in her palm, shocking and stiffening Saran for a split second and forming goosebumps all over his body. Electric Jolt, a level 0 spell. Saran hurriedly stopped Vivian as his hair stood straight and said in a low voice, "Let go of your feelings. Control the power you feel with your will. You don't have to understand it, just learn how to make the power obey you." Crackling sounds could be heard. Not being able to fully understand what Saran meant, Vivian still nodded her head and tried once again. A weak arc of electricity appeared on her palm once more, and it dispersed after flickering a few times. "I did it." Saran smiled as he happily lifted his sister up. He kissed her on the forehead and said, "Vivian is truly a sorcerer. I'm sure you will grow up to be a gorgeous and rich spellcaster." Vivian could not comprehend what Saran was saying, but that did not stop her from laughing cheerfully. She could finally help her brother instead of being a burden. Sorcerers, as their innate talent awakened, all they needed to cast level 0 spells were simple keys, the incantations of the spells. When they leveled up their profession, they would automatically learn new and higher level spells. Sorcerers would learn new spells and their incantations based on their affinities. Thus there was no need to decipher and understand complex spell structures. Their ability to cast spells was a talent and gift in itself. The brains of living beings contained genetic memory and talent. This was what the players believed to be the source of a sorcerer's powers. When one had extraordinary affinity, the power of nature would awaken their genetic memory, allowing them to recall their past memories of various spells as they leveled up. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. For this very reason, many thought that sorcerers were the descendants of certain great beings of the past, with the most notable example among all being dragon disciples. Author's note: the chapter was rather boring and maybe confusing, but it has its importance, so please bear with it. Hope you like the chapter. Next chapter will be out in 2 hours, on Friday, 23rd March today. Every 300 votes, _1 extra chapter. Final ranking at the end of March, top 20, _1 extra chapter. Top 15, _2 extra chapters. Vote here now to motivate me and get more chapters. Thanks for all the support. Alternatively, you can donate here for more chapters if you wish to. Comment down below and let me know what you think about the chapter as well. Longtoes, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Chapter 28. Awakening dragon disciples were the quintessence of sorcerers. They would awaken to dragon-type gifted abilities and magic spells with the flow of time, eventually strengthening their dragon blood to the point where it replaced the human blood within them, turning them into half-dragons, which had greater strength than humans. Dragons were often believed to be the origin of all sorcerers due to the nature of their growth. They didn't need to learn anything, the knowledge was imprinted into their brains the moment they were born. As dragonlings grew stronger, they would awaken to the previously inaccessible knowledge in their brains. This in itself was a powerful feature of dragons. Many wizards had wanted to investigate and discover the secrets to the genetic traits of the dragon race. If they succeeded, it would mean that the wizards themselves could pass on their knowledge to their offspring in a similar manner as dragons, without going through the lengthy process of understanding the very nature and structure of spells. Their offspring could simply awaken to the knowledge passed on from their parents. Back in the game, Saran once accepted the request of a wizard whose aim was to capture a white dragon in order to study it. Now that he knew Vivian had the innate talent of a sorcerer, a new question arose: how high was her charisma? Sorcerers were stronger the earlier they awakened to their talent. Typically, they began awakening when they hit puberty, at around the age of 13. These sorcerers had roughly 16 charisma, as the chances of one awakening as a sorcerer were low if they only had 15 or below charisma. The awakening of their powers indicated that their affinity was strong enough to cause changes in the surrounding elements and energies, and they would learn their first level 0 spell during significant emotional change. They would also gain the ability to control and intervene with external energies as a result. Similar to how newborn dragonlings only began awakening to their powers and draconic spells during their juvenile stage 30 to 50 years old, sorcerers would only awaken to their first level 0 spell during puberty. The earlier one awakened, the greater their talent would be. Awakening 1 year earlier than average 1 point more in charisma, with 16 charisma at the age of 13 being the norm. Awakening at 12 years old implied that the person had 17 charisma, and so on and so forth. Vivian was just 8. According to the above formula, she should have 20 or 21 charisma. How is this even possible? Saran was stunned to the point that he could no longer suppress his emotions. Isn't that like the template of a divine sorcerer? She could even advance her profession to Fate Sorcerer. Just how high was her charisma? Saran was greatly troubled by this question as he was unable to confirm Vivian's attributes. Attributes played a great role in one's combat strength. It was not possible for one to gain stronger powers when leveling up their profession unless their attributes met the profession's requirements, which was why their starting attributes hugely affected people's futures. Before becoming demigods or obtaining divinity, the strength of those who reached the realm of legends was largely dependent on their initial attributes. By that time, 1, if not 2, of their 6 attributes would have reached 25. Damn. Where did my attribute detection go? Saran scratched his head with a distressed expression. Back in the game, players had a detection skill which allowed them to view others' attributes, though the accuracy was dependent on the skill's level. Saran would most likely only get a rough estimation if he activated the skill, but it would be enough for him to determine Vivian's current attributes. Now that it seemed he was the only person in the world who knew about the 6 attributes, however, there was no way that the detection skill remained. Contrary to his expectations though, a data log suddenly appeared. Attribute detection activated. Do you wish to quantify the target's attributes through calculations? Pay 300 soul energy slaughter EXP to proceed. The basic attributes of the target will be calculated and quantified to numbers. More detailed data will require more soul energy. Underscore 300 slaughter EXP. Isn't that a bit too high? Saran thought. Looking at the confused Vivian sitting next to him, he had no choice but to grit his teeth while paying the valuable EXP to activate his skill. It was only 300 slaughter EXP after all, and learning Vivian's attributes was a more important matter right now. He could probably earn the EXP back after killing a few gnolls anyway. Saran was born with 18 dexterity and 17 intelligence, both of which were further buffed by 1 point thanks to his other abilities, but Vivian might have even better attributes than him. Calculations will now commence. Saran blacked out for a moment, a crackling pain surging through his head. Many zeros and ones were densely packed as they flickered and danced around in his brain, a feeling which he had experienced for half a month before obtaining this new body. The feeling of helplessness as he could only lay still, with data flowing and strong electric currents shocking his body from the inside whenever he attempted to move, was quite familiar. Calculations successful. Consumed 300 soul energy. Attributes of the target are as follows. Name, Vivian. Race, human. Attributes, Strength 5, Dexterity 9, Constitution 6, Intelligence 16, Wisdom 18, Charisma 21. Others, unknown. Target organism is currently in the stage of growth. Main attributes: Strength, Dexterity, Constitution will greatly increase, while side attributes Intelligence, Wisdom, Charisma will slightly increase as time passes. All attributes will stop increasing after reaching the stage of adulthood. 21 Charisma, it was 1 point higher than what Saran had expected. Additionally, Vivian had a shocking 18 Wisdom. Now that Saran knew about this, it was rather obvious why the priestess back in the Dawnlight Shrine said Vivian had exceptional talent in becoming a priestess. With 18 Wisdom, becoming a priestess would be a breeze. That was a fact, not an exaggeration. Big brother? Noticing Saran's pained expression, Vivian worriedly grabbed his hands and asked anxiously, "What's going on? Are you feeling sick again?" The flow of data gradually faded from Saran's sight. Perhaps he was already getting used to it, as seeing all the numbers flickering did not make him feel sick right now. He gently patted Vivian's head as he smiled and said, "I'm fine." But Vivian will surely grow up to become a legendary person, maybe even a gorgeous beauty who could overthrow nations. 21 charisma, 18 wisdom, 16 intelligence. Furthermore, these were the initial stats of a young girl who was still growing up. From his past experience, the main attributes would increase by at least 5 points, while side attributes would increase roughly 1 to 3 points before reaching adulthood. These initial attributes would put even Saran's extraordinary template to shame. As always, Vivian could not fully comprehend what Saran was telling her, but she still blinked and looked at her brother with a happy face. "Brother, are you saying I'm pretty?" At the same time, in a hidden chamber somewhere within Amber City, the eerie blue flames on the altar flickered all of a sudden, and a black shadow appeared from within the exploding flames. As if swallowing light itself, nothing could be seen within the phantasmal dark shadow despite the glow from the flames on the altar. Honorable High Priest. The followers of the fallen who were guarding the altar knelt on one knee, and the leader, who was wearing a red robe, bowed as he asked the shadow, "May I ask why you came here personally?" "Perhaps thy lord has given us a new prophecy." The phantasmal shadow seemed more like a projection of energies of some sort rather than a physical body. It coldly glared at those kneeling below him and said in a deep voice, "The first descendant of God has already awakened." The prophecy did not come true. My Lord's will did not descend onto the descendant of God. The first descendant of God awoke to his divine powers on his own. Heed my order. Find him at all costs. Wake the Knights of Terror from their slumber and send them out. Crush the mere ants who dare to oppose our will. Lead the descendant of God back to his rightful destiny, and I shall see him awaken to his full power in horror and despair. The dark shadow gradually disappeared. The red-robed priest had a crazed look as he licked his lips while looking at the 8 marble coffins surrounding the altar. The marble coffins were decorated with numerous complex patterns which seemed to be strong seals. The priest glanced at the altar with a cold and brutal look before shouting with a hideous smile on his face, "Find more sacrifices. Tomorrow at noon, we shall commence the ritual to awaken the Knights of Terror. This city shall face utter destruction before dawn. We shall spread fear and terror to all places." Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. Hope you like the chapter. Next chapter will be on Sunday, 25th March. Chapters are out at 1 AM UTC. You can now vote for more chapters, every 300 votes, _1 extra chapter. Final ranking at the end of March, top 20, _1 extra chapter, top 15, _2 extra chapters. Vote here now to motivate me and get more chapters. Thanks for all the support. Alternatively, you can donate here for more chapters if you wish to. Comment down below and let me know what you think about the chapter as well. Longtoes, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Chapter 29. Leaving the night passed in the blink of an eye. When Saran woke up and was about to head out with Vivian to buy a horse for their journey, he noticed a large number of guards within the city. Even Amber City's best army corps, the 9th Army Corps, which was normally stationed within the Black Boar Forest, had been recalled. The 9th Army Corps consisted of 126 soldiers, most of whom were warriors of level 8 or above. Others were either rangers, priests or barbarians, all intermediate professions which could easily exterminate gang leaders in the slums. They were the elites among the standing army of Amber City. which altogether had 1,200 soldiers. "What's going on?" Saran lifted Vivian up and glanced around at his surroundings, noticing the terrorized crowd. Did something happen again? Saran was still looking around when a tan teenager yelled at him while waving his hands. "Hey!" The teenager speedily pushed through the crowds and reached Saran as he gasped for air. "Ah, finally found you guys. I heard that you guys wanna buy a mount, so I was waiting here early in the morning. You might miss your chance after today, you know. Anyways, don't ask and just follow me for now. I'll explain everything as we walk." The teenager looked rather familiar, but it took Saran a while to remember that he was one of the servants of the merchant team they were going to travel with. Why would he be waiting for them today? The original departure date was tomorrow. Did they change their minds? "What's going on?" Saran asked. "Why are you waiting for us here? The mistress will be leaving soon," the tanned teenager answered as he continued pushing his way through the crowds. "This morning, the mistress decided to leave immediately. Even the manager had to go out and sell his remaining goods. The mistress remembers her agreement with you, so she sent me to tell you that we will be leaving at noon today. Let's go over there." The teen led the siblings through the crowd, cutting through side streets and alleys here and there before finally reaching a place near the north gate of the city. Plenty of people were gathering there, with tens of carts parked in the surroundings and a squad of fully armored soldiers standing guard nearby. They were guards from the hometown of the merchants and had been following them for over 3 months already. The composition of the merchant team was pretty standard considering they hailed from the north. The only noticeable difference might be that the leader was a woman from Natala, that daughter of a witch. Saran could hear the northern merchants grumbling, probably venting their displeasure at having to sell all their products hurriedly at a low price. The profit they were hoping for was nothing but a dream at this point, and some might even suffer rather severe losses. Despite the grumbling, the merchants still ordered their workers to unload their goods so they could quickly sell them. Witches had an extremely high reputation in the northern regions. In the eyes of the northerners, they were exceedingly noble people who were not only strong but also mysterious, as witches had the ability to foresee the future. "Right here." The tanned teen slowed down and took a breath. "The merchants will be leaving at noon, so I brought you here to the gathering point. There's still slightly less than half a day to prepare your things if you plan to leave with us. If you decide to leave on your own tomorrow, the mistress said you can speak to manager Fredry for a refund." "Leaving right away?" Saran knitted his brows as he thought about the implications of this turn of events. Did the witch foresee that the skinning incidents would be escalating soon? But why so much of a hurry? It's just one day. Perhaps something big will happen today. Ugh, whatever. Well, leave with them today just to play __it _safe, Saran thought to himself. Saran nodded in agreement and carried Vivian on H's back. "I'll go now and pack our things. We'll be here by noon." "Great." The tanty nodded and said with a serious tone, "Make sure you come here a bit earlier though. The mistress never takes back her words, so the moment she orders the merchant squad to leave, we will. We won't wait for you." Saran nodded and headed back to the slums with Vivian on his back. There was still a bit of time till noon, so they could go back and get their belongings, but there wasn't much time to pick a good mount. Saran had no choice but to increase his budget to 20 gold D-rolls and buy a strong traveling horse off the horse sellers. Back at the gathering site, a long-bearded northern merchant respectfully entered a large carriage in the middle of the merchant squad and knelt on the ground. "Mistress, all the goods we brought have been sold. Due to the lack of time, the profit we earned was only 30% of what we had expected. For the same reason, we could not purchase goods from this city, and we will definitely suffer more losses when we reach our next destination." Some of the merchants are starting to complain about it. The interior of the carriage was rather spacious. It was decorated with a gauze curtain and could even potentially fit a table. Delicate carpets covered the floor, and the walls had queer patterns all over them. The lithe and graceful silhouette of a lady could be seen beyond the curtains. She was lazily lying on her bed, her face covered by a veil. Her azure blue eyes were focused on the card held between her fingers, and a mysterious magic pattern which looked like a whirlpool could be seen on the back of the card. "I smell death in this city." She tossed the card to the floor and picked another card from a deck of tarot cards. The card showed a ferocious skeleton rider. With a cold voice, the mysterious lady said, "If anyone wishes to stay in this city, let them do as they please. If not, make them shut the hell up." Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. The bearded merchant lowered his head and stood up. "I shall tell them your will." The mysterious lady lay down on the table and held her head with one hand while in deep thought. She waved her hand to signal that the bearded merchant was now dismissed. "You can leave. Tell them to continue traveling until midnight. Then start looking for a place with water to set up camp." The bearded merchant exited the carriage and told the guard leader the will of their mistress word for word. The guard leader nodded with a strict face and ordered the other guards to start preparing things. If they were to keep traveling for a long period of time, everyone had to bring dried foods with them. This was a rather rare situation, as merchant squads usually traveled slowly and stopped often for short breaks. If they kept traveling for extended periods of time, even the horses and cows pulling the carts would be unable to stand it. They would all be worn out by the second day, and some might even die of exhaustion. Thus this type of order would only be given under special circumstances. Saran hurried his way back to the slums with Vivian. After gathering their belongings, the two headed to the horse market. Given the current situation, Saran decided to buy a decent traveling horse for a price 30% higher than market price to speed things up. They had planned to bid the priestess of the Dawnlight Shrine farewell in the afternoon, but there was no time for that right now. They could only hope they would meet again sometime in the future. Saran barely managed to regroup with the merchant squad before they left the city, as gathering their belongings and purchasing a horse took a bit of time. Saran could hear the merchants complaining among themselves. One of them said he sold his products at an extremely low price and only received 2/3 of the payment. As they left so hurriedly, the buyer did not have time to bring out the cash for the purchase, and the merchant could only wave the rest of his payment goodbye. Even so, when it was time to start traveling, the entire squad acted very promptly, and all the workers climbed onto their assigned carriages. The manager of the merchant squad briefly told him their schedule and ordered the others to start moving. Saran was told that the squad would be covering as much ground as they could today and would only stop at midnight. The manager offered to let them sit on one of the empty carts if they could not keep up. Now that most of their goods had been sold, the carts had plenty of space. The merchant guards went ahead on their steeds to scout the surroundings. Their job was not simply to stay with the merchant squad as they traveled. The reason only seasoned veteran adventurers could take on the role of merchant guards was that they had to act as scouts as well. They were responsible for looking out for monsters and other dangers, and they also determined if the road ahead was suitable for the carts. If necessary, they had to plan new routes for the merchants or do something to clear the obstacles blocking the roads, such as filling the pits in the ground. Those were the duties of merchant guards. The simple job of walking alongside the merchants and killing bandits or monsters they came across was something which only happened in novels. In order to reflect the mightiness of the main character, the merchant guards in stories were often depicted as weak and were easily defeated by monsters. But that was far from reality. They were people who regularly traversed the dangerous wilderness. Even an idiot would become strong if they could survive the harsh environment for long enough. There was simply no way that the merchant guards were weak and had low levels in their professions. Hope you like the chapter. Next chapter will be on Wednesday, 28th March. Chapters are out at 1 AM UTC. You can now vote for more chapters, every 300 votes. _1 extra chapter. Final ranking at the end of March. Top 20, _1 extra chapter. Top 15, _2 extra chapters. Vote here now to motivate me and get more chapters. Thanks for all the support. Alternatively, you can donate here for more chapters if you wish to. Comment down below and let me know what you think about the chapter as well. Long toes, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Chapter 30. The wilderness. At the guard post of Amber City, a fully armored guard rushed into a room and said, "It's bad, Sir Callas. A dozen people simultaneously disappeared last night. It seems to have been done by the followers of the fallen." The two men who were arguing in the room immediately went silent. Sir Callas, the representative of the nobles, was a man in his 40s with a thick beard. Back in the old days, he had participated in the wars in the northern regions. He looked at the guard with bloodshot eyes and yelled angrily, "What? People kidnapped again? You trash! It's been 5 days and you don't have a single clue where those rats are hiding. What the hell did the council pay you guys to do?" Opposite of the raging noble was a knight who had a serious expression. After hearing what the noble said, he immediately stopped Sir Callas and said in a low voice, "This is not the time for that. The noble council must hand over jurisdiction right now. These incidents are beyond trivial matters already. We must seek help and let the churches handle the case. I will now contact the Hand of Justice and ask them to send out paladins to conduct a large-scale investigation." Was there really a need to mobilize the paladins? Sir Callas was still hesitating. Paladins were muscle brains who could not tolerate even the slightest of evil. Once they were sent out, they would detect evil on a large scale. Most, if not all, nobles in Amber City had illegal dealings or even controlled the grey areas. If the paladins were sent out, a mass purge would occur in the city. Not only would the evil followers of the fallen be killed, those who were working within the grey areas of the law under the nobles would also be purged. If that happened, the power of the nobles would drastically decrease while the churches would gain more influence in the city. Unless there was no other way, the nobles would always try and suppress the influence of the churches and only seek their help as a last resort. Polytheism and fanatic followers were on opposite ends of the spectrum, and once the paladins were dispatched, there was no turning back. All the black markets within Amber City would be destroyed. So the one who requested help from the churches would offend every noble in the city. The gangs which controlled the brothels, smuggling, slave trading, and black markets were all secretly supported by the nobles. That won't do. Sir Callas gritted his teeth as he rebutted the knight. The 9th Army Corps has been recalled. We have sufficient strength to handle the situation. I will now meet with the Castellan and request a search order of the highest tier. We will definitely find those evil rats today. A search order of the highest tier meant that they could even search the houses and properties of nobles within the city. There were no traces or clues of the culprits for so long that Sir Callas began wondering if one of the nobles in the city had fallen completely into the dark realm. Fine. The Shrine Knight nodded with a solemn expression and replied, "Go and apply for the search order now. If you can't get it by dawn, I will instruct the churches within the city to cooperate and take the matter into our hands." After so many people have gone missing, I have to suspect that they are preparing for some sort of evil ritual. Somewhere away from Amber City. It had been 3 hours since Saran and the merchant squad left the city. It was rather surprising for Saran, as the merchant squad really left and traveled on without any delay or breaks. Saran rode on the horse with Vivian sitting in front of him and followed the merchant squad from behind. As Vivian was quite light, the two siblings and their belongings did not seem to put too much of a burden on the traveling horse. When they initially left the city, fields and farmland could be seen. Dozens of villages and towns surrounded Amber City and supplied it with all sorts of products. Carts pulled by horses and cows and trolleys pushed by people could often be seen on the road as the farmers transported goods for trading in the city the next day. As they traveled further away from the city, farmland became scarce and was instead replaced by forests and wilderness. There were still a few villages here and there, but the number of villagers was low. The further the villages were from the city, the more dangerous they were to live in. These small villages formed their own militia guard force to defend the area, as the guards from Amber City rarely ventured to these faraway villages. The only times the city guards would exterminate monsters within the region were when the villagers actively bled for help or managed to persuade the ruling nobles. Initially, the road they traveled on was 10 or so meters wide, but the road was now only half that width. It was getting muddy as well due to previous rains, and workers had to push the larger carts when they got stuck in the mud. Now 30 kilometers away from Amber City, they were within the territory where monsters and wild beasts often appeared. The merchant guards were in full alert at this stage. A portion of the guards were spread out around the merchant squad, while others began scouting their surroundings and the road conditions ahead. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. Saran remained silent along the way. Vivian was particularly obedient as well, simply looking at her surroundings with curiosity and asking Saran questions whenever there was something she could not understand. The merchants did not seem to mind the two as they were all busy with their own affairs. The mysterious mistress of the merchants did not show her face even once, and her 3 managers were the ones taking charge of things. It was a large merchant squad with over 100 people when taking into account the workers, slaves, and 30 merchant guards. However, the composition of the squad was rather common for northerners, with normal merchants gathering under the banner of a master. These merchants had to prepare their own carts, men, and goods, while the master of the squad would ensure their safety during their travels. After their journey, they would have to hand over a third of their profits to the master of the squad, the mysterious daughter of the northern witch in this case. A galloping sound could be heard as the head merchant guard approached Saran. Their vision was getting obstructed by the dense wild vegetation in the wilderness, and there were no human settlements in sight. Erok, the guard leader, sized Saran up and said, "Something happened ahead. Follow me there and have a look at the situation." Vivian nervously held onto Saran's sleeve. He soothed the little girl by patting her on the shoulder and replied, "I have to take care of my sister. Look, she's still small and can't ride a horse by herself." As soon as Saran replied, the large carriage in the middle of the merchant squad came to a stop, and an alluring beauty with her face veiled emerged from within. She glanced at Vivian and showed a charming smile while gently saying, "The young girl can stay with me. It's safe and comfortable inside the carriage." Saran hesitatingly looked at Vivian, who tilted her head as if deep in thought. She soon nodded and said, "I like the big sister. She's not a bad person." Vivian had decent intuition due to her 18 wisdom, and Saran decided to trust his sister's decision. He nodded and replied, "All right, stay in the carriage and I'll have a quick look with the guards." Okay. Rogue, this was the official name for thieves. They were like cheats among professions, dabbling in almost everything. Their detection abilities in the wild were only second to the gifted ability wilderness survival which all rangers had. Saran and the guard leader quickly headed toward the area ahead on their horses. The merchant squad slowed down and waited for the guards to confirm that it was safe to travel. "Head, you're finally back." Saran took a turn on the mountainous road, and suddenly the forest was a lot denser than before. Not far ahead were 3 merchant guards who were veterans with close combat professions. One of them, who had distinctly northern features, squatted down and pointed at the footprints on the ground. "Look, these are footprints of goblins. From the looks of it, there seems to be several dozens of them. There might be sorcerers among them as well. These annoying pests just won't die off. Every time we exterminate them, they just pop out of nowhere the next year." Goblins had rather short growth cycles and high survivability in harsh environments. They could even survive just from eating grass if the situation was dire. It was almost as if they were wild grass themselves, showing up no matter how hard a gardener weeded his garden. These indeed belonged to goblins. Saran roughly investigated the footprints on the ground. Some of them were already gone from the rain, but he could still estimate their numbers. However, these goblins would not dare to attack the merchant squad. From his past knowledge, these timid creatures would only attack humans when their numbers were at least 5 times more than their opponents. The current numbers were something any 5-man adventurer squad could handle. Thus Saran was slightly unsure why the guards were so troubled. Noticing his doubts, Another guard pushed aside the bush and said, "That was not the important part. Look here." There was a patch of soil which was notably different from the others, as if it had been dug recently. The patch was roughly 5 feet by 5 feet, and bloodstains could be seen within a 5-meter radius. Apparently the goblins encountered something. The head guard clutched a handful of soil and smelled it. This creature is definitely not small in size and is extremely dangerous. The goblins couldn't even hurt it at all. Saran tensed up as he nudged the others aside and inspected the patch of soil himself. Using his curved sword, he dug up more soil and muttered, "Ank eggs." If that's true, things are gonna get troublesome. Ank eggs are social monsters. Hope you like the chapter. Next chapter will be on Friday, 30th March. Chapters are out at 1 AM UTC. You can now vote for more chapters. Every 300 votes, _1 extra chapter. Final ranking at the end of March, top 20, _1 extra chapter, top 15, _2 extra chapters. Vote here now to motivate me and get more chapters. Thanks for all the support. Alternatively, you can donate here for more chapters if you wish to. Comment down below and let me know what you think about the chapter as well. Longtoes, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Chapter 31 Ank eggs. Ank eggs were insectoid monsters which lived in the southern regions. Their bodies were about 5 feet wide, and their body length could reach up to 30 feet. These creatures had tremor sense and could detect even the slightest vibration within 60 feet. With huge jaws which could even tear apart trees, they would attack their prey with bites and crush them with their powerful jaws. Their bodies also produced strong acid as an alternate attacking method. They were basically huge insects with 6 to 12 legs, each armed with a sharp claw. These gigantic insects could also perform a fatal acid spray attack once every day, killing their target right on the spot unless they had a strong acid immunity. An even more deadly feature of Ank eggs was that they mostly lived in groups of 2 to 5 and had an appetite for both fresh and rotten meat. They were normally non-aggressive creatures which rarely went on the offense, but things were different when they were hunting for food. They would not stop attacking until they had secured their prey and filled their bellies. As Ank eggs lived in small packs, they seldom appeared in large numbers. Unless something abnormal occurred, they rarely left the special environment in which they lived. Due to the fact that these insectoids preferred a warm climate with soft soil, the northern regions were unsuitable for them. As a result, the merchant guards who hailed from the north did not know anything about them. Let's leave this place for now. Saran observed the surroundings and continued. These monsters lurk underground. There's no way for us to find them. Stick together. Ank eggs can detect our presence from our footsteps, and they tend to attack lone individuals. As they were about to retreat, a message popped up in Saran's view. Ank egg cluster grade 3. Challenge rating, level 8 monster level 10, has the ability to spray strong acid. Highest and lowest attributes, 20 and 10 total attribute points. 8090. Specialty, acid spray, corrosion damage, bite attacks. Difficulty, B. The challenge rating of the Ank egg cluster was even higher than the snake demon he met before, the reason being that they came and went like shadows as they lurked underground and appeared in groups. They were once the nemesis of adventurers, having the ability to kill off several members of a small adventurer squad just with their initial acid spray attack. In order to take on these monsters effectively, one had to have great detect and listen skills. If not, the skill wilderness survival would be required to discover their location and avoid their preemptive strikes. Seeing Saran retreating with caution, the others seemed to realize the severity of the situation and began retreating while drawing their weapons. Normally, Ank eggs rarely appear. Saran continued to observe his surroundings while focusing his senses to detect changes underground. It can't be that the Ank egg rampage has already begun. Damn. Although I did kill these bugs, I never paid attention to when the rampaging started. I don't even remember who issued the quest. Within the same time period, Various major incidents had occurred around the world. These included the skinning incidents, the upheaval of the descendants of God, the migrations of the ancient red dragon and the giants, and many other incidents, which was why Saran did not pay much heed to puny quests like the Ankeg Rampage. If one had to rate these incidents, the skinning incidents would be B rank while the upheaval of the descendants of God would be A rank. The ancient red dragon incident was a special A rank event, while insignificant things like the Ankeg Rampage could not even be rated as E rank. Considering such, most players did not even bother with these events unless they happened to be in the region when one took place. Nonetheless, Ankegs were rare monsters which were deadly yet valuable. Ankeg shells were light and resilient. Ankeg gear forged by highly skilled blacksmiths with over 300 smith work were 1/3 the weight of full plate mail but were equivalent in the protection they offered. In most places, a full set of Ankeg armor could be sold for over 3,000 gold dirals, while the raw materials could still fetch a price ranging from 600 to 800 gold dirals. It was worth noting though that only highly skilled blacksmiths would purchase the raw materials as others could not process the tough shells. Ankeg shells could only be forged into armor through special enchantment techniques. Thus such equipment was mostly tailor-made for customers who ordered it. If one could not find a skilled blacksmith who needed the shells after slaying an Ankeg, they would have to settle for the large shell on its head and simply use it as a shield. It was a natural shield which did not require processing and had decent defensive power, as well as acid and corrosion-resistant attributes. Killing an Ankeg was more profitable than slaying a snake demon. _SSSSSSSSSS exclamation mark _ The ground suddenly shook, and a weird hissing sound could be heard. After Saran and the merchant guards retreated to the road, the side of the road bulged upward and revealed a ferocious, gigantic insectoid monster. The Ankeg lunged toward one of their horses and snapped off its head with a powerful bite. Blood gushed out of the stump, and all that remained on the ground was a dead horse which had its body and head separated. They really do have strong jaws exclamation mark _ Saran thought as he swiftly hid behind a tall tree. The acid spray attack which the Ankegs could use once every day was a fatal attack for low-grade professions. Its power was equivalent to that of the spell Acid Arrow. The guards instantly went behind cover as well while pulling out their crossbows. "Cover me!" the head guard yelled as he unsheathed the long sword on his back. His body seemed to have swelled up, and the veins on his arms began to pop out and wriggle like worms. Due to the overcongestion of blood, his skin reddened as he continued his battle cry. At the same time, one of the guards rolled forward, one hand holding a buckler to defend his torso while the other loaded a special bolt into his crossbow. Rage. Saran squinted at the guard leader and murmured, "A northern barbarian." The special bolt struck the Ankeg and caused a small explosion, and the Ankeg immediately turned its head toward the guard who fired the bolt. Apart from the explosive bolt, most of the other bolts bounced off the Ankeg, with only a small portion of them hitting the body parts not covered by the shell. As mentioned before, the shell of an Ankeg was akin to full-plate mail armor, thus normal crossbow bolts were ineffective unless they hit critical parts of the monster. The Ankeg sprayed its strong acid, sending a green, gooey splash of acid at the exposed guard. The guard rolled back out of panic but was still hit by some of the acid. The acid easily ate its way through the buckler and the layer of leather armor, creating green smoke as it corroded the guard's arm. He growled in pain, but still managed to cut off the chunk of corroded flesh of his arm while clenching his teeth. Heavy hack. The guard leader with bloodshot eyes charged in with his sword held high, his bones crackling from the pressure. He closed the 5-meter gap with a single leap through the air and hacked at the Ankeg's head. _clang exclamation mark _ The sound of metal and shell striking one another broke out along with the Ankeg's paint screeches. It shook its head as it attempted to body slam the head guard, but he turned aside and dodged the incoming fangs. With a backhand strike, the head guard counterattacked the Ankeg and stabbed its back. The thin layer of newly exposed skin was easily torn apart, and a dark green fluid oozed out of the gaping wound. A grade 3 northern barbarian, Saran could not believe that the head guard, who did not seem to be very talented, was actually level 10 in his profession. Saran gripped his curved sword and charged out from behind the tree, running alongside the Ankeg to stay out of its vision. Now that the acid spray attack was used, it was a lot safer for Saran to engage the monster. As long as he avoided its jaws, he could take a few hits from its claws without suffering severe injuries. How could he sit back and let Slaughter EXP slip through his fingers? "Pass me a crossbow," Saran shouted in a low voice. The merchant guard nearby reacted quickly and tossed the crossbow he was holding to Saran. Loading the crossbow with a godly speed which produced after images, Saran shot the bolt at the jaws of the Ankeg, attack its mandible. He threw the crossbow aside after firing a shot and rushed at the Ankeg with his curved sword. As he passed by the Ankeg, Saran abruptly bent his knees and slid on the ground, opening a 2-foot-long wound on the Ankeg's stomach with a single slash. The Ankeg was still focused on the head guard, slashing its claws at the raging barbarian. It managed to land a hit on the head guard's chest, but the dangerous slash only left a bloody scratch as the leather armor stopped a lot of its force. Ha! The head guard made a barbaric roar as he hacked at the Ankeg with his long sword, cutting off the legs on one of its sides. Saran flipped up with one hand in a swift and smooth motion after dashing past the Ankeg. The Ankeg was almost 5 meters tall despite having half of its body underground. That was almost as high as one story of a building. Using the Ankeg's back as a foothold, he leapt into the air as his legs produced the explosive power to launch him up. Gripping the hilt of the curved sword with both hands and pointing the tip downward, he stabbed straight at the Ankeg's head. Die. Dark green fluid gushed out from the wound. Some splashed onto Saran's arm, and he could feel a burning sensation. The gigantic Ankeg struggled as it shook its body, sending soil and mud everywhere, but Saran showed no mercy and simply held onto its head with his legs to maintain his balance. With a brutal expression, Saran pulled the sword out and stabbed its head once again, sending more blood splashing onto himself. His clothes had holes here and there as the acid corroded his shirt. The Ankeg fell down with a thud. It writhed and struggled, but it was all in vain as it eventually lay silent on the ground. Saran released the sword from his hands and laid on the ground as well. He gasped for air while bearing the pain from his arms. His shoulder was slightly corroded by the acid and showed bloody spots. "It's finally dead." Saran took in a deep breath and stood up. It was only then that he realized the sharp thorns on the shell had scratched his thigh when he was mounting the Ankeg's head, creating a half-foot wound with blood oozing out. The battle was short. It was a bad move to let the battle drag on, as the length of a battle could be the difference between life and death. A merchant guard came over and gave the shaky Saran a hand, then applied medicine ointment on his wounds while asking, "You okay? Take off your shirt for now." That was quite the strong acid, so we'll get mistress to heal you up later. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. The battle ended with 3 casualties, 1 heavily injured and 2 lightly injured. Saran calmed his breath, then tore off a clean part of his shirt and used it as a bandage to tie his injured thigh up. He then yelled, "Leave right now." Ankegs live in groups. The battle just now must have alerted them. Hope you like the chapter. Next chapter will be on Sunday, 1st April. Chapters are out at 1 AM UTC. You can now vote for more chapters. Every 300 votes, _1 extra chapter. Final ranking at the end of March. Top 20, _1 extra chapter. Top 15, _2 extra chapters. Vote here now to motivate me and get more chapters. Thanks for all the support. Alternatively, you can donate here for more chapters if you wish to. Comment down below and let me know what you think about the chapter as well. Longtoes, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Chapter 32 Subjugation. It was just as Saran said, his voice was still fading when they felt underground movements. Leaving their spoils, The guards and Saran immediately ran away from the scene. In less than 2 minutes, the earth bulged once again, and Ankh eggs showed themselves one after another. A total of 3 new Ankh eggs appeared from the ground. The escaping guards looked back and shuddered as cold sweat broke out on their backs. If not for Saran telling them to leave straight away, a few of them would have died already. A single Ankh egg was already hard to handle, let alone 3. Even with the strength of the head guard, who was a grade 3 northern barbarian, they would have been annihilated. With 3 consecutive volleys of acid spray attacks, half of the guards would have lost their lives, and the remaining ones would have been unable to put up a good fight against 3 Ankh eggs. This was the very reason why Ankh eggs had a higher challenge rating than the snake demons belonging to the abyss. Once the Ankh eggs discovered the corpse of their pack member, they headed toward the escaping men while hissing sharply, most likely out of primal instincts. However, despite traveling underground, the 3 monsters were still unable to catch up with the fleeing guards who were riding horses. They poked their bodies above ground and could only glare in the direction the guards and Saran fled. Even wolves took revenge for members of their pack. Supernatural monsters like Ankh eggs would certainly do the same. Thanks, man. The head guard patted Saran on the shoulder, then held the heavily injured guard in his arms and went back to the merchant squad on horseback. Saran's injuries were not that serious, with just his shoulders being slightly corroded by the acid. However, the guard who took the acid spray head-on was not so fortunate. Despite blocking a large portion of the spray attack with his shield, a lot of the acid still landed on his body, causing burns all over him. The most fearsome feature of the Ankh egg's acid was that it was not only strongly acidic, but also poisonous. Perhaps it was the guards' luck that they only encountered Ankh eggs, not wyverns. If they came across wyverns, which had a challenge rating of 15, even full plate armor would be rendered useless by the wyvern's acid. Ankh egg acid was child's play when compared to that of wyverns. Wyvern acid was one of the most corrosive and poisonous substances in the world apart from legendary items, not to mention the fact that wyverns lived in groups as well. The merchant squad soon came into sight. The merchant guards patrolling the surroundings reacted quickly, 1/3 of them unsheathing their weapons and guarding the merchant squad while others went to receive the injured members. The merchants hurriedly ordered the workers to gather the carts, forming a simple defensive cart formation. This was a method commonly used by experienced merchants to fend off bandits. "Bring me to the mistress." The head guard gasped for air as he carried his injured coworker off the horse. The heavily injured guard was already as pale as a sheet. It was due to the toxins which entered his body and the severe blood loss from his wounds. Enemies were not the only factor which could end one's life when adventuring in the wilderness. Untreated wounds would deteriorate and kill them as well, even if their bodies were sturdier than those in Saran's original world. The merchant guards soon gathered and set up in a defensive formation. Archers and crossbowmen were stationed one top of the carts while fully armored warriors held shields in front of them. It almost seemed as though they were a disciplined army. Northern merchants, they were the strongest among all merchants in terms of combat strength. Many players who became thieves and bandits out of desperation called them the tough ones, as many of the northern merchants' guards were retired soldiers. The alluring mistress of the merchant squad appeared from within a large carriage in the center of the defensive formation. She glanced at the injured guard and said in a stern voice, "Clean the wound and bring him to my carriage." She turned and looked at Saran. "You too. I have a special ointment, so let them treat your wounds with it." While the head guard reported what they had encountered ahead to the mistress, the others cleaned the wounds of the injured ones. Everything was done in a calm and orderly fashion, with none of them showing any signs of panic. The only person who could maintain such order within the squad was none other than a mysterious lady, the descendant of a northern witch. All her orders were executed perfectly. The merchants who were initially perturbed began calming down after receiving her command, and they began ordering their workers to bring out the ointment as requested. Northern witches were powerful and unfathomable beings, and they were more menacing than their southern counterparts. Not only could they cast mysterious spells, they also innately had some witch doctor abilities. It was one of the most difficult professions to advance in at the early stages. It had a prerequisite of having grade 3 in the basic profession, level 5 spellcaster level, and most importantly, the ability divination. The head guard personally treated the heavily injured guard, covering his wounds with the special ointment and making him drink a potion. Despite having minor injuries, Saran could not stop Vivian from applying ointment all over his body as if he was gravely injured. She did not hold back at all and used as much ointment as she needed and even made Saran drink a potion even though it was pretty much unnecessary. The young girl rarely cried. Unlike other girls who would weep and sob at the sight of even the slightest of injuries, Vivian was used to treating Saran's wounds as he often returned home injured back in the old days. The siblings had outstanding chemistry, and Vivian was always ready to become Saran's accomplice in crime despite her young age. Eggs. The mistress furrowed her brows, glanced at Saran, and spoke to the head guard, asking, "So, what now? Do we proceed?" The head guard had a troubled look as he answered, "I'm not too sure about the habits of these creatures either. Perhaps this guy knows more." Everyone at the scene turned to look at Saran, who was cheering Vivian up with terrible jokes. The girl was amused despite the unrefined jokes Saran made, but then pulled her brother's sleeves as she noticed everyone staring at them. Saran quickly realized his blunder but proceeded to speak as if nothing had happened. Eggs are stubborn monsters which never leave their territory. There must be some reason for them to appear over here. Considering that they settled down in this location, they won't be leaving on their own anytime soon. There's only two solutions to the situation. 1. We send men to kill them. If we don't, they will surely attack us if we trespass in their newly claimed territory. 2. We take a detour and avoid them. I can assure you that the Eggs will not pursue us. The mysterious mistress frowned after hearing the word detour, and she immediately issued an order. "Norald, bring your men and exterminate the monsters." Her stern voice implied that she had no intention of retracting her order. The head guard Norald unhesitatingly replied, "As you wish, Mistress. I will now bring men to take care of the trouble." Norald took his leave to gather his men and equipment for subjugating the Eggs. He ordered the workers to bring out large shields and left half the guards to defend the merchant squad while the other half went ahead to eliminate the Eggs. Most of the merchant squad referred to the mysterious lady as mistress, indicating that she was of high social standing. Despite not being her slaves, everyone present was her subordinate. Saran could not help but feel curious about the mistress' real identity. Northern witches, these ladies who could have their own territory within the Frost Maidens nation could not be simple women, and their dangerous abilities further consolidated their threatening nature. Saran thought for a while, then stood up and said, "I'll go as well. I have experience against Eggs. It will be easier to kill them with me there." Saran assured Vivian that he would be fine, then hurriedly joined the group of guards. As he was only tagging along, the mistress did not order him to join the subjugation group out of respect. Nonetheless, the head guard expressed his wish for him to join the group by glancing at Saran while gathering his men. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. The mistress nodded her head in approval. The head guard approached Saran on horseback and said, "Don't engage in combat later. It's fine to just tell us their weaknesses." Saran touched the hilt of his curved sword and tested his body, then replied, "Got it." Then, "Please tell the men to bring more shields as leather armor is useless against their acid. I'll bait the Eggs out when we get there." Saran received over 900 slaughter EXP just from landing the killing blow on the Egg. After reaching grade 2 in his profession, the requirement for reaching level 6 rogue was 3000 EXP. It was not something which could be fulfilled just from picking locks and disarming traps. He needed to engage in combat and kill monsters. With such a large combat force, it was relatively safe for Saran to gain EXP. It would be great to receive 900 EXP more in the following combat, as it was unlikely for him to meet such strong monsters again. Not to mention that he was not confident he could take down a single Egg on his own. In typical adventures, he would only receive around 800 points after killing a group of 15 to 30 kobolds. even with a kobold sorcerer included in the group. As the AXP was split among the team, Saran simply could not let the opportunity to raise his strength slip from his grasp. Author's note: regarding the energy consumption of the explosive state when engaged in combat, please take a look at a heavyweight boxing match. Professional heavyweight boxers would have 15 constitution, but their stamina would still drop drastically after a few rounds. Hope you like the chapter. Next chapter will be out later today at 10:30 AM UTC. You can now vote for more chapters, every 400 votes, _1 extra chapter. Final ranking at the end of April, top 20, _1 extra chapter, top 15, _2 extra chapters. Vote here now to motivate me and get more chapters. Thanks for all the support. Alternatively, you can donate here for more chapters if you wish to. Comment down below and let me know what you think about the chapter as well. Longtoes, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Chapter 33. Battle. Giving their best was crucial for adventurers even when taking on the weakest of monsters. Not everyone could shrug off the deaths of their teammates as if nothing had happened after all. For this very reason, the head guard gathered the best of his men to exterminate the Ankh eggs. Saran briefly glanced at them, realizing they were all warriors who were grade 2 or above. Warrior was the easiest profession to train in, considering the only requirements were a sufficient amount of meat and repeated training in skills. Other professions, especially spellcasters, required a lot of resources to level up and advance to the next grade. With that said, becoming a grade 3 warrior was not an easy task either. Spread out. Lift the shields. Saran took command of the subjugation group and ordered the men in a low voice, look out for movements underground. Ankh eggs produce a weird noise before launching their attacks. Maintain a minimum distance of 5 steps from one another. Don't try to take the acid spray attacks head on. Dodge them whenever possible. Stay away from each other to leave room for dodging. Forget the crossbows. Unless you're a sharpshooter, crossbows are pretty ineffective against Ankh eggs. Don't attack their backs. Aim for their stomachs, which have the least defense, and be aware of their sharp claws and the thorns on their bodies. They also have great strength, so be mobile and don't receive their attacks unless there are no other options. Ankh eggs reach up to 5 meters tall when standing, so protect your heads from their downward rushing attacks. Their jaws can tear apart trees, so you don't want to get bitten by them. If they target you, immediately roll to the front and enter their blind spot. Saran issued one order after another. The guards were startled at first but then began to respect him. It was the respect one felt toward the strong. One's strength was not limited to physical strength. Intelligence and experience also played a major role. There were plenty of occasions where experience and intelligence were more useful than brute force. Saran finally felt the feeling of adventuring after a long time. There were basically no monsters which could threaten his life back in the game after he entered the realm of legends. It truly had been a while since he took part in this type of battle. The key point for taking on Ankh eggs was to avoid their bites and acidic spray attacks. The reason to avoid them was rather self-explanatory. As they were arthropods, Ankh eggs had blind spots when attacking. One example was that they could not bite targets within a roughly 10-meter radius. Furthermore, they had limited movement as half of their 10-meter long bodies remained buried underground. It would be fine to just be aware of the 6 to 12 wailing legs and their jaws. In fact, there was a much easier way to handle the situation. The mistress, being a daughter of a northern witch, could simply use spells and achieve great results. But spellcasters rarely engaged in combat willingly. They had to save their spells for crucial moments as there was a daily limit to spells. Thus the main forces of adventuring were warriors. Under normal circumstances, spellcasters would use ranged support weapons such as light crossbows, short bows, and slingshots as their main weapons. with some of them opting for staves or quarterstaves. Whatever was fine as long as they did not hit friendlies anyway. It was only when they encountered large numbers of enemies or monster bosses that they would unreservedly cast spells. A grade 2 wizard could only cast a dozen or so spells in a day. They had great firepower, but their sustainability was extremely poor. Off your horses. Before reaching the area where they previously encountered the Ankegs, Saran told the guards to get off their horses and walk on foot. He laid down and stuck his ear to the ground, then said to the others, "Stomp your feet. Try to keep the same rhythm and stomp as hard as you can. Pay attention to your surroundings as you do so." Ankegs had tremor sense, thus they were very sensitive to vibrations and sounds from the surface. Stomping the ground was the easiest way to enrage and flush them out. As Saran had anticipated, the ground lightly shook and bulged up soon after. "They are beneath us," Saran yelled and began retreating. He was unfit to fight head-on as his wounds were still recovering, but he could still deal the final blow to the Ankegs when necessary. "Spread out," the head guard growled, his muscles swelling up. The Northern Barbarians' Rage was a very special skill. Since Northern Barbarians trained their bodies in extreme cold, the skill had no after effects even though it placed a huge burden on their bodies. The only drawback would be its limited duration. Beastmen, Berserkers and Barbarians could use their rage ability for 15 to 30 minutes. During that period of time, their stamina and explosive power would be multiplied several times, turning them into killing machines. On the other hand, Northern Barbarians could only use rage for several minutes. The profession Northern Barbarian was classified as an advanced warrior profession and did not belong to the Barbarian branch despite its name. The ground creaked as an Ankeg suddenly appeared from beneath the ground. It sprayed its acid at the nearest guard, but he managed to roll and dodge a large portion of the attack, albeit slightly panikedly. He covered his body with a shield just in time to block the remaining acid heading for his torso. His shield was corroded, but he did not suffer any injuries. "Kill it!" The head guard held his long sword up and charged in, joined by the other nearby guards. The 5 of them constantly moved around while encircling the Ankeg, with the rest of the guards waiting for the other Ankegs to show themselves. The Ankegs did not appear all at once, but were waiting for the opportunity to attack those who were left out instead. "Damn it!" Saran suddenly panicked. He took a shield and began running forward. The Ankegs had set their sights on him. As he was keeping his distance from the battlefield, the Ankegs had deemed him as a left-out individual. _PSSSSSS exclamation mark _ An Ankeg appeared behind Saran and began spraying acid. He dodged the incoming attack by a hair's width by rolling, his 20 dexterity saving him at the very last moment. Using the shield in his hands, Saran blocked the acid, which splattered everywhere after the blob landed on the ground. The last Ankeg showed itself as well. Due to the sudden action which broke out near Saran, the other guards were briefly distracted, and one of them was struck by acid. The acid dissolved a large chunk of meat on the guard's arm, but he still managed to keep his cool and decided to brutally chop his own arm off in an instant. Grinding his teeth in pain, he bandaged the wound quickly. The arm fell onto the ground, and not long after all that remained was a piece of white bone. "Castro!" Another guard yelled and wanted to rush over to help his injured comrade. "Stay focused." "I'm fine." The guard who just cut his arm off yelled in response and stopped his coworker from approaching. He retreated toward the back and shouted, "Kill them first." Getting injured was a common occurrence for warriors, thus their ability to endure pain was exceptional. That said, Saran evaluated the injured guard highly as not many could keep their cool after chopping one of their arms off. Perhaps the harsh cold in the north helped them develop their guts and steely nerves, and the injured guard was no exception. He was most likely a retired soldier too, as only those who were used to life and death situations could be so decisive. Attack their lower limbs. Now that he had been targeted by the Ankegs, Saran could no longer hold back. He unsheathed his curved sword and drifted around the Ankegs, slashing at their defenseless stomachs whenever the opportunity arose. It was impossible for him to run up the ankegs and attack their heads due to the reduced mobility caused by his thigh injury. That was a dangerous move which could only be performed when he was in peak condition. Doing so while injured was a silly move which would place his life in great danger. Die! A deep growl resounded through the area. The head guard took the chance and leapt up, imitating Saran's previous move. He stabbed the long sword through the slit on the ankeg's shell and struck its brain. With a loud thud, the ankeg dropped dead onto the ground. With one ankeg down, the pressure on the guards lessened in an instant. Saran took the opportunity to take his leave from the battlefield, waiting for the chance to land the killing blow. The chance came fairly soon. Saran took a deep breath and accelerated while one of the ankegs was about to bite its target. He leapt up into the air and slashed the ankeg's head from the side, creating a gaping wound with dark green fluid gushing out of it. The ankeg shivered and froze, then fell to the ground and remained motionless. When the guards were about to finish off the last ankeg, the heavily injured monster screeched out of the blue and began retreating into the soil. It was trying to escape. Without any sign of hesitation, Saran calmed his breath and yelled, "Pass me a javelin." A nearby guard tossed a long spear toward Saran, who caught the weapon and pointed the spearhead downward. With a great leap 4 to 5 meters high, he yelled as he stabbed the ground while holding onto the long spear with both hands. Dark green blood burst from beneath the ground. The earth shook, and a high-pitched screech could be heard. Saran held onto the long spear, driving it further downward bit by bit. Finally, the ground no longer trembled, and the battle was over. Profession details: Northern barbarians. They trained their bodies in ice-cold water, granting them a unique rage ability. As the cold suppressed their strength, they could not increase their physical abilities as much as common barbarians. On the other hand, they would not burn through their stamina when using the skill and would also retain their reasoning and rationale, unlike berserkers and barbarians. This granted them decent combat power after activating the skill. Rage, +2 strength, +1 constitution. Hope you like the chapter. To those who got pranked on April Fools, here's the legit chapter in case you missed it. Also, be sure to check out VWCCM if you liked it. You can now vote for more chapters. Every 400 votes, _1_extra chapter. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. Final ranking at the end of April, top 20, _1_extra chapter, top 15, _2 extra chapters. Vote here now to motivate me and get more chapters. Thanks for all the support. Alternatively, you can donate here for more chapters if you wish to. Comment down below and let me know what you think about the chapter as well. Longtoes, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Chapter 34. Healing up his wound opened up once again. By the time Saran let go of the spear, blood was oozing out from the wound on his thigh. The battle was fine at first, but the two leaping attacks worsened his injury and cracked the clots holding the wound closed. He was limping when he stood up and had no choice but to get carried back by the merchants on horseback. It was worth it. Saran received 1800 slaughtery XP from the battle, and he could now level up Rogue to level 6 if he wanted to. Tell the merchant squad to come over. Saran glanced at the head guard. After affirming that the head guard was listening, he continued, "These insects are worth quite a bit. It would be hard for us to dig them up, so we should get some help. I suppose you guys need quite a bit of money after this." As he finished this line, Saran looked around at the guards. 1 heavily injured and 6 lightly injured. This was the cost of the battle. Those who were lightly injured only received scratches and would recover in a day or two, but the heavily injured guard lost one of his arms. This basically meant that his career as a guard was over. It was impossible for a commoner to pay the cost of regrowing a limb. It cost over 3,000 gold emeralds to receive treatment with the high-level divine spell limb regeneration. Not to mention that the priest had to consume a part of his own life force. Due to such a reason, Back in the game, Saran only managed to get his severe injuries treated with the spell Greater Restoration by a priest after half a month. According to common practice, the loot of monsters that the merchant squad encountered during their journey belonged to the guards. They would sell the materials for money, and use that as funds to compensate the injured or dead. It was rather fortunate that no one died during the battle this time. Defeating Ankh-eggs who had higher levels with no deaths was not an easy feat. The Ankh-eggs were level 10, while the average level of the guards was approximately level 6 to 7. "Mark," the head guard said to another person as he nodded, "call them over. Let's drag these insects out of the ground. Wrap your hands with cloth, and be careful not to touch their acidic blood." Saran did not help this time and stayed on the horse. The head shell is the most valuable part. It is the toughest part of the Ankh-egg and can be used to make armor. Do you see the shell on the side of its mouth? That can be sold easily as it's useful for making gauntlets. The main piece of the head shell is a natural enchanted shield. Peel it off, polish it a bit, and it can be sold for 150 gold dirhams in most cities. Someone remove the shells on their tails too. Those can be used to make half-plate armor. Oh, leave the back shell and meat alone. The back shells are basically worthless as only highly skilled blacksmiths can forge those into tower shields, and no one eats the meat. Ankh-egg blood can be sold at the swamps, but no one in this region needs it. Their hearts can be sold to wizards for around 10 gold dirhams each, so harvest those too. Saran gave them instructions on how to dissect the Ankh-eggs and retrieve the valuable parts. The guards felt more and more respect for him. Not only did he finish off 2 Ankh-eggs, he was also knowledgeable about things and willingly shared that knowledge. Knowledgeable teammates were always great to have, even back in the game, as they could optimize profits from battle by harvesting every sellable part. Indeed, the guards needed money right now. They had to prepare a pension for the injured guard who was forced to retire and buy him a plot of land. The least they could do was ensure he had a stable source of income for the rest of his life. The merchant squad soon arrived, and the merchants began ordering the workers around. They dug the Ankh-eggs out, harvested the valuable parts, and loaded them onto their carts. A small team of guards stayed alert while the others were busy helping out. After the intense battle, the merchant guards finally showed smiles on their faces. According to what Saran said, these 3 Ankh-eggs would fetch them a whopping 1,500 gold dirhams in profit. Deducting the amount reserved for the guard who lost his arm, there was still enough money for each of them to receive 10 or so gold dirhams, which was equivalent to their original payment for this job. The head guard had discussed how the profit would be distributed before they began harvesting the monsters. The head guard would receive 10%, the heavily injured Castro would receive 15% as his pension, the 6 injured guards would split 20%, the 9 other guards who took part in the fight would split 15%, the 18 guards who did not participate in the fight would split 10%, and the remaining 30% would go to Saran. Although some received more than others, everyone agreed it was fair to split the profit in such a way. Saran, who would receive 30% of the profit, was undoubtedly the one who contributed the most, as the 2 battles would not have been so easy if not for his help. It was really a miracle no one died. Distributing profit fairly was crucial for the team. It was even more important than their friendships in a sense. Adding 200 gold dirhams from the profit to his past savings, the injured Castro could buy 100-acre farmland and live his life as a kulak, hiring farmers to tend the fields in his stead. This ensured that he would have a stable source of income and would not fall into despair and poverty due to the loss of an arm. As a matter of fact, most adventurers were concerned about this issue. They were always exposed to danger, and they never knew when they would be forced to retire due to injuries. As the merchant guards held Saran in high regard, other workers also showed their respect and were curious about him. Rogues. They were either petty thieves or legendary adventurers. After all, those who traveled alone in the wild were qualified to be the main characters bards sang of in their tales, just like Aragorn from Lord of the Rings. On a large carriage, the mistress could feel the intensity of the battle just from looking at the corpses of the Ankh-eggs. She then ordered one of her servants, Tell the merchants to reserve some money as pension. I will only take 20% of the profit this time. The servant quickly left the room and went to discuss the matter with the merchants. Apparently, the mistress had not realized that Saran had maximized their profits from the battle. The mysterious woman glanced at Saran and noticed the blood on his thigh. She frowned as she said, "Get on the carriage. That wound needs to be stitched, or else it will not recover." Knowing the severity of his injury, Saran got off the horse and limped his way over to the carriage. The interior of the carriage was spacious. Fluffy wool and cloth covered the floor, and one could tell it was a very comfortable room to stay in. In the center of the room was a short table with a metal incense burner unknown and a deck of casually placed tarot cards. There was a faint fragrance in the room, but Saran could not tell what the smell was. All he knew was that it helped clear his mind up, similar to the incense used by wizards to help them focus when memorizing spells. The mistress bent down searching for something. Her plump, well-rounded buttocks were almost like a full moon, and Saran could not help but be attracted to the wondrous view. Knowing it was disrespectful to peek at a lady's buttocks though, especially when she was about to treat his wounds, Saran immediately looked away. While he waited, he placed his shirt under his thigh to prevent his blood from staining the precious fur he was sitting on. "You do it, or I do it." She took out a curved silver needle and some semi-transparent threads which were made with special materials to prevent infections. Saran looked up and replied, "Let me do it myself then." "All right," she said as she lit a candle and sterilized the silver needle by heating it with the candle flame for a while. After weaving the thread through the loop, she handed it over to Saran. Saran took the needle and removed the bandages. He pricked the needle into his thigh and began stitching the wound bit by bit, gritting his teeth in great pain while doing so. It was a wound which could not be healed simply with potions, and stitching it was the only way to stop it from opening up over and over again. Even though potions had similar effects as divine spells, they were not omnipotent nonetheless. By the time Saran finished stitching the half-foot wound, he was soaked in cold sweat and had a pale face. The mysterious woman silently looked at him and asked, "Looks like you have learned about medical treatments. This much is necessary for surviving in the wild." Saran casually replied. He applied some ointment onto the bandages and carefully wrapped his wound with them. A data log appeared. Stitching successful. You have successfully stitched the wound and lessened the injury. Heal +2. It was only then that Saran noticed he had obtained a handful of new skills, most of which were basic ones. Name, Saran. Race, half-elf. Attributes, Strength 14 +2, Dexterity 20 +1, Constitution 19, Intelligence 18 +1, Wisdom 15, Charisma 16. Alignment, Lawful Evil. Profession, Level 10 Commoner Max Level 5 Rogo 3000 Grade 2. Health Points HP, 5252. Experience Points EXP, 3650. Slaughter EXP, 100. Profession EXP unassigned. Skill Points, none. Attribute Points, none. Status, Normal. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. Profession skills, Sneak 103, Steal 35, Picklock 45, Snare 55, Diplomacy 3, Appraise 1, Deception 3, Literacy 1, Evasion Rolling 5, Listen 3, Heal 2, Spellcraft 1, Perform 1. Legendary skills, Omnipotent Hand, Sealed Weakened State. Personal abilities, Nimble Left Hand, Eidetic Memory, Perseverance. Profession abilities, Grasp of Shadows, Martial Weapon Proficiency. Combat skills, Shadow Strike. Apart from the basic skills, he gained 3 points in Listen and 5 points in Evasion Rolling from fighting the Ankh Eggs and 2 points in Heal for stitching the wound, in addition to another point in Diplomacy. It seemed that basic profession skills could be raised through training. Hope you like the chapter. Next chapter will be out tomorrow, Tuesday, 3rd April. Chapters are out at 1 AM UTC. You can now vote for more chapters, every 400 votes. 1_extra chapter. Final ranking at the end of April, top 20, _1_extra chapter, top 15, _2 extra chapters. Vote here now to motivate me and get more chapters. Thanks for all the support. Alternatively, you can donate here for more chapters if you wish to. Comment down below and let me know what you think about the chapter as well. Longtoes, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Chapter 35 Wolfpack. After briefly clearing up the mess left by their battle, the merchant squad resumed traveling toward their next destination. Due to his injuries, Saran could not ride a horse and could only sit in one of the cargo carts. The mistress did not invite Saran to her carriage since they were not that close yet, but she did invite Vivian to join her. However, Vivian shook her head and rejected the offer, then climbed up onto the cargo cart to sit beside Saran. As the squad moved on, the merchant guards continued scouting their surroundings. The voices of merchants ordering the workers to fill up the pits on the road could be heard from time to time. Perhaps because of the big rain a while ago, the roads were all muddy and puddles were everywhere. Saran's clothes had gotten rather dirty from the battle with the Ankh-eggs. Considering he had been rolling on the ground to avoid attacks, it was only natural his clothing turned muddy. Vivian removed the chunks of dried mud and patted the remaining dust off Saran, then rubbed and blew away the mud on her hands. Others were occupied with their own business, but they could not help but smile when they saw the siblings sitting in the cart. Everyone took a liking to the two of them, especially the mysterious mistress of the squad. She would often open the curtains on her carriage to look at them, and her vision was mostly focused on Vivian, as though something about the little girl was attracting her attention. It was a peaceful scene, in direct contrast to their previous encounter with the Ankh-eggs. Saran took out a tattered cloth and began cleaning his curved sword. Ankh-egg blood was acidic, and it might damage his weapon if he did not remove the bloodstains from the sword as soon as possible. He did not seem to be bothered by Vivian, who was still trying her best to clean his clothes, attempting to blow off the dust stuck between the small gaps of the loosely woven shirt. Patches of brown and grey were still visible on his shirt, and Vivian was dissatisfied because of it. "Use this," the head guard said with a smile as he took out a small sack and tossed it over to Saran. "It's a type of refined oil which can help preserve weapons." Obviously, preserving a sword was a lot more complicated than merely wiping and wetting it from time to time. To those who made a living through battles, having a good weapon was essential to protecting themselves from danger. Saran gladly received the sack from the head guard. Using his fingers, he carefully applied the refined oil on his curved sword. Since it could prevent weapons from rusting, it was best to bring refined oil when adventuring, at least before acquiring rare-grade weapons. It was not as though rare-grade weapons did not require maintenance. Even enchanted weapons would need to be taken care of regularly, but they no longer required constant care. This kind of care for one's weapon was the proper attitude of an adventurer and a combatant. Saran sheathed the curved sword after wiping it with a cloth once again. Perhaps because he had used a lot of energy in the previous battle and sustained blood loss from the thigh injury, he was tired and fell asleep not long after. Vivian got drowsy after looking at her sleeping brother for a while, and she leaned her head onto Saran's chest while being careful not to touch his wound. Like that, the merchant squad continued traveling. When the guards who were riding horses walked past the cart where the siblings were resting, they tried to reduce the noises they made out of respect for Saran. Saran probably could not defeat the guards in a near-known situation, but he still earned their respect in the battle with the Ankh-eggs nonetheless. In fact, Saran was not in deep slumber. He would rarely fall asleep completely when traveling in the wilderness. It was more like he was taking a nap instead, his mind half awake while his body slept. Since he was aware of the dangers in the wilderness, he would never let his guard down, and the slightest of noises would alert and wake him up. It was already late, yet the merchant squad still showed no intention of stopping. Vivian was sound asleep in his arms when Saran finally woke up, so he tried to free his hands without waking her. His effort was in vain though, as Vivian yawned and rubbed her eyes, then asked, "Big brother, you woke up?" Saran smiled and caressed her hair in response. One of the merchant guards whom he fought together with against the Ankh-eggs walked over and tossed him a bag of bread and smoked meat. The bread was all prepared beforehand, thus its texture was rather hard. The smoked meat was easy to eat as it was slightly warm and had a better taste. Traveling in the wilderness was a tough task, so travelers did not pay much heed to the quality of food they ate during their journey. Most carried their food inside their clothes with a waist strap to keep their meals from becoming icy cold, and it was effective to a certain extent. Saran tore a piece of bread and handed it to Vivian along with a slice of smoked meat. Since the squad did not stop and start a fire for preparing their meals, there was no soup or stew available. Saran ate the bread and took a sip of water to make it easier to chew, then told Vivian in a low voice, "I'll fetch you something good when we camp tonight." This was the wilderness. Hunting a rabbit or two was a piece of cake for Saran, who had extraordinary reflexes and agility. There were no signs of human activity anywhere, implying that he might be able to find a wide variety of wild game. Vivian was not picky about food, and she quietly ate her meal beside Saran. All of a sudden, she tensed up and looked at the nearby forest. Vivian tugged Saran's clothes with her small hands and said worriedly, "Big brother, something is looking at us." Saran stood up vigilantly and placed his hand on the hilt of his curved sword. He surveyed their surroundings carefully but was unable to find anything. However, Saran could still guess who the observers were from his past experiences. "It's fine," he said, patting the young girl's head, and continued, "Those animals which live in this area, they probably noticed us trespassing in their territory. There's nothing to worry about. They won't dare attack a large merchant squad like ours, so it will be fine when we leave their territory." Gnolls were one of the most common types of monsters in the wild. They had sharp claws and teeth and agile bodies, as well as considerable intelligence, posing a much greater threat than goblins or kobolds. Gnolls tended to attack those who traveled alone and rarely assaulted large-scale merchant squads unless they were completely confident. Gnolls, being carnivorous, tended to form tribes with rather small numbers. Most tribes only had 15 to 30 Gnolls, and those were further split into families of 5 to 8. Rather than fighting against heavily armed guards, they would instead hunt goblins and kobolds to fill their stomachs. At the very least, hunting goblins and kobolds was the safer choice. If they attacked armed humans, they would more often than not suffer casualties. As long as people traveled in groups of 5 or more, the Gnolls would most likely let them pass. Even if they chose to attack the group, they would first tail their prey for a while before launching a sneak attack during the night. The forest grew denser as the merchant squad continued to travel. Thus the guards reduced their scouting range and increased the number of guards who were leading the way to 5. These measures were done to ensure that they could provide sufficient support in case of emergencies. Some of the merchants began grumbling in dissatisfaction, as traveling in the dark was both dangerous and troublesome. The cows and horses would slow down if their surroundings got too dark. As if answering their complaints, a bright full moon appeared in the sky. The cool, chilly moonlight illuminated the road, making it easier for the squad to travel. The merchant guards lit their torches while the workers began fixing theirs onto the carts. The mysterious mistress silently stepped out of her carriage and looked around, then pointed her finger at the top of her carriage and chanted a weird half-syllable. Light. A globe of light materialized on top of the carriage. Considering that her spell had an effective range of roughly 100 feet round 30 meters, the mistress certainly had considerable levels in the wizard profession. The merchant squad cheered as she finished casting the spell. The power of magic was a source of encouragement for many, and the merchants also felt safer after witnessing the mistress' abilities. "Big sis is so good at magic." Vivian crept next to Saran. "It was so tiny when I used light, but everywhere's so bright when she uses it." Saran stared at the cart while deep in thought. He found it hard to believe that the mysterious mistress was in fact an advanced witch who was at least level 15. The light brought convenience to the squad, but it also exposed their location. Pairs of dark green eyes could be seen staring at them in the dark forest, They belonged to the nearby wolves and wild beasts. The loud and clear howl resounded throughout the area, and an alpha wolf the size of a car emerged from behind a short hill. It was a wild wag. It glared at the distant merchant squad, locking its gaze onto the large carriage in the center. As if it could sense the stare from the mistress, the wag shuddered in fear and let out a low howl. Replying howls could be heard from the wolves hiding in the forest answering their leader. The pairs of green eyes disappeared as they turned around and followed the retreating wag. Wags had decent intelligence for wild beasts, with some of them being even smarter than warhorses. There was plenty of prey available in the wild, thus there was no need to bother with such a heavily guarded merchant squad. Not to mention the fact that there was a wizard witch among them. It was as if their fear toward spellcasters was within their blood. Countless past experiences allowed these beasts to learn that those who could cast spells were not to be trifled with. As long as they were not provoked, wild beasts would rarely attack enemies who could cast spells. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates. Better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. Hope you like the chapter. Next chapter will be out tomorrow, Wednesday, 4th April. Chapters are out at 1 AM UTC. You can now vote for more chapters, every 400 votes, _1 extra chapter. Final ranking at the end of April, top 20, _1 extra chapter, top 15, _2 extra chapters. Vote here now to motivate me and get more chapters. Thanks for all the support. Alternatively, you can donate here for more chapters if you wish to. Comment down below and let me know what you think about the chapter as well. Longtoes, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Chapter 36, The Legendary Battle Part 1. It was getting late. After traveling non-stop for 12 hours, everyone felt exhausted, even their warriors, who had higher constitution than the workers and merchants, showed signs of getting tired. The merchant guards had to stay alert throughout the entire journey, and staying alert continuously for so long was taxing on their minds. Under normal circumstances, the squad would stop and rest for the day after traveling 6 or so hours, but the squad could only march on since the mistress had yet to give them the order to stop. Many were getting discontent about her decision, but they continued moving on nonetheless. Saran was especially silent in the dark night, his silhouette slightly shady as if the night was embracing him. The road condition was getting worse. They were quite far away from Amber City at this point. Thus the road was not well maintained due to low traffic. The condition would only take a turn for the better once they got within 50 kilometers of the next city, where there would be human activity. The mysterious mistress did not return to the inside of her carriage, but instead stood on the outside and looked forward, turning her head back in the direction of Amber City from time to time. She frowned out of the blue, set her gaze on the far distance, and coldly muttered, "How dare you use divination magic against me?" A ray of cold light flashed through her hands. In her fingers, the mistress held a dark gold card decorated with an anagram on the back and a crown on the front. Saran could not tell any further details as his vision was not that exceptional. In an instant, the stars in the sky seemed to dim. The mistress was obviously angered by the other party's provocation and started chanting weird syllables, turning the atmosphere into a heavy one. The merchant guards swiftly gathered around the mistress, abandoning the merchants and their goods. It seemed that the lady's safety was of paramount importance for the guards. Wizards and witches were vulnerable when chanting, thus it was reasonable for the guards to surround her and keep others away. So. Spell incantations consisted of awkward and weird syllables. Unlike the commonly used languages, it was difficult for those who were not trained to pronounce these sounds. It required the basic profession abilities chant language and chant gesture. Another bright ray of light appeared from her hands. The mysterious mistress sneered and retrieved the card, then said with a tired voice, "It's now safe. There's a lake not far ahead. We'll camp there for the night." Back in a spooky underground chamber in Amber City, the red-robed priest shuddered. and blood gushed out from his mouth. His whole body was pale, but he kept muttering. The prophecy failed. Someone interfered with my divination magic using counterspell and counter-divination. The other party might be a legendary wizard. The descendant of God's atmosphere has been concealed. Wake the Terror Knights up. The descendant of God will awaken in desperation and fear. Begin the ritual now. Our Lord's will shall fall upon his descendant soon. Prayers resounded within the gloomy chamber. The evil followers dressed in black sliced the sacrifices' throats with daggers, the blood flowing into the demonic magic formation and dripping into the marble coffins. Death energy resonated and began to expand, with the atmosphere of the abyss enshrouding the area. The marble coffins shattered into dust from the tempest of death energy, and along with the clattering sound of armor, 8 Terror Knights equipped with black plate mail stood up. They had blood-red pupils which looked like burning flames. The moment they emerged from the coffins, they began massacring everyone within the chamber mercilessly. Unsheathing their vorpal swords, the knights slashed and cut down the evil followers. Fresh blood and limbs flew everywhere. The red-robed priest did not anticipate such a turn of events, and he laid frozen on top of the altar. Clear, loud neighs could be heard as the scattered blood of the dead followers began to gather in a blob while the Terror Knights chanted in a blasphemous language. They knelt on one knee and stabbed their vorpal swords into the magic formation, and along with fiery flames, horse-like demons called nightmares rushed out from the formation one after another. Without a single word, the Terror Knights got on the nightmares with their swords held high. The shadows of wronged ghosts could be seen as the knights' black, tattered cloaks fluttered. The Terror Knights charged toward the tomatothic wall, the flaming hooves of the nightmares exploding as they rammed against it. The wall crumbled as though it was made of sand. The evil cavalry did not stop there. They continued crashing through wall after wall until the nightmares found a path to fly above ground. Legendary Terror Knights Grade 5. Challenge rating, Level 16 Monster Level, 24, Greater Undead. Highest and lowest attributes, 25 and 15 total attribute points, 95,110. Specialty, Legendary Vorpal Sword User, Advanced Charge, Nightmare Rider, Call Undead, Blasphemous Language, Fear Aura, Death Aura, Abyss Knight, Devastating Strike, Smite Infidel, Sword Form, Behead, Sword Form, Waist Chop, Sword Form, Evil Crossed Slash. Difficulty, A. Nightmare Grade 4. Challenge rating, Level 12 Monster Level, 18. Large Outsider. Highest and lowest attributes, 21 and 12 total attribute points, 90,100. Specialty, Flaming Hooves, Advanced Charge, Dark Vision, Skyrunning, Advanced Bull Rush, Demonic Resistance, Outsider. Difficulty, A. It was a calm and silent night out in the wilderness. After traveling the entire day, everyone cheered from the bottom of their hearts after reaching the campsite. Everyone was exhausted, and they were glad that it was finally time for rest. Although it was almost midnight, the workers were still busy fetching water and starting fires. They boiled large pots of water and added some ingredients into the pots, preparing a simple soup for everyone. After eating bread and smoked meat the entire day, it was only natural for them to yearn for a warm bowl of soup before heading to sleep. On the other hand, the guards were patrolling the campsite vigilantly. After deciding the night shifts, they set up simple barricades as their line of defense. Monsters tended to gather at water sources, thus it would not be ideal to camp near a lake under normal circumstances. The mistress, however, specifically ordered them to camp here, so they could only do their best to protect everyone despite the danger. Among the squad, there were two people who were feeling uneasy. The first one was Saran. He hadn't considered at all the possibility that the mysterious mistress was level 16 or higher, meaning she was almost at the realm of legends. There were only a handful of northern witches who had such strength. They all had great political power, being members of the Witch Council at the very least with ranks equivalent to the castellan of a small city in the southern principality. Saran could not understand why such a powerful witch had to take on the task of escorting a merchant squad. Normal northern merchant squads only had witches up to level 12, He'd learned about this as some players frequently attacked Northern merchant squads back in the game. There was only one reason he could think of: she was sent out for a special task. If she was indeed carrying out some secret mission, traveling with the squad might not necessarily be a good idea for the siblings. There was a good chance that they would get dragged into rather dangerous incidents. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. The other person who was feeling uneasy was the mistress of the merchant squad herself. She was gazing in the direction of Amber City with a worried expression, as though something horrible had happened in the city. Time passed quickly. The workers had finally finished preparing meals for everyone. The guards took turns eating, and the siblings were also each given a bowl of soup which gave off a sweet aroma. Perhaps she was really worn out, because Vivian quickly ate her portion with a drowsy face. Setting down his food, Saran first went to set up a tent for the night. After spraying powder which acted as pesticide around their tent, he carried Vivian, who was dozing off, into the tent and laid her down. Just when Saran was about to enjoy his meal, he felt a weird feeling of being haunted by something. He stood up abruptly, looked toward Amber City, and ran to the short hill nearby, unsheathing his curved sword as he ran. The mistress got there before he did. As the two looked into the far distance, they could see that the horizon had been painted red. The emerging smoke was also dyed red, looking almost like the fiery clouds commonly seen at dawn or dusk. They were 100 miles away from Amber City and were unable to tell where the smoke and fire originated from, but the two both knew in their hearts that tragedy was befalling the city. It was the level 9 spell, Legendary Meteor Swarm. This was not the first time Saran had seen the spell in action, but he could not help but feel shocked by the scene nonetheless. Meteor Swarm, it was one of the easiest level 9 spells to learn, with the prerequisite of learning the spell being level 20 in the wizard profession. Given that the easiest was already so powerful, the others were of course even more amazing. Professionals had once calculated the power of the spell, and they concluded that it was as powerful as 8 Tomahawk missiles bombarding a 5-kilometer region. Back then, legendary warriors had joked that those who could survive the spell could be used as shields against air-to-surface missiles in real life. Among all professions, only warriors and barbarians who had reached the realm of legends had the leeway to joke about taking a meteor swarm head-on. There was once a legendary warrior who posted a video of him bathing in magma, and a lot of people were shocked by the resilience of the warrior profession. Warrior was once an underrated profession which was deemed poor by many, but those who persevered made it to their golden days where they were part of one of the most powerful groups in the game. It was a pity that only a few had made it to the realm of legends as warriors. Hope you like the chapter. Next chapter will be out tomorrow, Thursday, 5th April. Chapters are out at 1 AM UTC. You can now vote for more chapters, every 400 votes, _1 extra chapter. Final ranking at the end of April. Top 20, _1 extra chapter, top 15, _2 extra chapters. Vote here now to motivate me and get more chapters. Thanks for all the support. Alternatively, you can donate here for more chapters if you wish to. Comment down below and let me know what you think about the chapter as well. Longtoes, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07, Don't Ask Me About the Tree Sap. Chapter 37 The Legendary Battle Part 2 Amber City. The once glorious city had now fallen into ruin. Searing flames swallowed the entire city, turning buildings into mere wreckage. The weak voices of people stuck in the burning wreckage pled for help, but there was no one who could save these poor commoners. Dark shadows wandered in the burning streets, and lilac-blue soul flames began to appear in the sockets of the pale white skeletons lying on the ground. Incantations spoken in the blasphemous language animated the corpses and skeletons, and they began tottering toward the only area which remained intact in the city with weapons in their hands. The shrine area. It was the only undamaged area in Ember City. The shrines of the gods gave off a dim aura, their statues enshrouded by a layer of holy light. The shrine guards in full plate armor stood in front, with the city guards who luckily survived standing behind them. Even the gentle and graceful priests and priestesses who liked preaching about the teachings of their gods had removed their robes and changed into heavy armor. Contrary to common knowledge, they were not mere spellcasters, but also had decent close combat skills. Anale, the priestess who had helped Saran and Vivian, stood amongst them. She wore a silverish white hairplate armor while holding a knight shield in her left hand and a flail in her right. Flails were difficult to use, but they could deal exceptional damage to enemies when used properly. When she was receiving melee combat training, every other weapon apart from the flail felt lacking to her, which was why she chose to learn to use this unique yet dangerous weapon. A slim teenage priestess wearing silverish white hairplate while holding a flail and a shield provided quite the visual impact for the onlookers, but that just goes to show how dear the situation was. Even priests in training had to take part in the battle. Behind them were the city's survivors, cowering and trembling in fear as they awaited their destiny. The blasphemous language resounded throughout the area. Among the evil followers of the fallen existed those who were called blasphemous priests. Together, they were chanting in the blasphemous language in order to weaken the divine protection of the shrines. The 8 Terror Knights surrounded the shrine area, their nightmares breathing out sulphurous flames. Countless undeads wandered aimlessly in the surroundings. There were the dead citizens which were forcefully revived by the spell Create Undead and would dissipate into thin air at dawn the next day. Yet the survivors might not make it to see that. The divine powers were gradually weakening. The Terror Knights urged their anxious steeds to press on. Even though the nightmares felt uneasy, they obeyed the Terror Knights and approached the shrine where the shrine guards made their final stand. The approaching monsters were not enemies the shrine guards could handle. With 8 legendary grade Terror Knights present, even the entire combat force of Amber City would fall short. Despair loomed large on this fallen city. Fear spread among the survivors. Just when everyone had given up all hope and was about to face their fate, a strange commotion arose from afar. The priests and priestesses were comforting the crying survivors, knowing full well that they did not stand a chance against the Terror Knights. They told the survivors that even if they died, their souls would be received by the gods and would be granted lives of eternal peace in the domain of the gods. The shrine guards were praying on their knees, asking their gods to grant them blessings and strength for their very last fight, swearing that they would resist to the bitter end. As long as the divine power of the gods remained uncontaminated, their souls would also remain pure. One of the city guards shouted out of the blue with a surprised look and pointed to the front. "Look over there." An inconspicuous figure emerged from the dark. The man appearing out of nowhere was bald and only equipped with rough clothes made of cloth and a leg strap. He was unarmed. The countless undeads went into a frenzy after noticing the living being nearby. Group after group, the undeads attacked the man. The ghosts slashed at him with their claws, while the skeletons swung their swords at their target. Yet he was entirely unperturbed. The attacks seemed to have connected, but they did not even hurt his body hair, let alone deal him any damage. The bald man calmly looked around as if searching for something, and he showed signs of relief after seeing the survivors in the shrine. "Glad I made it in time," he sighed as he stomped the ground and launched a shockwave. That single attack sent hundreds of undeads flying. It cracked and created web-like patterns on the ground, shattering the ground into mere pebbles within 100-meter radius. "Perfect self," Bishop Phil shouted in disbelief. "Set up a defensive formation. Use divine blessings. Hold out till daybreak and well be saved." Who would have thought that the inconspicuous man was a legendary monk? Not only was he a legendary monk, he also chose the least popular monk archetype, ascetic. Ascetics did not wear armor, nor did they use any weapons. Legendary in inch punch. The monk leapt forward, jumping across dozens of meters at once. He clenched his fist and punched the skeleton knight, causing it to shudder within its armor. The undead's armor showed no signs of damage. but the skeleton knight's bones within were completely shattered, turning it into a pile of powdery bones. Firestorm force. Looking at the swarms of undeads rushing at him from all directions, the monk clapped his hands and created a scorching ball of flames in his palm. As he punched the incoming enemies, explosions rang out one after another, the heat wave expanding along with the searing flames. The powerful heat wave sent dust all over the place, and the undeads were knocked back up to 10 meters. Just when the lesser undeads began collapsing like a line of dominoes, the blasphemous priests finally noticed the monk's presence. 3 of them stepped forward and began casting spells, shooting rays of evil light at the distant monk who was battling the undeads all alone. Umbra Force. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. The monk remained unflustered and clasped his hands. His skin turned gold, and a silver aura filled with chi surrounded his body, negating all the incoming spells. He then took a great leap, and his body disappeared into thin air. Empty body. Trackless step. The monk reappeared right above the blasphemous priest, yelling as he chopped his target with his hand. Mage armor proficiency. Stone skin. A formless energy barrier blocked the monk's attack as it covered the evil priest who now had rock-like skin. The nearby blasphemous priests began chanting swiftly and protected themselves with barriers which could redirect energy. King Kong Palm. The monk retracted his arm and struck the evil priest once again, and this time his hand turned golden. Amid the shattering sounds of the barrier and the crunching sound of the blasphemous priest's stone skin, the monk's palm landed dead center on the priest's chest. With just a single palm, the monk penetrated both layers of defense and crushed every single bone within the priest. The blasphemous priest had his chest completely destroyed and lay dead on the ground like a lump of mud. Foolish spellcasters. Did you really think a layer of stone and an energy barrier could stop our attacks? From within the darkness, another brawny shadow came into sight. The ground shook for every step he took. He was a magnificently well-built man, 2.4 meters in height. His arms were as thick as a commoner's waist, and in his hand he held a heavy 600-pound broadaxe. Even though it was as chunky as a door, the man did not seem to have any problems and held it with one hand as he casually walked into the crowd of undeads. Leave this place to me. The brawny man thumped his chest with great strength. His already muscular body began to swell up, monstrous muscles and veins popping up all over his body. Along with clicks and clacks, all his bones began to extend, increasing his height to over 3 meters. Rage. But this was not his final form. As he growled like a beast, the man hammered the ground with his fists, and his enormous body began swelling once again. Legendary rage. The earth shattered under such terrifying strength. The man had now transformed into a 5-meter tall giant, the seemingly disproportional broadaxe now fitting him perfectly. The muscles which harbored monstrous strength were all over his body, with veins wriggling like worms popping up everywhere. The man looked like an ancient slaughter machine right now. Once again, he wildly roared. It was ear-shattering and seemed as though it shook the earth and heavens. With the horrid figure as the center, every skeleton within 50 meters was smashed into smithereens. The blasphemous priests nearby gave out pathetic shrieks as blood seeped out from their ears, eyes, and noses. As if they had gone mad, the evil priests sluggishly dropped to the floor and stayed down, laughing like retards. Their fortitude was insufficient to negate the roar. Legendary Warcry. Sound wave attack. The giant rested the broadaxe on his shoulder, glanced at the evil priests who had turned into retards, and mocked them. How weak. Pathetic spellcasters. Earth shatter. The humongous giant stomped his foot, sending a ripple through the ground. The earth shook and began to collapse, and the blasphemous priests were devoured by the cracking earth. Clip clop exclamation mark underscore. The sound of horses' hooves rang clear within the ruined city. When the man locked eyes with the Terror Knights, he finally replaced his casual attitude with a serious one, licking his lips while saying, "Finally, a worthy opponent." undead rage. A bloody aura spread over the skin of the barbarian as he roared and charged at the Terror Knight, sending a vertical hack at the enemy. The Terror Knight defended against the attack with its heavy vorpal sword, but the Nightmare howled in pain. The force of the attack could not be deflected, crushing the Nightmare's hooves into the ground. The Terror Knight slowly got off its steed and glared at the barbarian with its blood-red eyes. It took off the tattered cape and tossed it aside, then held the vorpal sword with both hands, which were equipped with blackfish scale gauntlets, holding it in a plow guard stance. Note: this means holding a sword horizontally in front of one's chest while pointing the tip at the opponent. The true battle had just begun. Profession skill, Legendary Rage, Strength +10, Constitution +10. Grants immunity against mind-affecting spells, maze, and imprisonment. Grants the user unlimited stamina when active. Profession skill, Perfect Self. After long-term training and cultivation, monks' bodies have reached perfection and are considered supernatural existences. All non-rare physical attacks and common weapons can no longer harm them. Only rare-grade weapons with +1 or above and enchanted weapons can deal damage to these monks. Hope you like the chapter. Next chapter will be out tomorrow, Friday, 6th April. Chapters are out at 1 AM UTC. You can now vote for more chapters, every 400 votes. _1_extra chapter. Final ranking at the end of April, top 20, _1_extra chapter, top 15, _2_extra chapters. Vote here now to motivate me and get more chapters. Thanks for all the support. Alternatively, you can donate here for more chapters if you wish to. Comment down below and let me know what you think about the chapter as well. Longtoes, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Chapter 38. Saber the night passed in the blink of an eye. When Saran woke up the next day, the merchant squad was just the same as before, but he knew that somewhere else, something had undergone a complete change, such as Amber City. Perhaps the city would cease to exist from now on. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. Saran had finally recalled what had happened in Amber City in the game. It was a battle of legends. Those with legendary professions came into existence from last night onward, and their battle with the descendants of the gods had just begun. Saran wanted to stay as far away as possible from those dangerous people. Once a legendary rogue himself, Saran clearly understood the huge difference in strength between legendary and non-legendary professions. When he became a level 19 rogue, he was still within the realm of mortals and did not feel a lot more powerful than he had at level 18. But everything changed the moment he reached level 20 and became a legendary rogue. Even the spell Dimensional Anchor could not hold him in place. If not for the restriction which only allowed him to travel to and from the plane of shadows once a day, he could have dominated the world with his skills. Perfect Self Monk, Legendary Rage Barbarian, Conjure Celestial Priest and many more were all legendary skills or spells which granted the user power close to that of the deities. Warrior was originally deemed the worst profession by most players, but everyone dropped their jaws after witnessing the profession's complete overhaul when reaching the realm of legends. Legendary endurance allowed them to survive even in magma, and legendary toughness granted them the ability to fight massive dragons head-on. It wasn't just the warriors. For instance, it was also best not to provoke legendary wizards. Most of them could cast the spell Time Stop, and only those who were demigods or deities could resist legendary time magic. Saran wanted to stay away from these people. At the very least, he did not want to have anything to do with them until he got considerably stronger, or else he would just get dragged into their crazy fights and get killed. Saran was deep in thought, but it did not take long before he was disturbed by a commotion. A single adult saber-toothed tiger appeared near their campsite. Known as the King of Beasts, Saber-toothed tigers would even hunt drakes challenge rating 10 on their own when starved. They were considered one of the most dangerous felidae species in existence. The merchants and workers were so extremely terrified that some even lay powerless on the ground in despair. Despite their pathetic appearances, Saran could understand their feelings. The male saber-toothed tiger in front of them was an adult whose body alone reached 4.5 meters in length with a 2.7 meter long tail. It probably weighed around 800 to 1,000 kilograms, not to mention its height of over 2 meters. Saber-toothed tigers looked rather similar to typical tigers, but they had much larger bodies and two characteristic saber-shaped canine teeth. Those canine teeth could be turned into +3 rare-grade daggers that granted exceptional penetration power after undergoing slight modifications. They were dream weapons for rogues in the early stages of the game. The king of the wilderness strode toward the lake, with sharp eyes which reflected its intelligence. The saber-toothed tiger stared at the group of humans. After a short while, it lost interest in the merchant squad and lowered its head to drink water from the lake. The merchant guards were slightly frightened at first, but soon some of them were silently pulling out their crossbows with cautious yet excited looks. Perhaps after eliminating the ank eggs, they had gotten overconfident and thought that a single saber-toothed tiger was something they could kill easily. Don't be reckless. Saran hurriedly suppressed their urge to fight, turned to the guard leader, and said, "That is a saber-toothed tiger which preys on powerful monsters like drakes. Are you sure you want to let these hot-headed guys attack it?" A tiger which almost weighed a ton was something unnatural. Perhaps after undergoing further mutation, saber-toothed tigers might become supernatural beasts. Simply put, attacking them was a suicidal act. Additionally, the one in front of them was no ordinary saber-toothed tiger. Typical saber-toothed tigers were mostly level 12, but this one was at least level 16, judging from its looks. Unless the mistress decided to lend them a hand, they had no chance of beating the beast. "See those glittering sharp claws?" Saran pointed toward the tiger and continued. "They can tear apart chainmail armor like paper. Even the tough scales of drakes can only take a hit or two before getting completely torn apart. Don't disturb it." The apex predator of the wilderness never runs short on prey. As long as we leave it alone, it will leave after drinking some water. Saran's judgment was right on the spot. The saber-toothed tiger quietly left after glancing at the squad. Letting out a sigh of relief, the merchant guard then angrily scolded the men who were about to jump in and attack the tiger before Saran stopped them. As if remembering something important, Saran had a grim expression while looking toward the forest. "This is the south. You guys are unfamiliar with this place, so please don't be reckless." Saber-toothed tigers are comparable to winter wolves in the north. Just for your reference, a single male saber-toothed tiger can fight equally against a small pack of winter wolves. If not for the overwhelming numbers of winter wolves, saber-toothed tigers might have taken the north as their territory already. Winter wolves were large supernatural beasts. They were as intelligent as humans and capable of communicating in both common language and giant language. Their ability to use cold breath and their keen perceptions which granted them outstanding tracking abilities made them some of the deadliest creatures in cold regions. Their fur and pelts could be sold for 2,000 gold emeralds in the north and could even cost up to 3,000 gold emeralds in the south. Winter wolves were one of Saran's favorite types of prey. It could even be said that without them, it would have been impossible for him to become a legendary rogue due to the expensive fee required. Back to the saber-toothed tiger, one of them could be seen as half or legendary warrior. However, they were scarce in number and normally did not appear in this region. Their natural habitat was the plains where they could feed on large groups of cows. Did something occur that forced them to leave their territory? Saber-toothed tigers were territorial beasts which seldom left their own territories. Unless something which completely dominated and overwhelmed them appeared, they would even fight against lesser dragons when defending their homes. Could it be that? Saran estimated his current position and suddenly had a cramped look as he realized he was not far away from the location where an ancient red dragon had appeared. From his past knowledge, the ancient red dragon appeared months later, but that did not mean he was safe. It could have been residing in that location for months before someone discovered its presence. From the looks of things, it seemed that the major incidents had been brewing up for quite some time before they all exploded into one large mess simultaneously. Big Brother Vivian, who had woken up during the commotion, looked in the direction the saber-toothed tiger had gone. Without any traces of anxiety in her expression, she was happily holding Saran's hand while saying, "That big cat looks really cool and strong. Vivian wants to keep one too." Saran could only laugh nervously and pat her head while replying jokingly, "Vivian can sign a pact with a familiar when she becomes a sorcerer. Maybe you really can have such a gorgeous and elegant familiar." Vivian did not know much about beasts and monsters. Tigers never appeared near the city, nor had she ever left the city walls. Thus it could not be helped if she thought the saber-toothed tiger was just a massive cat. It wasn't quite far off the mark anyway. The two species both belonged to the Felidae family. The innocent Vivian did not realize Saran was just joking and was looking forward to the future, to the day when she could finally keep a saber-toothed tiger as her pet. "Really? Then I can ride it everywhere and have fun. If someone bullies me, I will tell it to bite them. It's so big, it must be good at fighting." Saran did not interrupt her fantasies, but instead lifted her up into the cart and casually said, "Then Vivian will have to work hard." Big cats don't obey people that easily. Saran proceeded to pack up his tent and belongings, then began to prepare breakfast for the two of them. It would take around 4 or 5 days before they reached the city of Whiterun, and he had a premonition that their journey would not be a peaceful one. Meanwhile, Vivian was sitting on the cart, tilting her head in deep thought. "How can I make that big cat listen to me? It's so big, and I'm so small. I can't fight it. Then what should I do?" She scratched her head, but that did not help her find a solution either. Vivian was so focused on thinking how great it would be to have such a huge and fluffy saber-toothed tiger as a pet that she did not notice at all that the mistress of the merchant squad had arrived beside her. Hope you like the chapter. Next chapter will be out on Sunday, 8th April. You can now vote for more chapters, every 400 votes. _1_extra chapter. Final ranking at the end of April, top 20. _1_extra chapter, top 15, _2 extra chapters. Vote here now to motivate me and get more chapters. Thanks for all the support. Alternatively, you can click here to donate for more releases. Comment down below and let me know what you think about the chapter as well. Longtoes, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Chapter 39. Fistmaster. When Saran finished packing up their stuff, the mysterious mistress was already returning to her carriage. Saran glanced at her, then knelt and asked, "Vivian, what did she say?" Vivian answered truthfully, "She just asked me how old am I and if I know how to read." "It's okay. I didn't tell her about my magic." Saran felt relieved after hearing so. Since Vivian was still a young girl, it was best not to let others know she was an innate sorcerer. He did not dislike the mistress of the merchant squad, but that did not mean he completely trusted her either. Wizards and witches were all weird and abnormal fellows, and the grudges between rogues and wizards went way back. Furthermore, none of the native wizards and witches were simple people, they all had complicated backgrounds and circumstances. Anyway, the merchant squad continued traveling toward the city of Whiterun after everyone was ready. Perhaps because of the short chat with the mistress, Vivian had the urge to learn new words out of the blue. Saran thought the same. It was about time for her to learn the commonly used languages in this world. Unlike dragons, which could awaken to all sorts of knowledge including languages, sorcerers could only awaken to new spells. Vivian only knew around several hundred words right now, but since she was a smart girl, she could most likely learn new things even faster than Saran. The problem was that Vivian preferred doing things which she liked. After learning new vocabulary for a while, she would start yawning non-stop. Unlike yesterday, the merchant squad was traveling at a slower pace today. Vivian did not seem to be all that interested in learning vocabulary after all. She got drowsy after Saran taught her several dens of new words. She grumbled a bit, told Saran that they should continue next time, then began to fiddle with a plaything which was given to her by one of the merchants. In just a single day, Vivian was liked by most, if not all, members of the merchant squad and received some gifts and toys. The merchants gave her various things to play with, while the mysterious mistress gave her something which did not seem to fit her age, a deck of tarot cards with delicate designs. Vivian liked it nonetheless as she liked the fancy designs. Just like that, half a day passed. The squad encountered groups of gnolls and goblins on the way, but none of them dared to attack as there were so many armed personnel in the squad. It was only when another commotion broke out that the squad finally stopped. Wanting to gain more slaughtery XP, Saran walked toward the guards in front but was disappointed in the end. The merchant squad had encountered a person, a solo adventurer who roamed the wilderness on his own. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. He was a normal-looking middle-aged man with thick brows, short hair, and a square face. The solo adventurer wore a simple shirt made of grey cloth, with his arms wrapped in bandages while his legs were equipped with military leg straps. His equipment implied that he might have practiced in special combat styles or techniques such as Warcry, a skill which was similar to Lion Roar of the Shaolin martial art style. It was a skill which dealt damage to enemies through the shockwaves of one's shout. When Saran saw the man from afar, the merchant guards were talking with him. 3 dead gnolls laid nearby, all having fatal wounds which were clearly done with bare fists. A fist master? Saran was rather shocked after seeing the man up close. Saran immediately put his hands together and lowered his head. Is master traveling alone? The middle-aged man returned Saran's respectful greeting in the same manner, lowering his head humbly. Noticing Saran's actions, the merchant guards loosened up a bit. The head guard asked Saran in a small voice, "Who is this man?" Our men witnessed him defeating 3 gnolls with his bare fists, and the rest of the gnolls fled. Saran nodded, then explained, he should be a fist master and an ascetic monk. These people tend to travel alone in the wilderness in order to train their bodies and wills. After learning that the man was an ascetic monk, the head guard felt less tense, as most ascetic monks were not evil people. Fist master was an advanced profession for monks. Those who pursue this path abandoned the use of weapons completely and turned to using attacks which utilized their bodies. The powerful skill an inch punch was only available to the profession's fist master and divine monk. Monks were usually the type of people who preferred traveling alone in the wild because they had to toughen up their minds by going through difficult situations. Furthermore, they could feel the power of spiritual freedom, quiescence, and the origins of the world when traveling alone in tough conditions. Monks who chose the path of becoming an ascetic monk also had to undergo the ritual of donating their properties to the poor. They believed donating most of their own riches and living a poor life could strengthen their willpower. This was one of the professions which was heavily reliant on one's will. Ascetic monks were immune to most charm and mind-affecting magic, and their willpower was top-notch as they had given up materialistic desires. Only a few would pursue the path of becoming an ascetic monk. They had to make a sacred oath, and they would suffer severe backlash if they went against that oath. If that happened, their combat prowess would drop significantly, and their willpower would be heavily damaged. 1 out of 10 monks would choose to become an ascetic, and only 1 out of 10 ascetics could advance to the profession ascetic monk. Since ascetic monks discarded all items and money they come across, they could become fist masters and learn the greatest skill for all martial artists, legendary in inch punch. Without the need for any weapon or protective gear, they fought with their bare hands and instincts. They also had extremely high magic defense, not to mention some very unique abilities and skills which could directly interfere with the elemental energies in the world. Those were all obtained through enduring hellish situations with their willpower. Many ascetics gave up midway and became ordinary monks. Not everyone could endure temptations of the world. Once they gave up, it would be very unlikely that they would ever make another attempt. Just like that, there was an additional member traveling along with the merchant squad. The monk was a taciturn person who seldom spoke and never actively engaged in conversation. It was nothing out of the ordinary though, as many ascetics would pretend to be mute and not talk for years. At noon, the monk asked the merchant squad for food, and everyone was willing to provide some. Nonetheless, he rejected the meat and only ate rough black bread. It was not like they could not eat meat, but ascetics tended to eat the most basic meals after going on their journey to train themselves unless there were special circumstances. Their journey of cultivation may last for years, and their strength would grow considerably every time they completed a journey. Many players had tried to do the same at first, but players were simply unable to endure punishing process and would rather slay monsters for EXP to level up. Monks were not rare in this world. Their method of cultivation was accepted by more and more people nowadays, and some even merged their style with that of swordscent and created a new profession, weapon master. The only difference between the two was that monks abandoned weapons and honed their bodies, while weapon masters focused on the use of weapons and, as implied by the name, mastering them. They all had strong willpower, which even caused some priests to imitate their method of cultivation to reinforce their faith. The monk was a rather inconspicuous person and did not talk with anyone along the way. He silently walked along with the merchant squad, rejecting the offers to give him a ride on horseback or a cart. Nonetheless, he was able to keep up with their pace and did not feel tired, most likely due to his exceptional stamina. When the merchant squad stopped for the night in the evening, he did not request a tent and did not start a fire. All he did was sit down with his legs crossed and stay still. The second day of their journey had passed peacefully. Apart from encountering the Fist Master, nothing worth mentioning occurred. When Saran woke up the next day, the monk was still sitting on the rock. Some merchant guards were muttering among themselves while pointing at the monk, showing awed and surprised expressions. Even though they had all undergone harsh training to become warriors, their training was nothing as extreme as this. Only the head guard could sympathize with the monk, as he had gone through something similar. As a northern barbarian, he had to soak in freezing water in order to suppress the savage power of the skill rage, and that training left him half dead every time. As he had gone without moving a single bit throughout the night, the monk was covered in dew, and there was frost on his eyelashes and brows. Everyone present finally understood why Saran greatly respected the monk. This was obviously something only a handful could endure. In fact, typical monks were very similar to warriors. It was just that ascetics took things to extremes and trained especially hard, forcing the latent potential within them to surface through hardships. As a reference, a demon lord known as the Queen of Succubi resided in the abyss. Many deities could not resist her charm magic, but legendary monks could brush it off like dust. This just went to show how strong their willpower was. The Fist Master parted ways with the merchant squad at noon that day. Since the squad was closing in on a small town, they were already within range of Whiterun and were roughly 2 days from reaching their destination. During their journey, ascetics avoided crowded or populated places and preferred to roam in the wilderness, as it was void of human activity. The monk planned to go to the gigantic falls in the northwest and cultivate his strength for a year. His aim was to awaken to the skill empty body and search for the trigger and opportunity to become a legendary monk, learning the skill which all monks yearn for, perfect self. He barely conversed with others, and no one knew his name even after they parted ways. However, for some reason, he gave Vivian a thin book. It was nothing like a book which instantly granted someone secret martial arts skills. Nothing of the sort existed in this world in the first place. The book he gave Vivian was titled Bare-Handed Proficiency and Learning 1-Inch Punch, similar to advanced slashing techniques and searching for weaknesses for warriors, strengthening and using evocation spells flexibly for wizards, effects of faith on divine magic for priests, and the holy powers of faith for paladins. It was a book which recorded the author's experiences. By following the training methods mentioned in this type of book, one could obtain additional abilities. For example, a rogue could improve his picklock ability after reading the book Special Lock Picking Techniques, and might even learn the special ability Master Lock Picker if they were lucky. The book the monk gave to Vivian recorded training methods which allowed one to gain the ability bare-handed combat proficiency if they met the training requirements. By proceeding to the next stage in the book, the person could become a monk and even try and learn the skill an inch punch. However, how could Saran let Vivian become a monk? The training was simply too harsh, which was why he immediately tossed the book into his multi-dimensional bag. Vivian had the talent to become a sorcerer, so she should just become a sorcerer and live a comfortable life instead of becoming a monk. Saran would be extremely worried about Vivian if she stayed alone in the wilderness. And more importantly, he simply could not stand the idea of making Vivian suffer from such hardships. Hope you like the chapter. Next chapter will be out Wednesday, 11th April. Chapters are out at 1 AM UTC. You can now vote for more chapters, every 400 votes, _1 extra chapter. Final ranking at the end of April, top 20, _1 extra chapter, top 15, _2 extra chapters. Vote here now to motivate me and get more chapters. Thanks for all the support. Alternatively, you can click here to donate for more releases. Comment down below and let me know what you think about the chapter as well. Longtoes, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Chapter 40. A small town. The merchant squad arrived at a small town named Golden River Town in the afternoon. The town got its name from the gold grains appearing in the nearby river, and it had flourished for a period of time by collecting and selling those grains. That did not last forever though, and the town began to decline when the gold mines located upstream were completely excavated and abandoned. Before the merchant squad reached and entered the town, alarms could be heard from within, and horsemen were dispatched to inspect the incoming personnel. After the horsemen confirmed they were indeed merchants, they were granted access to the town while people asked them about the goods they brought. In towns relatively far from the city, people would often sell their products to traveling merchants for a lower price, and the merchants would then resell the products in the city for profit. The townsmen would also buy some products from the merchants and sell them in nearby towns that the merchants did not go past. Typical merchants would not deal in long-distance trading due to the dangers of traveling afar. Only merchant squads which could afford to hire large numbers of guards, the northern merchant squad Saran was traveling with, for example, would do so. Vivian was rather energetic today, perhaps because she had been staying still and quiet when traveling in the cart. As soon as they reached the town, the young girl hopped off the cart and looked around curiously. The head merchant guard informed Saran that they would be staying here for the day, and he was free to walk around as long as they returned to the inn near the east gate by nightfall. The entire town was protected by a sturdy wooden wall. The wall was built with 2 layers of solid logs, each roughly 20 centimeters in diameter. Both ends were sharpened so one end could be embedded into the ground, while the other prevented intruders from climbing over. There were archer towers along the wall, approximately 100 meters apart from one another, that could be accessed with ladders. 2 thick and heavy gates were located in the east and west walls, making the small town look like a small fortress. The main purpose of such defenses was to defend against gnolls and bandits. The walls stopped them from assaulting the city in broad daylight, and night shift guards were stationed at the archer towers to prevent them from sneaking in at night. Big brother, look, Vivian happily said. She was looking around when nearby shouts got her attention. Getting curious, Vivian tugged Saran's arm and had him follow her lead. As they approached the 2 shouting men, they realized the men were undergoing training. The 2 men looked alike, one middle-aged and the other a young man, most likely father and son. To your right, the middle-aged man shouted, then said, when an enemy attacks from this side, you have to use your shield like this. Look carefully. Keep your arm away from your body when blocking incoming attacks. That way you can move around freely. Don't make exaggerated movements when using the shield. The weapon which can deal fatal attacks is the sword, not the shield. You only have to make the opponent lose their balance with a shield bash and stab him with your sword. The two were training seriously. The middle-aged man did not care about the siblings who were observing them. But the young man was distracted ever so slightly and was sent flying by a shield bash. This is the second thing I want you to learn. Never get distracted in battle. Get up and continue. The young man got back up on his feet with a determined look. Perhaps the two observers nearby ignited his competitiveness, because he began launching more powerful attacks. The middle-aged man remained calm and continued to instruct his sparring opponent while blocking and parrying the incoming attacks. Look carefully. Your shield isn't your only defense. You have to learn how to use your weapon for defense as well. Hacking attacks travel vertically. If you can't dodge or use your shield, you have to block the incoming attack with your sword. Just like this, the middle-aged man blocked the incoming strike with his sword, then charged at the young man and rammed him with his shoulder. Shields and swords are not your only weapons either. Your body is a weapon in itself. Such a relentless and harsh training method. Saran noticed the two streams of blood flowing out from the young man's nostrils. It was only then that he began to pay close attention to the training session. The middle-aged man glanced at the siblings but did not pay them much heed and continued. If someone tries to stab you, it's best to dodge instead of blocking the attack. Stabs are hard to block, but they can be easily avoided with simple movements. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. However, stabs are often used as the start of a chain of attacks. Pay close attention to your opponent's shoulders when you try to read their moves. They will have to move their bodies in certain ways in order to bring out their power when using different type of attacks, and by reading their subtle movements, you can know what they are trying to do. Just like this, the middle-aged man dodged the incoming stab and twisted his waist, sending a counter-attack at the attacker's wrist. The wooden sword dropped onto the ground, and the discouraged young man sat down without bothering to pick up his training weapon. The middle-aged man looked up to the sky and slowly said, "Let's end the day here. You have lots to learn if you want to become a warrior. Relying on brute strength in battle is simply wishing for death." He wiped the sweat off his face with the sleeves of his shirt, glanced at the curved sword hanging from the watching rogue's waist, and said in a stern voice, "Foreigner, I'm the captain of the militia stationed here. The city doesn't reject outsiders, but we don't especially welcome you guys either. Don't even try to cause trouble in the city." Intimidation. The captain's tone gave off an oppressive feeling even though his expression was neutral. "I don't like to cause trouble either," Saran smiled and calmly said, "but if someone tries to provoke me, I will make him regret his actions. We're just passing by anyway." The captain nodded. "That is fine." Intimidation failed. The captain was a grade 3 warrior and most likely a relatively well-known adventurer in the past. Saran noticed that the man could not move his legs freely. He probably suffered severe injuries that caused the bones in his leg to shift into awkward positions, making it difficult to move around. This was a common occurrence for adventurers though, with many being forced to retire and return to their hometowns due to injury. Big brother. Vivian picked up a thin branch and continued, "That man looks strong, but his student is so stupid that he can't remember something so simple." "Look." Sran looked at Vivian, who was waving the branch around weakly with her fragile arms and had no stance at all, and patted her head. "They look simple, but those are really practical skills, you know." "Of course, he's not as smart as Vivian." "Let's go. I'll buy you something tasty to eat." When Saran turned to leave, rows of words appeared in his view. You learned combat skills when observing others training. Parry +1, block +1, evasion body shifting +1. Even Saran did not expect this to happen. Just like that, he had obtained 2 new basic skills. Saran thought that he would only learn these skills when he started training in parrying and blocking in the future, but that did not seem to be the case. However, having 1 or 2 points in a basic skill was pretty much useless. At the very least, 10 points were required for the user to show improvement in the aspect affected by the skill. and considerable improvement would only occur when it reached over 50 points. For warriors, they would reach professional levels of using shields only after having over 100 points in block. Most people only devoted time to raising the basic skills related to their profession, as related basic skills would grow at higher rates than unrelated ones. They seldom invested valuable skill points into other unrelated basic skills and would simply disregard them and let them grow on their own. Using Saran as an example, he already had 6 points in evasion even though he did not undergo or receive legitimate training. If he underwent training related to evasion rolling and evasion body shifting, his evasive basic skills would quickly reach over 20. For roughly every 50 points in evasive basic skills, the person would receive 1 point in dodge, a passive skill which allowed the user to dodge and evade attacks instinctively. Only a handful of combat abilities like danger sense, improved evasion, and evasion proficiency could also improve one's evasive instincts. They were difficult to acquire and level up, but the effects were a lot better than those of basic skills as well. Basic skills, as the name implied, were rather basic compared to profession abilities, personal abilities, and gifted abilities. Of course, these 3 types of abilities were harder to obtain and may even have prerequisites before one could obtain them. Combat expertise, a combat ability derived from the basic skills block and parry, required 100 points in each as a basic requirement. Shield bash, another ability derived from block, required 150 points in block before one could learn it. Basic skills were easier to improve when having below 50 points, but raising them further than that would require one to have the talents and skills of a professional. A good example of such skills would be diplomacy and appraisal for merchants and taunt for barbarians. Back in the game, players who picked the profession barbarian all liked to show off their muscles to the enemy and then speak in an arrogant tone, saying things like bunch of noobs. Witches were also the same in that regard. There were some players who trash talked so much that their taunt ability had already reached over 200 when they were merely level 6 in their professions. Being too proficient in taunting had side effects though. People would feel pissed off and angered just from looking at you. Hope you like the chapter. Next chapter will be out Wednesday, 11th April. Chapters are out at 1 AM UTC. You can now vote for more chapters, every 400 votes, _1 extra chapter. Final ranking at the end of April, top 20, _1 extra chapter, top 15, _2 extra chapters. Vote here now to motivate me and get more chapters. Thanks for all the support. Alternatively, you can click here to donate for more releases. Comment down below and let me know what you think about the chapter as well. Longtoes, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Chapter 41 Sword Sane. The two siblings soon returned to the inn. Saran bought a porcelain pot along with a pound of pork and peas. Saran had promised to make Vivian something tasty, but he could not do so in the wilderness since it was inconvenient. Now that they were in a town, Saran decided to make up for his promise and make a meal for Vivian. A crowd had formed in front of the inn. Some were residents of the town who were looking for cheap goods, while others were hunters who were trying to sell fur to the merchants so they did not have to travel to the city themselves. Another portion of the crowd was simply there to admire and look at the ankh egg corpses. Those really are ankh eggs. They killed at least 3 of them. How strong. There were children and militia among the crowd, and despite being unfamiliar with the legends of the region, they all knew that ankh eggs were some of the most dangerous creatures. Let's get in. Saran glanced at the crowd and was about to enter the inn when someone caught his attention. The man was slightly slim and had a muscular body. When Saran glanced at the man, he noticed that the militia captain was doing the same. The man seemed to be in his 20s. His face rather handsome despite being slightly pointy. He had sharp and piercing eyes which seemed as though they could see through everything, and his brows were thin and sharp like swords. Just his appearance alone gave off an atmosphere of strength. Sword Saint? Saran observed the man's weapon and began grinning uncontrollably. Who would have thought that there was someone so strong here, a sword saint living in such a small town? Sword saint, this was not a title granted to those who were strong at sword play, but instead referred to the advanced warrior profession. The word saint meant the pursuit of goals and beliefs in many other places, and it had a similar meaning for the profession sword saint as well. It was an advanced profession which had rather harsh requirements, forcing those who pursue this path to give up the use of armor and protective equipment. If one did not have exceptional talents at birth, they could only advance to such a profession after reaching grade 3 in terms of combat strength. Contrary to common misconceptions, sword saints could use a wide variety of weapons, but most chose to use katanas. Many of them received training from weapon masters, and some might even have learned from monks and know how to strengthen themselves through meditation. They were experts at discovering and exploiting the weaknesses of their opponents while utilizing their strengths. The skill Kai was passed on to warriors by sword saints who tried to spread their influence and skills to the world. The sword saint observed the merchant squad for a while, then left with a disappointed look. Sword saints were people who loved looking for opponents to spar with in order to train their skill in actual combat. In places where beastmen appeared, sword saints would always wait for foreigners to arrive, as the monsters residing in the wilderness were no match for them. Vivian, go back to our room first. We'll be back soon. Saran was curious about the sword saint and decided to tail him sneakily without sticking too close to him. It was getting dark, but the sword saint did not return to his home, instead arriving at a large tree. He stabbed the katana into the ground and sat down facing the blunt side of the blade. Holding the hilt in his hands, he closed his eyes and slowed down his breath, his muscular arms slightly swelling. The sword saint sat there for the rest of the day. Saran's silhouette was hazy in the shadows, and he stayed silent and had a serious look as he observed the sword saint. In fact, the sword saint was not sitting on the ground, but instead 1 centimeter above the ground the whole time. He was supporting his body solely with his arms. His breathing was steady and did not undergo much change, his chest thumping up and down slowly as if he was meditating. Saran did not dare to approach the meditating sword saint. He would surely notice Saran's presence the moment Saran was within 20 meters of him. Most sword saints were grade 3 or above, which meant that the man's profession might be level 10 or above. If Saran fought with the sword saint, the chances of Saran winning were below 30%. This was why Saran silently left without disturbing the sword saint's meditation. Sword saint was known as the strongest profession which one could advance into as a warrior. The second strongest was weapon master, while the third was fury warrior, which boasted high strength. However, sword saints had a weakness: they did not wear armor. This weakness was especially apparent in the time of troubles, where sword saints would often be targeted in large-scale fights. This was why there were only a few sword saints who made it to the realm of legends, but those who made it obtained astounding skills. The skill expose weakness was said to be so powerful that it could even spot the weakest point in the energy field created by deflect, a wizard spell. Adventurers did not adventure out in the wild all the time. When they felt tired or had reached the critical point of moving on to the next stage in terms of combat strength, they would try to advance their profession or grade in a silent and quiet location. It's about time for me to start training as well, I guess. Saran felt pressured after meeting so many strong people in a simple town. He had never felt this way before. But now that he had interacted with the people of this world, he felt that the NPCs in the game were not as ordinary as he had once thought. Despite being transported into this world with his past knowledge, he still had to work hard to grow stronger, or else he would not even be on par with the NPCs when the gods descended into the mortal realm. Phew. Saran placed his hand onto his curved sword and murmured, "So this is why the number of deities the players killed was barely 10% of the number NPCs killed. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting." When the gods were forced to descend into the mortal realm, almost 100 NPCs each managed to slay a deity and obtain their shard of divinity. Only 10 or so players managed to do the same. Saran now realized that it was not only because of their differences in levels, but also how hard they were training. Anyway, Saran returned to the inn and began preparing dinner. Vivian was memorizing vocabulary of the common language the whole time and had already learned most of the words Saran had written down beforehand. She did not ask where Saran went, nor did the merchant squad. Everyone was busy with their own business, including the mysterious mistress, who had not appeared much in the past 2 days. It was not too much of a surprise though, as wizards and witches often isolated themselves. Vivian moved a stool and sat beside Saran while he was cutting the pork into small chunks. He then dumped the chunks of pork and peas into the pot, covered it with a lid, and headed toward the inn's kitchen. After starting a fire with some wood and coal, he placed the pot into the fire and said, "Let's go eat something else first." It was dish which could be made easily and had decent taste, and Saran had cooked this dish whenever he had free time back in the game. The only drawback was that the dish required patience. It was a slow-cooked stew which had to be cooked for roughly 3 hours. It was now night time. The merchant guards were drinking and chatting at the bar, some even heading out for light sparring. Meanwhile, the merchants gathered and began counting their goods. They bought some fur from the hunters, and they would resell it for profit in the city. Saran was sitting in the back of the bar, fiddling with his curved sword with his left hand rather than his dominant hand. Dual wielding. It was an ability which was difficult to acquire. One could either spend a massive amount of skill points to get it or spend a lot of time training their weak hand. Since Saran had the ability nimble left hand, things were easier for him. The crowd suddenly made a fuss and urged Saran to spar with someone. Saran did not mind as he planned to do so anyway, and he accepted their invitation while holding the curved sword in his left hand. At first, the head guard wanted to be his opponent, but he then passed the opportunity after noticing Saran was using his left hand. In the end, Saran's opponent was a young man from the north. There were few who could dual wield because it required an extremely high level of skill. Currently, elves were known as the best dual wielding fighters in the world. Only they, who had such long lifespans, could spend so much time in training one single technique. Since Vivian was too short, she climbed onto a table and stood there in order to watch the sparring match. In the small makeshift arena in the bar, Saran had a serious look as he moved around agilely. Using his weak hand affected his performance, but it was within his expectations as the point was to train his left hand in the first place. Even though he gave his opponent a handicap, Saran still stood his ground and fought on par with the young man. He even had the leeway to test out new techniques from time to time. Vivian looked just as serious as Saran, holding a small knife in her hand and swinging it in an attempt to mimic her brother. The sight of a young girl swinging a knife around was rather awkward, but after a while, her movements began to look similar to Saran's. Everyone was so focused on the match, no one noticed Vivian slashing her knife in the corner. Saran's evasion techniques left the audience awestruck, especially so when he used the body-shifting skill to dodge incoming attacks. Unless one underwent flexibility training, it was impossible to achieve such a feat. The mysterious mistress observed the match from the second floor and was rather uninterested when she saw Saran was one of the participants, probably knowing that he would win anyway. However, she had a refreshing look when she noticed Vivian swinging the small knife back and forth in the corner. Vivian soon dropped the knife and began muttering, "It's not that hard. Big Brother is not fighting seriously. If Big Brother used that swish swoosh technique, he would win immediately. This guy just uses the same moves all the time. The man earlier today was stronger." Feeling bored, Vivian sneakily poured a cup of ale and took a sip. Tastes weird. Why do people like to drink this so much? Vivian felt curious, thus she took a few more sips, her cheeks glowing red shortly after. "Why do I feel dizzy?" Vivian began swaying side to side as she took more and more sips. When Saran returned after sparring, her face was already as red as a tomato. She tried to hide the cup, but Saran obviously saw what she did. Saran had a dark expression after realizing what Vivian did. He smacked her butt as punishment immediately before hauling her back into their room. After settling Vivian down in their room, Saran went to the kitchen. He covered the porcelain pot with ash, then lit an oil lamp and returned to their room. He took out a book from his multi-dimensional bag and started reading while glancing at Vivian from time to time. Saran was trying hard to contain his laughter even though he was mad after seeing the cute Vivian get drunk. "You have quite some guts." Saran lightly pinched Vivian's nose, who retaliated in her dreams by swinging her arms all over the place. Even though she only drank a small cup of ale, she was completely drunk. Saran read for a while, then decided to put out the oil lamp and go to bed. Vivian snuggled next to him and hugged his arm, murmuring something in her sleep. Just like that, the night was over, and morning soon came. Hope you like the chapter. Next chapter will be out Friday, 13th April. Chapters are out at 10:30 AM UTC. You can now vote for more chapters, every 400 votes. _1_extra chapter. Final ranking at the end of April, top 20, _1_extra chapter, top 15, _2_extra chapters. Vote here now to motivate me and get more chapters. Thanks for all the support. Alternatively, you can click here to donate for more releases. Comment down below and let me know what you think about the chapter as well. Longtoes, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Chapter 42. Whiterun. The merchant squad was to leave town for Whiterun early in the morning, so Saran had already packed everything up and even prepared breakfast by the time Vivian woke up. "Big brother," Vivian said and tugged her sleeves as she felt nervous. "I'm sorry. I won't drink again. This little brat, drinking alcohol when I wasn't looking, Saran thought. He was about to scold Vivian harshly but then decided not to after seeing her cute, pleading face. "One last chance. If I ever see you do this again, I'll slap your butt with a wooden plank," he said in a stern voice. The young girl let out a sigh of relief and even stuck her tongue out when Saran was not looking. She then followed Saran down the stairs to the lobby. Vivian had only taken a few sips of ale out of curiosity simply because she could not understand why people liked drinking alcohol so much, but she did not expect to get drunk so easily. She felt lucky that her brother did not give her a scolding. Her butt was still slightly painful even after sleeping all night. Saran must have been extremely mad to hit Vivian so hard. She made a mental note to herself that she must never drink alcohol again. Saran did not like drinking, or rather, he never drank any alcohol. Alcohol was a rogue's greatest enemy, as the substance would lower their senses, willpower, agility, and awareness. While some warriors had increased battle prowess after getting slightly drunk, things were not the same for rogues. Their profession advantages would be gone instead. Saran had once seen a level 19 rogue who, though so close to reaching the realm of legends, got chopped up into pieces by mere level 6 newbies because the rogue was dead drunk. For those who had professions which were heavily reliant on skill instead of raw power, it was essential to keep a clear mind at all times. Alcohol in this world was rather strong. The wizards had created a process similar to that of alcohol distillation, and the purifying techniques used by alchemists were then used to make alcoholic beverages. By combining the two, the liquor obtained was so strong that even legendary warriors might get drunk with just a shot or two. Due to this, Saran would instead smoke tobacco made by halflings to relieve his stress, and he always had a tobacco pipe with him. Saran went to the kitchen and took out the porcelain pot, which had been kept hot the entire night. A sweet fragrance permeated the place immediately, making others turn their attention to him. Saran smiled as he poured the contents out of the pot, keeping a portion for himself and Vivian before giving the rest to the merchant guards. The merchant guards had been preparing their meals the entire journey, and the least Saran could do was let them taste his cooking in return. He also paid the inn to fry 2 eggs and prepare 2 bowls of congee. Vivian should eat as much as she could now, because their rough journey would soon resume. The mysterious mistress appeared out of nowhere and sat down opposite of Saran. Without asking for permission, She began tasting the food he made. She looked so casual that Saran was dumbstruck for a second and could not voice his objection. "Won't you take off the veil when eating?" Saran asked casually while eating. "Isn't it rather inconvenient to eat like that?" The mistress gracefully picked up the spoon, scooped up some stew, and blew to cool it down. The veil fluttered, showing her slightly pointy chin. "It's quite good." "I did not expect you to have talent in cooking," she replied calmly. She only ate a little though. Her gaze landed on Vivian, who was busy gulping down breakfast like a hungry beast. Vivian had lived a poor life from birth, thus she was not picky about food. As long as it tasted above average, it was already a godsend to her. For some reason, the mysterious mistress spoke a lot more than before. Saran did not expect her to strike up a conversation during breakfast, which made him suspect her. There had to be ulterior motives behind her sudden change in behavior. Saran quickly finished his portion, then looked at the mistress and said, "We shouldn't waste food." He casually reached for her bowl and poured the unfinished food into his own and began eating. This was an extremely arrogant and disrespectful act, especially so when the other party was a lady of high standing. The mistress' gaze showed indignity and vexation. She took a deep breath, making her bountiful bust wobble ever so slightly, then regained her composure and continued sitting there as if nothing had happened. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. Something was wrong. Even so, Saran continued eating as if nothing had happened, pretending to be a frugal and stingy person. He also intentionally peeked at her chest in order to disguise himself as a low person. From Saran's point of view, the mistress was definitely acting strangely, thus he was on guard against her. She, as a witch, had a slightly haughty attitude. She was not especially cold toward the siblings during the trip, but she was not especially friendly to them either. The mistress was obviously enraged and offended by Saran's behavior, but she endured it and continued acting normally for some reason. Witches and wizards were all rational people, there had to be a reason for her actions. Saran could tell that the mistress was not interested in him, so she had to be aiming for Vivian. Did she discover Vivian's talents? Saran thought. Apparently, Saran's guess was right on the mark. Once they resumed traveling, the mistress casually asked about their past, but he could easily see through her. Something like this was child's play for rogues. This was a basic technique for obtaining information from others after all. Despite that, Saran was unable to tell if she was a friend or foe. The mistress might be trying to take Vivian as her apprentice after noticing her talents, which would explain why she approached them wanting to learn more about Vivian's past. However, the possibility that she had other ulterior motives was not low either. Saran simply could not trust a stranger who acted friendly to them out of the blue, especially when she was a witch. Should we leave the squad and travel alone? Saran wondered. Northern witches could not be considered kind beings. It would be bad if he waited until the mistress made her move and asked Vivian to be her apprentice. They were people who were not bound by common sense, and many of them would not compromise with others, instead forcing their way of thinking on them. At the very least, they did not negotiate with people who lacked power and strength. Most, if not all, spellcasters had haughty attitudes. It was more so given the mistress was a witch of high social standing, not to mention the fact that she was a woman. Currently, they were already close to reaching White Run. As soon as they reached the city, they would go their separate ways. The merchant squad would continue their way back to the northern regions, while the siblings would head toward Autumn Fall, then enter Elfenland through the phantasmal forest. Thus, it might seem fishy for the siblings to leave the squad right now, as they would be parting soon anyway. Things were going smoothly and peacefully. Monsters rarely appeared in large groups near major cities after all. They even met and teamed up with a bearded dwarf midway. The Iron Spike Mountains to the north were once occupied by ogres, but a dwarven tribe moved over and built a city. The dwarves residing there were now known as the Iron Spike Dwarves. They frequently traded with other races, mainly humans and half-elves, exchanging high-quality weapons for liquor and food. Dwarves hated farming, and they would rather sit in front of a rock than plow the land. As a matter of fact, only humans would willingly take on the tiring task of farming. Beastmen. They simply scattered seeds randomly and hoped something sprouted out from the soil. If they had time to plow the land, they might as well go hunt a few more wild animals. They preferred meat over vegetables after all. As for elves, who were known to pursue beauty to extreme lengths, they could not be bothered to farm as it would make them dirty. It was a huge waste as they had quite fertile land. Traveling could be boring, especially when nothing special happened along the way. There was nothing to do apart from walking until one reached his or her destination. Even so, it did not mean it was a bad thing. Special incidents in the wilderness always brought along trouble, not to mention casualties and deaths. For such reasons, everyone, be it the guards or the merchants, let out a sigh of relief after entering close proximity to White Run, as they had finally reached their destination. For now, the merchant squad would stay in White Run for a month or so, during which the merchants would act separately to sell their goods and buy products to sell at their next destination. Some of the merchants would head toward the half-elven village nearby in an attempt to sell their elven-style products for high prices, though they were fake and counterfeit products. The squad would regroup after everyone was done with their work, then take another route back to the north. They would deliberately travel near the sea in order to sell their products and bring back seafood, which was rare in the north. Saran would depart from the merchant squad after receiving the share of money they earned from eliminating Ankh eggs. This was the end of their journey together, and it was time for them to part ways. If only things went smoothly, that was. Hope you like the chapter. Next chapter will be out Sunday, 15th April. Chapters are out at 10:30 AM UTC. You can now vote for more chapters, every 400 votes, _1 extra chapter. Final ranking at the end of April, top 20, _1 extra chapter, top 15, _2 extra chapters. Vote here now to motivate me and get more chapters. Thanks for all the support. Alternatively, you can click here to donate for more releases. Comment down below and let me know what you think about the chapter as well. Longtoes, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Chapter 43 Deck of Destiny. White Run was a flourishing city which put Amber City to shame. Even though traveling there was not as convenient, it was one of the southern cities with the longest history. In the center of the city lay the skull of a red dragon, the symbol of the city. Adventurers once killed an evil red dragon in this region, and with the wealth they obtained from it, they built a city which then became White Run, the trade center of the southwest. There was a luxurious mansion north of the city hall. The previous baron who owned the mansion had died from a peculiar sickness, and the mansion had changed hands a few times since. It was said that a widowed noble once caused a commotion when she moved in, not only because of her riches, but also her beautiful looks. The widow lived in seclusion and rarely appeared publicly. She was uninterested in the banquets held by other nobles, nor did she bother to have dealings with them, which was why they rejected her. People only saw her carriage from time to time traveling from the mansion to her villa outside the city. It was known that she was extremely rich. She had not only purchased the best shops in the city, but also owned a large villa outside the city. After all, it was not hard for people to understand that she had quite the backing, as a noble widow normally could not own and secure so much property and riches. Right now, the mistress of the merchant squad arrived at the above-mentioned mansion. Servants were already standing in front of the mansion, waiting for her to arrive. A maid took off her shawl, and she was led to one of the large rooms in the mansion. A high-quality carpet made out of goose feather covered the floor. This type of alchemy product was popular among lower-class nobles, and they would pay a fortune to get one. However, the room was luxuriously covered with such an expensive item as if it was simple, cheap cloth. A bewitching lady with wavy black hair sat on a large rocking chair made out of red sandalwood while reading a book. She wore a white nightdress with the collar loosened slightly, revealing her voluptuous chest. The mistress of the merchant squad bowed to the lady and said, "I have brought the requested item." However, I don't understand. Why make me travel all the way here just to bring you a card of the deck of many things? You know I'm undergoing important research, right? The bewitching lady casually stood up, her nightdress slipping down ever so slightly. She did not bother to tidy up herself though, as the person in front of her was her daughter. With a joking tone, she said, "Gloria, how can you not notice it even after so long? It is not a card from the deck of many things, but a card from the deck of destiny, the apex of alchemy, the dream of all alchemists." The woman was a northern witch as well. Her age could not be determined just from looking at her appearance. She walked toward the mistress and held out her hand as she received the black metal box. Those idiots of the Witch Council had this for so long but were unable to discover anything. They should have handed it over a long time ago. With her white fingers, the bewitching lady caressed the mysterious card inside the box, her eyes glowing in delight. Deck of Destiny. The key to becoming the child of destiny. The card disappeared from the bewitching lady's palm all of a sudden. It was a spell commonly used by advanced wizards and witches called storage. The spell opened up a subdimensional space, allowing the caster to store items within it. "My dear daughter," the bewitching lady said as she lazily laid on a soft, large bed while fiddling with her lengthy hair. "Did you encounter something meaningful during your journey this time? It's been a while since I've heard about interesting things since I've been imprisoned here, you know." "Seriously, I want to leave already." Her daughter furrowed her brows and spoke with a serious look. "Please do not forget that you are currently being punished by the Witch Council. Because you conducted a forbidden experiment at the root of the dead wood, everything within 50 kilometers was annihilated, turning it into a no man's land. If the Council didn't cover for you, the northern druids would have hunted you down already. All that would await then would be the trial of nature, and I'm sure you know what that means." Her mother, however, chuckled and shrugged her shoulders like a teenage girl. With a slightly wicked tone, she said, "Gloria, it was just a small accident when I was trying out something fun. Those druids are way too stubborn." The mistress was obviously agitated by her mother's reply and began talking as if scolding her mother. "The rampaging elemental energies of the root of the dead wood caused by your fun experiment dealt serious damage to the region. The geological structure underwent a complete change, and the elemental energy radiation level reached grade A. Even now, energy is still pouring in from the elemental planes, and that area will be a land of death, void of any life, for the next 500 years. You call this a small accident?" If Her Majesty, the Eye of the North, did not apologize personally, even the legendary shapeshifter who lives in seclusion in the frozen mountains would take action against you. "He's a guy who can transform into a dragon but can't use dragon breath attacks. I'm not afraid of him, you know." Her mother replied as her smile vanished, seemingly overwhelmed by her daughter. Gloria, who rarely smiled, grinned as if enjoying her mother's troubled expression. "A 50-year exile is not harsh at all considering what you have done, even more so when not actually imprisoned. Her Majesty is partial toward you for your talent as always. However, bear in mind that the druids will have the right to force you to undergo the trial of nature if you sneak out on your own. If that happens, even Her Majesty cannot save you. The Druid Order is still trying to equilibrate the elemental energies even now. The Witch Council has already sent out 12 advanced witches to help them, but that is insufficient to soothe their rage. Even the council is getting agitated because they have to take care of your mess." "Enough." Her mother furrowed her brows and said, "Those stubborn idiots will never understand how important my experiment was. If I had succeeded, a whole new era would await us." Without backing down, Gloria harshly countered, "But you failed, which is why you have to take responsibility for your actions." As if her safety switch had been turned off, Gloria's mother threw her book to the ground and yelled in dissatisfaction, "Enough! Is this the attitude you should have when talking to your mother?" Gloria loosened up a bit, and began to speak in a milder tone as she bent to pick the book up. "Mother, I respect and love you, but this does not change my opinion of you as a witch. You once told me, when our own powers are insufficient, faith will always be our last and final trump card. Northern witches mostly relied on cards for spellcasting. Her mother sighed in response and waved her hand with a tired expression. It's fine. You can leave now. Oh, on my way here, I encountered something interesting. If you wish, I can tell you about it, Gloria hesitatingly said. With a look saying I'm all ears, her mother nodded and told her to go on. Even if she was exiled only in name, she was constantly monitored by the Witch Council. She was only allowed to move around freely within the mansion and, when the council called for her, the villa outside the city. If she made even an ever so slightly suspicious move, the council would send her warnings, and she might even be truly imprisoned. The Northern Druid Order had already labeled her as the most dangerous person among their list of targets, spreading her notoriety to all other druids across the world. In fact, from the moment she was exiled to Whiterun, several druids and elves had been observing her in secret. I met two interesting people on the way here. Gloria organized her thoughts and continued, a man and a young girl, a pair of siblings. The man was a smart rogue, and I thought he was just a typical person at first. Afterwards, I discovered that his soul was even weaker than most commoners. Normally, I'd have thought he either made pacts with devils and demons or suffered severe soul damage before. The thing is, he would have the odor of the abyss if it was the former, and he should not have survived if it was the latter. The bewitching mother was intrigued by what Gloria said. She interrupted her daughter and asked, "Oh my dear daughter, why not kill him? You will know the answer by imprisoning his soul and studying it." After hearing what her mother said, Gloria had a cramped expression. She took in a deep breath and replied in a stern voice, "Mother, it is inappropriate to snatch away Sumion's life just to satisfy my curiosity. What if his soul was very valuable?" "Ha! Go on." Gloria sighed in her mind, annoyed by her mother's way of thinking. What truly amazed me was the little girl. She was exceptional, a special one. I don't know how to put it into words, but she has extraordinary talents. If not for her lack of divinity, I might even mistake her as one of the mythical descendants of God. I wanted to learn more about them, but they were extremely vigilant toward others. I only managed to learn about trivial things. Too scrupulous, her mother said with disinterest. Just use charm person and make them talk. If they have strong willpower, use dire charm instead. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Gloria frowned once again and slowly said, "We must not abuse the power of magic. They are not evil, and I can tell that the two have a strong bond between them. So strong that I'm a bit jealous. Never forget our values and bottom line, and we shall not be lost on the journey for strength and power." Gloria's mother snickered as she tidied her clothing and covered up her chest. "Oh, my dear daughter, deviating from the neutral alignment which all witches abide to. Oh my, I might even mistake you for those muscle-headed paladins. I'm just adhering to my own values. The one who should reflect on your actions, doing as you please all the time." Gloria turned to leave the room. Hope you like the chapter. Next chapter will be out Wednesday, 18th April. Chapters are out at 10:30 AM UTC. You can now vote for more chapters, every 400 votes, _1 extra chapter. Final ranking at the end of April, top 20, _1 extra chapter, top 15, _2 extra chapters. Vote here now to motivate me and get more chapters. Thanks for all the support. Alternatively, you can click here to donate for more releases. Comment down below and let me know what you think about the chapter as well. Longtoes, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. Chapter 44 Ancient Red Dragon. The tavern was crowded with people. Saran had just learned some bad news from the crowd. The nearby monsters were suddenly acting strangely, as if they had all gone mad. The monsters began migrating from their original habitats to places near the city, blocking all the roads to the northeast of the city. Monsters from both the plains and the hills moved over to places in close proximity to Whiterun, causing the city to raise its security level and send the local army to patrol the nearby regions. Even the Adventurer Guild published a rank investigation request, allocating 12,000 gold emeralds from their funds to hire adventurers to search for the reason for the monster's abnormal behavior. The guild did not even require the adventurers to solve the issue. All they wanted to know was the reason behind it. Even though it sounded simple, the results were not as they had hoped. Of the first few groups of adventurers to investigate, only one returned, and they did not even reach the Dark Swamp before they were sent back with injuries by groups of ogres that had just moved over. Adventurers who took on rank missions were strong. Everyone in those squads had advanced professions and were at least grade 3. Even so, they were forced to retreat due to severe casualties. Ogres usually had a rather average challenge rating, but there was a two-headed ogre wizard among them. It had the ability multicast. The wizards in the adventurer squad were overwhelmed and killed quickly, after which the ogre commander ordered its underlings to surround the adventurers. They only managed to retreat by expending almost every tool they had at hand. As they headed back to Whiterun in tatters, they discovered large footprints which most likely belonged to mountain giants from the southwest. They suspected that the mountain giants were driven away by something, and there was a large chance that the other adventurer squads had been annihilated. Over 100 merchant squads were stuck at Whiterun. Some of the squads that had better guards tried to force their way through the southwestern roads but were met with roughly 300 gnolls. Only a tenth of them survived. The majority of roads had already been closed down to prevent more people from rushing into groups of monsters. Apart from the route Saran came from, all the roads, including those toward Autumnfall and the sea, were also occupied by monsters, goblins, kobolds, gnolls, ogres, lizardmen, and many more, as though something horrifying had appeared. Almost all the creatures residing near the Moor Mountains were flushed out from their homes. Rumor had it that a dragon had appeared, but unfortunately no one could verify the rumor. Saran was carrying Vivian in his arms as he walked down the muddy, dirty road. Since a lot of merchants were stuck at Whiterun, every tavern and inn in the city was completely full. More and more merchants arrived at the city, only to find that it was not possible to reach their intended destinations. The only options available were to wait it out or go back the way they came from. Even if they offered twice the price, it was still difficult to find decent lodgings. It was even more so in this period of time, when people tended to reject outsiders. Without much choice, Saran paid one of the merchants at the horse market and left his horse in his care, then headed toward the old city district and the slums. This was terrible news for Saran. He'd planned to head toward Autumnfall, but that route was also blocked by the influx of monsters. Things would be easier if he was traveling alone, but he was now traveling with Vivian. He could not ensure her safety while in battle. Ancient Red Dragon, this was the first thought which came to his mind. Apart from adult dragons, there was nothing Saran could think of that could cause such a large-scale migration. Judging from the monsters' scattering patterns, he deduced that the location they escaped from was close to where the ancient red dragon had appeared back in the game. Communications were slow due to the lack of technology. Taking into account the time people needed to confirm the red dragon's existence, the timing of this event was almost identical to the game. The dragon cleverly disguised itself as a typical dragon, and many died at its hands. After collecting and analyzing data, players came to realize that it was in fact an ancient red dragon with a challenge rating of 25. If the dragon had not gotten on the nerves of a saint, a descended deity, and eventually been killed, the entire southern region might have been destroyed entirely. Ancient Red Dragon Grade 7. Challenge rating, Level 25. Monster Level, 34, can use breath attacks. Attribute estimations, Strength 42, Dexterity 10, Constitution 35, Intelligence 25, Wisdom 24, Charisma 24. Specialty, Ancient Dragon, Legendary Magic, Gigantic Creature, Powerful Dragon's Breath. Unknown. Difficulty, S. The ancient red dragon's challenge rating and difficulty were comparable to those of lesser deities. The only difference between them was that the dragon did not have divinity, but instead had buffs exclusive to ancient dragons. Back in the game, someone tried to overwhelm it with numbers, but the results were catastrophic, as expected. Just by flapping its wings, dozens were killed, another 100 or 2 were decimated by a single breath attack. After that, no one tried to defeat it that way again. Even though it was dangerous, many wanted to sneak into the ancient dragon's lair for its treasures. Over 5 million gold emeralds, loads of rare and epic grade items, and a dozen legendary grade items. It was enough for people to risk their lives in an attempt to obtain even a small portion of it. It was even possible that divine grade items could be found in the lair. Whether or not there were was debatable, since those were usually kept in shrines. Unless the god who produced them had fallen, normally those items could not be obtained, even if it was a powerful ancient dragon. One thing was certain though, someone did manage to steal a few legendary grade items from the ancient dragon. These items even became the keys to slaying gods in the future. However, Saran was simply a level 5 rogue right now. He could not even stand in front of the red dragon due to its terrorizing aura, let alone fight it. Naturally, he did not even think of taking on the dragon. He was more concerned about the monsters obstructing the roads, as he could not bring Vivian to Autumn Fall if this issue persisted. From what he could remember, this dragon stayed around for a lengthy period of time, meaning that the roads would be closed down for weeks or even months to come. Unless someone eliminated all the monsters, Saran would have no choice but to cross the Whiterun Plains with just the 2 of them. Saran held Vivian in his arms as they entered the crowded and noisy tavern. There were fully armed adventurers everywhere, as well as a few small-scale merchant squads. Those goddamn rules. A brawny man slammed a mug on the table and said in a low voice, "Just like that, they ate Maya. When I found his corpse, I couldn't even put his parts back together." Everyone was complaining and grumbling about the sudden situation. The mass exodus of monsters happened out of the blue, and everyone was clearly unprepared. Even the lizardmen living in the dark swamp began to attack the settlements and villages on the perimeter of the swamp, forcing the people there to move away. What people knew for sure was that some creature or monster had forced the lizardmen out of their original homes. With their homes gone, they had to attack the nearby humans, as they needed new territory. Suddenly, a seemingly drunk man bumped into Saran. "Sorry," the man said. Just as he crashed into Saran, his hands reached toward his wallet, but Saran did not allow that to happen. With a shoulder lock, Saran caught the thief's arm and stepped on his knee, pinning him on the floor. The entire tavern went silent. The painful moans of the thief could be heard. Saran ruthlessly dislocated the man's shoulder. Be careful who you mess with. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. Saran put Vivian down and unsheathed the curved sword on his waist. He lightly poked the thief's shoulder with the tip of his sword. A few men who might be the thief's gang members crossed their arms while approaching Saran. "Enough." A man who was sitting at the bar counter stood up and said while looking at Saran. He then pointed at the thief, who was still pinned to the floor. "Break his arm and throw him out. Know your place. How dare you? Trying to steal things in my tavern." Men appeared from the corners of the tavern. They nodded to Saran, signaling him to let them handle the rest. The men broke the thief's arm with a brutal twist. He yelled and cried in pain, but the men did not care and simply tossed him into the gutter outside the tavern. They were hitmen hired by the tavern. This place probably had dirty dealings behind the scenes. It was reasonable to Saran though, as it was almost impossible to find a proper shop with a clean background in the slums. "Young man, those were some good skills. Do you want to stay here for the night?" The brawny man standing in front of the bar counter asked Saran. "It's 2 silver emeralds for a night. If you don't like it, go sleep somewhere else." Saran glanced at his surroundings before tossing 2 silver coins onto the counter, then held Vivian in his arms again. The man nodded as he received the coins. Soon, a maid who wore heavy makeup led the siblings to their room on the 2nd floor. The maids were mostly part-timers, serving as tavern clerks and chambermaids. But that was not all. To those who could afford it, They provided special nighttime services. Hope you like the chapter. Next chapter will be out Friday, 20th April. Chapters are out at 10:30 AM UTC. You can now vote for more chapters, every 400 votes, _1 extra chapter. Final ranking at the end of April, top 20, _1 extra chapter, top 15, _2 extra chapters. Vote here now to motivate me and get more chapters. Thanks for all the support. Alternatively, you can click here to donate for more releases. Comment down below and let me know what you think about the chapter as well. Long toes, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Chapter 45. First blood. In the corner of the tavern was a fat person whispering to a servant standing nearby. The servant nodded in response, then walked to the bar counter. Marauder wishes to speak with you. The brawny man furrowed his brows, but then said, "I'll go there in a bit." He then signaled for one of his men to take his seat, walked toward the shady corner, and sat down on the chair next to the man who called for him. "Marauder, you crafty fox, did you really set your eyes on the little girl just now?" Marauder did not mind the rude remark and continued to pour wine for himself. Even though he was fat, he did not look dull and slow. "Calvin, the girl's a gem. Plenty of nobles like messing with little girls like her nowadays. If you get her for me, I can sell her for this price at the very least," Marauder said while signaling the number 5 with his fingers. 500 gold dirals. With such cute looks, I'm sure those pedophiles will be willing to pay that much. Calvin frowned and glared intently into Marauder's eyes. "Trying to break my rules, you know? I don't do this kind of stuff in my own shop." Marauder chuckled and shrugged, then leaned closer to Calvin. "You've sold over 100 girls and women through me already. Don't tell me your basement is a clean one. This one all depends on you. I can guarantee that I can sell her quickly." Calvin was still hesitating. "That guy isn't easy to handle. He's very vigilant of his surroundings. Probably a rogue. I can't have people dying here, or else the guards will be definitely shut my place down." Marauder responded with a creepy smile and said in a low voice, "You don't have to worry about that. We're only businessmen, not killers, right? I just bought this drug from a wizard. After applying some to a towel, cover it over someone's nose and mouth, and they will lose consciousness shortly after. When the guy who's with her goes out, just send one of your men to drug her and transport her away in a rucksack. A mere foreigner can't do shit here. If we must, we can always do that." Marauder drew a line across his neck, then said, 500 gold dirals is by no means a small sum. I know you're trying to wash your hands of this kind of shady stuff one last time, and you can buy yourself a small mansion." Calvin thought for a while, gritted his teeth, and replied, "Fine, but let your men do the dirty work. Also, 600 gold dirals. This girl is a top-tier gem. I'm sure she will grow up to be a gorgeous beauty." "You greedy dog." "Deal. I'll pay you after I sell her. Don't worry too much. She's the type who's popular among the rich ones," Marauder said and held out his hand. "Fine." Calvin shook hands with Marauder, stood up, and entered the kitchen. The tall and slim hitman standing nearby approached Marauder and asked, "Head, is it really worth the risk just for a young girl? The Whiterun guards have been rather strict recently. Also, is she really worth 600 gold dirils? She can only be sold for 100 or 2 at best if you ask me." "What do you know?" Marauder lashed out at him and said, "She's different. Of course I'm not selling her to those filthy nobles. I know someone, or more like some creature, who is willing to pay such a high price for a special one like her." The hitman shuddered as he recalled some bad memories. With so many women and girls kidnapped regularly, it was not possible to sell them all as slaves or as playthings to the nobles in Whiterun. There were creatures that would pay high prices for pure, young virgin girls. Those from the Grey Realm, basically people who made a living through shady business, often had dealings with the evil Dark Realm. Creatures that had been hiding their presence on the surface were in fact the largest human traffickers behind the scenes. To the people who were selling the women, They were great customers. As soon as they bought the goods, there would be no troubles even if the women died. They would take care of everything. Marauder glanced at the hitman. How can you make big money when you're scared of everything? Well, get out of here after this one. Things have been getting worse lately. Get it done as soon as possible. Saran put Vivian down and looked around after entering their room on the second floor. He took out something from the multi-dimensional bag, then knelt down and spoke to Vivian. This place is full of dangerous guys. When I go out, be careful even if you're in the room. Saran took out a dagger and showed it to Vivian. Do you still remember the things I taught you? Yes, Vivian nodded as she received the dagger. I remember. It'll be fine. Saran could not feel at ease. With such high charisma, Vivian was definitely eye-catching. It would be fine if she was an adult who could protect herself, but she was only an 80-year-old. Those filthy human traffickers must have been eyeing her the moment she entered the tavern. Human trafficking was a major source of income for the Grey Realm. After all, nobles, brothels, slavers, and even worse, vampires. As a rogue player back in the game, Saran knew very well about the shady side of every city, which was why he tried to keep Vivian within his view as much as possible. Perhaps because he had seen way too much of the dark side and met way too many people from the evil alignment, Saran had little faith in this world and was cautious about everything. This was a filthy world in turmoil. Laws and rules were mere decorations. Beliefs and moral values were the things that were actually restricting people's behavior and keeping them from doing evil. However, those were both vague things which varied from person. Saran planned to go to the Adventurer Guild to see if anyone was heading toward Autumnfall and to gather information about what was happening outside Whiterun. The journey to Autumnfall was a rough one, especially so with the recent turn of events. Now that he had gold emeralds to spare, he might even go to some special locations and try to get his hands on some banned weapons. It was not the best idea to bring Vivian along when making shady deals, but leaving her alone was also dangerous. Big brother, Vivian grasped Saran's hand, as if knowing he was worried, and said in a low voice, "I'll stay in the room when you go out. I won't run around." Saran still hesitated, but eventually nodded and said, "All right. I will go check what's going on and see if we can leave the city. Make sure you stay in the room, okay? You mustn't run around the place. I will be back in half a day, and I'll try to find some lodging somewhere else tomorrow." After Saran left the tavern, two men sitting in the corner glanced at each other. The fat marauder signaled the hitman to come over and handed him a bottle. "Act quickly," Marauder said. "After it's done, let's meet at the usual place. I have to contact the buyer." The tall, slim hitman asked, "Won't Calvin be mad if we act now?" Marauder glared at him and answered, "That damned guy even sold his own sister. He won't care as long as he gets the money." In the room, Vivian was fiddling with the dagger. If Saran saw that, he would definitely be surprised. She was spinning the dagger as though she was very familiar with it, which was exactly what Saran did in his free time in order to train his fingers' flexibility. "I want to grow up faster." Vivian tilted her head as she spun the dagger on her palm. Since her hand was small, it was even more difficult for her to do. The speed was not as fast as Saran, but she did not make any mistakes. She would cut her hand if she did. Knock knock exclamation mark underscore. Vivian stood up alertly, hid the dagger behind her back, and said loudly, "Who?" "Room service." The man replied, "The boss told me to bring food to this room." Food. Vivian felt uncertain and murmured, "There's free food." Typical taverns did not offer room service. Customers had to go to the bar counter downstairs for food. Vivian held the dagger tightly as she opened the door slightly to peek outside. There was a man holding a tray full of food and a towel. Vivian loosened up a bit and said, "Please put it on the table." The man looked around to make sure no one was in the room. After confirming she was alone, he showed a wicked smile while closing the door. Holding the drugged towel, he lunged toward Vivian. However, Vivian immediately ducked to avoid the lunge. When the man closed the door, she had already felt that something was off. She pointed a finger at the man while chanting a weird syllable, then slashed at the man who attacked her with the dagger. Light burst out from her finger. along with blood from the man's face. The hitman was blinded by the strong light. As he bent down to drug Vivian, he was slashed from his right cheek all the way to his right eye. The man groaned and covered his eye with his hand while suppressing the pain in his mind. Regaining his sight in his left eye, he once again lunged at the young girl. Even though Vivian dodged the first attack, her posture was broken after swinging her dagger with full strength. She could not dodge this time. Electric Jolt. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. All of a sudden, the hitman who was about to choke her began twitching uncontrollably. An electric bolt flickered between Vivian's fingers. The man loosened his arms as he convulsed as if having an epileptic seizure. Vivian drew a gleaming path in the air with her dagger as she swiftly stabbed the man's left thigh, pushing it in as deep as possible. His body went stiff and lay still on the floor. Vivian was shocked and afraid. She looked at her bloody palms and dropped the dagger out of fear. After taking some deep breaths, she calmed down a bit. Vivian picked up the dagger and packed their belongings, then snuck out of the room. She looked around to make sure no one had spotted her, then went to the backyard instead of the front door. She was sure that she would not be allowed to leave through the front door. Vivian spotted a hole, which was most likely used by dogs, in the backyard's wall. Without caring about getting dirty, she climbed out through the tiny hole. Hope you like the chapter. Next chapter will be out Sunday, 22nd April. Chapters are out at 10:30 AM UTC. You can now vote for more chapters, every 400 votes, _1_extra chapter. Final ranking at the end of April, top 20, _1_extra chapter, top 15, _2 extra chapters. Vote here now to motivate me and get more chapters. Thanks for all the support. Alternatively, you can click here to donate for more releases. Comment down below and let me know what you think about the chapter as well. Longtoes, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Chapter 46. Sorcerer. When Saran entered the Adventurer Guild Hall, he noticed that plenty of merchants were there. It seemed that some merchants with high reputations were trying to gather and form a large combined force in order to break through the monster blockade. As long as the roads remained closed, their goods were stuck in the city as well. Some of their goods were seasonal, meaning that they could not be sold or would go bad after a certain period of time. If the roads remained closed for even a month or two, they could not even return to their homes. It would then be winter, and snow prevented most people from traveling over long distances. The world was still rather primitive. Most roads were not built on purpose, but were instead formed because people traveled through those paths repeatedly. There was no such thing as global warming here. It was freezing cold everywhere in winter, and human activity was reduced significantly as compared to other seasons. Even in the south, where it was supposed to be warmer, the snow could still reach over 20 centimeters thick, almost reaching knee height. It was simply impossible for horses and carts to travel in such conditions. The Branked request was still pinned to the request board. Saran really wanted to accept the request and tell them the truth, but he could not do so. He lacked the strength to take on the quest. Apart from that, there was no way he could prove to the guild the existence of a red dragon, let alone an ancient one at that. The guild would not believe a grade 2 rogue. It was a crucial matter to the city after all. These requests required the adventurers to report how they managed to complete the request. Saran, who did not know the exact location of the dragon and could not even break through the monster blockade, simply could not make up such a big lie to cover everything up. Even if the guild somehow believed what he said, it would make him a suspicious person, which would be troublesome. The merchants were still arguing among themselves. They wanted to hire mercenaries and adventurers to clear the road, but they also wanted the more prestigious merchants to seek help from the city in order to save some money. The monsters that were forced to leave their original homes were occupying more and more land, cutting the supple routes to the city. Those useless bureaucrats and nobles. Saran glanced at the grumbling young merchant beside him, then left the guild. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. It seemed that the bunch of merchants would not be able to reach an agreement among themselves anytime soon. It was all up to the city's bureaucrats to handle the situation. After leaving the guild, Saran walked through the filthy alleys and arrived at a metal door which had a special marking engraved in it. The marking consisted of two cuts in the shape of an X and a viper beneath them. There were shady places in every city without exception. However, if one did not have dealings in the Grey Realm, they would not be able to spot these hidden places in the creepy alleys. Even though Whiterun was a prosperous city, the back alleys were still extremely dirty and stinky. Most residents simply poured their excrement into the alleys. If one was not paying attention, he might even get splashed with a bucket of dung from the windows above. Knock, 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 exclamation mark underscore. After Saran knocked on the door, a guard opened a small slit in it and glared at him. "Who's there?" "The boundless shadows are all around," Saran calmly replied. The heavy door opened shortly after. The guard confirmed he was alone, then allowed him to enter. It was a spacious place, with weapons all around. Most were common grade equipment, but there were also banned weapons such as enhanced crossbows. Most forbidden or banned weapons had considerable destructive power. It was impossible to buy them from ordinary stores. What Saran wanted though, was something even more powerful and more strictly regulated. "Anything you want?" a man who had a cold and gloomy look asked. Saran looked around then answered, "Wyvern poison. Give me an enhanced crossbow, and I want poisonous bolts as well." The man crossed his legs as he sat on a chair, then glared at Saran and asked, "Those are not cheap. Do you have enough money?" Saran took out a coin pouch and shook it. 120 gold dirals. "Don't give me that diluted, defective stuff. What I want is undiluted wyvern poison." As he had once been fooled by these shady dealers, Saran made sure to warn the dealer not to try anything fishy. "Deal." The dealer opened one of the drawers, took out a thumb-sized vial, and tossed it to Saran. "Have a taste to test it out if you dare." Saran opened the vial and took a sniff, then quickly closed the lid. After that, he tossed the coin pouch to the dealer. Wyvern poison was one of the strongest poisons available in the early stages back in the game and was commonly used by assassins. Most poisons would evaporate after a short while when exposed to air, but wyvern poison was different. It could last up to 2 days after being smeared onto weapons. It was only natural for orcs to use poison. They were lacking in some aspects, thus they used other methods to overcome their weaknesses. "Follow me," the dealer said after counting the number of coins in the pouch. "The weapons are in the back." He swiftly took out an enhanced crossbow along with a set of 30 crossbows bolts with dark green tips. The tips of these bolts were immersed in poison during the manufacturing process, which was why they were already poisonous without the need to manually smear poison on them. The poison was fatal for common folk, and it could deal considerable damage to people with combat professions as well. It was definitely something which could only be bought from shady shops. "That's 30 gold dirals," the dealer said as he passed the weapon and ammo over to Saran, then continued, "Do you need anything else? I have plenty of good stuff here." After making sure the crossbow was in good condition, Saran packed up the items and asked, "Any alchemical items here?" The dealer stiffened after hearing what Saran said. "Hell no. Those things are fucking troublesome to deal with. The churches would surely go crazy, but even worse, the city guards would turn the city upside down to find out who sold them." Saran was not surprised. He knew alchemical items, especially weapons, were tightly restricted. He took out another pouch, paid 30 gold dirals for the enhanced crossbow and poisonous bolts, then said, "That's fine." After Saran left, the guard asked the dealer, "Head, who's that guy affiliated with?" "We only do business. We don't care where he's from," the man answered while fiddling with a gold coin between his fingers. "Perhaps from the Faceless Envoys or the Dark Brotherhood." Gosh, those damn rogues are as shady as ever. After buying what he had in mind, Saran headed back to the tavern. However, something seemed off. There was a serious atmosphere around it. not to mention plenty of White guards. He quickly hid the forbidden weapons in his clothes and dashed back to the tavern. The place was crowded, with many of the people having unfriendly looks. Shit, this is bad! Saran thought. His expression cramped. He placed his hand on the hilt of his curved sword and began releasing killing intent. Someone stopped him all of a sudden. The man looked familiar, probably one of the merchant guards he traveled along with. He hurriedly pulled Saran over and said, "Vivian's fine. She's a smart kid. She immediately went to find us after things went wrong and is now staying with us. The mistress sent me over." Saran loosened up and let out a sigh of relief after hearing the merchant guard's explanation. He looked around warily, then glared at the tavern owner who was conversing with the White guards. After that, he hurriedly went to the place where the mistress and her merchant squad were staying. He could handle the troublesome things later. What mattered the most was Vivian's safety. Saran walked with such a fast pace that the merchant guard had to run in order to catch up with him. The two arrived at the place where the merchant squad was staying shortly after. Northern witches were influential people, which was why they had their own courtyard in the wealthy, prosperous district. The head merchant guard nodded at Saran after noticing him. The two got rather close after selling the Ankh eggs. If Saran was not leaving in such a great hurry, he would even want to treat Saran to a drink. After all, 1,500 gold dirhams was a considerable sum. "The mistress is in there." The head merchant guard pointed at the door behind him and said, "The girl's a smart one. She immediately came to find us after the incident in the tavern. She really does have good memory for an 80-year-old. I still can't remember the way after coming here a few times. Anyways, she's in the mistress' room right now. We can't enter, so you'll have to do that alone. Ah, one more thing. The mistress is in a bad mood today, so mind your mouth." Saran showed his gratitude by nodding. He took in a deep breath, then opened the door and entered the room. Big brother Vivian, who had been staring blankly at the wall, immediately jumped into Saran's arms. He lifted her up, then calmed her down by patting her back while saying, "It's fine now, I'm back." "Can you tell me what happened?" Vivian was now in a set of clean clothes. She looked almost like a little princess in a white dress. The mistress sat on rocking chair with a serious look, then furrowed her brows and said, "Vivian knows magic. Why didn't you tell me when we traveled? Do you know how many problems sorcerers face? Because they were born different, they are bound to be caught up in trouble when they grow up. It'd be fine if she only met good people, but she will definitely become the target of those evil scum." Saran startled for a moment. Even though the mistress did not sound nice and sounded as though she was scolding him, she clearly cared a lot about Vivian. They had only known each other for 5 days or so, and they had not even conversed that much during the journey. There were only two explanations: either she really liked Vivian, or she was such a wonderful actor that she even fooled herself. Vivian could easily get close to people who had goodwill toward her and Saran. For example, the young priestess Anal and, apparently, the mistress sitting in front of them right now. "I'm sorry," Saran said, bowing as he apologized even though he was unsure why he had to do so. "But we did not want to attract unnecessary attention. We can't be sure who we can trust, so I decided to hide the secret about Vivian's magic. I owe you one this time." Profession information: sorcerer. Though sorcerers are born with the ability to cast spells, their powers usually surface during puberty, and their first ever spell is usually cast unintentionally. Due to this reason, sorcerers may be unable to control the spell and may harm themselves as a result. It is common for the rooms of young sorcerers to be messy and covered in weird drawings and patterns, as though the rooms are haunted. One day, though, they will realize the power they hold and begin to practice their magic. Some lucky ones will get instructed by older sorcerers, allowing them to have a better understanding of their own abilities. However, most sorcerers live a lonely life because their friends and families fear them. Due to their high charisma, sorcerers often leave strong impressions on others. This is a double-edged sword, though. Female sorcerers might attract unwanted attention, causing them trouble. For such reasons, most, if not all, Sorcerers are bound to face special situations and difficulties as they grow up. Hope you like the chapter. Next chapter will be out Wednesday, 25th April. Chapters are out at 9:30 AM UTC. You can now vote for more chapters, every 400 votes, _1 extra chapter. Final ranking at the end of April, top 20, _1 extra chapter, top 15, _2 extra chapters. Vote here now to motivate me and get more chapters. Thanks for all the support. Alternatively, you can click here to donate for more releases. Comment down below and let me know what you think about the chapter as well. Long toes, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Chapter 47 Spellcasting Prodigy. The mistress relaxed a bit as she beckoned for Vivian to come over. Perhaps because of this incident, Vivian had grown a lot closer to her, thus Vivian obediently walked over to where the mistress was sitting. Go stay in the living room for a while, she patted Vivian's head and said gently, I have something to discuss with your brother. Vivian looked at Saran for approval, which he granted by nodding, before leaving the room. Saran. After sending Vivian out of the room, the mistress said in a grave voice, I want to know everything about your past, especially notable events or incidents. Saran looked at her, but then shook his head and said, I apologize, but there's really nothing worth mentioning. We've been orphans for years, and all we've done is struggled to survive in the slums. Orphans. The mistress loosened up once again and proceeded in a calmer tone, it can't be. Something must have happened to awaken her inner powers. Sorcerers only awaken to their powers when they suffer intense emotional fluctuation. Anything special? Saran startled for a moment as something occurred to him. I was severely injured by a wizard during one of my missions and was in a coma for half a month. Perhaps I'm not fated to die yet, since I got well soon after. The mistress glanced at him and murmured, so there's that. She must like you a lot. It is highly probable that this was the incident which activated her powers. Vivian's too young. As she grows up, her powers will grow stronger too. If she doesn't learn how to control her own powers, she will cause harm to not only others, but herself as well. Not a spellcaster yourself, so I guess you don't understand just how much of a prodigy she is. If I had to put it into words, I'd say she's even more talented than my mother. Prodigy. Saran shuddered after hearing the word. It can't be. Vivian has the gifted ability spellcasting prodigy. It was pretty much the best ability one could have as a spellcaster. If Saran remembered correctly, those with the ability would receive a +2 bonus to their spellcasting score, which increased both the damage and accuracy of their spells. Furthermore, their invocation time was reduced by 1 second regardless of what spell they used. This meant that if they cast spells which normally had an invocation time of less than a second, they would be completed and cast immediately. Now that I think about it, the invocation times of level 0 spells were roughly 1 second on average. But as soon as Vivian finished chanting, she really seemed to have cast the spell right away. Saran thought as he recalled the night Vivian cast a spell in front of him. Level 0 spells had short chants, usually only 1 or 2 syllables. The time needed to chant them was less than a second. Without any abilities, like Vivian's, the spellcaster had to gather the elemental energies required before they could complete the spell and invoke it. Saran, who did not know too much about the mechanisms behind spellcasting, could not clearly tell if Vivian had invoked the spell immediately, but the mistress, who was a witch, could tell. If she called Vivian a prodigy, she might really have the ability spellcasting prodigy. It was a special ability which could not be obtained no matter how hard one trained. All spellcasters could increase their spellcasting score bonus by assigning attribute points into the attributes they mainly relied on during spellcasting, which differed from profession to profession. Their score bonus would also increase by 1 every time they leveled up. Taking wizards as an example, the main attribute for them was intelligence. For a level 5 wizard who had 16 intelligence, His spellcasting score bonus could be calculated by profession level 5 plus intelligence 16, threshold value 10 divided by 2 equals 8. The threshold value was 10 regardless of profession and attribute. Spellcasting score, which was something left behind by the Arcane Empire in ancient times, was a numerical value which reflected the power of a spell. Every spell had its own spellcasting score, and the actual score of a cast spell could be found by adding that to the caster's spellcasting score bonus. The level 0 spell Electric Jolt had a low score of 3. When cast by the above-mentioned level 5 wizard, the spell's score would be 11. Spell score, 3 plus caster score bonus, 8. The spellcasting score of a cast spell was basically the damage dealt to a person who had no equipment and no combat profession. For common folk who only had 10 horsepower, a spell with a spellcasting score of 11 would deal 11 damage, immediately killing them. However, those who had combat professions would receive less damage due to their skills, abilities, and higher constitutions. The above-mentioned spell would deal only 5 to 8 damage in this case, which was akin to an electric shock. If Vivian indeed had spellcasting prodigy, then the electric jolt cast would have a score of 3 plus 1 plus 2 plus 2110 divided by 2 equals 11.5, which was 0.5 higher than the level 5 wizard. However, the important thing was that Vivian was still only a level 1 sorcerer. The difference in power between Vivian and typical spellcasters would become more significant over time, especially when casting heat kill spells like Finger of Death. Heat kill spells, along with other spells like Web, Charm Person, and Hold Person, did not deal damage directly. Whether or not these spells were effective on the target depended on the difference between the spellcasting score of the cast spell and the target's fortitude rating. For Vivian, who had a high spellcasting score bonus, the chances of her heat kill magic succeeding would be remarkably higher. Legendary wizards usually had a spellcasting score bonus of around 30. Of that, 20 came from their profession levels, 8 from their intelligence, and a few more from their respective abilities. Legendary grade equipment granted bonuses ranging from +1 to +3 as well. Given Vivian's talent, she would definitely obtain the ability Practiced Spellcaster in the future. This would further reduce her invocation speed by another second, meaning that she could instantly cast spells which had invocation times of 2 seconds or below. The mistress and Saran remained silent for a short while. The mistress looked at Saran, then continued, "Before you came here, I performed a fortune-telling ceremony for Vivian. What I saw was not something pleasant. Fortune-telling? Is that the branch of divination magic unique to the __n__ or than witches?" Saran wondered. They can see phenomena roughly reflect __ing one's future, if I remember correctly. However, they could only see blurry images. Even the legendary grade spell, Divination, could only show a few scenes of what was to come. The scenes were short, and from the moment the spell was completed, the future was subject to change. The further the predicted event was into the future, the higher the chance things would deviate and end up differently. This was why divination was best used to foresee events which would occur soon after in order to avoid or prepare for undesirable events. The mistress most likely predicted that something dangerous was about to occur back in Ember City and realized it was beyond her power to change it. Thus she hurriedly left the city with her merchant squad. Saran took in a deep breath and asked slowly, "What did you see?" "Blood and fire," the mistress replied with a serious expression. "The divination ceremony can only show me pictures and scenes. They might not be exactly what is going to happen, but they still reflect Vivian's future. Blood represents slaughter and death, meaning there will be deaths around her. Fire represents war and destruction, meaning she will be facing multiple events of mass destruction in the future. We northern witches have performed the ceremony plenty of times, but we've seldom seen both these scenes on one person. Of those with both, some became great emperors who created massive empires, some became tyrants who trampled their citizens, and others became legendary existences. Even though they ended up differently, there was one thing in common. Be it good or evil, their lives were full of fights, wars, slaughtering, and death. She took in a deep breath before she continued, Vivian's future is bound to be full of thorns, and I'm sorry to say this, but you can't protect her with your ability. Let me be honest with you. You seem as though you are afraid of something. I'm not sure what you're so scared of, but I can sense that you are trying to escape from danger by avoiding anything which might pose even the slightest threat to you too. I'm included in the list of dangerous things in your mind. Perhaps that is why you cannot trust me. Even now, silence permeated the room. Fear? Perhaps he really was afraid. He cared a lot about Vivian, thus he was afraid of losing her. Escaping? Was he really trying to escape? Saran was way too clear about what was about to happen during the time of troubles. Gods and demons would tear the skies, the land, and the sea. They would tear everything apart. In the face of a crisis of unprecedented scale, even those with legendary professions would be slaughtered like livestock. He was merely a grade 2 rogue. Wasn't it just fine to escape from everything? It was a battle among gods. Having a legendary profession was just the bare minimum requirement to enter the contest. Countless saints roamed the world, and demons were everywhere. Saran was weak. He knew it himself. He did not even have the qualifications to stand in front of those monsters, let alone fight them. There was only one choice, and that was running away. Who would sit there and wait when he knew what was going to happen? The siblings would have died like ants if they had stayed in Amber City after all. The woman sitting in front of him knew nothing. She knew nothing of what was about to come, nothing of how scary and terrible things would be, and nothing about how weak they were in the face of gods and demons. Even legendary northern witches could not predict the time of troubles, let alone this mistress who was only the descendant of one. Even millions of players failed to change the course of events back in the game. What could he possibly achieve now that he was weak and alone? Apart from escaping from everything and growing stronger, what else could he do? Yes. Saran lifted his head and glared at the mistress. I'm afraid of something, and I'm running away from it. There are things which simply cannot be changed by us. I don't trust you. Even though you seem to like Vivian a lot, and even though she feels the same, you act high and almighty all the time. The current me is weak, but I will not stay weak forever. I know what you are trying to say. Let me make this clear. I will not let Vivian leave my side, because I will protect her with my very life. But you can't. What you care most about is her talent, not Vivian herself. If she did not have the talent, she'd be just an ordinary little girl to you. It's different for me. I don't care if she has talent or not. That does not change the fact that she's my dearest person, and the only relative I have. You said I'm not trusting you, right? I simply can't. How am I supposed to trust someone who never even told me her name? In your eyes, I'm probably just a nobody who doesn't deserve to know the name of a northern witch. The only reason keeping us at your side is because you're interested in Vivian's talent. Don't get me wrong, I'm grateful that you allowed us to travel alongside you from Amber City to Whiterun, and even more so for your help today. I will never forget the help you have given us during the past week, and I will definitely repay you in the future. I can tell you're a kind and benevolent witch, or else you would have used magic and made me talk instead. For such, I'm extremely grateful. But that doesn't mean I can trust you. After bowing deeply, Saran turned to leave. Wait. The mistress stood up as she looked Saran in the eye. Noticing the unyielding spirit in his eyes, she let out a sigh. She was now sure that he would protect Vivian no matter what, even if it cost him his life. Perhaps this was what caught her eye from the start. Perhaps this was the reason she always observed the siblings, the reason she managed to discover Vivian's talent. It was such a sincere feeling, yet it felt so foreign for the mistress. She slowly walked towards Saran. For the first time ever, she felt that the weak yet determined man was qualified to speak on equal terms with her. He did not earn it with strength and power, but through his determination to protect his little sister. Not all problems can be solved with magic, she sighed as she said, and abusing one's power will only make one lost. Gloria. Perhaps you can let her stay by my side for a while so I can teach her some practical knowledge about spells. This will surely be beneficial to her. Gloria held out her smooth, white hand. For the first time, she spoke on equal terms with Saran. She was Gloria, a powerful witch who could kill Saran in the blink of an eye. Through unyielding will and sincere feelings, he had won her respect. Hope you like the chapter. Next chapter will be out Thursday, 26th April. Chapters are out at 9:30 AM UTC. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. You can now vote for more chapters, every 400 votes, _1 extra chapter. Final ranking at the end of April, top 20, _1 extra chapter, top 15, _2 extra chapters. Vote here now to motivate me and get more chapters. Thanks for all the support. Alternatively, you can click here to donate for more releases. Comment down below and let me know what you think about the chapter as well. Longtoes, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Chapter 48. The fire. That evening, Saran left the place where the merchant squad was staying. Currently, he lacked the ability to guide Vivian on the path to becoming a successful sorcerer. Unless he decided to choose wizard as his side profession, Vivian would have to learn new spells on her own. It would be a rough journey for her, and she might cause damage to herself by mistake as well. In a sense, it was something elite sorcerers had to experience due to their talents. After taking this into consideration, he decided to let Vivian stay with Gloria for now, but he definitely would not allow her to take her away forever. Now that they were stuck and had nothing to do, Saran decided to take the chance to go on a short adventure. He had to become stronger. That thought was further reinforced by the scene of Vivian clinging onto his clothes while crying after the lengthy conversation with Gloria earlier. Time did not wait. If he used the same methods as he had in the game, he would not be strong enough to protect himself, let alone Vivian. When the time of troubles began, now that there was an opportunity, Saran decided to seize it. Although the ancient red dragon's existence had yet to be confirmed by the people, the chain of events caused by its appearance was already occurring. In the past, he would have had to venture into the wilderness in order to find monsters. However, all the monsters living near the dark swamp had been flushed out by the intense dragon aura. This meant that Saran no longer had to go deep into the wilderness to find them. There were pretty much monsters everywhere if he traveled just a few days away from the city. If he was lucky and did not encounter some dangerous monsters, he could even gain up to 1000 slaughtery XP a day. At that rate, he could raise his profession to grade 3 in a week. It would take at least a week or two before the roads would clear up anyway, so the timing was perfect. Food, water, weapons, bandages, potions, antidotes, insect repellents. Saran zigzagged through the commercial district as he went on a shopping spree for supplies. He did not stop until his multi-dimensional bag was almost full and most of his savings were gone. It was now late at night. After hearing what had happened back at the tavern from Vivian, Saran could not let them off the hook so easily. He was now hiding in a dark alley close to the tavern. Due to the deteriorating public security recently, guards were patrolling the streets more frequently. Someone suggested implementing a night curfew as well, but that had not been approved as of yet. Most of the customers had requested refunds and switched taverns after someone died in the middle of the day. The tavern was now lacking customers, thus it was rather quiet. There was a candle lamp on the bar counter, and in front of it sat Calvin and Marauder, who had cramped expressions. Marauder, are you fucking retarded? The guy you sent was such shit. He couldn't even handle an 8-year-old girl. What the hell? Marauder growled in response. How is that possible? Luscaux is by no means weaker than the city guards. Something must have gone wrong. Someone else might have taken and sold the girl and even killed Luscaux. At the back of his mind though, he had other thoughts, namely, that Luscaux had actually failed. Not only did he fail to kidnap the girl, He was also killed by her. But that sounded extremely ridiculous. How could a little girl kill a man who had undergone professional combat training and had an advanced profession? The floor trembled ever so slightly, and noises could be heard in the distance. Marauder looked up and signaled his hitman to be alert. As a human trafficker in the slums, Marauder was always cautious of his surroundings. An underling came rushing in and shouted, "Boss, the warehouse is on fire." It was unknown when the fire in the warehouse started, but it was now spreading across the building, almost burning the kitchen. Gale, who was sitting at the bar counter, sounded exasperated as he yelled, "Dumbass, go put it out." The dozen or so workers in the tavern began busily pouring water from the water tank in the tavern to the spreading fire. Marauder, on the other hand, calmly sat there. He looked around, then sneakily left the tavern through the side door at a speed disproportionate to his body size. His intuition was telling him that the fire was way too abrupt. Someone might be trying to assassinate him. Marauder remembered that the young man who left the tavern at noon had yet to return. He might be lighting the place on fire as revenge. After exiting the tavern through the side door, Marauder placed his hand on the hilt of his sword and looked around. He was about to dart into the main street when a crossbow bolt shot out from the darkness and struck him. He cried in pain as his body shuddered, but the cry was overshadowed by something else. Boom! Explosions could be heard. The liquor in the warehouse caught fire, causing explosions one after another. The ear-deafening sound roared through the area, and the ground shook. The guards nearby were instantly alerted. The second bolt came flying from above. Marauder was aware of the surprise attack, so he managed to barely dodge this time, the bolt merely scraping his cheek. Much to his surprise, the enemy was located on the rooftop of one of the nearby buildings. Marauder realized the assassin was using an enhanced crossbow at this point and rolled toward the building while drawing his weapon. Crossbows had rather low firing rates. This assassin, however, could fire 2 shots in quick succession, meaning he was a proficient crossbow user. Marauder was not wearing any protective equipment. His thick layer of fat could not deflect crossbow bolts either. He gasped for air, but the numbing sensation spreading from the wounds prevented him from doing so. His body was stiffening, and he could do nothing but drop to the ground. It was poisonous. Wyvern poison? Marauder, who often dealt with others from the Grey Realm, quickly realized what he was hit with and was overwhelmed by despair. A shadow leapt down from the second floor of the building, drawing a gleaming cold line in the air with a curved sword. Marauder's neck was severed in an instant, his head detaching from his body. Saran, who was wearing a mask, stood in front of the corpse and looked at it coldly. Using the walls as his footholds, he leapt back to the second floor of the building he was hiding in. The Whiterun guards would be here in less than 10 minutes, meaning he only had at most 5 more minutes to kill his enemies in order to have sufficient time to escape. The fire began to spread rampantly as the buildings were made out of wood. The city might even mobilize priests and wizards to put out the fire using magic. A familiar data log appeared. Successfully eliminated target. Extracting soul energy from target. Received 180 slaughter experience points. Under the cover of the dark night, Saran ran on the rooftops and approached the tavern, reloading the crossbow as he ran. He had smeared wyvern poison on the bolts beforehand. He only had seconds to assassinate his targets before others would react to his sneak attack. Even though it was dark, the gang members would still be able to navigate freely as they were familiar with the place. They would hide under cover or in his sniping position's blind spots the moment they realized someone was attacking them with a long-ranged weapon, rendering his enhanced crossbow less effective. Saran began crawling instead as he was now in close proximity to the tavern. The fire was lighting the place up, but no one noticed him up on the roof. The people living nearby were all awoken by the shouts and sounds of explosions, and some of them were even trying to put out the fire along with the tavern staff members. This was not because they were close to Calvin though. They only wanted to prevent their homes from burning down. Saran quickly spotted his target, a tall, brawny man. Due to the distance between them and the flickering flames, Saran could not see him clearly. Judging from his actions though, shouting and ordering people around. He was likely the owner of the tavern. A crossbow bolt shot through the air. The owner let out a cry in pain, then immediately hid behind the tavern door. He had quick reactions and was most likely a veteran in combat. After being attacked, he immediately issued orders to his men and protected himself by hiding. Saran did not have any crossbow-related abilities. Hitting the target was not difficult, but hitting the vital parts was hard. That did not matter though, as the bolts were smeared with wyvern poison. The poison would take effect shortly, either paralyzing the owner or straight out killing him. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting, _whoosh, whoosh, whoosh, ! Saran fired 3 more shots in quick succession. He could not be bothered with accuracy now. He pointed the enhanced crossbow in the direction of the gang members and fired without aiming. 1 bolt hit the wooden door, while the other 2 landed on the non-vital parts of 2 unlucky gang members. _sheeing! Saran drew out the curved sword, his gaze turning into one that belonged to a predator preying on their target. He leapt down from the roof, rolled on the ground as he landed, and lunged at the tavern owner hiding behind the door. Die! The curved sword drew an elegant arc in the air as Saran slashed at the man's waist. The cut opened up his stomach, his intestines slithering out from inside. Saran used the momentum of the slash to turn his body slightly and reposition his sword, then thrust his sword at his enemy's heart. The blow connected, and Calvin, the shady tavern owner, dropped dead on the ground. Wyvern poison would take effect within 2 minutes. The strong poison would circulate around the body. One would only feel slight numbing sensations at first, but it would then turn into a paralyzing feeling spreading from the wound, resulting in drastically reduced reflexes and, in some cases, death. This was one of the best poisons in the early stages of the game. It was something rogues always used when fighting bosses or strong enemies. A small thumb-sized vial cost 120 gold dirhams, which was almost the price of a rare-grade weapon. Without wasting any time, Saran lunged at another gang member who was paralyzed due to the poison. The people of this world had tough bodies. As long as they did not die from the toxicity of the poison, they would quickly recover from their paralyzed states. The paralyzing effect caused by wyvern poison lasted roughly 5 to 10 minutes. For those who had below 18 constitution, it was extremely unlikely for them to be able to resist the effect. The effect might be reduced if they had around 15 to 16 constitution, but they would still be paralyzed for a while nonetheless. The sound of White-Run guards rushing toward the scene could be heard in the distance. The fire and the battle had alarmed everyone in the district. The nearby residents who could hear the pain moans and groans of the unlucky gang members were all hiding and did not dare to approach. Sran glared at one of the hitmen who was hiding, then cut his throat in a single slash, ending his life in an instant. After that, he escaped into the darkness. Saran could not afford to get caught right now. He could only let the others off the hook this time. Luckily, he had already killed the head of the gang. The fire roared fiercely. After the White-Run guards arrived, a few wizards in grey robes appeared as well. The wizards furrowed their brows at the sight of the dead bodies and bloodstains on the ground, but then ignored it and started to chant magic to control the fire. Compared to the fire, the killing incident was less significant. They had to put out the fire before it was too late. Hope you like the chapter. Next chapter will be out Friday, 27th April. Chapters are out at 9:30 AM UTC. You can now vote for more chapters, every 400 votes, _1 extra chapter. Final ranking at the end of April, top 20, _1 extra chapter, top 15, _2 extra chapters. Vote here now to motivate me and get more chapters. Thanks for all the support. Alternatively, you can click here to donate for more releases. Comment down below and let me know what you think about the chapter as well. Longtoes, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Chapter 49 Tracking in a dark corner next to the city walls. Saran's hazy silhouette could be seen. He was wiping the blood off his curved sword with composure. He killed 6 men in total, most of them probably experienced members of the gang. He received roughly 100 slaughter EXP for each kill, and even got over 300 slaughter EXP for killing Calvin. It was a pity he could not loot the bodies. The guards arrived before he could do more than kill them. The guards would most likely keep the loot themselves. Murdering someone was bad. Lighting the place on fire was worse. In fact, the Whiterun officials could not care less about the murder of a few shady businessmen, but they would definitely track down the person who set the fire. Fires were extremely hazardous to the city, as a single fire could easily spread and even burn an entire district down if not put out in time. That damage would be a lot greater than the death of a few gang members. Saran estimated that the city would begin looking into the case tomorrow. If the Guard Corps decided that it was serious enough for them to intervene in the investigation, they might even hire some special people to help. When that happened, they might even find out that Saran was the culprit. He had to leave the city right now. After looking back at the rowdy scene, he walked in the shadows of the city wall until he reached an unguarded section which was not illuminated by moonlight. He took out a rope and hook from his multi-dimensional bag and attached the hook onto the rope, swinging the rope like a cowboy. He then tossed it at the embrasure in the city wall's crenellation. After testing out the rope and deciding it was securely hooked, Saran climbed up the wall. Having 20 dexterity granted him extraordinary agility, he easily climbed up the 20-meter wall in less than a minute. Saran cautiously observed his surroundings after arriving on the wall. Confirming there was no one around, Saran then transferred the hook to the other side of the wall and descended out of the city. With a powerful yank, the hook came flying down along with the rope. Even though it was dark, Saran, who was a half-elf, could still see thanks to his night vision ability. He placed the items back into the multi-dimensional bag, then crawled through the bushes into the nearby forest. Saran's plan was to go along the road leading to Autumnfall, their intended destination. Along the way, he would kill monsters for slaughter EXP. If necessary, he would level up his current profession or even take on a side profession. While doing this, he could observe and inspect the road's condition. Learning the distribution of monsters nearby would make traveling with Vivian using this route in the future a lot safer. Saran was confident that he could remember the terrain and directions after walking along the road once. There were plenty of villages near the city, and they all did not have walls. The Whiterun Guard Corps would patrol the villages and eliminate nearby monsters and beasts from time to time. In the dark night, Saran walked for several kilometers before deciding to sneak into a medium-sized village and stay there for the night. Haystacks were everywhere in the village. They were mostly used as substitutes for firewood and blankets in the winter. The poor could not afford to buy quilts, thus they covered themselves in hay to stay warm at night. Houses in the northern regions had hollowed floors, which allowed people to heat up the floor by sending the hot smoke from the fireplace into the empty spaces beneath before it left through chimneys. This, however, was rare in the south. Saran lay on one of the haystacks. It felt itchy at first, but he adapted quickly and fell asleep. He had ventured into the wild frequently back in the game, thus he could endure and adapt to various situations and environments quickly. Just like that, the night passed, and it was morning. Saran woke up after hearing the barks of a dog. It was barking loudly while baring its teeth at the intruder. Saran unsheathed his sword and was about to kill the dog, but after noticing the poorly built hut made out of mud and hay, he slid his weapon back into its sheath. To poor farmers, their dogs were some of their most crucial properties. Dogs were fierce animals in this world, and they would even lunge at and bite monsters to protect their homes and masters. Saran once saw a dog that fought against a gnoll in order to protect its master. Even though it died in the end, its master survived the ordeal. Dogs were not simple animals. Their courage was worthy of admiration. Perhaps because the barking dog reminded him of his loyal Heath, Saran took out a piece of dried meat and tossed it to the dog. It continued to growl at Saran at first, but eventually it could not resist the temptation and began munching on the dried meat. Saran leapt off the haystack, brushed the hay off his clothes, and left the village. The sun was just rising over the horizon, but farmers were already up and working. Humans were lacking in innate talents and abilities when compared to other species, thus they had to learn how to farm for food in order to survive. Kids would start following their parents to the fields at 5 or 6 years old, listening to their parents' instructions and observing their actions. How to plow the soil, when to sow the seeds, when to harvest the crops, how to maintain the fertility of the soil, what to do when there were pests. There was a lot to learn. Farmers could be said to be the most ordinary people in the world, but their contributions to society were by no means ordinary. Saran traversed the muddy paths before finally reaching the main road which led to Autumnfall. The road was rather long. It ran all the way through the dark swamps, then across the borders of the Whiterun Plains, before finally reaching the region under the administration of Autumnfall. Nothing much happened on the first day. Saran only stopped for short breaks along the way, and things were smooth until the next day. He was now in a location where villages were sparse, and there was little human activity. People would only build villages at locations where there was an ample supply of both fertile farmland and water. Those villages were mostly stockaded villages, though, with each having wooden walls, archer towers, and scout towers for defense. The villagers trained their own militia, who would be stationed on the towers. This type of militia could exist largely because of adventurers. There were always those who aspired to become adventurers. Some left and never returned, others who gave up along the way returned to the villages and became instructors for the militia. There were some who had high-level advanced professions, but most of those who returned had grade 2 professions, and they usually had injuries as well. If nothing great happened, they would marry a woman from the village, have a few sons and daughters, and live peacefully for the rest of their lives. When they grew old, they would tell stories of their adventures to their grandchildren. It was such a simple lifestyle. There was always an end to everything. At the end of their wonderful adventures awaited a peaceful and ordinary ending. Kobolds. Saran brushed some bushes aside and inspected the footprints. He placed his hand on the hilt of his curved sword, then followed the trail of footprints. The ability to track down targets in the wild was an essential skill for adventurers. They had to learn to determine the species of monsters from footprints and traces left behind. It was an ability derived from the basic skill survival. Rangers and druids were the best in the business, and rogues were the next in line. Saran, though, was currently relying on his past experience instead of the ability to analyze the traces. Looks like there's quite a few of them. As the soil got harder, the footprints became shallower and more vague. He stopped and looked around for a while, then muttered to himself, "There's over 30 of them. Did a large group move over here?" Most kobolds lived in small groups, unless a large group settled down nearby. It was rare to find so many of them acting together. In this world where survival of the fittest applied, the smaller the group, the stronger the individual kobolds were. As for larger groups, especially those that resided in mines or caves, it was not as though they were weak either. Their numbers could reach up to 300 after all. The chances of a kobold sorcerer appearing in large groups were also higher. This will work just fine as a warm-up. It's about time to test out my techniques for fighting groups of enemies. There was no such thing as a fair fight in the wilderness. Chaotic group fights were the norm when fighting in the wild because monsters rarely appeared one by one. It was crucial to be able to take on multiple enemies at once. One had to dodge and parry attacks from multiple directions and minimize the damage received when it was impossible to avoid the attacks. In a chaotic brawl, it was impossible to avoid every single attack, even with 20 dexterity. Taking that into consideration, Saran decided to put on his leather armor. Afterwards, he wrapped his arms and hands with strips of cloth and equipped leg straps on both legs. Kobolds knew how to fight cleverly as well. They would set traps and use a wide range of different weapons, including spears, daggers, short swords, and short bows. The simple traps were not an issue at all for Saran. but their homemade short bows were a threat to him. Saran's silhouette faded into the shadows of a tree. If one did not observe carefully, it was hard to notice his presence. He slowly unsheathed his curved sword, then crept into the dense forest along the shadows. The battle to come was more dangerous than his previous ones. Taking on a group of at least 30 kobolds was no easy task. Hope you like the chapter. Next chapter will be out Saturday, 28th April. Chapters are out at 9:30 AM UTC. Join our Discord server here, https://discord.ggq2w2a6. You can now vote for more chapters, every 400 votes. _1_extra chapter. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. Final ranking at the end of April, top 20, _1_extra chapter, top 15, _2 extra chapters. Vote here now to motivate me and get more chapters. Thanks for all the support. Alternatively, you can click here to donate for more releases. Comment down below and let me know what you think about the chapter as well. Longtoes, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Chapter 50. A chaotic battle. The surroundings became dimmer as Saran ventured deeper into the forest, and the sounds of various wild animals could be heard. An elk was nearby, looking around alertly while munching on grass. When it noticed the abnormal shadow at Saran's location, it immediately fled out of the forest. Due to the lack of humans in the area, there were plenty of wild animals here. The dense vegetation also played a large part in supporting such a large population of wild animals. There were so many wild rabbits around that they often appeared in the fields and villages. Saran stopped in front of a puddle. He knelt down to grab a handful of soil and smelled it. It reeked of blood. The place where the kobolds were staying should be close. Kobolds were timid yet brutal humanoid monsters. They had scales of various colors ranging from dark rusty brown to black, and a few of them had scales of other colors. The scales provided them with some protection, natural armor +1. They had red eyes which granted them decent night vision and stubby tails. Most of the kobolds wore tattered clothing from the victims they killed, mostly in red or orange as those were their favorite colors. They were about 3 feet tall and weighed around 50 pounds. Kobolds conversed in draconic language, but they sounded like puppies barking when doing so. Similar to lizardmen, kobolds laid eggs, a nestful of them every time they did, which was why it was common to see kobold eggs here and there in the wilderness. Even though they were short and small, it would be a mistake to underestimate them. They were stronger than typical commoners. Their strength was mediocre, but they were agile beings which had up to 15 dexterity. They also had the special abilities miner and trap making, giving them the ability to create simple traps such as pitfalls and tripwires. With 20 points in trap making from birth, their traps were on par with those made by human hunters. Due to their timid nature, they rarely acted alone and usually roamed in packs of 3 to 5. They would attack when they outnumbered the enemy by 2 or 3 times and would either call for support or give up when their numbers were equal. They were similar to goblins in the sense that they would flee when things went awry. One more thing, they ate humans. Saran followed the footprints further into the forest while taking out his enhanced crossbow. This time, he opted not to use the poisonous bolts he purchased from the shady shop. The loot would not be able to cover the cost of the bolts if he did. Instead, he brought along some normal bolts. He also had half a vial of wyvern poison left. Just to be safe, he smeared the poison on 3 bolts and kept them in the quiver. He would only use them if he encountered kobold sorcerers. Among all monsters, sorcerers appeared among kobolds the most. Despite kobolds' low profession level, the rate of them appearing was not low at all. Kobolds were faithful believers of the theory that deemed sorcerers to be the descendants of dragons. This was because kobolds had some dragon blood in them, and for this reason, they conversed in draconic language. Better safe than sorry, Saran thought. After all, Spellcasters were formidable enemies regardless of their levels. There were more and more bloodstains on the ground. Saran stopped in front of a patch of grass which had obviously been tampered with. He poked around the area with his sword and quickly found a rope. It might be the trigger for other trap devices, such as rock-dropping devices, or it might tangle the victim's legs and send the person who triggered it dangling in the air. Back when the game first launched, many players, Saran included, thought it was just like every other game where kobolds were easy prey. Plenty of players learned otherwise the hard way. Something was making loud noises ahead, most likely kobolds. At least, Saran could hear what sounded like dogs barking. Holding his weapon tightly, he slowly and sneakily approached the origin of the noises. Kobolds had a greater sense of smell than humans, but it was still far from as good as that of real dogs. Soon, a group of kobolds numbering around 30 could be seen. Half of them were commoners, while the other half were armed warriors. A kobold with crimson scales was holding a staff while standing near a large pot. Saran could not be sure if it was a sorcerer or not. It was difficult to tell if the enemy was a spellcaster or not if they camouflaged and hid it. A priest could be fighting in close quarters combat with a staff, then all of a sudden release a divine spell. There was no way to tell them apart unless they were dressed and equipped with items like robes and wands. It went down to observing and analyzing the opponent most of the time. Some kobolds were stirring the pot with wooden rods, while others tossed firewood into the fire beneath it. Saran could not see clearly what they were cooking, but it was probably a stew of something like goblins, beasts, mushrooms, and weeds. Kobolds were omnivores. They ate pretty much anything. They usually hunted beasts and wild animals for food, but they would also eat mushrooms and weed stew when they failed to catch any prey. When food was scarce to the point that even mushrooms and weeds could not fill their bellies, they would even negotiate with the nearby goblins for a fight. Both sides would aim for a draw, and the two parties would each end up with a few corpses from the other side as food. The corpses could support them for a week or two. A group of kobolds was staring at the pot with watering mouths, some even barking like dogs in anticipation of the food. Saran could see chunks of what seemed to be goblin meat in the pot, but then realized it was something else after noticing the corpse of a human woman. His expression darkened in a split second. Kobolds never attacked villages head-on. They only dared to sneak inside and aim for women and children, as they were afraid that the men might retaliate and kill them. They would locate women and children who were alone, then quickly kill them and drag their bodies back to their settlement in the forest. It was not easy to fight against 30 kobolds. Saran hid and observed the kobolds from the bushes, trying to gauge how dangerous they were. There were 10 kobold warriors, each equipped with either short swords, short spears, or clubs. Some wore leather armor as well. As humanoid monsters, kobolds knew how to produce leather products. On the sides were 5 kobold archers, each equipped with a short bow and dagger. The short bows were roughly made with wood and animal tendons. Even though the short bows were lackluster in terms of power, it would still hurt if a shot landed. The commoners had weapons as well, but most of them were either poorly made clubs or thick branches. It would not be a problem even if they managed to hit Saran. One question remained: was the crimson-scaled kobold just the leader of the group, or was it a sorcerer? Regardless, Saran could tell it posed the greatest threat among the group. Kobolds large group grade 1. Challenge rating, level 3 monster level, 5. Kobold leaders and sorcerers may be present. Highest and lowest attributes, 17 and 8 total attribute points. 6075. Specialty, natural armor, trap making, night vision, mining, gathering. Difficulty, C+. Treasure rating, +1 due to mining, gathering. The treasure rating was increased by 1 because kobolds had a habit of collecting shiny objects. Of course, not all of their treasures were gold emeralds. There were also grains of gold and minerals they found when mining. From what Saran knew, different monsters had different treasure ratings in accordance with their habits. In this case, That the treasure rating was +1 meant that the items Saran would get by slaying the kobolds were one level higher than the items obtained from killing other monsters of the same level. Find authorized novels in web novel, faster updates, better experience, please click www.novelhall.com for visiting. Saran made slight noises as he circled from the side toward the fire pit, but the kobolds did not notice him. He had to take out the crimson-scaled kobold first in order to make things easier in the fight afterwards. The group of kobolds had a challenge rating of 3, meaning it would take 5 people with level 3 professions in order to slaughter them easily. Now that Saran was alone, it was considerably harder. He also had to pay attention not to get surrounded. A bolt cut through the air and struck the crimson-scaled kobold standing near the pot. It let out a squeal of pain, alerting the entire settlement. After frantically running around for a while, the kobold warriors and archers finally calmed down a bit and reached for their weapons while searching for the enemy. With their night vision, it did not take long before they spotted Saran. The group of kobold warriors growled. Then all rushed toward him. When they outnumbered the enemy, they were always ready to initiate attacks. Saran did not approach the incoming kobolds, but instead rolled backward. Immediately afterwards, his original location was struck with a barrage of arrows. The kobold archers definitely posed a threat to Saran. Saran slashed the curved sword, opening up the stomachs of 2 kobold warriors who led the charge. As he stopped momentarily after the slash, a kobold saw the opening and leapt toward him in an attempt to bite his leg with its sharp teeth. Saran twisted his waist and delivered a turning kick at the kobold, sending it flying 5 meters away. Another kobold lunged at him with a short sword in hand, but he twisted his body with the momentum from the turning kick to dodge the attack and sent another nearby flying with a back kick. In 30 seconds, Saran had already killed 6 kobolds, but the other combatants had now gathered and were all attacking him frenziedly. A kobold warrior managed to graze his leg with its short sword, but thankfully it was merely a small wound. Another barrage of arrows came flying toward Saran. One of the arrows struck his leather armor but failed to penetrate. One of the kobolds near Saran was struck by the arrows and dropped dead. The kobold warriors, who had comparable combat prowess to grade 1 human warriors, flooded toward Saran, slashing and hacking at Saran's legs. The 3-foot-tall monsters were hard to deal with in the sense that they were too short. He had to bend his waist or crouch to attack them. They were also using their short height to their advantage, rolling around to avoid his attacks. Getting attacked from all directions, there was no room for him to dodge. Saran grit his teeth as he endured the hits on his leather armor, then tightly held onto his curved sword and swung it horizontally, twisting his waist to bring out his full power. Crescent moon slash. 3 kobolds fell to the ground, all with their stomachs cut open. Just as Saran was about to break out of the encirclement, the crimson-scaled kobold that had been struck with a poisonous bolt somehow stood up, albeit shakily. It chanted some weird sounds, then pushed its palms toward Saran. Flames spread out in a 6-degree fan shape and came rushing toward him. He was the first to get hit by the unexpected spell, and his clothes all lit on fire. The kobolds surrounding him then followed, all howling and squealing as they were burned alive. Burning hands. Hope you like the chapter. Next chapter will be out Sunday, 29th April. Chapters are out at 9:30 AM UTC. Join our Discord server here, https://discord.ggq2w2a6. You can now vote for more chapters, every 400 votes, _1_extra chapter. Final ranking at the end of April, top 20, _1_extra chapter, top 15, _2_extra chapters. Vote here now to motivate me and get more chapters. Thanks for all the support. Alternatively, you can click here to donate for more releases. Comment down below and let me know what you think about the chapter as well. Longtoes, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap.